Who would have thought that he turned the entire school into a prison, yet it became the best place for learning? This is a moment of huge reversal and educational showdown. On the nationally broadcast program, Decoding Education, an unprecedented prison school suddenly appeared, causing the entire live broadcast room to boil over. Parents, teachers, and viewers were in an uproar, with the live chat instantly flooded with comments. The first two schools, one relentlessly focused on achieving high scores, treating students like test-taking machines. The other, while chanting slogans loudly, ultimately stifled the children's individuality and vitality. These schools seemed to be a microcosm of all high schools until the emergence of Laong Middle School. This school from a small county town shocked the entire nation. Can you imagine a place where a watchtower stands on the playground, students in prison-like uniforms stand in neat square formations, and a cold-faced principal stands under the flagpole, exuding an air of superiority? Who are you? What are you doing here? This is our protagonist, Guandosi. He is no longer the ordinary principal who worked tirelessly to fulfill his father's last wish and eventually died from exhaustion. Guandosi was once known as the king of hell in the education world. He led his school into an era of cutting-edge technologies such as AI education and memory techniques, and his students were all prospective students for Tsinghua and Peking universities. Now, as a transmigrator, he takes over this nearly abandoned middle school in a small county town. Faced with a group of children with poor academic foundations and lack of resources, he is not discouraged at all. Instead, he feels that this is the best testing ground. However, a mysterious system descends. The system told him, "Welcome back to prison." In the system's eyes, the school had become a prison. Tasks included making prison uniforms, building watchtowers, and recruiting prison guards, with funds awarded for each completed task. Others might have been devastated, but Guandosi laughed. He decided to use this absurd system to create a top-tier high school. Guandosi completed his mission in less than a month, securing the prison uniforms and watchtower, and increasing the school's account balance from 0 to over 800,000. Next, he will announce the most shocking educational declaration. Students will have no names, only numbers, completely abandoning all their past identities. When he announced this, the teachers and students in the classroom were shocked, but he did not back down. Instead, he became even more determined. Teachers and principals are also numbered. I am number 0. In order to make the students truly feel that everyone is equal, Guandosi took off his suit and put on the same prison uniform as the students. He said, "I eat what the students eat. I live in the same conditions as the students." He believes that education should not be about lofty authority, but about going through hardships together with the students. He assured that Laong Middle School would be strict, but would never push the students to the brink of collapse. Education should be about salvation, not destruction. This move sparked a frenzied reaction in the live stream, with some feeling it resembled a prison lecture, while others praised him as a principal who truly treated students as human beings. Experts, however, scoffed at him and continued to champion Hengi High School's standard answer model. But it was precisely these controversies that fueled people's curiosity. What tricks could the king of hell possibly pull? After the speech, the system notified him that the task was complete. 300,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, and he also received 3 acceleration coupons that could shorten construction time. Guandosi felt a surge of excitement. He realized that this misaligned system was actually an incredibly powerful weapon for a comeback. But he didn't have time to think about the next step, because it was the teacher's turn to speak, and the program team would start interviewing the students. Hengi had already prepared the student representatives, and as soon as the camera focused on them, they gave standard answers as if they had memorized the principal's words, full of enthusiasm, confidence, and impeccable manners. The other party's comments were so fake that even the live chat didn't buy it. Chishin Experimental Middle School was in a different kind of chaos. Before the opening ceremony was even over, some freshmen were already playing games in the queue. Student council members were taking notes everywhere, and disciplined teachers were rushing around like chickens to confiscate phones. Anyone who dared to talk back was immediately struck with a ruler. In no time, the group of troublemakers were subdued, and the scene resembled half a training camp. Wang Chengfeng euphemistically called his harsh methods the necessary price of establishing rules, bluntly stating, "If students don't endure hardship now, they will only be severely punished by society in the future." This statement instantly ignited the live stream. Some condemned it as corporal punishment, while others applauded, saying they have to be beaten into submission. Many more, following the word prison, once again focused their attention on the controversial Laong Middle School. At this point, the program's director suggested arranging for students to speak in advance to avoid a live broadcast mishap, but Guandosi resolutely refused. "I want a true reflection. Education is about serving students. If you don't understand the students' thoughts, all subsequent teaching will be just self-indulgent." He handed over a list with only numbers, and the person in charge pointed to number 3072, Li Jiayao, a senior high school transfer student. She was wearing a prison-style school uniform and worn-out sneakers. She came from a poor family and had once studied and survived alone in a place 100 kilometers away. Facing the camera, Li Jiayao was nervous but firm. "I am grateful to the principal for giving me the opportunity to study. Tuition is free and room and board are provided here. It is a lifeline for me." The person in charge deliberately tried to evoke a prison-like feeling, but she shook her head. "The stricter it is, the more at ease I feel. For the first time, I feel that there is hope for the future." She frankly admitted that she initially came only for the free tuition, but now she genuinely believes things can get better. "I've seen too many kids who go to work after graduating from junior high school, and my younger brother is the same. For poor kids in the county, going to high school isn't a choice, it's fate." She also mentioned that Guandosi not only focuses on academic performance, but also cares about students' lives and mental well-being. "The principal wears the same school uniform as us and stays with us through the tough times." The girl's shy words were met with nods of agreement from the students behind her, and the tone of the live stream comments subtly shifted, with more and more people beginning to take this prison school seriously. But Wang Chengfeng remained unconvinced, stating bluntly that Guandosi's free room and board and psychological support were all just for show. Wang Chengfeng even subtly suggested that the school should be shut down. The live stream split again, with some criticizing Guandosi for putting on a show, while others sharply retorted, "What does an expert who is out of touch with the realities of a county know about education?" The viewers were only interested in venting their frustrations, unaware of the heavy burden of the realities of running a school. The predicament of education in county towns is partly due to these high-ranking experts. Wang Chengfeng suppressed his anger, but Lu Jifa, who had been silent, suddenly launched an attack. "Professor Wang says this is just a show. Why don't you try setting up a school yourself?" He immediately brought up old grievances, exposing the years ago when subsidies for township high schools were cut. The proposal to implement the Hengyi-style centralized school management was personally pushed forward by Wang Chengfeng. Now, Guandosi is personally funding the project to salvage the situation, and in his eyes, these experts are the ones who have driven county education into a dead end. Wang Chengfeng immediately retorted, stating that grades are the only standard, and students in intensive schools have higher college entrance examination scores. Lu Jifa directly presented data to reveal the cost of the Hengyi model. High-pressure learning will shrink the hippocampus in adolescence and reduce memory efficiency. Studying for more than 60 hours a week will result in lower potential for undergraduate studies. More than half of the graduates suffered from long-term effects such as stomach problems and psychological issues, with the damage lasting a lifetime. The studio fell silent instantly, and the comments section completely sided with Lu Jifa. Some angrily condemned Wang Chengfeng for harming people. Some felt sorry for Guandosi, and others bluntly stated that Laong Middle School at least treated its students like human beings. Guandosi paid no attention to the argument. He stared at Li Jiayao, who had returned to the team, and a smile appeared on his lips. Education is nothing more than two things: making students want to learn and making students learn. Now that the former is showing signs of success, he is even more confident in doing the latter well. Guandosi turned to the system panel, where a dense list of to-do items were followed by rewards. He didn't touch the money-burning projects, but instead set his sights on the Public Area Security Improvement project, which offered a reward of 2 million, perfectly matching his current budget. While the teacher representative was speaking, he instructed the head of teaching affairs, Mei Jinxing, "Have the homeroom teachers collect all the students' complaints about my speech, even their grumbles, and send them to us truthfully." Mei Jinxing initially had some reservations about the new principal, but after watching the live broadcast, he suddenly understood. Strict academic standards, equal treatment of students, and emphasis on psychological care. This young man genuinely wanted to save Laong Middle School. At the end of the opening ceremony, Guandosi no longer concealed his king of hell nature, ordering 4 large prison vans, and hiring 8 special vehicle drivers at high salaries. After clicking on the renovation acceleration coupon, the prison van instantly appeared on the playground, and the relevant memories were also filled in by the system. Surprisingly, none of the teachers or students noticed anything amiss. At the same time, as soon as the preparatory bell rang at Laong Middle School, more than 3,000 students sprinted back to their classrooms, leaving the film crew breathless in pursuit. Wang Chengfeng praised it, saying, "Every second counts." But the comments section was already clear-headed. Some questioned students running while teachers walk, some worried about a stampede, and others used the equality of Laong Middle School as a point of contention. Lu Jifa was about to speak when the camera switched to Qixin Experimental Middle School. The scene here was like a campus battle royale. Shi Xian's camera had barely fallen when he captured a disciplined teacher cornering 2 truant students. The children tried to escape, but the teacher, a former veteran, tackled them to the ground. While there were no obvious injuries, their phones were smashed to pieces. Wang Chengfeng immediately praised the school for its effective methods and established rules, but the online comments section erupted in debate again, with some agreeing with the punishment and others stating that it was not education at all. Just as the debate reached its peak, attention returned to Laong Middle School. Guandosi took the stage to announce the new school rules. Students must travel on 4 school buses according to a timetable to get around campus. The audience was in an uproar. It was not a school bus at all, but an enlarged version of a prison van with iron gray walls, closed windows and doors, and covered with barbed wire. Guandosi knew that the school grounds were vast, and the teaching buildings and dormitories were far apart. Making students walk there was not a form of training, but rather a drain on their youthful energy. He agreed that time should be devoted to learning, but only if the students' basic conveniences were addressed. If even getting to eat and moving between locations requires scrambling, then the campus is more brutal than a prison. Since the system requires restricting public activities, he did the opposite, turning restrictions into services and transforming prison vans into the campus transportation system. The students' reactions after boarding the bus surprised everyone. Some said there were no buses in their hometowns, and they didn't expect to be able to ride one at school first. Some had sore legs after standing for the ceremony, and breathed a sigh of relief as soon as they sat down. Others used the air conditioning in the bus to refresh their minds. No more worrying about traveling on rainy days. Wang Chengfeng angrily denounced Guandosi for grandstanding and wasting funds, but Lu Jifa immediately retorted, "Other schools build observatories and swimming pools, but students only use them a few times a year. Guandosi spends money on things that students can use every day. That's truly spending money wisely." During the live broadcast of Decoding Education, viewers who were initially just watching for entertainment began to think deeply. The contrast between being driven to and from school and running upstairs or being punished for following the rules made the question of what is true education become blurred. The debate on camera hadn't stopped when the system popped up a notification confirming the completion of the public area safety improvement and the arrival of 2 million yuan in funding. Guandosi immediately invested the money in dormitory renovations. After the initial arrangements for clothing and transportation were stabilized, the old dormitory building became the biggest hidden danger. He quickly contacted a renovation team to conduct an on-site inspection of the school, planning to advance the self-security improvement project, and prepared to use acceleration coupons to speed up the process. After finishing these tasks, Guandosi checked the online feedback and found that the live stream had garnered over 300,000 viewers in just 2 hours. With over 5 million views, it quickly became a trending topic. In the live-streamed class at Laong Middle School, the student teacher, though nervous, was steadily kept in check by the students' high level of enthusiasm for learning. The comments section was filled with heated debate comparing the 3 schools. Some acknowledge Laong High School's strong academic foundation, while others openly state their preference for following Guandosi's leadership. In the official poll, Laong High School received the highest support and the fewest objections. Among the live broadcast clips on CCTV, Guandosi's opening speech garnered the most views. The comments section included curious onlookers, as well as people seriously discussing the logic behind prison-style teaching. Various related topics were also reported by marketing accounts. Guandosi turned off the screen after reading them, knowing that only educational achievements could truly quell the controversy. At this moment, Mei Jinxing, the director of academic affairs, entered with more than 10 newly recruited young teachers. They had finished collecting student feedback during their morning reading and handed the documents to Guandosi. The feedback showed that the students were grateful to the school for waiving tuition and providing room and board. The students agreed with the idea of equality for all, but were also worried that the school would be difficult to sustain due to free operation, with some even offering to pay fees. Mei Jinxing, well aware of the difficulties of reopening the school, took the lead in offering to forego his salary, and the young teachers also expressed their support. He was willing to contribute to the children of his hometown. However, Guandosi refused on the spot, stating that he would never skimp on teachers, as faculty and staff are the core of education. He then made the decision that all teachers would receive a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, homeroom teachers would receive an 8,000 yuan subsidy, and subject leaders would receive an additional 5,000 yuan. The remaining positions will receive salary increases based on their responsibilities. This salary standard shocked the teachers present. In a small county where the average wage is less than 4,000 yuan, Mei Jinxing, as a homeroom teacher, can earn more than 20,000 yuan a month. The teachers tried to dissuade him, but Guandosi said that they did not need to worry about the funding. The salary increase is intended to relieve teachers of their worries and allow them to devote themselves fully to teaching. He made it clear that teachers would not be forced to eat and live with students, but he asked them to remember that what they teach students is not just grades, but also the confidence to face life's challenges. These words brought tears to the eyes of several young female teachers, completely dispelling their doubts and filling them with enthusiasm and agreement. Mei Jinxing also resolved to fully cooperate with Guandosi. After the bell rang, Guandosi sent the teachers off to work. He personally coordinated with a renovation team to advance the dormitory renovation. In accordance with the system's requirements to reduce cell communication and prevent the risk of escape, and considering the students' reality of studying far from home, Guandosi decided to convert all 6-person rooms into single rooms. He and his team optimized the plan on-site, reusing bed frames at a discounted price, redoing the wiring and bathroom fixtures, using environmentally friendly materials, and adding equipment for students to contact teachers, parents, and hospitals at night. After calculation, the renovation of a single dormitory room cost less than 3,000 yuan. The 2 million yuan budget was more than enough. After signing the contract, Guandosi crushed the renovation acceleration coupon, and the renovation of 6 male and female dormitory buildings was completed instantly. As the morning classes were nearing their end, Guandosi was having a meeting with the class teachers. After finalizing the evening study and dormitory study plan, the program crew suddenly arrived, demanding to enter the students' dormitories to live-stream their lunch break. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Meanwhile, Hengi Middle School readily agreed, with Principal Chung Mingguang stating that there were already surveillance cameras in the dormitory corridors. Teachers checking dormitories is a routine procedure, and students' so-called privacy is of no benefit to teaching. The film crew can follow them at any time. Wang Chengfang made a big fuss about dormitory management, claiming it is a key part of the education system, and even brought in Zhu Ziki, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, to give his opinion. Zhu Ziki said that back then, the dormitory supervisor would check on students' rooms at any time to help them break the habit of reading novels late at night, allowing the whole dormitory to get a good rest. Therefore, he believes that it is worthwhile to give up some privacy during high school. Zhao Qingrong from Qixin Experimental Middle School was even more direct, frankly stating that the first-year dormitories didn't even have door locks, allowing disciplined teachers to check at any time. He claimed the students were too mischievous and needed strict management. The online comments were divided again, with some approving of this responsible approach and others criticizing the students' treatment as worse than being in prison. In the studio, Wang Chengfang grew increasingly smug, insisting that teachers needed sufficient authority to suppress students for education to be considered qualified. Lu Jifa, however, remained silent, wanting to see how Guandosi would respond. The camera cut to Laong Middle School, where Guandosi unhesitatingly refused the program's request to broadcast live from the dormitories, stating that the dormitories were the students' homes and teachers had no right to interfere. He also revealed that the school used single dormitories and that the allocation plan would be finalized before lunch, leaving the entire production team stunned. The live chat exploded with comments. Some were amazed that this was unlike any high school in China, while others praised Guandosi for respecting students' wishes. Still others questioned whether the single dormitories were a cheap publicity stunt. But everyone's attention was focused on Laong Middle School. Wang Chengfang frowned upon seeing the single dormitories, believing that high school students lacked self-care skills and would become unruly without supervision, thus affecting the quality of teaching. Lu Jifa immediately retorted, angrily accusing the students of already enduring high pressure during the day and being monitored even while sleeping at night, saying that 3 years of this would only drive them to their breaking point. These words reversed the tide in the live broadcast, with some criticizing the Hengi model for exploiting students. Subsequently, Following instructions from CCTV, the program team asked Guandosi to explain why he insisted on restoring student dormitory privacy. Guandosi spoke frankly, saying only 5 words: students are human beings. He emphasized that the inviolability of privacy is a fundamental human right, and if schools trample on this bottom line, they cannot be considered educators. He stated that some parents arbitrarily control and spy on their children, not treating them as human beings, and such children will not grow up to be truly human. Without privacy, there is no sense of shame or honor, let alone a correct set of values. Schools that do this are not educating people, but destroying them. These words shocked the entire audience, triggering a surge of comments on the live stream. Viewers who had initially been watching for entertainment began to seriously consider Guandosi's ideas, and some even actively campaigned for him. Wang Qingfang, still undeterred, cited Zhu Ziki as an example, pointing out that the top students trained by Hengyi University still rank among the best at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Lu Jifa, however, pointed out that Zhu Ziki always subconsciously glanced at Wang Qingfang's expression before speaking. This deep-seated fear was a lifelong mark. Zhu Ziki tried to refute, but froze after being exposed. Just then, the big screen switched to Guandosi's words, and he turned pale and remained silent. Lu Jifa was deeply moved. His educational philosophy, which he had been holding onto for 20 years, was enlightened by Guandosi's words. He recognized Guandosi as a fellow traveler and resolved to help him explain his principles to the national audience. After Wang Qingfang finished speaking, Lu Jifa deliberately pressed her to repeat her logic, escalating the tension in the studio. Meanwhile, Guandosi, oblivious to the argument in the studio, immediately returned to the homeroom teacher meeting after the program's questions were answered, focusing on the essential matters. He rejected formalism, holding only necessary meetings to save teachers' time. Yang Sini, an English teacher who graduated from a top-tier university, was shocked by Guandosi's proposal to hold evening self-study sessions in dormitories. She worried that the students' weak foundation and lack of supervision would lead to a loss of control and affect their grades. Guandosi, however, was very firm. He stated that this was in line with the requirements of the warden's system. The system classifies classrooms as education and reform areas and dormitories as cells, and prompts adjustments to students' schedules and increased cell patrols, with failure to complete these tasks resulting in the loss of reform rewards. At the same time, it would allow students to study efficiently in quiet single dormitories, freeing up space for subsequent teaching. Meanwhile, most boarding high schools across the country have finished their lunch break and entered their first lunch break. This will also be the first time that the dormitory environment of 3 high schools will be shown to a national audience. Once the lunch break begins, even eating at Hengyi High School is like a battle. Students hold their trays in one hand while still reciting their lessons in the other. Slogans hanging on the cafeteria walls read, "Study while queuing, no wasting time allowed." In just 20 minutes, everyone seems to be pushed forward by an invisible hand. The moment the food was stuffed into their stomachs, everyone was sprinting back to their dorms. Anyone caught by the dorm supervisor before 12:45 would be severely reprimanded or even suspended from class. This punishment, which sounded like being sent home to rest, became the most terrifying torture for the students. Because everyone understands that once they're away from class for half a day, countless others will trample over them. So, the group of students in the video rushed into the dormitory like a horde of zombies as soon as they finished eating. In less than 5 minutes, they were all collapsed on their beds, panting heavily, forcing themselves into that 1-hour lunch break. The dormitory was a standard 6-person room with bunk beds and desks underneath. Each floor shared a bathroom, and the conditions weren't bad, but the atmosphere was chilling. Teachers patrolled the corridors, watching through the glass to see who was asleep and who wasn't. Even going out to the toilet required questioning, as if students had to report whether they had crossed any boundaries, even in their dreams. Looking at the process, Wang Qingfang was filled with pride, saying that this was what attention to detail was, that this was education that squeezed every second out of every available moment, and that the relentless work ethic developed after enduring this high pressure would become a lifelong asset for students. But this time, the live chat exploded. Some people criticized this as trading one's stomach and life for a higher score. Others said that strenuous exercise right after a meal was paving the way for stomach problems. Still others, seeing rows of students forced to lie down, were moved to tears. Lu Jifa didn't rush to criticize, but simply turned to Zhu Ziki and asked, "Your stomach hurt before lunch. Are you feeling better now?" A simple expression of concern revealed the answer to everyone. Soon, the program switched the camera to Qixin Experimental Middle School. Here, lunch break was not like a rest, but more like a controlled drill that could explode at any moment. The second and third year students sped up immediately upon hearing that they had to go back to their dormitories, while the first year students were still moving slowly. As the camera zoomed into the dormitory, all the viewers fell silent. There were only 8 doors on the entire floor, and each room could fit a full 40 people. The 3-tiered iron bunk beds pressed down so hard that the upper bunks almost touched the ceiling. The door locks had long been removed, and the door panels were covered with marks left by impacts and tears. It looked like someone could start a fire here at any moment. Inside, there were no partitions, no boundaries, just beds and cabinets that you could see from one end to the other at a glance. The toilets and bathrooms were the same. The stalls and washing areas were completely exposed. The only thing that could be considered decent was that they were relatively clean. In the second and third years of high school, dormitory checks relied on calling out numbers, drawing curtains, and turning off the lights, but the first-year students faced an even harsher challenge. The disciplined teachers filed in, ransacking the new students' belongings, tearing clothes out, and throwing them everywhere. The online comments initially erupted in anger, condemning the invasion of privacy, but soon all the noise subsided. The first item found was a watermelon knife, a full 60 centimeters long. When the cabinet at the back was opened, the scene was even more frightening. The disciplined teacher didn't react on the spot, but simply collected and registered the items one by one with a cold face. After the first round of inventory, there were 12 large knives such as machetes and watermelon knives, 43 steel pipes, baseball bats and batons, and 107 small knives such as daggers and fruit knives. 2 stun guns, 1 handheld angle grinder, 14 bottles of liquid alcohol, 1 brass knuckles, 1 bottle of pesticide, cigarettes, alcohol, and countless other items. When the footage of the dormitory at Chishin Experimental Middle School was shown, the entire live stream room fell silent for a moment. The large dormitory room with 40 people resembled a warehouse, but what was found was not prohibited snacks, but knives, sticks, and stun guns. Even alcohol, pesticides, and angle grinders were found. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. The comments section quickly shifted from criticizing the teacher for searching dorm rooms to questioning the meaning of life. No one expected that such a thing could be hidden in the closets of a group of high school students. Wang Chengfeng immediately chimed in, saying that this just proved that Chishin's strict management was necessary, and that these kids needed to be reformed through strong pressure and rules in order to be corrected into useful people. Lu Jifa, however, completely dismissed this notion. He stated bluntly that these children turned out this way primarily because their families and upbringing had deteriorated. Their desperate pursuit of knives and so-called power precisely revealed a deep-seated lack of security. Children like this deserve understanding, respect, and to be treated as human beings, not as troublemakers. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene cut to Laong Middle School. The school bus stopped smoothly in front of the dormitory building. After finishing their meals, the students didn't have to run around or get scolded. They simply got off the bus and went into the building peacefully. The old dormitory building in the shot had been completely renovated. The exterior walls and corridors were clean and bright, showing no signs of having ever been abandoned. The film crew followed a high school freshman named Liao Guanqing inside. The boy had dark skin, and his hands and face bore the marks of years of hard work. He was 17 when he was given the opportunity to attend high school again. 2 years ago, he dropped out of school to work on a construction site because he couldn't afford the tuition. His grandmother insisted on sending him back home, saying, "I can only close my eyes in peace when I see you go to university." So he didn't dare to have any expectations along the way, thinking that since the school provided food and lodging, he had to grit his teeth and accept it no matter how bad the conditions were. He had slept under bridges, in unfinished houses, and at home, he only had a bamboo bed against the wall. Compared to that kind of hardship, even the worst school was decent. But when he walked into the dormitory building, a feeling of disbelief slowly arose in his heart. The wall material was so new it shone. It was the same eco-friendly material he could recognize at a glance after doing renovations, clearly recently renovated. When the homeroom teacher, Li Xueqing, called out, "Liao Guangqing, room 1027, this is your dormitory," he was still standing there in a daze, thinking that he would have to call his roommates next. But the teacher simply shoved the room key into his hand, saying that this was his room all to himself. At that moment, he was completely stunned. A free single dormitory room, he had never even dared to dream of such a thing. The surrounding students also erupted in excitement. Some were so excited that they kept asking if everyone would have their own room. Some remembered how they were tormented by snoring all night when they lived in the dormitory in junior high school, and their eyes lit up. Others repeatedly confirmed whether it was really true that they wouldn't have to pay anymore. Li Xueqing laughed heartily, telling them that everyone had a private dormitory room, and it was all free. The moment he said that, The atmosphere on the entire floor changed. The students' initial restraint gradually dissipated, replaced by barely suppressed excitement. But Liao Guangqing stood at the door, looking at the room, and a new problem arose. The door didn't even have a keyhole. He hesitated, wondering if he should chase after the teacher to ask, and whether it would make him seem stupid, when a large hand suddenly reached out from the side, grasped his wrist, and gently tapped the room card against the door. With a beep, the door popped open. Liao Guangqing quickly turned to thank the teacher, but when he looked up, he froze. Standing next to him was none other than Principal Guandosi. Guandosi, wearing slippers and his prison-style school uniform, looked as relaxed as if he were visiting a neighbor. After listening to his self-introduction, he simply smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he was Guandosi, number 0, and lived next door. He added that they would be neighbors from now on, and asked him to take care of him. After saying that, he turned and went into the next dormitory room. All of this was captured on film by the film crew nearby. When the camera captured Guandosi moving into the student dormitory wearing flip-flops, the live chat exploded with comments, and even Wang Chengfang in the studio was stunned. In all her years in education, she had seen people who shouted slogans and people who put on a show, but she had never seen a principal who would squeeze himself into a dormitory and live like a student. Her first reaction was disbelief, thinking it was probably just a show put on for the national audience during lunch break, and that the principal would definitely go home that night. Little did she know that Guandosi, having lived 2 lives, had long since poured all his passion into education, and he had never considered leaving himself a way out. In his eyes, being given a second chance was a free opportunity, and being able to send these children from the mountains out and help them reach higher places was more important than anything else. He had long been addicted to the thrill of polishing rough gems, and he simply couldn't stop. Even though she was stunned by this scene, Wang Chengfang gritted her teeth and found her footing. She admitted that Guandosi was indeed working hard, but as the old saying goes, a school doesn't care who moves you. In the end, it's the students' grades that matter. Sentiment and posturing alone cannot support real teaching results. On the other side, Liao Guangqing, from room 1027, finally pushed open the door to his own dormitory room. As soon as the door opened, he froze on the spot. In the middle was a soft, large bed. Next to the door was a desk. A brand new air conditioner was hanging by the window, and there was a private bathroom next to the balcony. It was so nice that he didn't dare to take a step. He had slept under bridges and in unfinished houses while working, and when he returned home, he only had a bamboo bed propped up against the wall. This clean and bright single room in front of him, which looked like a new house, didn't feel like a dormitory to him. It felt more like the first time in his life that he had been treated seriously and settled in like a human being. His voice trembled as he asked if he could really live in such a nice place for the next 3 years without paying a single penny. The camera followed his gaze across the entire room, and the comments section went completely wild. Some said the conditions were better than their own bedrooms, while others directly declared they would pay to sit in this kind of prison. Wang Qingfang, however, had to pour cold water on this idea, saying that while such an environment would be great for a hotel or apartment, students come to study, not to enjoy themselves. Too much comfort leads to complacency. A lunch break is just for restoring energy, and making it like this will only make the children forget why they came here. Hearing this, Lu Jifa couldn't hold back any longer and retorted directly. He said that suffering should be avoided, not glorified. Since students can study in a more comfortable environment, why treat harsh conditions as a virtue? He even asked Wang Qingfang why she didn't move to the student dormitory to write her thesis. These words struck the studio like a ton of bricks, leaving Wang Qingfang momentarily speechless. She could only force a change of perspective. She said that these fully enclosed rooms had no observation windows, making it impossible for the school to monitor the student's condition. If someone were to hide dangerous items or an accident were to occur, no one would be held responsible. As soon as she finished speaking, as if it were specifically aimed at her questioning, Liao Guangqing, who had just washed his face and was about to go to bed, suddenly heard a mature and cold female voice in the dormitory, telling him to bind his voice print. He turned around sharply and saw that the screen on the wall next to the desk lit up, flashing a sound wave pattern. Liao Guangqing was stunned for a moment when the black screen lit up by itself, and a calm female voice came from inside the wall. She first completed the voice print binding, and then introduced herself as Xiaoling, the dormitory management AI assistant, representing Principal Zero, who was ready to respond to his needs at any time. He subconsciously asked what this thing could do, and Xiaoling rattled off its functions in one breath: setting alarms, calling dormitory managers, contacting medical staff, monitoring physical condition and emotional fluctuations, and reminding teachers to intervene when necessary. but it would not upload raw data or leak student privacy. The film crew was amazed and asked Liao Guanqing to try setting an alarm. He said, somewhat skeptically, that it would be 6:30 every morning, and Xiaoling immediately popped up an interface, confirming the setting was successful. The child, encountering AI for the first time, paused for 2 seconds, then reflexively said thank you. The live chat exploded with comments. Some laughed at how cute he was, while others were amazed to see such an AI assistant in a high school dormitory for the first time. Some even made serious comparisons, noting that this intelligent monitoring was far gentler and more efficient than dormitory supervisors checking rooms in the middle of the night. In the studio, Wang Chengfang immediately seized the opportunity to question the technology, arguing that education cannot be entrusted to immature technologies like artificial intelligence. A few cameras simply cannot guarantee student safety, much less bear the responsibility of judging behavior and psychological state. Any error could be disastrous. Guandosi, watching the live stream from the next dorm room, wasn't in a hurry to refute it. The system wasn't perfect. He had simply pieced together an open-source model, tweaked it, rented a server, and worked on it for 3 months. The voice, motion, and facial expression analysis was barely adequate and far from being truly mature. What it can do now is trigger warnings when students experience prolonged emotional abnormalities and notify teachers to intervene immediately when fever, falls, signs of sudden death, or self-harm tendencies appear. But when it comes to educational capabilities, it is far from sufficient. It might even give absurd answers to simple calculations. But Guandosi wasn't in a hurry at all, because this was just the beginning. He had already planned to deploy AI in classrooms, playgrounds, and cafeterias, upgrading the entire campus operation and teaching support system. The warden system had also long ago assigned him a task for full surveillance coverage, and as long as funding kept up, he could continue to push forward at any time. Lu Jifa quickly chimed in, saying that technological advancements are undeniable, and it would be truly dangerous if the older generation clung to outdated ideas. He pointed out that Laong Middle School still has teachers patrolling the corridors to assist, with AI merely filling in the gaps. To dismiss it simply because one doesn't understand it demonstrates Wang Chengfang's rigid thinking. This statement completely enraged Wang Chengfang. Her voice rose sharply as she insisted that Guandosi was using students as guinea pigs. She argued that instead of utilizing the Hengyi model, which already had numerous successful precedents, Guan insisted on trying this risky new approach, risking that a mistake would ruin the students' lives. Guandosi wasn't afraid of such criticism, and he knew that no matter how harsh Wang Chengfang was, he was ultimately still an educator. But outdated ideas should eventually be swept into the dustbin of history. However, Rome wasn't built in a day, and Laong Middle School was far from achieving his vision of prison-style teaching. The dormitories in the 3 schools quickly quieted down, and the students finally got a break after half a day of hard study. The film crew also temporarily packed up their cameras, no longer disturbing their lunch break. But Guandosi in the next dormitory was full of energy. His body had been readjusted after the transmigration, and 4 hours of sleep was enough for him to get through the whole day. The debate in the studio hadn't stopped. It ranged from whether AI was reliable to whether technological innovation should be brought into schools, even dragging Zhu Ziki out as a prime example for relentless scrutiny, leaving the 19-year-old sweating profusely. Only when the host forcefully intervened did they announce that the evening's self-study program would continue to be broadcast live at 6 p.m. After the advertisement came in, Guandosi glanced at the live stream data and even raised an eyebrow at himself. On a weekday noon, the number of people online at the same time had reached 3.4 million, and the total number of clicks had exceeded 10 million, directly topping the Douyin hot list. The second place was also the live stream of a top streamer. He clicked in and saw that the host was eating from a large rice bowl while commenting. He said that he originally thought it was a boring documentary praising Hengyi Middle School, but he didn't expect that Laong Middle School, the prison high school, would become the biggest variable. Conflict, comparison, and mutual insults were all there, and the more he watched, the more addicted he became. The comments section erupted in cheers, with some saying the show's appeal lay in the clash of 3 educational philosophies, while others simply wanted to see what outrageous new tricks Principal Guan could come up with. Guandosi, however, knew perfectly well that while the show was generating buzz, very few people were truly engaged in serious reflection on education. As he was thinking, a knock came at the door. The door opened, and there stood Mei Jianxing, the head of student affairs, his face beaming with undisguised joy. "Principal, most of the people you asked me to contact this morning have agreed." Guandosi smiled immediately. This was the crucial piece of the puzzle he needed to complete next. In his view, no matter how much the school is upgraded, it ultimately comes down to people. The students' poor foundation and the shortage of teachers are facts, and the system is demanding more patrol personnel. The answer is obvious: if there's a teacher shortage, then keep adding teachers. Young teachers take on core subjects, while retired teachers are rehired to conduct dormitory inspections and provide evening tutoring. This approach not only meets the system requirements, but also strengthens students' foundational knowledge. Those retired, top-tier teachers who are often overlooked in big cities are actually the most suitable candidates for Laong Middle School, especially since the school now has ample funding. Mei Jinxing lowered his voice and told him that many veteran teachers had watched the morning's live broadcast and were deeply moved by Guandosi's decision to waive tuition and provide room and board for the students. Some immediately agreed to come back and help, while others even contacted him, saying that coming to the school that evening to keep an eye on the children would be a contribution. As he finished speaking, Mei Jinxing's expression became complicated. He reminded Guandosi that although everyone agreed with the school's original aspirations, many people were still not convinced by its educational philosophy, including his own mother, Wu Huijun. Guandosi remembered that provincial-level distinguished teacher. Gaining her approval was not something that could be achieved with mere words. That's not a problem. These retired teachers aren't inflexible, Guandosi said confidently. As long as the school's current work is presented to them and they can see the changes in the students for themselves, these retired teachers will eventually become the most stable force at Laong Middle School. He didn't even want to wait until tomorrow and told Mei Jinxing to call the person over tonight to be responsible for the 3 hours of evening self-study at a wage of 200 yuan per hour so that the old woman wouldn't make a wasted trip. Mei Jinxing's eyes lit up when he heard this, and thinking of his own mother's life, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But before he left, several young teachers knocked on the door and came in. Leading them were Li Xueqing and Yang Sini. Looking at the many empty single dorm rooms, they simply said they wanted to move in as well, saying that the conditions were better than the small rooms they rented in the county town, and that it was closer to the students and more convenient to do things. Guandosi didn't want to put undue pressure on the teachers, but after listening to the sincerity of these young people, he could see that they were slowly learning to think from the students' perspective. In the end, he nodded and told Mei Jinxing to register everyone, and that anyone who wanted to move could move, as long as this matter didn't become a form of moral blackmail. Then he suddenly turned his gaze to Mei Jinxing and said, "You have to set an example." Mei Jinxing's face stiffened, and even his wife and children flashed through his mind, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed to move in tomorrow. Just as he made up his mind, Guandosi stopped him directly and said, "You're wrong. You absolutely cannot move in." This statement stunned everyone present. Guandosi patted Mei Jinxing on the shoulder, but his tone became even more serious, saying that the example he, as the dean of students, should set was not to move into the dormitory with the young teachers, but to tell all teachers with families that it was okay not to move in, and not to force themselves into a burden because of their beliefs. Teachers must first ensure their own well-being before they can truly take good care of their students. Guandosi never wanted this kind of performative sacrifice. He only wanted one thing: to prioritize the students' needs while simultaneously guaranteeing the teacher's own quality of life. Upon hearing this, Mei Jinxing's initial tension instantly dissipated, leaving only deeper admiration. After he waved the others away, the system panel finally popped up. Cell security upgrade complete. 2 million in upgrade funds received, plus a new item and a newly unlocked system shop. Guandosi's spirits lifted. He knew his dormitory and evening study arrangements were now completely successful. The new item is called the Confession Link Terminal, a name that sounds rather sinister. The system explained it in a very serious manner, saying that this thing can connect to any camera or display device inside the prison regardless of distance, allowing prisoners and victims outside the prison to confess remotely. Guandosi's lips twitched upon hearing this. This isn't a real prison. What kind of student confession is this? But as soon as he had a thought, a device that looked like a tablet but was lighter and thinner appeared in his hand. It had no charging port, a black screen, and looked completely unremarkable, but after a few tries, he quickly connected it to the little smart in his dorm room. The next second, the dorm room screen appeared directly on the device, as clear as a living mirror. Even more outrageous, this was the only item currently listed in the system shop, priced at a mere 100 yuan for modification funds. Guandosi stared at the price, his eyes gradually brightening. The system only mentioned that it could be used for repentance, but didn't specify that it could only be used this way. So, could he buy a batch and distribute them to students' parents? Guandosi stared at the batch of terminals that only cost 100 yuan, his mind racing. Many students here don't even have smartphones, let alone video calling capabilities at home. Most are from farming families or left-behind children, and to know what's happening at home, they often can only wait for a teacher to relay a message. But the more this happens, the more homesick these children who have come from afar to study in the county town become. Once they suppress their emotions and worries, their study habits will inevitably suffer. Since the system has delivered the terminal to him, he, as the principal, should reconnect this long-lost link so that the students can see the faces of their families. He immediately changed his shoes and rushed back to the principal's office, where he spent 50,000 yuan to buy 500 repentance link terminals. He then connected the Shaoling assistant in each dormitory to the network, enabling students to meet with their parents remotely at regular intervals. Being able to hear their voices is one thing, but being able to see their expressions and demeanor is another kind of reassuring force. Next, he drafted the instruction manual, printed the same number of copies, and then retrieved the home addresses and contact persons from the student files. He found that, as expected, most of them lived in the surrounding towns and villages, and very few actually lived in the county seat. This made sense. Families with slightly better financial situations wouldn't specifically transfer to this newly reopened free high school. The furthest family was only 50 kilometers away, and with expedited shipping, many devices could be delivered before the evening break. He immediately contacted the courier company and sent out the devices in individual packages. Busy until almost 2 a.m., he thought of another problem. If the parents' feeds suddenly connected to the students' dormitories, it would be troublesome if misunderstood by outsiders. What he wanted was for more people to accept his educational philosophy, not to hand people a knife for no reason. So he immediately registered an official Douyin account, Principal Guan of Laong Middle School, and leveraging the show's popularity, the verification process was completed in less than 15 minutes. As soon as the account was set up, he posted his first update with great force. Our school's dormitory management AI has been open-sourced. It's my humble creation, and anyone can download and use it. Feedback is welcome. A link to the model platform was attached. Within 10 minutes, the comments section erupted like a dam breaking. Some were shocked that he dared to open source it, some mocked it as a Frankenstein's monster, and others immediately countered that the architecture was very advanced. In a Shanghai-based internet company, Zhang Zhanpeng, scrolling through his phone during his lunch break, also saw this push notification. This AI PhD happened to be a test taker from a small town in Wuxi County, and was once a student of Guandosi's father. Seeing his hometown school suddenly appear, he had been paying attention all along, and now he was even more eager to see for himself how good the model really was. He had initially worried that Principal Guan might not be an expert in AI, and that he might be able to help point out any flaws. But after downloading the over 100 gigabytes model to his computer and peeling back the layers of documentation and structure, his expression grew increasingly serious. He frowned for 5 minutes, sat up straight for 10, and after an hour, he was completely unable to look away from his eyes. Metadata is extracted locally, then routed to different expert models as needed, and finally output uniformly by the core model. This structure directly boosts accuracy by 30%, while still leaving room for future expansion interfaces. Zhang Zhanpeng could tell at a glance that Guandosi wasn't there for guidance at all. He genuinely intended to work hard on a larger educational AI system. He immediately tried to contact Principal Guan, but couldn't find a way to do so after searching through all his accounts. Just as he was anxiously looking up the school's phone number, a post from a prominent influencer caught his eye, accusing Guandosi of installing cameras in the dormitories to spy on students. Zhang Zhanpeng stared at this slanderous post, his face darkening instantly. He then sneaked up to the company rooftop and recorded a video explaining Principal Guan's model. As the popularity of Laong Middle School continued to rise, Guandosi's private messages exploded. Some said they would keep voting for the school, while others immediately accused him of misleading students. But he didn't care about these illogical emotions. What really made him stop was a long letter from a parent. The parent wrote over 1,000 words, saying that his child jumped from the rooftop of Hengi Middle School's Yunnan branch 3 years ago. He claimed it wasn't an accident, but rather that the child was driven to death. His words were filled with regret and accusation. He said that if Principal Guan's philosophy had emerged a few years earlier, perhaps the tragedy wouldn't have happened. After reading the letter, Guandosi remained silent for a long time, only slowly rubbing his sore eyes. His passion for education was reignited by the letter. He not only wanted to establish Laong Middle School, but if given the opportunity, he also wanted to promote this educational model nationwide, just like Hengi did. He quickly turned his attention back to the system panel. The clothing, housing, and transportation aspects were almost complete. Now, the only thing that needed tackling was the food aspect. The cafeteria was still being managed by the outsourced contractor left behind by the original owner. While this saved time, hygiene and nutrition were being severely compromised, and the contractor could be fired at any time after the 3-month probation period. He worked at his desk until 5 p.m. when the film crew returned to the school to film the second half of the live broadcast. As usual, the person in charge asked him if there was anything he could do to cooperate. Guandosi just smiled and waved his hand, saying that filming as it was, letting the whole country see what students were really doing in the evening, and also letting him understand better what problems the school still had. After a short break, Decoding Education resumed broadcasting. The host immediately presented the theme for the second half, stating that the most important thing for a school is not how closely teachers supervise students, but whether they can cultivate genuine self-learning abilities in their students. As soon as he finished speaking, the camera cut back to the highly anticipated Hengi High School. At 6:15 p.m., the 10th period ended, and the students rushed off to eat dinner. By 6:41 p.m., roll call had already resumed in the classroom. Subtracting the time spent traveling to and from the cafeteria, their daily mealtime was less than 25 minutes. The entire process was as fast as a battle, with even swallowing and breathing feeling like a race against time. Once everyone has arrived, the classroom will play the evening news. This is considered the most relaxed time of their day, and many students watch it with extra care because it's one of the few times they don't have to frantically do practice problems. But as soon as the news ends, evening self-study immediately follows, with 3 consecutive periods, dragging on until 9:50 p.m. The most terrifying thing about evening self-study at Hengi High School isn't the quiet, it's the deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop in the entire building. No one dares waste a single second because the workload is terrifying. Sometimes, senior students even have extra sessions to go over practice problems, squeezing even more time into the already limited time allotted for homework. Not finished. The first time you get criticized, the second time you have to write a self-criticism, the third time you're sent straight home to reflect. Looking at these images, Wang Chengfeng immediately repackaged this high-pressure system as genuine self-directed learning, saying that students who spend a long time in this environment will naturally develop a mindset optimal for learning, and even if they leave the schedule later, they will get used to this high efficiency. The more she spoke, the more smug she became, as if she had already secured the victory for Hengi. But Lu Jifa's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. He could somewhat understand the situation at Qixin Experimental School as being forced by circumstances, but he scoffed at the Hengi model. With such high-quality teaching staff and top-performing students, how could they implement such inhumane measures? He was determined to get to the bottom of this. When Lu Jifa heard Wang Chengfeng praise this high-pressure pace as high-efficiency learning, he immediately retorted. He said that true high efficiency is not about forcing students to study for 12 hours a day in exchange for only a little over 1 point of improvement in average performance. Such practices may seem inspiring, but at their core, they represent laziness on the part of management. He cut to the heart of the problem. For such pitiful scores, students don't even have the right to eat in peace, rest properly, or take care of their health. They suffer from nearsightedness, stomach problems, chronic pain, and all sorts of other ailments. This is not educational success, but rather the school crudely throwing the methods it should have optimized onto the students' bodies to bear the consequences. Wang Chengfeng, however, refused to budge, relentlessly arguing that even 1.43 points is an improvement. She said the college entrance exam is a matter of life and death. A single point can eliminate thousands of students. As long as the result is better, the effort is worthwhile. Besides, no one is forcing these students. Aren't they all working hard, competing, and actively striving to climb higher? The comments section quickly split into 2 camps. Some felt it wasn't worth staying up 3 or 4 hours for such a small score, while others insisted that the college entrance exam was a brutal selection process, and even a single extra point could change one's fate. Seeing that the 2 professors were about to get bogged down in another topic, the host had no choice but to change the subject, switching the camera to the evening self-study session at Qixin Experimental Middle School. At Qixin Experimental School, evening classes didn't start with studying. Instead, all the students were gathered on the playground first. In the evening breeze, the head of the teaching department stood on the platform, holding a list of students who had violated regulations. He read the list aloud from class to class, announcing each name as if he were publicly executing all the students, or as if he were setting rules for the new students. In the first year of high school, almost every class had a dozen or so students called out by name for various offenses, including skipping class, dyeing hair, carrying knives, and talking back to teachers. Many of those called out didn't seem to care, and some even deliberately egged them on, as if it were a way to hold their heads high among their classmates. But by the time they reached the second and third years of high school, the atmosphere had completely changed. Those in the second year of high school who were called out by name were already laughing awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with those around them. The third year was even tougher. The few who were called out either kept their heads bowed tightly or turned pale under the stares of their classmates. It wasn't just ordinary shame. It was a fear of being seen as a burden, a nuisance, and a drag on the class by the entire class. Immediately afterwards, the head of student affairs announced the class point system. 200 points each week. The class with the highest score would receive a 150 yuan supermarket voucher for each student, plus 50 yuan in cash. The top 3 classes would also receive rewards. The class with the lowest score and 0 points would be responsible for cleaning the entire school. If they didn't do a good job, they would continue to lose points. The first-year high school students immediately fell silent. The moment this rule was announced, even the comments section understood it. The school wasn't simply using beatings and punishments to intimidate students. Instead, it was binding the class into a community of shared interests. If one person made a mistake, the whole class suffered. 200 yuan might not be much to adults, but for these high school students, it was a substantial amount of money that could affect their mood and status for a whole week. Wang Chengfeng highly praised the collective reward and punishment mechanism, believing that using disciplined teachers as external supervisors and class honors and material rewards as internal constraints can enable students to supervise and restrain each other, ultimately forming habits of independent learning and obedience to rules, which is a truly efficient way of education and reform. Lu Jifa didn't argue immediately. His gaze remained on the big screen, where a girl in the senior class who had been singled out for criticism was secretly wiping away tears, while the surrounding classmates looked at her with cold, sharp eyes, as if determined to isolate her completely. For the sake of a mere 200 yuan weekly reward, the camaraderie among classmates had become so fragile. He instantly saw through the core problem of this system. Using interest to drive interpersonal relationships only cultivates sophisticated egoists. Shifting personal mistakes to the loss of the whole class does not bring a sense of collective honor, but rather exclusion, humiliation, and isolation, which is essentially creating school bullying. After a moment's thought, he slowly spoke during Wang Qingfeng's speech. This kind of measure is simply the perfect breeding ground for school bullying. As soon as he said this, the live stream chat exploded, and viewers began to reflect on the drawbacks of this model. Meanwhile, more people's attention was drawn to the scene at Laong Middle School. Guandosi once again came up with an unexpected new move, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. After dinner, the students prepared to take the bus back to their classrooms as usual, but the school bus drove straight to the dormitory area, and the passageway leading to the teaching building was locked. The accompanying teacher announced that from now on, all evening self-study sessions would be held in the dormitories, which completely baffled Liao Guanqing. He had dropped out of school for many years and had a weak foundation of knowledge. He didn't understand much of the content during the day and had hoped to ask the teacher for help in the classroom during evening self-study. Now, alone in the dormitory, he had no idea how to study and was at a loss. He tentatively stepped out of the room. There were no teachers patrolling the corridor, only a person wearing a loose coat and slippers looking down at their phone. Looking up, Liao Guanqing recognized him as Principal Guandosi, who lived next door. Guandosi smiled and asked what was wrong. Liao Guanqing quickly inquired about the evening study arrangements, and the cameraman immediately pointed the lens at the principal. Guandosi first gestured for the students to finish speaking, then calmly explained to the camera, "The reason we let students study in the dormitory in the evening is simply because it's more comfortable here." Wang Qingfeng in the studio immediately frowned, saying that this was an absurd practice by an outsider, and that without a collective atmosphere and teacher supervision, students would inevitably slack off, and children with weak foundations would be even less likely to catch up with students from Hengyi Middle School. But before she could finish speaking, the scene immediately contradicted her words. Dean of Studies Mei Jianxing led more than 30 retired senior teachers into the dormitory building. Including the school's on-duty teachers, Laong Middle School had less than 500 students, and more than 50 tutors were assigned to evening self-study sessions, meaning that on average, there was one teacher for every 10 students to answer their questions. Wu Huijun, who led the team, was Guandaosi's former Chinese teacher and is also a provincial-level distinguished teacher. She jokingly remarked that her former student was now the principal. Guandosi half-jokingly asked her to bear with it for the time being. The veteran teachers also frankly stated that the school's model was unconventional, but they were willing to stay and observe for 3 days because of their original aspirations for running the school. If they did not see any results, they would leave immediately. Afterwards, Guandosi took Liao Guanqing back to the dormitory and activated the evening self-study QA appointment system on the smart device on the wall. The screen neatly displayed information on dozens of teachers, including their subjects, resumes, teaching levels, and online status. Teachers could make appointments immediately when they were available or automatically queue up when they were busy. Even a special grade teacher like Wu Huijun was on the list. Guandosi told Liao Guangxing that if he didn't understand a subject, he could ask that teacher for help, and the teacher would come to his home to tutor him. If he felt it was too noisy, he could close the door, and if he needed supervision, he could open the door. Everything was up to the student. Only then did Liao Guangxing realize that the evening self-study sessions at Laong Middle School were not laissez-faire, but rather an upgrade from Group QA to precise one-on-one tutoring. In the studio, Lu Jifa immediately pointed out that the teacher-to-student ratio at Laong Middle School was close to that of private tutors, far exceeding the efficiency of the traditional model. Wang Changfeng still refused to budge, asking in return who would be responsible if students stayed indoors, didn't study, or daydreamed. The camera then switched to a comparison, showing the completely different self-study conditions at two other schools. Hengi High School operates under a high-pressure system. Classrooms are deathly silent, and students waste a lot of time queuing to ask questions. Qixin Experimental Middle School, on the other hand, is polarized, with top students receiving special attention while students in the back rows are tacitly allowed to slack off and waste time. Lu Jifa became increasingly angry as he looked at the two schools. One forced students to become machines, while the other simply abandoned struggling students. He firmly believes that Guandosi would never agree with the logic that if you don't study, you deserve to fall behind. The comments section was also fiercely divided, with some arguing that given the right conditions, if they didn't study, they could only blame themselves. Others felt that these children simply lacked proper guidance and shouldn't be abandoned by the education system. Just as the debate reached its climax, Guandosi once again made a groundbreaking move in the live broadcast from Laong Middle School, instantly causing the screen to explode with comments. What kind of divine move is this? Is this the prisoner's dilemma? Principal Guan truly understands people's hearts. Guandosi didn't stop from the start of evening self-study. Reservations kept popping up on the terminal. Relying on his ability to teach all subjects, he ran back and forth between the 6 dormitory buildings. He even used the old freight elevator like a charging soldier. He was so busy that it was like he was fighting a hard battle without gunpowder. Fortunately, the single dorm rooms completely separated privacy, and male teachers could enter the girls' dormitory to answer questions without overstepping the boundaries. The elevator also helped to support the legs of retired teachers. However, the film crew did not follow him. Instead, they focused their camera on another person, Luo Yangxia, student number 1049, a child who did not want to go to high school at all. Luo Yangxia wasn't incapable of learning. He simply didn't believe that studying was useful. When his mother died, his knowledge of organelles couldn't save her. When his father went out to work, his ability to calculate friction couldn't stop him. When the 3 acres of rice at home withered from drought, his knowledge of the water cycle couldn't change his fate. Therefore, he concluded that studying was pointless, and working was the only real solution. He was able to come to Laong Middle School purely because his father slapped him into the classroom. In order to save his 28 teeth, he obediently sat in the classroom. But when he returned to the dormitory after evening self-study, he would immediately take out a novel, lie down on the bed, and not touch his homework. He felt comfortable and thought he should slack off. The live stream repeatedly cut to him, and he was still in the same posture. The viewers in the chat were laughing hysterically. Wang Changfeng finally seized the opportunity to draw a conclusion, saying that this was the consequence of no one being watching him. Students become complacent and ruin their future. Guandosi's self-study system will eventually ruin the student's future. Lu Jifa remained silent, knowing that things were far from simple. Sure enough, just half an hour later, Xiaoling suddenly spoke up. Congratulations to number 1049 for achieving first place in the first-year high school students slacking off time ranking in this round of evening self-study behavior assessment. Luo Yangxia jumped out of bed on the spot, rushed to the screen, and saw that the leaderboard on the right side displayed study time, accuracy rate, preview and review, and overall efficiency. The rightmost column was his public execution. At the top of the leaderboard was number 1049, Luo Yangxia, and his study time was still increasing. The second-place finisher only lasted a little over 6 minutes. His mind went blank. If the whole school saw this, he would be utterly humiliated. His 3 years of dating experience would be completely destroyed. What's worse, Xiaoling deliberately provoked him with her tone. This sentence completely blew him away. He couldn't stand such sarcastic remarks, and his rebellious streak surged up. He grabbed his physics workbook and started working on it hard, with only one thought in his mind: to beat that big black guy number 1027 first. Even if I give you a half-hour head start, I can still turn the tables. Upon seeing this, Lu Jifa clapped and laughed. He finally understood Guandosi's brilliance. This was not some kind of laissez-faire self-study. It was incorporating the prisoner's dilemma and real-time feedback into evening self-study, using the school-wide ranking to create competition and stimulate students' competitive spirit in reverse. Luo Yangxiao excitedly wrote 2 questions, but was dumbfounded. He hadn't listened to any lessons during the day, and concepts like acceleration, pursuit, and velocity curves were all like gibberish. He spent 3 minutes trying to understand the question stem, but still couldn't figure it out. The more he read, the more panicked he became, and he even imagined being laughed at by the whole class. He hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and clicked on the QA appointment. Just then, Li Xueqing's profile picture was lit up, so he made up his mind to call him directly, even opening the door at the same time. In less than 3 minutes, Li Xueqing arrived at the door, and Xiaoling had already sent a summary of the questions to his phone. He entered without a word, immediately dissecting the problem and cramming in the formulas, pulling the kid out of his predicament in less than 10 minutes. Luo Yangxiao finally experienced the feeling of, I can do it too, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Looking at the boy's face that finally lit up on the screen, Lu Jifa laughed so hard that his glasses could barely cover it. He said that Laong Middle School's evening self-study system was too advanced, far surpassing even the Hengyi model, and that this model should be promoted nationwide immediately. Lu Jifa praised Laong Middle School's evening self-study sessions to the skies, saying that the teachers knew where the students were stuck even before they entered the room, and that once inside, they would address the problems one-on-one. There was no one watching or making a fuss, and the efficiency of answering questions and the precision of individualized instruction far surpassed the other 2 schools. He became more and more excited as he spoke, stating that in such an environment, teachers are relaxed and students are not tense, making it easier for knowledge to enter their minds. The comments section also overwhelmingly supported him. Many people who initially thought studying in dormitories was too radical were now completely convinced and started shouting for their support for Principal Guan. But Wang Qingfang didn't panic. Instead, she calmed down and pointed out the most pressing issue. All of this is based on the premise that the students are willing to cooperate. What if they encounter students who genuinely want to slack off, deliberately cause trouble, and simply won't listen to reason? How can Laong Middle School manage them? After she finished speaking, even Lu Jifa fell silent for a moment. He had to admit that this woman had indeed hit the nail on the head. Hengyi Middle School had suspension as punishment, Qixi Middle School had a points-based reward system, but so far, Laong Middle School seemed to be all about guidance, without any disciplinary measures that would frighten the students. On the other side of the screen, Guandosi, who had just finished an hour-long QA session, opened the live stream and heard this sentence, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Others worried that he didn't have the means, but they had no idea that the man who was called Principal Yama in his previous life was the least lacking in ruthless ways to deal with troublemakers. Not to mention, he also has a warden system, with the disciplinary system reform brightly displayed on the panel. Laong Middle School is a prison high school. How could it not have discipline? He just hasn't had the time to deal with it yet. When he really needs to, the students will definitely obey obediently. Just as he was pondering this, there was a knock at the door. Guandosi opened it, and standing outside were Wu Huijun and a group of retired teachers who had been rehired, followed by a film crew. Judging from their demeanor, he understood that they had come seeking answers to their questions. Wu Huijun first admitted that she had misjudged him. She said that she originally thought Guandosi was all talk and no action, and was worried that he wouldn't be able to implement his promises, so she thought she would come back to keep an eye on him. But after looking around, she found that he put the students' feelings first everywhere in the school. But after praising him, her face still darkened. She stared at Guandosi and cut to the chase. These children in the mountains study so hard, not for ideals or sentiments, but for grades. Only grades can pull them out of layers of poverty. Does he even understand this responsibility? Guandosi didn't shy away at all. He smiled and said, "Companies emphasize performance, factories emphasize output, supermarkets emphasize sales, but schools are fundamentally different from these places. In a school, the last thing that should be talked about every day is precisely grades, because students know what they're there to do the moment they walk through the school gates. Students aren't paid employees. They willingly sit in the classroom because they know their primary duty is to learn. Even the most averse to learning doesn't truly feel they're wasting their time at school. As for improved grades, that's a natural consequence of the learning process. It's something that happens naturally." Guandosi could see that these veteran teachers were beginning to be moved by his ideas. If it were just talk, these experienced teachers who had taught for decades would never be easily convinced. But tonight they had witnessed the changes in their students during evening self-study, and that impact was more powerful than any empty words. He then took the opportunity to delve deeper into the topic. The students, not the teachers, are the ones who ultimately enter the examination room. What teachers should focus on most is never the scores themselves, but the teaching itself. School leaders should be more concerned with educational policies and the conditions that can make teaching more effective. Constantly focusing on grades will only narrow their path. He looked at Wu Huijun and said calmly, "Why do students not do well in their studies? Many times it's not that they don't want to learn, but that the conditions aren't right. It's more comfortable to study in the dormitory." So he moved evening self-study sessions into the dormitory. Students get tired and slack off. So he made a progress list so they could see the gap themselves. If students have questions, he invites teachers to the building to answer them anytime. The college entrance examination may seem to be about individual ability, but in fact it is about who has better conditions behind them. If you put the top scorer in Beijing into the situation of left-behind children in the mountains, can he still easily get first place? The answer is obvious. What Guandosi wants to do is to protect these children in the mountains and give them the right to compete for first place. After these words, Wu Huijun remained silent for a long time. She suddenly recalled how she had scolded students with their report cards over the years, and the more she thought about it, the heavier her heart felt. Didn't the students want to do well? Who didn't want to be number one? Who didn't want to hold their head high? Perhaps it wasn't the children who should be reflecting, but rather the teachers themselves. When she spoke again, her face was filled with pride and admiration. "I never thought I could teach a student like you. From now on, I'll leave these old bones to you. Explaining problems and supervising evening self-study sessions will be more than enough for you." The retired teachers behind her nodded in agreement, completely siding with Guandosi. But in the studio, Wang Chengfang still refused to admit it. She insisted that if schools didn't repeatedly emphasize grades and put the harsh realities of the college entrance exam on students' shoulders, where would the students' sense of urgency and their willingness to face death come from? In her view, Guandosi's approach looked good on the surface, but it was too soft at heart and would eventually be torn apart by reality. Lu Jifa immediately retorted. He said that what truly motivates students is never to corner them, but to encourage them to move forward even in a comfortable environment. The Hengi model relies on high pressure to force students to learn. Once the pressure is gone, who will continue? The children cultivated by Guandosi will find their own way wherever they go. Meanwhile, the sentiment in the live stream was subtly shifting. More and more people were beginning to resent the idea of turning hardship into a badge of honor. Guandosi, however, had no time to pay attention to these things. He looked down at Xiaoling's back-end rankings and found that the homework completion rate for the first and second-year students was already quite good, but the third-year students clearly had too much homework. This problem needed to be addressed as soon as possible. After evening self-study, the retired teachers sat downstairs waiting for the school bus to go home, but all of them were looking at their score calculations. Some were laughing and comparing their approval ratings, while others were teased by their classmates for losing 2 points in their patience index. Wu Huijun even scolded Mei Jianxing on the spot, complaining that he hadn't moved to the dormitory to stand guard, scolding him like a son until he couldn't lift his head. Guandosi walked over, pulled Mei Jianxing to his side, and smiled as he helped him out of the awkward situation. "Old Mei is my number 001, a key member of the school. His contributions are considerable." Mei Jianxing looked smug, and Wu Huijun's expression finally softened. The night breeze blew by, the school bus slowly drove away, and the first day of teaching at Laong Middle School came to a successful end. Chapter 30. The task remains heavy and the road ahead is long. After Guandosi sent away the vast majority of the teachers, the production team of the program, however, has not yet left. After all, the program's purpose is to fully showcase all aspects of school education methods. Each school's bedtime system cannot be skipped. Guandosi took out his phone. Most of the packages he sent out this afternoon have already been received. The delivery addresses are mostly in surrounding towns and villages, making this type of express delivery almost equivalent to same-city flash delivery. Perfect timing. Let's put them to use for the first time during bedtime. Summon the system panel and begin binding the confession terminals to the cameras in the corresponding student dormitories. At the same time, inside the studio, during the evening self-study period, a live broadcast lasted for 3.5 hours. The two guests continued to express their opinions and debate from various perspectives, but neither of them seemed tired at all. On the contrary, they became more and more energetic as they debated. However, the youngest host in the studio showed signs of fatigue. Both guests are truly highly educated intellectuals. To keep up with their train of thought, while also adjusting the atmosphere of the live stream to avoid it becoming too tense. It's mentally and physically exhausting. Even so, he still had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of advancing the program. We can also see that the schedules of various schools have gradually shifted to the bedtime phase. Oh, I also want to go to bed. It's only a little past 9, not even 10 o'clock. Why do I feel so tired? Continuing to host this show will probably shorten my lifespan. So let's follow the cameraman and see the real situation of students going to bed in different schools. On the screen, the image unfolds. Haeungi Middle School. A sharp bell rang. Although the vast majority of students did not complete their homework. However, they didn't have time to dawdle. As soon as the bell rang, I quickly put down my pen and dashed out of the classroom like a 100-meter sprinter. 21:45, evening self-study session ends. At 10 p.m. sharp, all students must be in bed. Within those short 15 minutes, students will need to rush from the classroom to their dormitory, wash up, get ready, and lie down in bed to go to sleep. Undoubtedly, the campus was suddenly filled with students running around. The temperature in September was already a bit chilly. However, even after such strenuous exercise, you will still break out in a light sweat. So what? Want to take a shower? Don't even think about it until the weekend. Showering once a week is considered standard practice for students at Haeungi Middle School. Many students who came out late, upon checking their watches, would even skip brushing their teeth and washing their faces and go straight to bed. Over time, the smell in the dormitories and classrooms became unimaginable. And those students who were faster, the first thing they didn't do was rush to the washroom to wash up. Instead, he quickly pulled out a phone card from his pocket and rushed to the phone booths on each floor of the dormitory. Students at Haeungi Middle School are, of course, not allowed to bring cell phones. Even mobile phones are not allowed. Soon, the film crew captured footage of a long queue forming outside the telephone booth. Even if it's only for a few minutes, some students still want to talk to their parents. Under such academic pressure, listening to one's parents is a great comfort. The only time to make a phone call, excluding weekends, is during the 2 periods before lunch break and evening break each day. Each student's call time is limited to 2 minutes, after which the call will be automatically disconnected. In fact, within 2 minutes, the students at the back of the line would start urging them on. Soon, the bell rang again on campus. This is the preparatory bell at 21:58. The dormitory supervisor will begin inspections now. Many students in the telephone room haven't been able to speak with their parents yet, but there was no other way, so I gritted my teeth and ran to the dormitory. 2 minutes later, lights out. Almost all the students were in bed. The first round of roll call has ended. Another 10 minutes later, in the pitch black, the dormitory supervisor began his second patrol of the corridor, carrying a flashlight. I opened the door, entered the dormitory, and shone a powerful flashlight on each student's face. Even so, if the student's expression shows any abnormality, the offender will be immediately recorded and given a demerit. More than 3 offenses will result in suspension from classes. Did the light make you frown and squint? Isn't that because you weren't asleep? The dormitory, which was bustling and fast-paced just 10 minutes ago, is now deathly silent. For students at Haeungi Middle School, their day has officially come to an end. The next day will be a complete repetition of the same thing. Students will be subjected to high pressure and high temperature during this process, turning them into absolute college entrance examination machines. Inside the studio, all images of Haeungi Middle School. Professor Wang Chungfang must give him a good compliment. Tense, efficient. This shows that the school not only attaches great importance to students' learning, but also to their rest. It is this high-quality sleep guarantee that enables students to get up early every day to face a high-intensity study schedule. And the teachers' patrols further eliminate the possibility of students not resting properly or making small movements. This highly matched and interconnected learning approach is the secret to the success of the Haeungi model. Upon seeing this scene, Professor Liu Jifa's facial features involuntarily twitched. He had never before had such a close look at the students' lives at Haeungi Middle School, seeing the tragic state of these students at this moment. Then I thought of something else. This kind of experience is not limited to the more than 10,000 students at Haeungi Middle School. In addition, Haeungi High School has 4 different branch campuses across the country, with more than 50,000 students. There are many more high schools that, under the prevailing societal trend of learning from the Haeungi model, have educational systems that are virtually identical to, or even more extreme than, those Haeungi High School. The number of students who were victimized is countless. This inhumane ideology swept across the country like a virus. His heart felt like it had been pounded, and even his breathing became heavy. For a moment, I couldn't think of any words to refute Professor Wang Chungfang's fallacies. However, the barrage of comments, gradually influenced by Principal Guan's philosophy, helped Professor Liu Jifa launch an even more ferocious offensive. Are you stupid? If you shine a flashlight in a student's eyes, who wouldn't wake up? Sometimes I wonder if these teachers are happy to see their students suffer. Aren't they all psychopaths? They don't even have time to shower or use the toilet. Do you treat students like human beings? This stupid woman is insane. How can she praise such a miserable state? Is it acceptable to torture students like this for the sake of grades? Having seen Principal Guan's compassionate words, seeing this horrific scene here, the contrast is too stark. It's fortunate that your students don't have cell phones. If they could see the state of affairs at Laong Middle School, they would definitely boil you in a huge pot and kill you inhuman teachers. Only a few phones on each floor? Is this a deliberate attempt to prevent students from communicating with their parents? This is a gradual psychological isolation of the students, making them easier to control. But, among the comments, it's still clear that some groups are clearly out of place. Parents suffer while working hard, so their children should also suffer a bit. I think this situation is quite good. These sacrifices are all worthwhile. After all, the Hengi model is designed to improve academic performance. What about schools like Laong Middle School? Their final results will definitely be inferior to Hengi Middle Schools. If you don't endure these 3 years of hardship now, you'll suffer for the rest of your life. It's all worth it. The number of people involved was not even less than that of the opponents. Many people think they're thinking. In reality, they're just reorganizing their biases. They will only believe what they already believe. Lu Jifa shook his head. He knew that changing public opinion with Principal Guan's ideas was still a long and arduous task. Chapter 31 Sleep Deprivation, Behavior Modification. The exhausted host continued to push the program forward. The scene changes. Qixin Experimental Middle School. The schedule here isn't as hectic as at Hengi High School. However, the unique educational policies implemented here continue to be effective. 9:30. Just then, the bell rang for evening self-study. Each class has 2 disciplined teachers who stand guard at the front and back doors early in the morning. Stand up. Line up. At a command. The students maintained order and filed out. And so, maintaining their formation, they entered the dormitory under the strict supervision of the disciplined teachers. Afterwards, no student will be allowed to leave the dormitory. It wasn't this strict during lunch break before, so why do we have to line up to go back to the dorm at night? The cameraman from the film crew raised questions about the disciplined teacher. If we don't keep an eye on them at this time, many students will sneak out and spend the night in internet cafes. They were under such strict surveillance. There were still some who slipped through the net. After the group leaves the teaching building, another group of disciplined teachers will conduct another patrol inside the teaching building. Sure enough, 2 first-year high school students were found hiding in a toilet in the laboratory building. Luo Feng. Wu Zicheng. It's you two again. With lightning speed, the disciplined teacher immediately executed a combination of grappling and rear naked choke. After deducting points by name, the 2, who were half dead, were taken back to their dormitory. After the students entered the dormitory, the disciplined teacher loudly gave the order. Report your numbers. The students spoke up in turn, and the number of students was counted. Only then will it be time to shower and wash up. As for calling home, this would be impossible at Qixin Experimental Middle School. I want to stay in touch with my family, except for the occasional meeting on the weekend. Then the only hope is to build a good relationship with a teacher and borrow their phone to make a call. Although time was not tight, but the pressure is not much less than elsewhere. Every move students make in the dormitory, even going to the toilet or taking a shower, is under the close surveillance of the disciplined teachers. It's worth noting that the toilets and bathrooms in the dormitories of Qixin Experimental Middle School do not have partitions. Although the disciplined teacher wouldn't be so obsessive as to keep a constant eye on things, they would still patrol in and take a look from time to time. This is all to prevent students from climbing out of the windows to escape from their dormitories. Behind every seemingly outrageous behavior lies a long-standing example from our school. Previously, some students would even break through windows and escape to go online while taking a shower, sometimes even while naked. Our discipline teachers also act in accordance with the rules. The discipline teacher being interviewed said with some helplessness. Soon, the students' limited free time came to an end. 10:10. The dormitory lights go out on time. All students, regardless of whether you have finished showering or using the toilet. Even if you haven't wiped your butt clean, you'd better get into the dorm room immediately. Experienced high school juniors and seniors are already waiting in their dormitories early on. And in the first year of high school, there will inevitably be another physical strain. Afterwards, the count was taken again, and everyone went to bed. This is to prevent these restless students from doing things under the cover of night that no one wants to see. Night patrols in the dormitories sometimes continue until 1 a.m. to ensure all students are asleep. The dormitories for the second and third year students quickly fell silent. However, the newly enrolled first-year high school students were clearly not so well behaved. Many students are still excited about the start of the new semester and meeting new classmates. Like the rustling of mice grinding their teeth, It was the sound of students whispering to each other. The discipline teachers, who were veterans, quickly came into play. The flashlight, sharp as a lightsaber, quickly pinpointed the source of the sound. Then, he grabbed the student from the bed and took him outside. The film crew followed the student and witnessed an even more shocking scene. This restless student who refused to sleep was taken directly to the playground outside the dormitory building. 8 giant rows of incandescent light bulbs illuminated the entire playground as if it were daytime. It was even more dazzling than daytime. Many students were unable to open their eyes when they were suddenly brought here from the pitch-black dormitory. If you don't want to sleep, then don't. Use up your excess energy. The discipline teacher said kindly. On the playground, both boys and girls were walking in circles. That's right, there was no excessive punishment. I just walked in circles. Girls are in the inner circle, and boys are in the outer circle. Furthermore, whispering is prohibited. If even the slightest sound is heard, the discipline teacher standing nearby will not be one to be trifled with, wielding a pointer. The first time they come up, they walk 3 laps, which is 1.2 kilometers. The second time, they walk 5 laps, which is 2 kilometers. The third time, the students will be made to walk until they are sleepy. On such a large playground, all you could hear was the sound of shoes rubbing against the rubber track. Are you sleepy? If you are, come here, and I'll take you back to your dorm. But if you get caught dozing off the next day, then keep coming back here. No matter how tired you are, we'll find a way to keep you going. Hearing such a statement, many students, who had already been tormented all day, immediately said they would obediently go to sleep. This system of punishment, even if a student doesn't reach the required number of laps, they will be taken back to their dormitory to rest if they say they want to sleep. Inside the studio, after watching the whole process, even Professor Wang Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh. Such an arrogant student will soon behave himself. To be arrogant at first, and then obsequious, is laughable. But I must say, this behavior is really brilliant. Establish a subconscious understanding that violations will immediately lead to inappropriate punishment, thereby correcting students' behavior. Over time, these students will become law-abiding citizens. At the same time, the bad habit of staying up late will be replaced by a reasonable biological clock. It's clear that these discipline teachers have put a lot of effort into this. Before he could finish speaking, Professor Lu Jifa, who was standing next to him, raised his voice several octaves, a rare occurrence for him. What kind of well-intentioned plan is this? This is the torture of sleep deprivation. These children are just a little unruly. They're not mentally ill. So why use this method for behavior correction? Initially, I had some expectations for Qixing Middle School's teaching methods. But after watching it for a day, I am very disappointed. The various methods used in the school make it hard to tell whether the principal treats students as human beings. Students should be able to relax properly during their evening rest time, but instead they have to be monitored like this. Even treating students like pets, using immediate, triggered punishments to train their neural reflexes. What's so admirable about that? The comments on the bullet screen have consistently been mixed, with opinions ranging from praise to criticism of the school. The objective conditions are as follows. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the students at this school are practically in juvenile detention, so taking some special measures is reasonable, isn't it? Does this so-called special measure mean even stricter behavioral monitoring than in prison? Even prisons don't use this kind of sleep deprivation torture, do they? Calling it sleep deprivation is a bit of an exaggeration. Didn't they just let the students go back to sleep after they admitted their mistakes? Hilarious. The proper prison school next door has conditions 10 times better than this. I think Principal Guan lacks imagination. He should really come here for 2 months of advanced training so he can see what a real prison is like. As the comments section began to fill with messages, the focus of the commentary in the studio also began to shift to the situation at Laong Middle School. Chapter 32, Being a Teacher, Keeping Your Word. Laong Middle School. The scene then shifts, revealing a stark contrast to the other 2 schools. Previously, whether it was Hengyi High School or Qixing Experimental School, the footage filmed consisted of students. Laong Middle School. The film was actually shot from the principal's perspective. The reason is simple. The principal of Laong Middle School really does live in the student dormitory. After evening self-study session ended, the students then had an hour of free time. Laong Middle School does not require students to get up that early. Therefore, the lights-out time is 10:30. During this time, no one will care what they do in their rooms. Even Xiaoling's behavior detection leaderboard has gone silent. Because of the unique single dormitory rooms with private bathrooms that are a feature of Laong Middle School, students are free to plan their shower and bedtime schedules. Compared to the previous 2 schools, students at Laong Middle School can truly relax before going to bed. Principal Guan is currently visiting various places. Hello, I'm Guandosi, Number 0 from the first room in the corridor. If you have any problems tonight, you can call me through Shaoling. There are several other teachers in the same building. At this moment, they all followed Guandosi's example and greeted the students on the same floor. When assigning dorm rooms to these teachers who volunteered to live on campus, Principal Guan intentionally staggered their assignments to different floors. In case of any accident, these adults can get to the scene as quickly as possible. When asked why they did this, in Guandosi's own words, "These are our neighbors for the next 3 years. How can we not get along well with them? Don't you understand the importance of neighborly harmony?" These words were spoken. Instantly, the live chat exploded with comments. The contrast is too stark. After seeing the situations of the previous 2 schools, and then suddenly seeing Principal Guan so personified, I'm about to cry. As the principal, how can he be so polite to students? Principal Guan, what do you mean by the difference is obvious? Students should be given the best quality rest during their rest time. And why do we even need to emphasize this? General, rest time must be available for rest. If the principal himself lives in a place where the students' living conditions are good, then the school must be well equipped. This is true empathy. Even without saying a word, these students can understand the principal's good intentions. An action speaks louder than words. If the principal had lived in the dorm room next to mine when I was in school, I would have been incredibly touched. Meanwhile, in the studio, a hint of surprise flashed across Professor Wang Qingfang's face. Is he serious? Moreover, it wasn't just the principal. Many teachers even live in the dormitories. Professor Wang Qingfang originally thought that the so-called living and eating together was just a nice way of putting it, as the principal put it. Previously, when she saw the principal in her dormitory during lunch break, she also thought it was just for show. But it's already this late. Moreover, although he was a bit sloppy, there was still toothpaste residue on Principal Guan's lips. It was obvious that he had just finished washing up in his dorm room. It seems that Principal Guan really does live in the dormitory. The principals of the other 2 schools left work early, even before evening self-study was over. After all, staying at school for evening self-study can be considered overtime. Even though she had always opposed Principal Guan's educational philosophy, as an educator, Wang Qingfang still felt a sense of respect for Guandosi's actions, regardless of how well he did it. His efforts are undeniable. But the next moment, a sense of confusion arose in her mind. No, is it necessary for you to sacrifice one's entire life for one's career? Does education really require this much investment? In Professor Wang Qingfang's view, this is something that requires a lot of effort, but yields almost no return. Living in the student dormitory, I devoted all my time to it. Building good relationships with students and getting closer to them is certainly a good thing. But how would that improve students' grades? Moreover, living in the dormitory doesn't provide any oversight of the students' behavior. During the free time before bedtime, students want to close the door and do their own things, but Principal Guan has no idea. She noticed that several doors were not opened when Principal Guan was greeting people. Principal Guan didn't intervene. She didn't understand. But that doesn't prevent her from expressing her opinion. He put his words into practice and truly kept his promises. However, this does not mean that it will have good results. If students are allowed to do whatever they want in their dorm rooms, it's hard to guarantee that some won't end up like the kids who were always reading novels before. Principal Guan, there are still no disciplinary measures in place. I don't have high hopes for this. Just then, in the scene, Guandosi has finally finished greeting everyone on the floor. I took out my phone and accessed Xiaoling's backend. A message was posted. From 10 to 10:30, students will be able to contact their parents through the Xiaoling platform in their dormitories. The communication terminals that link each dormitory room have been sent to your parents beforehand, so there's no need to worry that your parents don't have the necessary equipment. We also need everyone to actively authorize Xiaoling to have external access to the camera. If you have any questions about the operation, feel free to contact the teacher on this floor. The scene changes. Liao Guangqing, number 1027, had finished showering and was sitting at his desk, preparing to start his preview for the next day. The film crew certainly wasn't so idle as to film people taking a shower. They were only allowed to enter the dormitory to film again after the people had finished washing up. Liao Guangqing knew that he had been away from school for a long time. To keep up with the other students, I have to work twice as hard. What's more, the principal is providing these students with such excellent conditions for free. Not only are the dorm rooms so luxurious, he also asked experienced teachers to tutor him for free. He cannot let down such a principal. Only, at this time in the past, he would say goodnight to his grandma before going to sleep. Sometimes, grandma would heat up a cup of milk for him and let him drink it before going to sleep. Although the family was not well off, but grandma still gave her the best of everything. Grandma would skip a meal, but she still made sure to buy herself a bag of milk that cost 3 yuan a day. This is one of the reasons why he was able to grow to be so tall. Thinking of his grandmother, he felt a pang of sadness. I live in such a nice dormitory, but my grandma lives alone in a small house in the countryside. Will grandma be lonely? At that very moment, Xiaoling spoke up from the side. You should know that before, during evening self-study, as long as your behavior monitoring judged that you were studying, Xiaoling wouldn't say a word. I only send out various notifications when I'm slacking off. Similar messages include, the teacher I'm following is available now, and I just finished my homework and got a ranking of XXX, etc. But at this moment, I was clearly reading a book, so why did it start talking? However, after listening to the notifications sent by Xiaoling, the more he listened, the more surprised he became. Liao Guangxing almost doubted whether he had misheard, until a confirmation window popped up on Xiaoling's screen. Do you authorize access to the camera and microphone? He was then convinced. What the principal said is true. Can I really talk to my grandma? This scene was faithfully recorded by the film crew's cameras. Chapter 33 made the student cry. Liao Guangxing clenched his fist. He felt his palms sweating. It's strange. Even though it's my grandma whom I see every day, why am I still a little nervous? In the end, he clicked the button and confirmed the authorization. Should I call my contact now? Liao Guangxing took a deep breath. Call. He knew that his grandmother didn't have a cell phone. They didn't even have the most basic brick-making machine. Of course, I won't use it. The landline at home was canceled years ago to save money because almost no one calls after my parents passed away. For anything, we would borrow a cell phone from the village chief's house. Principal, did you really equip your home with communication devices? If things continue like this, I'll owe the principal far too much. Who knew? The moment the dialing began, the communication was then established. Hey Guanghua, it's working. Can you see grandma? Is Guanghua video calling you from school? How come the equipment provided by the school has such a clear picture? For a moment, Liao Guangxing even had a strange feeling. This wasn't a video call, my grandmother had actually appeared in front of me. He was content just to hear voices. Who knew it would be such a high-quality video communication? At the same time, what comes into view is not just grandma. There's also Sister Shuing who watches over the well at the village entrance, the village chief who always has a Lacoon cigarette tucked behind his ear, Aunt Wang next door who always complains that her daughter married too far away, and Uncle Chong who works at a construction site. All the people I knew and missed appeared before my eyes. Is it stuck? Guanghua, why aren't you saying anything? Your grandma made us wait here for over an hour just so she could talk to you. What's wrong? Don't you recognize grandma? Liao Guangxing then realized. No card. Grandma, I'm watching you. Grandma, does your back hurt today? Grandma, let me tell you, this school is great. Today, although it's a bit difficult, I'm still doing quite well. Grandma, don't worry, I'm sure I'll get into university. Grandma, let me tell you, it's so late, but there's still hot water in the dorm. Grandma, talk to me more, I want to hear your voice. Once he opened his mouth, this tall, dark-skinned man, who was usually not good with words, began to talk non-stop. She didn't even notice the tears streaming down her face. This young man, who hadn't shed a tear in decades, finally broke down in tears on his very first day of school. Principal Guan, you really are a heinous criminal, laughs. How could this happen? Although it's only been 2 days since I last saw my grandma, but I always feel like a very, very long time has passed. Originally, I thought I wouldn't see it for a whole semester. That way, I can talk to my grandma every day. My own tears, perhaps, are a sign of relief. Although he is tall, Liao Guangxing is actually very sensitive. This touching scene was faithfully captured by the camera. The studio, even in such a scene. Wang Chengfeng, however, frowned. What's the point of having a school like this that allows students to live on campus? Dear viewers, you should think about this. Why do both Hengyi High School and Qixin Experimental School restrict students' contact with their families? Like at Laong Middle School now, students can stay in touch with their families every day, even through high-quality video calls. What's the difference between students living at school and living at home? How can we cultivate students' independence? How can students, who have always been immersed in the warmth of their families, face the cruelty of the college entrance examination? It looks very heartwarming, but it is a poison like arsenic for the students' growth. The impact is very bad. After listening, Professor Lu Jifa, who was standing nearby, almost spat out the stimulating tea he was drinking. Are you an idiot? He almost blurted out those words. But no. Sometimes, he regrets having such high moral character. Professor Wang, you're making a big deal out of a student making a video call home. Even soldiers have the opportunity to call home regularly. They're still children. What's wrong with thinking about their families? The comments section was filled with agreement with Professor Lu's views. Wang Chengfeng, aren't you going to call your mom? Is your mom a wholesaler? Is this old woman just going to criticize anything that's different from Hengi Middle School? Is calling her family a bad thing now? Sigh, I'm getting old, and I can't bear to see this kind of interaction with the elderly in my family. Laong Middle School always manages to surprise me. Considering that these children's families might not have access to telephone services, they even specially donated equipment. The video call quality is amazing, no lag at all, and the clarity is so high. The equipment must be very expensive, right? And yet, every parent received one. Principal Guan is truly willing to go to great lengths to ensure that the children can study without worry. Look at this. This is what a free school looks like. What about Hengi High School? The student life there is worse than at a free school. Wang Chengfang witnessed the shift in public opinion throughout the day, from treating Principal Guan as a joke to the emergence of a group of supporters for him. Finally, towards the end of today's live stream, the majority of people were now supporting Principal Guan. Even with her good mindset, she was on the verge of a breakdown. This guy is a scoundrel who misleads students. If you believe his educational policies, you'll be in big trouble. His educational philosophy doesn't even focus on students' grades. This is tantamount to saying that the focus of education is not on education itself, which is ridiculous. Lu Jifa refused to back down. Wrong. Is education just about grades? Principal Guan has already made it very clear that grades are merely a byproduct of education. I think it's because you, Professor Wang Qingfang, are stubborn and unwilling to accept Principal Guan's advanced ideas. This is utterly impotent rage. Professor Wang Qingfang, having been so bluntly exposed, became even more furious and started spitting as she spoke. No matter how you attack me, you can't change the ultimate goal of high school, which is the college entrance examination. What does the college entrance exam look at? It's all about grades. Academic performance is, of course, the goal of high school education. That's a reality. And the Hengi model is the most effective way to get closer to this goal. How could my ideas be stubborn and outdated? Lu Jifa believes that he is the person who understands Principal Guan the most in the world. Principal Guan, what would you do in the face of such fallacies? Of course, it was the obvious time to begin refuting them. Wrong again. Grades are of course the most important criterion for the college entrance examination, and improving grades is indeed a major component of high school studies. This premise is self-evident. However, this does not mean that everything can be sacrificed for the sake of results. I believe that the people who designed the college entrance examination system wouldn't want students to become useless just for the sake of the exam. Principal Guan clearly understands this principle. I think he wants to tell everyone that even studying comfortably can yield results that are not much worse than, and may even be better than, self-torturing effort. And your logic is clearly flawed. The goal of improving performance is worlds apart from your so-called Hengi model, by a difference of several Auschwitz level intensity. Do you understand? Wang Chengfang almost laughed out of anger. Why is Auschwitz being mentioned? What is all this nonsense? Do these people really think that Hengi High School is similar to a concentration camp? Professor Lu, does that mean everything I say is wrong? Wrong. Lu Jifa beamed with a victorious smile. What you said is correct. Chapter 34 Emotional Black Hole. It was like the climax of a day's live broadcast. In the final stage, the two guests with differing opinions finally engaged in a heated exchange of views. The comments section was filled with responses from viewers. That was a great watch. Professor Lu's criticism was spot on. Haha, Professor Wang is speechless now, isn't he? Sweating profusely, isn't he? His face is flushed red, isn't he? The existence of Principal Guan's philosophy serves as a vivid example for Professor Lu, effectively refuting his ideas. Haha. As long as Laong Middle School exists, you can't claim Hengi Middle School is superior. I don't think Principal Guan students will necessarily have worse grades than those at Hengi High School, will they? If your final exam results for Hengi High School are actually lower than those for Laong High School, then you'll be in for a lot of trouble. A more comfortable environment always fosters greater motivation and enthusiasm for learning. Professor Wang Chengfang was speechless for a moment. In that case, it seems that neither of us can convince the other. Lu Jifa nodded. The clash of ideas is a natural occurrence. Professor Wang, please pay close attention to the future development of Laong Middle School and let us know what the facts are. Wang Chengfang took a deep breath and regained her composure. She forced a smile that looked like she'd swallowed a fly. I will. In the picture, the call with Laong Middle School is still ongoing. Liao Guangxing felt relieved after chatting and talking with his grandmother. They even devoted themselves more diligently to previewing the next day's learning content. The scene changes. We arrived at the second student's phone call location. Number 1049, Luo Yangxia. When the panel pops up, should we grant authorization? He hesitated. Speaking of his parents, aside from his father, who almost knocked out his teeth. He couldn't think of anyone else. The fact that he has this thought means that he actually hopes there will be other candidates. From childhood to adulthood, my father has never shown any joy in any of his achievements. When Luo Yangxiao was a child, he even thought that even if he became the president of the United States, his father would not be happy. After several internal struggles, he eventually clicked the authorization button. He was thinking that it was his father's decision to send him to high school. Besides, I think I tried my best on the first day, right? Although, I did slack off for a while. That's right. You can tell him how you mustered up the courage to ask the teacher for help. That teacher, Li Xueqing, even discussed the novel's plot with me. Looking back now, it seems that the novels I enjoyed reading weren't all useless after all. Doesn't this also make the teacher have a better relationship with you? And another thing, even though I didn't pay much attention in class, I still managed to finish my homework without much difficulty. Thinking like this, it seems there are many things I can brag about to my dad. This bastard of a father of his own, he never had a proper education. If I knew I had started studying hard at school, maybe then Dad will be happy. With this in mind, Luo Yangxia issued a command to Xiaoling in a deep voice. Connected. It is currently the rice harvest season in the southwestern region where Wuqi County is located. Luo Yangxia's father has finished his work in the city and returned to his rural home. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have received the terminal so quickly. Except for 2 months ago, when he rushed home and beat himself up. Luo Yangxia hadn't seen her father in a long time. A smile spread across his face. The communication was established instantly. The face of his father, marked by the passage of time, appeared before him. It felt as if Dad had actually appeared in the dorm room. Luo Yangxia was overjoyed and wanted to share what she had learned on the first day of school, and how her mindset had changed. But he hadn't said anything yet. You've completely disgraced your father. I watched that live stream. You didn't do your homework during evening self-study, did you? Were you reading novels? I couldn't even bear to watch it. I turned it off halfway through. They're filming you, and you're just sitting there reading a novel. You haven't moved an inch all night. What reached my ears was my father's harsh scolding. Luo Yangxia's smile froze on her face. No, Dad, I didn't. He really wanted to show that he had spent the rest of his time doing his homework properly. You dare talk back to me? You just wait. When you get back, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Do you know how hard it has been for your father all these years, playing both the role of father and mother to raise you? Now you have access to education. You live better than me, you eat more than me, and you're just sitting there reading novels. You're shameless. Even my old face isn't as thick-skinned as yours, you bastard. Luo Yangxia gradually shut her mouth. Suddenly, he didn't want to say another word. All the prepared explanations suddenly seemed meaningless. Why should it be so difficult or so arduous for you to study? Are you tying steel bars under the blazing sun, or carrying cement? Why won't you listen to me? Didn't you get enough of a beating? Are you itching for a beating again? Actually, he noticed it when he was beaten last time. It seems that Dad has control over his arm, and it's not as difficult to break free as it was when he was a child. But he didn't say anything, and obediently accepted the beating from his father. A video that lasts for more than 10 minutes. Luo Yangxia only said one sentence. By the time he realized what was happening, Xiaoling's screen had already returned to a black standby state. Are you alright? The cameraman on the film crew finally couldn't help but speak up. Go out. Luo Yangxia said coldly. Then, ignoring everything else, he picked up the novel from beside the bed. I snuggled into bed and started reading. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream chat became very concerned. This parent is a terrible teammate. Principal Guan just helped him get this promising student back on track, and now his dad has ruined it. Why are these parents so good at spoiling the fun? The child was so excited before the video started, and now he's like this. This is the same old argument again. You have a child, so you're obligated to care for and raise them. This hardship isn't the child's fault, so why should they bear the burden? Some children are simply not suited to be close to toxic families. Principal Guan's good intentions backfired. This is so unbearable to watch. That's why I haven't been back to my hometown since graduation. This child is probably doomed. Principal Guan, you'd better think of something quickly. Inside the studio, Wang Chengfang shook his head repeatedly. It's practically a living testimonial. You see, if students communicate with their parents frequently, there will be such hidden dangers. Not all families can play a positive role for students during high school. It seems that this child's attitude towards learning is going to be problematic again. She felt a pang of heartache. As a teacher, it's impossible to want children to go astray. Even Professor Wang Chengfang is no exception. However, this also added another layer of disagreement with Principal Guan's educational philosophy. This child seems to have just made up his mind to study hard, but now he's going to repeat the same mistakes. Principal Guan's teaching methods are to blame. If this were Hengyi High School, students would simply not have the time or leisure to be influenced by this. The school's disciplinary measures and learning atmosphere will push the child forward. In this flow-like learning experience, children can get through it without even realizing it. Professor Lu Jifa was standing to the side. Then the previous anxiety disappeared. He knew that Principal Guan couldn't possibly have been unprepared for such a situation. Faced with such a self-destructive child, what methods will Principal Guan use? He was really looking forward to it. On this point, I believe Principal Guan will come up with better measures than the Hengyi model. Professor Wang Qingfang, you should just read and study properly instead of continuing to use your outdated theories. Chapter 35. Attention from all sides. Popularity soars. Guandosi's phone rang with a notification. Significant fluctuations in the psychological state of participant number 1049 were detected. Behavioral detection and facial expression analysis indicate that the individual is experiencing feelings of disappointment and depression, and these emotions have not been properly processed over a prolonged period. This could easily develop into a mental illness. Close monitoring is recommended. Although the leaderboard for behavior detection has been shut down, however, the safety guarantees for students in all aspects remain at a basic level. After announcing the daily parent call system, Guandosi has been paying close attention to the live broadcast room of decoding education. He certainly wanted to know the feedback from all the students. Therefore, he saw everything that happened to Luo Yangxia, number 1049, clearly. Fortunately, in the behavioral detection backend, only Luo Yangxiao experienced a huge fluctuation in his psychological state. It must be said that Guandosi had fully anticipated this kind of thing happening. But when it actually happened, it still made his heart sink. However, from a teacher's perspective, he had no way to change Luo Yangxiao's father's mind. He could only do his best to help his students get back on track. This child, why punish yourself for your father's mistakes? This shows that he still didn't understand why he came to study. But learning is for your own benefit. That's too vague. If you say it, it'll probably just go in one ear and out the other, having absolutely no effect. A wicked smile crept across Guandosi's lips. The true nature of Principal Yama was gradually being revealed. Young man, I'll have to use some underhanded tactics on you. I hope you can handle it. However now, let him process his emotions first. Observe for a few days before making a decision. As a first-year high school student, I still have plenty of time. Their lives have an incredibly high margin for error, one that even they dare not believe. Guandosi is willing to wait. Laong Middle School does not have a designated bedtime. However, the dormitory will turn off the power to the main lights at 10:30. The desk lamp and desktop socket were retained. So if you want to study late into the night and push yourself, Guandosi doesn't object. However, it is not encouraged. Because the behavior detection leaderboard will reappear at night. There are only two: sleep duration ranking and sleep quality ranking. I believe that even students who are slow to realize this will eventually fall into the habit of resting quietly amidst this unique competition. Guandosi's dormitory room is undoubtedly also within this lights out time rule. Therefore, Guandosi is now lying in bed, scrolling through his phone in the dark. As the film crew left, the first day of filming during our campus life has come to a successful conclusion. But this does not mean the live stream will be interrupted. After the guests left, there will be a condensed edit of the entire day's live stream content. They will broadcast it again to fill the gap in the live stream until midnight. Meanwhile, various interesting guest interactions will be interspersed throughout the broadcast. What's worth watching is, of course, the professors arguing. One has to admire the work efficiency of those newly hired, struggling college graduates at CCTV. They managed to edit out this kind of program in just one day. It's likely that as the live stream progressed, the director had already decided which segments would be included in the final, condensed, and stream-saving version. The reason for doing this is to place advertisements. Every half hour of playback, a 5-minute commercial break will be inserted. Of course, part of it is also to allow viewers who don't have time to watch the whole thing during the day to keep up with the live stream and understand the backstory. As a result, many viewers who missed most of the live streams during the day because of work also began to learn about the educational philosophies of the three schools. Even now, after the official live broadcast has ended, the number of viewers also exceeded 6 million. The total number of clicks has exceeded 80 million. It firmly surpassed all other nighttime live streams, maintaining its position at the top of the live stream popularity chart. Girls dancing, skilled guys ranking up, and people doing silly things with big heads. Even this is inferior to a more serious educational program. These advertisers are making a killing. With more viewers, the comments section naturally became more lively. Listening to Principal Guan's opening speech again, it's still so inspiring. When I first saw it, I thought Principal Guan was just doing some kind of performance art. Turns out, this Principal Guan from the prison high school is serious. It's called a prison-style high school, but in reality, its conditions are far better than other high schools. If Laong Middle School is a prison, then the other two schools must be hell? When I first watched it, I didn't notice the details in Principal Guan's words, but now it seems that every sentence is meaningful and almost all of them are true. I just want to skip tonight and jump straight to tomorrow. Why am I so hooked on this educational live stream? Me too. I originally just wanted to read something about hypnosis before bed, but I ended up getting more and more interested. Of course, there were also quite a few comments opposing Principal Guan's educational philosophy or supporting other schools. It was a nationwide live broadcast that did not have any information filtering bias. The agreement reached between CCTV's live broadcast room and Douyin's official platform is to recommend content to everyone regardless of preferences. Therefore, people of different ages and social classes will naturally have different opinions. However, this made Guandosi feel gratified. The number of comments supporting him was far greater than earlier today. Viewers focused more on Guandosi's educational philosophy rather than watching Principal Guan's antics for entertainment. This is a good trend. Meanwhile, Guandosi's almost unorthodox and cutting-edge educational philosophy, its emergence, and its clashes with other high school educational philosophies. This, of course, has a natural entertainment value. After all, who wouldn't want to see experts arguing and the principal breaking down? Previously, during his communication with the production team, Guandosi heard that the senior management of CCTV did not have high hopes for the live broadcast of this program. The live streams were too long, the content was too difficult to define, and the entertainment value was too low. It was originally just a political task that existed in response to the demands of a segment of the public. But unexpectedly, it has now become the most popular of all live broadcast programs. I heard that on the very first day, CCTV was already considering renegotiating the advertising fees with those advertisers. Without Principal Guan, there certainly wouldn't have been such a high level of attention. The film crew also specifically expressed their gratitude to Principal Guan for this. After all, their bonuses are tied to this. Even the show's director wanted to find time to have a meal with Principal Guan and get to know him formally. Guandosi naturally refused. Just kidding, I'm a high school principal, and I hold the fate of my students in my hands. Moreover, the school is in dire need of rebuilding, and the system has a large number of projects that urgently need to be upgraded. Why would I have time to see a theater troupe leader like you? Of course, someone as shrewd as him would never utter such nonsense. He just made an excuse that he was busy and hadn't scheduled a time yet. Unexpectedly, the director somehow obtained Principal Guan's phone number and insisted on meeting him. As someone who also has a high school student at home, Principal Guan's ideas have been quite inspiring. They really wanted to come and learn from the experience. Principal Guan offered to donate 200,000 yuan as school sponsorship in exchange for his right to dine with the students. Even if you can cheat the system out of funds, every little bit helps. When it comes to education, the more funding the better. They said they'd think about it some more. Okay, then think about it some more. Prices will only go higher in the future. Let's wait and see how things develop in this regard. However, more and more people are focusing their attention on Principal Guan, because this matter is indeed happening. Chapter 36, a new educational model, is taking shape. With the increasing popularity of live streaming, various video clips and related videos began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. Among them, the most attention-grabbing videos are those featuring first-hand experiences from graduates of the other two schools. Most opening moves are, if I hadn't seen Principal Guan's Laong Middle School, I would have thought my high school life was normal. Thinking back on it now, Principal Guan has truly torn away the fig leaf for countless educators. Just from my own experience, the contrast is too stark. Looking at the students of Laong Middle School now, and then thinking back to when I was. Regardless of what they criticize, most people will still give credit to Laong Middle School first. The uniformity of its format even made Guandosi suspect that he had hired an online army. But without a doubt, most of these students were harboring resentment and had to vent it. It was only after seeing the better and more perfect Laong Middle School that they began to question and condemn their past lives. Therefore, these heartfelt words, full of sincerity, are extremely infectious. This drew unanimous agreement from netizens in the comments section. What's truly astonishing is that the students from the two schools focused their criticisms on completely opposite points. This is not the first time the Hengyi model has been exposed online. Of course, this isn't the first time it's caused such a huge controversy. Therefore, most of the graduates of Hengyi High School who were willing to speak out were vehemently protesting the poor living conditions and inhumane oppression they experienced at the school. Many of them even feel nauseous and shed tears just from hearing Hengyi High School's motto of pursuing excellence. However, When a specific teacher is mentioned, the attitude is usually one of nostalgia and praise. The vivid memories of those teachers taking care of their own lives, and even their passionate and animated lectures, are still fresh in my mind. The students at Qixin Experimental Middle School are the complete opposite. The graduates of Qixin Experimental Middle School, despite their hatred for all the teachers, would name names and hurl insults at them. But surprisingly, most of their previous school experiences were positive. Many people even said that their time at Qixin Experimental Middle School completely changed their lives. Even if it's just a brief mention, there will always be a moment of gratitude for Qixin Middle School. This also demonstrates the differing opinions on these two educational models. Perhaps some people will say, is there a way to have it all in this world? Let's just be content with the status quo. But why can't we do it better? Just because there will be flaws no matter what you do, should you give up striving for perfection? Guandosi shook his head. Education should not be a closed-off endeavor. Just like humanity, we should not be a civilization that is stuck in its ways. Guandosi immediately got out of bed and began planning the next step of the renovation work. At the same time, there's also a video trending under this related topic, and its popularity is soaring. Zhang Zhampeng, one of the most well-known AI-related bloggers on Douyin, recently released a video analyzing Xiaoling, the dormitory management AI, at Laong Middle School. Normally, technical videos like this don't get very popular. However, because it capitalized on the popularity of Laong Middle School, the video quickly went viral and was pushed to 6th place on Douyin's trending list. The original intention of making this video was to slap the face of those who slander Principal Guan. See this area? Any access that triggers the camera function is encapsulated within this permission. In other words, there is absolutely no possibility of bypassing the student's consent to access the camera. As everyone has seen before, even when students want to make a video call to their parents, they need to confirm the request twice. Even if you don't understand the technology, can't you at least use your brain? Principal Guan dared to release this model because he's not afraid of being questioned. And yet, some people still slander Principal Guan as a pervert who wanted to spy on the girls' dormitory. I really don't understand what kind of mentality those ignorant big Vs who just spout nonsense have when they slander Principal Guan. Why should someone who is a pioneer in the education industry who provides free high school education for students in county towns be targeted by people like you who are trying to extort money from him? Is it so easy to ride the wave of popularity? I am now standing up for Principal Guan. I believe that even if the audience disagrees with Principal Guan's educational philosophy, they will not allow you to slander such a good person who practices what he preaches. I advise you to delete your accounts and run away as soon as possible. The comments section was filled with excited reactions. That's right, they'll jump on any trending topic. I've been fed up with it for a long time. While I disagree with Principal Guan's flawed educational philosophy, I won't allow people to criticize him without reason. Brothers, let's report them all. After finishing that part of the topic, Zhang Zhampeng steered the conversation back to the technical aspects. Some viewers who are not very familiar with this area may not be aware of Principal Guan's technical skills. Let me put it this way. Even now that I understand the structure of this AI model, it would take me at least 2 months to fully reproduce it. Principal Guan certainly doesn't have the funds to hire a large company to customize solutions for middle schools. Then there's only one possibility. This model was created by Principal Guan himself. It can be said that Principal Guan's innovative educational model is gradually taking shape. I am also looking forward to its future development. Moreover, this configuration is probably the most advanced in the world. It's been open sourced just like that. I wonder how many AI companies are secretly stepping up their research right now. To be honest, it wouldn't be too much for us AI industry practitioners to kowtow to Principal Guan. The comments section was filled with expressions of shock. With this skill, wouldn't you be rolling in money by starting a company and scamming investors? But Principal Guan doesn't do that. He uses it for education. That's what self-pursuit looks like. Zhang Gu is basically right about this model, but I'd like to add one point. Even in this amazing state, it's still not perfect. Principal Guan will likely continue to update it. Respect. By releasing such a powerful model as open source, Principal Guan clearly wants to spread his educational philosophy. Truly capable people are capable at everything they do. I initially thought Principal Guan's words were just empty boasts, difficult to put into practice, but now I'm not worried at all. Is it possible to coordinate with Principal Guan? At Principal Guan of Laong Middle School. And Zhang Zhampeng himself now. I just finished working overtime and barely made it onto the last subway. I got home exhausted. Unfortunately, his boss also came across his video on TikTok. Then I checked the posting time, 2 hours ago. Damn it, Zhang Zhampeng. Are you editing videos at work again? You're working overtime tonight. Oh shit. This boss is clearly a country bumpkin in the real estate business. He doesn't know any technology at all, yet he insists on pointing fingers and giving orders every day. Zhang Zhamping took off his glasses and slumped onto the sofa. Why am I here? Is it all for a few stinking bucks? If things continue like this, either they'll be quickly laid off after 35, or they'll work their way up to management and die from overwork in their 40s or 50s. All of one's creative ideas and labor output are merely the property of the company. If that's the case, wouldn't I leave no trace of myself in this world? We should do something meaningful in our lives, right? I also want to achieve something that will go down in history. Zhang Zhamping took out his phone and looked at his account. This account with nearly 500,000 followers might be the only trace I leave in this world. How did this new video get over 1 million views in such a short time? No, please don't tag Principal Guan here. If I give him a bunch of mindless praise, how embarrassing would it be for him to see that? What made Zhang Zhamping, who is somewhat socially anxious, feel uneasy was, "Hello, I am Guandosi, the principal of Laong Middle School. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of collaborating with you on the field of educational artificial intelligence?" A friend request popped up. Chapter 37: The Idea of a Self-Operated Cafeteria. This contact information was included in Zhang Zhamping's profile for business collaborations. Since most of his fans are male programmers who are not easily fooled, his advertising is not very effective, and therefore his business is mostly quiet. But now, there's more than just news. Moreover, it was Principal Guan, whom he considered his idol. This technically skilled individual, who is usually not very talkative, was somewhat taken aback at this moment. Hello, I'm Zhang Zhamping, currently working in Shanghai in the field of artificial intelligence. I have a PhD. After sending those words, he felt it wasn't right. It was revised again and again. In the end, I nervously clicked send. Looking at the typing message on the other side, Zhang Zhamping's heart was pounding. He had never been this nervous before, not even on a blind date. Although he was working continuously from the afternoon to the evening overtime. But in my ears, I was still listening to the content of the live broadcast. Originally, in the afternoon, he still had a slight doubt in his mind. I doubt whether the educational philosophy of Laong Middle School, which does not emphasize academic performance, can truly help students who are in similar situations to my own. However, what Professor Guan said to Wu Huijun that night dispelled Zhang Zhamping's doubts. Academic performance is merely a byproduct of providing a good education. If teachers pave the way for students to reach the top, then good grades are almost inevitable. To be honest, Zhang Zhamping felt a little ashamed after hearing these words. Within his own professional field, there is no doubt that he cannot match the new architecture proposed by Principal Guan. And in the field of education, how could he possibly question Principal Guan, who is supposed to be more professional? Are you kidding me? Fortunately, he didn't show these suspicions in the video. Otherwise, it would truly be a laughingstock. Thinking about this, Zhang Zhamping suddenly realized something. Have I been staying in this big city for too long? Why does such a wonderful person exist, dedicated to running the school and providing the best conditions for the children? I was even thinking of competing with him. It was at this time that Principal Guan became his idol. Just then, news of Principal Guan finally arrived. I remember you. You seem to be my father's student, and also from Wuxi County, right? I watched your video, and your analysis of my model was very accurate, and it seems you even have your own suggestions for improvement. I need someone to help me manage the technology. Would you like to come and do it? I want it. I absolutely want it. Zhang Zhamping raised his eyebrows. He had long wanted to return to his hometown to develop his career. He originally planned to find the recruitment phone number of Laong Middle School himself and contact them proactively. After all, he is quite confident in his abilities when it comes to artificial intelligence. Unexpectedly, Principal Guan actually extended an olive branch to us. What does it mean to treat the virtuous with respect and to be eager to recruit talented people? It's okay if the salary is low. I'm not putting up with this idiot boss's wrath anymore. But before he could even think of a polite way to agree, the next message was sent immediately. How about an annual salary of 250,000? 250,000? No. Is this the kind of salary level that a small county town can offer? This is almost as much as my current salary. What does Duke Zhou spitting out his food to welcome guests mean? What does spending 1,000 pieces of gold to buy a horse's bones mean? Zhang Zhamping immediately deleted the words he had typed and added even more grateful words. A little hesitant. How about 300,000? No. I just have some difficulty with wording, and I'm a bit slow at it. Wait. How come I got a raise without saying anything? 300,000 is more than my current salary. Zhang Zhamping's fingers flew across the keyboard, deleting everything before adding more sincere wording. Still not enough? How about 400,000 then? I can't afford anything higher. Laughs while covering mouth. Dry. I'll work for you. I'll buy a ticket home tomorrow. Principal Guan, you wait for me. After some discussion, Zhang Zhanping calmly turned off his phone screen and placed it on the sofa. He leaned back and let out a long sigh. I stood there, stunned, in the pitch-black rented room. The next instant, he jumped 3 feet high. He waved his hands wildly in the air. Yay! Yay! He looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. On the other side of the screen, Guandosi scratched his head. How badly was this guy tortured in Shanghai? Every teacher here earns an annual salary of 200,000 yuan, and the head of teaching even earns 300,000 yuan a year. Such a rare technical talent. I'm going to treat you like a beast of burden. Even 400,000 wouldn't be much. Why are you so excited? I've even gone so far as to raise the price several times. In this world, although artificial intelligence is developing rapidly, it is still a relatively new concept. It's not as mature as it was in Guandosi's previous life. He's a PhD in this field, which shows how far-sighted he was when he was pursuing his studies. Logically speaking, such rare talents should be in high demand. It wouldn't be surprising if someone earned over $1 million a year, right? It was only after several exchanges that I discovered it. This kid joined this company right after graduating with his PhD. I've never been to a real job market to see my own value. Sigh. It's all the fault of unscrupulous bosses. I spent 400,000 to hire him, so I guess I got a great deal. To run this prison high school well, the deep involvement of AI is essential. With such a capable assistant, and with the help of the upgrade acceleration coupons, we'll surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. I immediately put down my phone and resumed working. The first official reveille at Laong Middle School is at 6 a.m., and the morning reading time is at 7:30 a.m. Senior high school students will start reading a little earlier, at 7 a.m. Guandosi, of course, needs to align his schedule with that of the students. Fortunately, he only needs to sleep 4 hours a night. There were still more than 3 hours to work until 2 a.m. There are still about 2 million yuan in the school's public accounts. He had already planned out the next phase of the renovation project. The original owner's plan for the school cafeteria was to contract out the operation to a food company called Meishing, with the school taking 25% of the revenue as profit. However, now food and lodging are all free. The school actually has to pay the contractor. At the same time, it is also necessary to ensure the contractor's profit. This makes no sense at all. Today, he visited the school cafeteria and ate with his classmates. Judging the taste, nutrition, and hygiene is secondary. It can be described as having abandoned all other aspects of color, aroma, and taste. Is it for showing videos to the rice? Why is it so hard? Why are all these dishes oddly shaped? What the hell is this zucchini and eggplant stew? Looking at the scene on the plate, it resembled a swarm of slugs mating in the wild. Guandosi felt a rejection coming from the depths of his soul. Even so, the students still wolfed down their food. Does offering the dish for free add an extra layer of flavor? The reason for this is quite simple. In order to save costs, the contractor purchased raw materials that were so-called leftover stock from the vegetable market. They are either deformed or extremely close to being rotten. Moreover, whatever leftover stock they find, they cook that dish. That's why dishes like stewed zucchini and eggplant, strawberry mapo tofu, and braised watermelon are often found that are practically cooked pig feed. Such a canteen not only fails to meet the reform requirements of the warden system, this has a very negative impact on students' 3-year high school career. Guandosi could not tolerate this situation. A notice of termination of the contract for violating regulations has been issued to this food company. What Guandosi is doing now is trying to assemble a new catering team to ensure the quality of food for students on campus. Also, so that I can have a good meal in my future life. Operating the cafeteria itself is now imperative. Chapter 38 Huang Yuntian, the Righteous Scoundrel. While Guandosi was searching online for all sorts of large kitchen utensils, raw material suppliers, and chef teams, the urban area of Wuxi County, Mei Jianxing watched from afar as his mother entered the elevator. Although he owns his own private car. However, after get off work, he still followed the school bus and only went home after making sure his mother arrived home safely. Old Mei, what do you think of this place? This looks pretty good. You have experience in this area, right? Can you give me some advice? Just as I was about to get on the bus, my phone started vibrating incessantly. It was a message from Guandosi. Upon clicking, I discovered it was a link to various large stoves and other kitchen utensils. There are also supplier websites and pricing information, among other things. Mei Jianxing smiled. Principal Guan is still busy with school matters at this hour. However, regarding these offers, Mei Jianxing's vision went black. Due to a shortage of staff at the school, he, as the director of teaching affairs, often also had to take on the function of logistics procurement. He couldn't possibly be unaware of how much money was still in the school's public accounts. Although the principal has been trying to secure substantial sponsorships from various sources. But surely it's unnecessary to buy such high-end kitchenware that only large restaurants use? As an intellectual from the 1980s, he always held the attitude that as long as he was full, that was enough. To be honest, even before it was closed down, Laong Middle School did not have its own canteen. Principal, do you want to run your own cafeteria? The cost would be very high, wouldn't they? Of course. Providing students with the best food, clothing, and accommodation is the school's most basic obligation, isn't it? We have to guarantee it no matter how high the cost is. That makes sense. Mei Jinxing nodded to himself. We don't have that many ambitions ourselves, but we can't let the students suffer. Okay, I'll go home and give you my opinion. On his drive home, he kept thinking about it. It's not that I lack connections in this area. In a small county town, Mei Jinxing, as the dean of studies at a high school, still held a high position despite being unemployed for 2 years. He knows people from all walks of life, from the most religious to the most diverse. But his connections in the food and beverage industry. Mei Jinxing felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. If there were any other way, I really wouldn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. However, helping the principal in this way is also part of my responsibility. And it seems that what you keep in mind will eventually come to pass. The moment Mei Jinxing opened the door to his home, the person he least wanted to see was sitting in the middle of his living room sofa. Hey, brother-in-law. Mei Jinxing rubbed his forehead. My brother-in-law, Huang Yuntian, was one of the first chefs in the county to go into business and open a restaurant. He entered the kitchen at the age of 14, became a master chef at 22, and started his own restaurant at 28, which became a local specialty. She has superb culinary skills, is quick and efficient, and can cook dishes quickly and well. He is particularly skilled in Sichuan and Shandong cuisines. He is also very righteous, and he always teaches his apprentices everything he knows. Several of his apprentices went to Beijing, and some even became head chefs of big hotels. But Xiaohe was both the one who brought them success and the one who brought them down. He ended up like this, which can be considered a failure because of his loyalty. With so many apprentices, some are doing well, and of course, some are not. In particular, the catering industry has recently experienced a severe downturn, leaving many apprentices unemployed. When someone becomes a master, they expect their apprentices to serve them tea and water. He, on the other hand, acted as a master, letting his apprentice squander all his family's wealth. In particular, there are several apprentices who believe that if you can't find a job or a way to make a living, you might as well open your own restaurant. This chef never utters a single word of refusal when his apprentice asks him for money. He would sell his house to borrow money for his apprentice. If successful, the full price will be refunded, with absolutely no interest charged. Even if someone offered to give it to him, he wouldn't accept it. If we fail, that's fine. We're brothers, money is no big deal. Just stay with me, and I'll guarantee you a living. And just like that, his store's cash flow dried up, and it went bankrupt. The house is gone too. I'm 39 years old now, and I still don't have a family. He lived in a small, shabby rented room every day, surrounded by a bunch of unemployed apprentices who pointed fingers at him and told him what to eat and drink. Mei Jinxing looked at him with a sincere gaze. He couldn't help but turn his head away. He saw his wife sitting at the other end of the sofa, with the same helpless expression as him. The couple had been married for 22 years, and they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. Is this another one asking for money? Yes. Then why did you let him in? Why would I open the door for him? Nana opened the door for him. After exchanging glances for a while, Mei Jinxing was even more frustrated. His daughter, Mayina, really liked this uncle. Looking at the dining table, the sumptuous feast had long since been devoured clean. Then you'll know what happened. There's no reason why this guy wouldn't be popular with kids. Brother-in-law, we're having a bit of a cash flow problem lately. Could you, lend me 3,000 to 5,000 to help me out in this emergency? You have hands, feet, and skills. Why don't you go to a big city to find a way to make a living? This isn't. Sigh. I have an apprentice, and his mother is unable to. All right. Forget about apprentices. Mei Jinxing quickly stopped. In his brother-in-law's eyes, money, houses, and wives are all like fleeting clouds. He only had 2 things on his mind: cooking skills and being a righteous person. However, Mei Jinxing suddenly remembered Principal Guan's instructions. This guy, having squandered all his wealth, is definitely a bit dim-witted. But he and his apprentices are all genuinely skilled. I don't have any money. Mei Jinxing has already lent him nearly 80,000 yuan. Okay, then thank you, brother-in-law. I'll definitely find a way to pay back the debt. The big guy Huang Yuntian didn't waste any words, knowing that the other party didn't like him. He stood up abruptly, smiled, cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, and prepared to leave. Don't rush. But considering you cooked a meal for your family tonight, how about I find you and your apprentices some work? That's great. Huang Yuntian immediately turned around, beaming with joy. Is it in our county town? 30 minutes later. The kitchen of Laong Middle School canteen in the dead of night. Guandosi was comparing various devices when he was interrupted by a phone call from Mei Jianxing. I can't believe this guy still found himself a chef at this hour. Guandosi didn't care about anything else and directly pulled people to the back kitchen of the cafeteria to check the quality. All the equipment here still belongs to Mei Xing Food Company. Now that the contract has been terminated, they will move out soon. However, it's fine to use it temporarily. The big guy Huang Yuntian had been grinning the whole time, but once he entered the kitchen, he seemed like a completely different person. Their eyes were blazing with fire. There were still some leftover ingredients in the refrigerator. Guandosi opened the refrigerator and said to Huang Yuntian, "See if there's anything usable, and make a few dishes for me to try." Huang Yuntian looked resolute, but shook his head. "I can't do it. The ingredients are too poor. I would never cook for people with something like this." Mei Jianxing, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. "Are you out of your mind? This is a job interview. Don't you have any common sense? I told you this when I came. If Principal Guan doesn't agree, I can't guarantee you this job." Upon hearing this, Guandosi waved his hand. "This cook certainly has a temper. It's very similar to my attitude towards education. Okay, what materials do you need? Can you get them now?" "Yes." Huang Yundong nodded calmly. "I'll reimburse you, go buy it now." "Good." Immediately. Huang Yuntian immediately took out his phone. I stepped out of the kitchen and started dialing numbers one by one. "Hey, old Yang, do you have any good beef today?" Yes, I know you're not having an easy time. I'm near the #1 middle school. Can you bring it over?" "Okay." "Aunt Kai, you're still awake, aren't you? It's like this, I need your help with something." No, it's not about paying me back." "Okay." "Master Liang, do you have any good seafood in the cold storage?" "Fresh." "Okay, I'm at the middle school cafeteria right." Less than 20 minutes later. The cafeteria's kitchen was already piled high with fresh ingredients. Even in the dead of night, those suppliers would deliver the goods without complaint after just one phone call from Huang Yuntian. They didn't even receive a single penny. "Principal Guan, your influence is really something. Knowing it's just vegetables delivered to a middle school, you didn't even charge me, huh?" Huang Yuntian burst into laughter. Chapter 39 The Cafeteria Kitchen Team. Guandosi was absolutely certain. This is definitely not about saving face. The freshness of the ingredients. Even though Principal Guan isn't a professional chef, he can tell that it's definitely high-quality food. Looks like we'll be able to find this guy. Director Mei has unearthed a treasure for herself. Before Guandosi could speak, Huang Yuntian began to quickly prepare the ingredients. Wearing an apron and a chef's hat, Huang Yuntian looked spirited and confident. He looks nothing like the Tifei Zhongyan. Tifei Zhongyan is a Chinese word that means decadent, dispirited, or tifei. Middle-aged man he used to be. Less than 20 minutes later. Stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, vegetarian 3 delicacies, and stir-fried shrimp. Try them while they're hot. The 3 hot dishes were served almost simultaneously. Although Guandosi did not have the habit of eating late-night snacks. But once you smell that aroma, you can't help but salivate. Pick up a piece and put it in your mouth. If this were a comic, Guandosi would probably have his clothes ripped off instantly. So delicious. Even the quick-witted Guandosi could only utter this sentence. The contrast is too stark. What the hell am I eating all day? It's just pig swill. This is what people should eat. My brother-in-law's cooking skills are absolutely top-notch. Mei Jianxing also picked up his chopsticks, his lips and teeth moving constantly. Hee, I'm a nationally certified first-class chef. Although I'm not quite as awesome as a top-level chef, these few dishes are a piece of cake. Huang Yuntian looked satisfied as he watched the two of them enjoying their meal. Chef and teacher are not without commonalities. Seeing the smiles on the faces of students or diners is truly heartwarming. At this moment, Guandosi felt a connection with this down-on-his-luck chef. At the same time, they also became more convinced of the idea of having this chef serve as the head chef of the cafeteria. How many apprentices do you have? Recruit them all at once. 9 others are following me. Can you manage to feed 500 people every day? 3 meals a day? That's no problem. 10 of us can handle the food for 2,000 people. The only issue is getting all the food processors and equipment sorted out, which will significantly impact efficiency. Huang Yuntian is never ambiguous about this. Give me a list of the equipment, and I'll get it here right away. I'll pay you 30,000 a month, and each of your 9 apprentices will get 15,000. Use the highest quality ingredients every day. Old Mei, you handle the accounting with him. In addition, the daily menu must have no fewer than 30 items, and it must be a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. Give me a copy of the menu first. Don't leave tonight. Call your apprentice over. There are empty dorm rooms available, so you can stay there. Tomorrow, start work from breakfast. Listening to Principal Guan's rapid-fire instructions, Huang Yuntian blankly took off his chef's hat. Did I hear that right? The head chef of the cafeteria, asking for 30,000? Even a kitchen helper can earn 15,000? And judging from the wording, it seems like meals and accommodation are included? Huang Yuntian was also watching today's live broadcast. The arrival of a CCTV program crew to film a live broadcast from a local high school is already a matter of great interest in Wuxi County, a small county town. He knew that Principal Guan didn't charge students a single penny. This is entirely out of my own pocket to ensure the quality of food for the students. Huang Yuntian clapped his hands, beaming with joy. Okay, Principal Guan, you're a righteous person. I, Huang Yuntian, enjoy dealing with people like you. Don't worry, I'll definitely do a good job. I'll make this school cafeteria even more lavish than those 5-star hotel restaurants. I'll give you the menu right away. He didn't deny the salary. On the one hand, he does need to pay off his debts. On the other hand, he was confident that he could get Principal Guan to spend 30,000 yuan and receive dishes of quality worth more than 100,000 yuan. If it weren't for the recent economic impact on the catering industry, these 10 people could easily run the kitchen of an international hotel. Moreover, even after being unemployed at home for so many years, he has never relaxed his research on dishes. Principal Guan, just you wait and see. The list of equipment Huang Yuntian needed was quickly compiled. Guandosi immediately placed the orders one by one. However, the system's to-do list has not yet been completed. Generally speaking, renovation projects are judged to be completed the moment the system is established. There's no need to actually implement it. How come it's still a little short this time? Immediately check the system requirements, even though dietary modifications in terms of hygiene and nutrition have already been completed. But there are still 2 items missing. Prisoners are required to leave their cells to eat each meal, which poses a significant security risk. The lack of monitoring of prisoners' daily nutritional status in prisons poses a risk of malnutrition or morbid overweight among them. I see. Guandosi had an idea in mind. As for the first point, we need to wait until the student wakes up before proceeding. He plans to have students form a delivery team to deliver breakfast to each dormitory room every day. If breakfast still doesn't meet the system's requirements, then add dinner and lunch as well. But it's not a big problem. As for the second point, this necessitates the deep involvement of AI management. After figuring out what needs to be done, one renovation acceleration coupon has been used up. A brand new kitchen immediately appeared. In the suddenly added memories, Meishing Food Company completely withdrew and emptied its equipment. Subsequently, all the equipment I ordered was installed. During these 3 months that were either skipped or accelerated, Principal Guan also upgraded the Shaoling AI. Additional facilities have been added to the cafeteria. So, all that's left to do is wait until the students wake up tomorrow. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. At this moment, Huang Yuntian's group of apprentices also received a call and came to the school. Master, look, not a single person is missing. Is this Principal Guan? Hey, I was watching the live stream this morning, and now I'm meeting him in person. It's kind of amazing. Master really found us jobs. Working in the school cafeteria, I've never done that before. This equipment is pretty good. Does your master know the owner here? Seeing the group of young people approaching, chattering away, Huang Yuntian said seriously. Everyone's here, that's good. It wasn't easy for the few of us to find work this year. We have to thank Principal Guan for that. As he spoke, he pointed to Guandosi standing to the side. Seeing this, the young people in front of them also thanked them one after another. Huang Yuntian cleared his throat again. In the kitchen, he completely embodied the role of an experienced chef. To refocus attention and continue speaking. Normally, I don't mind you guys joking around with Master. But the rules are the same as before. In the kitchen, you have to listen to me. Now that we're here, we should do our job well. Let me make this clear from the start. As chefs, we must first live up to the chef's hat we wear, and second, we must be worthy of the people who eat our food. I personally taught you all your skills, and I trust that. But you must realize that this is cooking for students. We can't be careless. If I find out you're slacking off or doing a shoddy job, then I'm sorry, Master won't show you any mercy. Get the hell out of here and go home right now. Several of you have told me privately that you regret not having gone to school when you were young, and now you can only suffer in the kitchen. And the students here are just like you were back then. In order for them to be able to study well, we chefs have to cook good meals for them. Did you understand? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. No, Master. How could we fool the children? Once we're in the kitchen, we're in charge of cooking. How could we let down the skills our master taught us? Don't worry. I thought you were going to say something so serious. Master, if you find out I'm not doing my job properly, you can sue me all you want. Master, you don't need to tell me. Principal Guan gives us so much. We have to be worthy of these salaries. To see such a sight, Guandosi nodded. All right, the school cafeteria is in your hands now. Chapter 40, A New Day Arrives. Holy crap, is this a place we can live in? There's no need, Principal Guan. How about the two of us share a room? Master's place is only twice the size of this dormitory, and there are 10 of us living there. There are still plenty of empty dorm rooms available at the school. When the chefs entered the dormitory and saw this scene, they were surprised again. The way they looked at Principal Guan gradually changed from looking at a big boss who paid a lot of money. It becomes about seeing someone as a genuine and good friend. Principal Guan, you are a righteous person, and we like to deal with righteous people. If you want to feel at ease living here, you'll have to work hard. Hey, Principal Guan, thanks to you, I, a cook who dropped out of junior high school, can finally live in a high school dormitory. Fortunately, the dormitory had good soundproofing, which prevented the students from being disturbed. Guandosi didn't waste any words with them and directly handed 10 room cards to Huang Yuntian, asking him to distribute them. In any case, none of them disobeyed their master's orders. I had to get up at 5 o'clock the next morning to prepare breakfast, so the task was still quite heavy. Soon, they all went to rest. Guandosi's educational philosophy is actually very simple. In every aspect, you must put yourself in the student's shoes and think from their perspective. I'm a student. Do I want to eat the pig swill in the cafeteria? I definitely don't want to. Therefore, we must provide students with the best and most delicious meals. But it is such a simple code of conduct. Yet many people who run schools fail to do so. Sometimes, Guandosi couldn't even understand. How could something so simple, something that can be done with just a flick of the wrist, be impossible? Is his mind truly on education? Or is it simply a case of rapidly expanding branch schools to make money in order to achieve quick results? Shaking his head, Guandosi returned to his room. Since he doesn't need to sleep for that long, Guandosi always has more free time than he can use. It's not even midnight yet, but there's no extra work to do for the time being. I lay down on the bed and took out my phone. But then they discovered a message they hadn't seen before. Principal Guan, hello? This is a staff member from the Provincial Department of Education. We are planning to visit Laong Middle School soon. Would this be a convenient time for us? Provincial Department of Education? Guandosi accepted the friend request first. Upon clicking, it was indeed an officially verified account. It's probably not a scam. Unexpectedly, even at this hour, as soon as I accepted their friend request, they sent me a message. Hello, Principal Guan. Let's not talk about those useless things. Now that you've arrived, is there any funding or subsidy? The message the other party is typing remained displayed for 10 minutes. We understand Principal Guan's difficulties in running the school. The purpose of this visit is to learn more about Principal Guan's educational philosophy. After all, it's just a live broadcast program, and its reach in the local area is relatively limited. Guandosi scoffed. They want my cooperation in advertising without paying me? They probably just wanted to pick peaches, right? However, what he said does make sense. After all, many people don't watch live streams at all, especially those who hold high positions of power and can truly influence the direction of education in today's society, may not even be very good at using smartphones. When are you coming? Does tomorrow seem like a good day? Damn it. Tomorrow? After you confirm my agreement in the early hours of the morning, you can arrange the travel of these high-ranking leaders in just one day tomorrow? Stop joking, okay? Guandosi understood. Whether I agree to the visit or not, it's something the higher-ups will insist on. It's likely that they had already finalized their itinerary and confirmed their trip even before the live stream started. On the one hand, it's about showing that they are working on the live stream. On the other hand, it also prevents the school from embarrassing the local education department. It's not that Guandosi had any opinions about these leaders he had never met. However, in the field of education, most of the instructions from above are nonsense and unrealistic demands and directives. In his previous life, he naturally harbored a sense of aversion to this kind of thing. Okay, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Then you can come. After sending the message, Guandosi immediately set the contact to do not disturb. When will you come, and what will you be doing? We'll decide when you arrive. As the principal of a private high school, I really have no need to fawn over the leaders of your education department. Just then, a notification popped up on Douyin. Education decoded. A new round of voting has begun. Come and choose your favorite school. It's exactly midnight now. The daily voting has been reset. Upon clicking, Guandosi naturally voted for himself. The results show. Within just 1 minute of the vote reset, more than 10,000 people had already cast their votes. Hengi High School, Approval rate 64.11%. Qixin Experimental Middle School. Support rate 66.49%. Laofang Secondary School. 81.95% approval rating. The approval rating for Laofang Middle School has increased by nearly 10 percentage points. The live stream replay has just ended, and many viewers watched the entire day's content before voting. Moreover, the approval rating for Qixin Experimental Middle School also rose slightly. Hengi High School's approval rating has even declined. Regardless, the 15% support gap between Laofang Middle School and other schools is quite significant. Let's look at the comments section below the poll. Many of them were praising the situation at Laofang Middle School. Not just advanced educational philosophies. Tuition waiver, single dormitory room, AI assistant, video calls. All of this had a huge impact on these viewers. Guandosi smiled. My efforts are paying off. The vast majority of netizens still have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Don't rush. This is only the first day. There is still a lot more that needs to be improved. The teachers and students of Laofang Middle School welcomed the morning of the second day smoothly. Of course, the sun had not yet risen. 5:30 a.m. This first reveille is so faint that students might not even hear it if they have their doors and windows closed in their dorm rooms. It wasn't exactly a formal reveille. It was just a reminder for the school staff to begin their day's preparations. However, the dormitory lights will be turned on at this time. Students who forgot to turn off the lights yesterday are in luck. Guandosi rolled over and got out of bed. He felt refreshed. Sure enough, just after I finished washing up, the film crew contacted me. Guandosi didn't stop, grabbed the little donkey parked downstairs in the dormitory, and rushed to the principal's office. Halfway there, I discovered that a van was already parked in the back kitchen of the dormitory. Those were the ingredients ordered last night. The kitchen was already bustling with activity. The cafeteria opens at 6:30 a.m., and during this time, they need to prepare breakfast for nearly 500 teachers and students. Upon arriving at the principal's office, the film crew was already waiting there. Good morning, Principal Guan. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, why not try our new cafeteria? No need to trouble yourself. We've already eaten. The person in charge smiled politely, though his eyelids were still heavy with sleepiness. Keep in mind that other film crews had already started shooting by this time. That's why the schedule at Laofang Middle School is so humane. Principal, the topic of our live stream today is to focus on students' dining experience at school. We also need to film the cafeteria kitchen, but we need the principal's approval for that. Guandosi nodded. No problem, I'll give you the head chef's contact information. I've already informed him to cooperate with the filming. The person in charge was taken aback. Executive chef? Does a school cafeteria still need a head chef? Isn't it just a matter of throwing the ingredients into the food processor and waiting? However, Principal Guan always manages to come up with something extraordinary. He must have his reasons for saying that. The person in charge took out his phone and wrote down the number that Principal Guan had mentioned. Chapter 41, Chewing Slowly. What you're swallowing is life itself. The Education Decoding Studio. It was exactly 8 a.m. Although the live broadcast by the film crews from the three schools started as soon as the students got up at 5:30 in the morning. But the production crew isn't made of iron. Therefore, the studio only started broadcasting live at this time. Footage from the three schools will also be shown in the studio in replay format, allowing viewers to hear the guests' various opinions. At the same time, with such an early start to the live stream, not many viewers could actually get up to watch it. Such replays can also help more viewers who commute on the subway or have just arrived at their workstations to start a new day of slacking off to catch up with the progress. The host, who reappeared yesterday, no longer showed any signs of fatigue. As expected of a CCTV host, she readjusted herself to her best state in just one night. Welcome back to today's Education Decoding program. After yesterday's live broadcast, I believe that our viewers have gained an understanding of the three high schools selected for this program. If you are unfamiliar with this, you can click on the official CCTV account to watch a condensed version of yesterday's live broadcast. So, in order to showcase all aspects of these three schools, from now on, we will focus on a single theme each day, providing a comparative overview for our audience. Today we're going to focus on what parents and students care about most, the school cafeteria. He made the same gesture as yesterday, pointing to the large screen behind him. The image unfolds on the large screen. Hengi Middle School. The school schedule begins at 5:40 a.m. Although the students were all still sleepy, they all jumped out of bed as soon as the reveille sounded. From the moment they wake up, the rhythm of the Hengi mode will engulf the students, leaving them no time to think about anything else. At 5:50, everyone gathered on the playground and began their morning exercises. There was almost no free time to wash up. After running one lap in order, they quickly entered the classroom and began their morning reading. However, The morning reading session did not officially end until 6:30 a.m., when all the students were dizzy from hunger. From 6:35 to 6:55, these 20 minutes are the students' precious breakfast time. Without a doubt, this was yet another mass assault that resembled a small-scale earthquake. Unlike yesterday, this time the film crew focused their live broadcast on various aspects of the cafeteria. Read while waiting in line, don't waste time. No whispering, eat quickly. Leave the cafeteria immediately after you finish your meal. Such slogans can be seen everywhere in the cafeteria. And the enforcement of these rules. Teachers can be seen everywhere admonishing and reprimanding students who are whispering to each other. Even eating too slowly will be noticed by the teacher and result in a lecture. 20 minutes may seem like a lot of time for a meal. However, this also includes queuing and commuting time. Therefore, by the time the students bring their trays to the table, it may have already been 10 minutes. Hengi High School doesn't allow for leisurely contemplation. Even to make it easier for students to eat quickly, they are provided with foods that don't get cold easily, such as steamed buns, mantu, hot porridge, or soy milk. They were all made at 4 a.m. and then placed on plates to cool beforehand. The production team leader personally went to print out a copy. Only the very center of the steamed bun retains some warmth, while soy milk and hot porridge are practically cold drinks. Not to mention foods like noodles and rice noodles. It is not provided at all. Everywhere you could see students wolfing down their food, half full, tossing down their plates, and rushing off to the teaching building. At 6:55, the classroom will begin taking attendance and start a self-study session called Early Morning Preview. In the studio, Professor Wang Chengfeng also adjusted her mindset through a night of self-hypnosis. He immediately began to speak eloquently. In just one morning, before classes even started, the Hengi model saved students a whole hour of study time. This is a rehash of the old adage that many small things add up, so I probably don't need to emphasize its importance too much. What I want to mention is the conditions that the school has created for the students. Her words seem to be a response to Principal Guan's speech yesterday. All the food provided not only ensures that students are nutritious and full, but also cools down in advance to allow them to eat quickly. This is the power of the Hengi model. This time, Professor Wang Chengfeng is not fighting alone. Beside her, Zhu Ziki, who didn't arrive at 8 a.m., chimed in. Yes, I did increase my eating speed after Hengi. I won't spend much time on this kind of thing until college. My time at Hengi High School was undoubtedly beneficial for life. Professor Lu Jifa adjusted his glasses and said slowly. So, at the age of 19, you already had such severe nervous gastritis. I won't say more. The audience has discerning eyes. Professor Lu Jifa was in no hurry to defend himself. He's old and gets up very early. Therefore, I learned about the breakfast situation at Laong Middle School by watching the live broadcast. Hee hee. How could these two schools possibly compare? Let these two guys spout their wild opinions for now. I'm sure the audience will have their own answer when they see the situation at Laong Middle School and compare it to what happened there. With the groundwork laid the previous day, the comments section began to flow freely. Besides Hengi High School, is there anywhere else that can provide students with such a good learning environment? The details truly reveal the quality. I refuse to believe that letting students eat in peace will cause them to score lower on their tests. Stomach problems from overeating are a lifelong issue. High school students still worry about their appetites? If you ask me, kids this age should just live on nutritional supplements. It'll be over in 5 minutes. Slowly eating? While you're dawdling, other students have already surpassed you by a long way. It's a pure waste of life. I think Hengi High School is much better this way. What's so interesting about a trash school like Hengi High School? I want to see Laofeng High School. As expected, it's incredibly high pressure. This educational model of Hengi High School will eventually be judged by history. Students are eating and sleeping poorly. What's the point of living like this? Such a miserable life will only make students question the meaning of their existence. It's ironic. Because of yesterday's experience, there was a comparison with Laofeng Middle School. Some viewers who were already optimistic about the Hengi model became even more convinced of their own ideas. It is precisely because of the existence of such absurd schools that the Hengi model seems even more correct. It's unimaginable how difficult it is to break down these deep-rooted prejudices. However, it is foreseeable that today's live broadcast will not only feature more intense debates between the guests, but also more heated exchanges between the viewers in the chat. Seeing that Professor Lu Jifa did not offer much rebuttal, the host nodded with satisfaction. This should make it easier to move the show forward. Now, let's take a look at another school, Qixin Experimental School. The scene changes. The schedule at Qixin Experimental Middle School starts at 6 o'clock. As always, the film crew followed in the footsteps of the discipline teacher. The discipline teacher barged directly into the large dormitory room unique to Qixin Experimental Middle School. Holding a pointer, he roughly and forcefully slammed it onto each student's bed frame. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the students groggily got out of bed. If anyone is still lying in bed, the discipline teacher will first check their temperature and complexion. After confirming that he wasn't sick, she simply yanked the blanket off him. Then, he gently placed an ice pack directly on the student's chest. With such a clever move, I believe no student will still feel sleepy. The scene changes again. At 6:30, all the students were already seated in the cafeteria. This large, 3-story building can accommodate all the students of Qixin Experimental School at the same time. Silence. Absolute silence. These students, with their brightly colored hair, each held a small notebook and were reading intently. That is the Qixin Experimental Middle School student code of conduct. Even the footsteps of the discipline teachers could be heard in the cafeteria. This scene even makes one wonder if these are really students from Qixin Experimental School. Chapter 42: The Student Food Delivery Team of Laong Middle School. Although the same high pressure, but it's different from the sense of urgency at Hengyi High School. If you had to describe the breakfast at Qixin Experimental Middle School in one word, it would be obedience. Any student who makes a sound or whispers to each other, they will be dragged out and made to stand as punishment. That's not all. He will lose the option to choose his breakfast. After the other students had finished getting their meals, he could only eat plain steamed buns with cold dishes. Most students in their second and third years of high school are already used to this schedule. Even if he was pretending, his eyes were fixed on the booklet in his hand. Many of the newly enrolled first-year high school students were still defiant and kept making various small moves. They were simply dragged out. When asked about the causes and effects of this measure, the discipline teacher, who was being interviewed, said solemnly, "Students have the best memory when they first wake up in the morning. Therefore, this stage is the most effective way to make them remember the rules of school. Our school's educational policy has always been to cultivate character first, then teach knowledge. The most important thing in educating people is to teach these students who lack a sense of rules to start learning to follow the rules." And so, 10 minutes of deathly silence followed. The discipline teacher blows the whistle to allow students to go get their meals. And in this process, basic order was maintained. Each class will have priority in getting food according to their current class points ranking. When it was the last class's turn, only scraps remained at each window. Certainly, there's plenty of white steamed buns and cold dishes. Doesn't suit your taste? Don't want to eat it? So who told so many students in your class to break the rules? Either you're tough and you starve. Alternatively, you can study hard and try to get into a better class in the next placement exam. In the studio, Zhu Ziki may have been provoked by Professor Lu Jifa yesterday. He spoke first, which was unusual for him. I think this measure is excellent. Although this school does not currently place as much emphasis on academic performance as Hengyi High School. But given these student quality conditions, these measures are undoubtedly very necessary. After he finished speaking, Professor Wang Chengfang nodded. He then added, "Just as Zhu Ziki said, I have made another discovery. Under the educational model of Qixin Experimental Middle School, in just one day, at least most of the newly enrolled students were able to learn to follow the rules. I believe this is something they can achieve even after months or years at home. This reality also shows that the principal's educational policy is very effective." Lu Jifa looked at the screen, and the corners of his mouth visibly drooped. "This time, I have a different opinion from both of you. Let's put aside whether his methods actually change the students. Let's just talk about the disciplinary measures. How can you use food as a form of punishment? Students only eat a little steamed bun and cold dishes in the morning. How can that meet their nutritional needs? Leaving aside the various trace elements, this kind of pure carbohydrate diet, which has no protein at all, absolutely cannot sustain a student's daily study life. Moreover, isn't this practice of linking everything from clothing and food to class points an encouragement for school bullying? Who hasn't been careless at times? With such strict school rules, being dragged out for even a cough, is that really reasonable? Who can guarantee that students who accidentally cause points to be deducted from the class won't be treated coldly by their classmates? With the presence of disciplinary teachers, violent incidents are unlikely to occur at the school. But we humans are social animals after all. The more students can't integrate into the group, the greater their psychological pressure becomes, and under high-pressure rules, they are more likely to make mistakes. Professor Lu Jifa shook his head helplessly. In his view, as long as this educational model exists in the world, it is all due to his inadequate work as a promoter of quality education. He even vaguely believed that the torment suffered by the students in the video was indirectly caused by him, Lu Jifa. Seeing it all, it hurts my heart. Sooner or later, These disciplined teachers will be ganged up on by the students and given a beating, which could even lead to someone's death. Hilarious. Your Chishin school has such high tuition fees, and all you give your students are steamed buns and cold dishes? Why don't you just feed them pig swill? This kind of unruly student clearly has poor upbringing. This method of correcting their behavior from the ground up, starting with their basic needs like food, clothing, and shelter, is excellent. Even punishing them by starving them wouldn't be excessive. I've figured out this Professor Liu. He always points out people's mistakes, but never suggests how to improve. Have you ever dealt with such a difficult student? Holy crap, let's not even talk about the education model, okay? Does this school even comply with the Geneva Convention? Students eating this kind of food every day will eventually become malnourished. This is outrageous. They're treating students like dirt. Everyone, please vote against this. Professor Liu Jifa felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the comments questioning him. He desperately wanted people to understand him, especially given the widespread social acceptance of the Hengi model. He shook his head again and said, even if it is truly unavoidable to use disciplinary measures against students, there are better ways. In fact, I believe that Principal Guan of Laong Middle School could do a better job in this regard. The host, who was standing nearby, readily accepted the situation and backed down, taking over the topic. In that case, let's take a look at the breakfast situation at Laong Middle School. The scene changes. Laong Middle School. Students' schedules begin at 6 o'clock. It's different from the other two schools. It could even be considered a unique feature of Laong Middle School. Most of the scenes at Laong Middle School begin from Principal Guan's perspective. There is no other reason. Compared to the principals of the other two schools, Principal Guan truly spends all his time at the school. The moment the image was shown, it instantly garnered a large number of likes from the comments section. That back view is so reassuring. Haha, Principal Guan, you really are at the school. The whereabouts of the other two principals are unknown. Only Principal Guan of Laong Middle School can be seen at school at any time. This really shows they treat the school like their own home. While this might be a derogatory term for students, it's pure praise for teachers. Guandosi's next move was even more unexpected for the audience. Xiaoling, under the name of Zero, issue a notice recruiting volunteer students to deliver meals. They will be responsible for delivering breakfast to each dormitory. Students who are willing to participate should gather in the open space at the dormitory entrance. Yes, Principal. A simple sentence. This immediately sparked a huge reaction from the barrage of comments. Wait, buddy. A food delivery team? Home delivery? Did I hear that right? Is this something that can happen at school? Hilarious. This is called sticking to a persona. Is this really a prison? Eating in the cells? And everyone's a serious offender. The dormitories at Laong Middle School are more than just like hotels. Even a real 5-star hotel wouldn't offer this kind of service, would it? Wait a minute. Isn't the key point here that the principal can notify all students with just one sentence? Does Xiaoling have this function? I'm such a country bumpkin. How many more unimaginable practices does Laong Middle School have up its sleeve? Chapter 43 Sour Grapes. The scene changes. The live stream then shifted its focus to Liao Guangqing's dormitory room, number 1027. Laong Middle School does not have a mandatory wake-up time. Even if the reveille sounds and the students don't get up, nothing will happen. But what if you miss the school bus to get to class? A teacher from this floor will come to check on the situation. If the person is sick, they should request sick leave. If you overslept, if others didn't talk about it, Guandosi would give them a harsh laugh. However, the alarm clock set by Liao Guangqing will use a gradually increasing volume to ensure that students wake up. So he woke up at 6 o'clock, and the camera angles that focus on the students. This is what makes the live stream from Laong Middle School different from other places. Since the program obtained permission from several students to live stream on the first day, it seems that the production team also intends to develop these students into supporting characters. Therefore, Liao Guangqing had just finished washing up after getting up when the production crew knocked on his door. Liao Guangqing felt that if he were filmed more often on live streams, perhaps more people in the village would be able to see him. That will also reduce Grandma's worries, right? At this moment, the dormitory management AI spoke. Notice from Principal Zero, students who volunteer to participate in the student meal delivery team, please go to the open space in front of the dormitory before 6:30. Next was an explanation about the food delivery teams. School just started yesterday, and he skipped breakfast to save money. However, judging from yesterday's lunch and dinner, Liao Guangqing had to admit that the food there was indeed terrible, and it couldn't compare to what his grandmother made. But he was so hungry, he wished he could eat a pound of rice in one meal. Besides, the meals were free to begin with, so we should be grateful that the school provided such a large portion. But, food delivery? Where to deliver food? Will people still buy breakfast like this? Liao Guangqing tilted his head in confusion then leaned closer to read it. The more I read, the more unconsciously my mouth opened wide. Has the cafeteria team been updated? Did they hire a new head chef? Liao Guangqing knew that a head chef must be very expensive. Even in their village, hiring a chef to prepare a feast would cost more than 50 yuan, and that's calculated separately for each table. And is it delivered to every dormitory room? So, are you now eating breakfast in your dorm room? It's unbelievable. But then, an even more surprising notification popped up. The breakfast menu has been sent out. Please select the breakfast type and portion size you wish to have on the screen. The announcement was made at the same time. Suddenly, a whole screen full of dishes appeared on the screen. From the simplest and most basic white flour steamed buns, twisted rolls, and baozi. Then there's soy milk and fried dough sticks, rice noodles, hand-pulled noodles, and congee with preserved egg and pork. There were also French-style sesame seed cakes, soufflés, paninis, macarons, things he'd never even heard of. Spanning ancient and modern times, and bridging east and west, there are more than 30 varieties. This means I have to choose for myself. Liao Guangqing was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he had eaten at a small restaurant in the next village, and that restaurant didn't have this many dishes on its entire menu. And here, there are so many different kinds of breakfast options. That time, it was Uncle Chong, who had been working with him, who knew he was going to high school, and treated him to a farewell meal. He looked at the menu and didn't dare to order anything. And now, is this so luxurious really free? Can I really choose whatever I want? He was even more hesitant to make a choice. The numerous and luxurious breakfast options displayed on the screen were also captured on film by the camera crew. The barrage of comments surged instantly. Is it really that luxurious? How could that be? A high school cafeteria in a small county wouldn't have a chef like that. They even serve Western food. When and where did Principal Guan ever fake anything? It must be true. Holy crap. I've never even tried this before. This cafeteria is so luxurious. They should just open it up as a restaurant. Meanwhile, in the studio, Professor Wang Chengfeng frowned deeply. Same as yesterday. Laong Middle School is good in every way. It's just not suitable for students to study. I think Principal Guan would be better off focusing more on teaching. Providing so many meals will only foster extravagant and decadent lifestyles in students, which will be detrimental to their high school studies in every way. Zhu Ziki, standing to the side, echoed this sentiment. Professor Wang is absolutely right. High school is not a time for students to enjoy life. Eating in the dormitories again, with so many self-service menus. It has absolutely no effect on improving students' learning abilities. When this happens in high school education, it means the principal is neglecting his duties. Lu Jifa smiled, remaining silent for a long time. After listening to all their fallacies, he spoke up calmly. Just because Hengyi Middle School and Qixin Experimental Middle School couldn't provide such good conditions, does that mean the principal of Laofeng Middle School is neglecting his duties? Are the grapes we can't reach always sour? High schools, especially boarding high schools, are no exaggeration to say that they are a student's second home. The parents of these students send their children to school, which is a sign of their trust in the school. Leaving aside whether it's fair to the students for the tuition fees, Laofeng Middle School is a free school. Isn't truly caring for students and providing them with the best living conditions a way to repay the trust of parents and students? Living a good life, isn't that the prerequisite for learning? Before becoming students, they were all human beings, all living beings. What does it mean to neglect one's duties? I think this is the attitude an educator should have. Principal Guan has done a better job than the other two principals, and even the vast majority of principals across the country. These words were spoken. The live chat was flooded with comments supporting Lu Jifa. This Wang Chengfeng keeps glorifying suffering. Does she really enjoy being tortured? Is she a masochist? Students are complaining about being fed well. Is this a school or a concentration camp? That's right. Professor Lu is absolutely right. How many school principals in the whole country are this considerate of their students? And yet, how can anyone find fault with him? To accuse others of being unprofessional just because you can't do it yourself? What kind of expert are you? How did you get your current status? A thorough investigation is needed. Have these people forgotten that Principal Guan's Laofeng Middle School is a free school? Even so, they still go to great lengths to provide the best conditions for students. So why are they making so many complaints? This Zhu Ziki has really been led astray. He could still say a few words like a normal person yesterday, but now he's just like Wang Chengfeng, spewing nonsense. Compared to yesterday, the comments were more assertive and used more intense language. Unlike Professor Wang Chengfeng, Zhu Ziki didn't have such a thick skin. Looking at the comments on the screen, his face turned red and then pale, and he felt terrible. I turned my head away, choosing not to look at the comments. In the picture, "Hey kid, hurry up and choose, they're all gone already." Seeing that Liao Guanqing was still in a daze, the cameraman couldn't help but speak up to remind him. On Xiaoling's screen, the remaining quantity of the more expensive foods was rapidly decreasing. To avoid waste, Huang Yuntian and Guandosi discussed it and decided to limit the number of portions. Although Guandosi felt that most of the children in these remote mountain villages would not waste food. Well, then I'll have soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a bowl of meat congee. Liao Guanqing realized what was happening and quickly chose what he wanted. Although he had never even heard of those Western breakfast dishes, he still wanted to try them. Even from the pictures, it's impossible to imagine what they taste like. I'm afraid of not liking the food and suffering myself, but I'm more afraid of wasting it. Therefore, he decided to find an opportunity today to ask what those things were. Surely some of my classmates have tried it, right? After quickly selecting his menu, Liao Guanqing picked up his school uniform, put it on, and rushed downstairs. I'll definitely go with the food delivery team. The principal had helped him so much, and he didn't want to miss even the smallest opportunity to help the principal solve his problems. The film crew followed closely, showing the scene of the square below the dormitory building to the viewers in the live broadcast room. Chapter 44, Why Does September Have the Feel of Spring? The film crew followed Liao Guanqing, student number 1027, to the open space outside his dormitory. The two school buses were already surrounded by people, half boys and half girls. Of the 463 students in the whole school, there are probably more than 200 here. Principal Guandosi was standing at one end of the crowd. Seeing the crowd that was almost completely packed, he couldn't help but shake his head and rub his forehead. Why are there so many? Just one per floor, 30 people is enough. Those who haven't rested enough can go back. Eating at 6:30 is already early enough. Students at this stage must ensure 8 hours of sleep every day, no matter what. Why are you all up so early? Principal, we also want to help the school. Principal 0, are the items on the menu real? Can I have a bite first if I'm helping with the delivery? Seeing that the principal was so approachable, the students around him gradually started chatting with him. Everyone was excited and wanted to join the food delivery team. Then I'll just order whatever I want. Those who are on this list, come out and get on the school bus. 1011, 1042. Because boys' numbers are odd numbers and girls' numbers are even numbers. Therefore, it can be ensured that the number of food delivery teams in both male and female dormitories is roughly the same. 1049. Number 0 and number 1049 are not seen. One of the students shouted out. Guandosi remembered that number 1049 was the student Luo Yangxia, who had a mental breakdown last night after being scolded by his father. Are you still in bed? Guandosi secretly made a mental note of this and continued shouting. Next up, 1027. Have. When Liao Guanqing's number was called, he immediately stepped forward. They all had smiles on their faces as they boarded the school bus. At this moment, all the back seats of the school bus were folded up. Instead, several small carts were used. It's like the kind of thing where a train conductor sells small items on a train. Liao Guanqing remembered riding in it once when he was a child. It was the time when his parents died in a car accident in another city, and he would never forget it. It's probably used to hold food. Seeing the little cart, he wasn't very happy. My initial good mood after being selected has turned somewhat gloomy. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Looking up, I saw a girl also wearing a prison-style school uniform. Her oval face wore a gentle and simple smile. A neat ponytail was tied at the back of her head, and a light fringe covered her delicate forehead. No. Liao Guanqing quickly pulled his legs back so that she could sit next to him. A faint, refreshing scent gently wafted into Liao Guanqing's nose. It's like the smell of rice blossoms at your doorstep. No, what am I thinking? Huh? Am I seeing things? Your student ID starts with 10. The girl gently pulled on the tag on Liao Guanqing's school uniform chest, wanting to see it more closely. You're a first-year high school student? No way. You're even taller than the principal. I couldn't afford to go to school for 2 years. I only came here because Laong Middle School doesn't charge tuition. I see. Oh, I'm number 3072, Li Jiayao. I'm in class 2 of senior 3. What about you? I am Liao Guanqing, from class 1, grade 11, student number 1027, as you just saw. Liao Guanqing had worked for 2 years before, and his initial timidity quickly subsided. Li Jiayao nodded, and then added. I have a twin brother who went out to work to support my education. You said that if kids your age can come here, does that mean he can come to school here next year too? When I enrolled, the principal didn't ask my age. I guess anyone who graduated from junior high school can attend? By the way, I'm from Liaojia village. Where are you from? Liao family village? That's not far from our village. I'm from Fuhu village. Oh, I've been there. Isn't there a big osmanthus tree at the entrance of the village? I did some work for you there. And so, the two started chatting on the school bus. Before the two could react, the car had already arrived. Let's go? Guandosi stood up and greeted the students on the bus. It was only then that the two realized that while they had been chatting happily all the way, the principal had been sitting in the row in front of them. I heard it clearly. For a moment, both of them were at a loss. It's important to know that high schools generally have very strict rules regarding interactions between male and female students. What are you standing there for? I called you here to work. Go and bring the small carts over here, one for each of you. Upon hearing this, the two realized what was happening and stood up to begin working. The stairs leading to the school bus doors have been replaced with a gentle ramp. The cart was easily pushed off. As soon as the students entered, a tall man wearing a chef's hat came to greet them. Upon seeing this person, Principal Guan immediately introduced him to the surrounding students and the film crew who were following him. Huang Yintian, this is our new head chef. If there's anything wrong with the food, just tell me, and I'll beat him up for you. That's right, I made a solemn promise to the principal. If there are any hygiene problems, don't just talk about the principal, you can all beat me up. These words amused all the students. Huang Yintian also looked very happy. The school has nearly 500 teachers and students. Being able to feed so many people every day was something he never dared to dream of in the previous 2 years. He used every trick in the book to put all the recipes in his mind into practice. I just don't know if my students will be satisfied with my mediocre Western cooking skills. Have you received all the orders? Everything is packed up. And as you said, we're using high-end tableware. Okay, let's load the truck according to each person's assigned floor. Meanwhile, Huang Yuntian's apprentices were already waiting on the side, holding their phones to confirm the orders for each floor. The students then loaded the various dishes wrapped in lunchboxes onto the vehicle one by one. It was all done in less than 20 minutes. The students then pushed the carts onto the school bus, preparing to return the way they came. Li Jiayao, number 3072, is rather petite. Pushing the school bus up the gentle slope was a bit strenuous. I'll help you. Liao Guangqing patted him down with his large hand. Ah, thank you. Push the cart to the top of the slope and get it into the school bus. Liao Guangqing then realized that the feel of holding the stroller was somewhat different. Soft and smooth. Looking down, I realized I had accidentally grasped one of Li Jiayao's small hands. After this trip, the hand that was pressing down on her turned a little red. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's nothing. Thank you for helping me. Looking back, he noticed that the senior student, who was about the same age as him, had blushed on her cheeks. She simply waved her hand, a bright smile on her face, thanked them, and pushed the stroller into the back of the school bus. For a moment, Liao Guangqing was stunned. Hey, there are people behind us. The spoilsport has arrived. But, it's the principal. Oh. Liao Guangqing immediately sprang into action, hurriedly pushing his own stroller onto the school bus. Principal Guan smiled and shook his head. But he didn't say anything. Less than 10 minutes later. 6:30. With the help of the dormitory's cargo elevator, the entire food delivery team was in position. All the students then began to eat in their dormitories. Liao Guangqing, also followed by the camera, returned to his dormitory. Looking at the steaming breakfast on my desk, savoring the lingering warmth and softness on my hands. This teenage boy suddenly realized that he wasn't really hungry. Chapter 45 Wang Chengfang's Philosophy. Inside the studio, Professor Wang Chengfang's face showed obvious anger. Anyone with eyes can see what just happened, right? Principal Guan, are you just going to watch like this? This is clearly the beginning of puppy love. I originally thought that Principal Guan was just an outsider, and at most he couldn't help with the education of teachers. Unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. How can such a situation, which could be devastating to students' academic performance, not be nipped in the bud? Seeing this, Zhu Ziki also added his own comments. That's right. In the past, many of the students who were in early relationships at school saw their grades plummet. I don't think this is a good sign. The reactions in the comments section were mostly negative. Students in this age group should be kept separate by gender. Otherwise, it's easy for things to escalate into passionate intimacy, which should absolutely be avoided. The child might not even realize it. But Principal Guan, as an adult, should have been able to see it, right? Why didn't he intervene or warn the child? I initially thought Principal Guan's educational approach had some merit, but seeing his attitude towards students dating early on, I instantly became against him. What do kids this age know about love? Immature relationships only hurt each other, and it has a huge impact on their grades. Lu Jifa pushed up his glasses. He often uses this action to help himself organize his thoughts. He then spoke again. Just chatting on the school bus? Does that mean we're dating? There are only 2 genders in this world. In schools, it's either boys or girls. Normal interactions can actually benefit students' values. This is especially true now that most people are only children. Boys only play with boys, and girls only play with girls. The school is happy to facilitate this situation. The children have been like this since they were young. When you grow up and it's time to get married, you'll only encounter obstacles when communicating with the other gender. Even if it's not a close relationship, there are always various problems in ordinary social interactions. Some boys become speechless when they see girls, showing a cowardly personality. Some girls, on the other hand, are unable to recognize the disparity between violence and strength and do not know how to avoid danger. The emergence of this social problem is also partly attributable to the widespread gender segregation currently implemented in schools. In this respect, it is actually Principal Guan, whom you described as not doing his job properly, who does things in a way that is more in line with the requirements of adolescent psychology. After mentioning this point, the comments section echoed this sentiment. This perspective is indeed quite novel. Professor Liu truly lives up to his reputation as an expert on adolescent mental health. This was indeed an area I hadn't considered before. Indeed, I think Principal Guan's natural approach is the best. If teachers try to intervene, it might actually create resistance. So what if it was puppy love? My wife and I have been dating since high school, and our second child is already in elementary school. Wang Chengfang clearly did not want to fight on the enemy's battlefield. The topic was immediately changed. Professor Liu, you are indeed a leader in the field of adolescent psychology. But when it comes to learning models for teenagers, I am more qualified than you. Let's talk about Laong Middle School and its system of having meals in the dormitory. As viewers saw yesterday, evening self-study sessions at Laong Middle School were also conducted in the dormitories. Now, breakfast is also eaten in the dormitory every day. We know that when the human brain forms a memory, it often binds the surrounding environment with the current behavior. And, like the intense efficiency in the Hengi model, students quickly realize that the dormitory is a place to rest, the canteen is a place to eat, and the classroom is a place to study. In this way, as long as students see the corresponding environment, their brains and bodies will prepare for the corresponding tasks. And in a school like Laong Middle School, where everything is mixed together, it is very likely that students will not be able to learn well, eat well, or rest well. Isn't that right, Professor Liu? Liu Jifa didn't even push up his glasses this time. The fact that you would put forward such an argument means that you are still on the second level, while Principal Guan has already reached the fifth level. I'm asking you, where is there a place where students can rest, study, and eat at the same time? It's obviously a student's home. Professor Wang, is your concept still to treat students like some kind of animal to be trained, to make their neural connections establish corresponding behavioral patterns? What Principal Guan needs to do is to make students deeply aware that the school dormitory is their second home. As I have always said, this is the educational model that truly treats students as human beings. The students treat this small space like home. How could the situation you described still occur? The comments section was filled with agreement. Exactly. Students feel a sense of belonging in their dorms just like they would at home. Isn't that more advanced than any other behavioral pattern? I simply don't believe that making students more comfortable can really have such a significant impact on their grades. I have a feeling that Professor Wang Chengfang is deliberately introducing a concept to find fault with Principal Guan. Does this theory really have that much influence? I think that fostering a genuine sense of belonging among students is more important and also more difficult than simply improving grades. Professor Liu Jifa then finished speaking. As Wang Chengfang watched the various questions raised in the comments, a multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. Of course, she knew that she was just making trouble for Principal Guan. She wasn't afraid of others finding out. There is no other reason. She firmly believes that Hengi High School's educational model is the best in the country and even the world. This is how this highly efficient, ruthless, and highly effective educational model gradually took shape. Only in such a short period of less than 40 years could a nation cultivate an entire class of science and engineering talents. That's why we have the prosperous era we have today. Completely contrary to Principal Guan's narrow-minded so-called people-oriented philosophy, Wang Chengfang believes that she has always viewed issues from a broader perspective. Unreasonable? The objective laws of the world, various external enemies, internal competitive pressures. Which one is more humane? The world is inherently cruel. What others take 200 years to accomplish, we need to complete in 30 or 40 years. How can we not move forward with heavy burdens? Even weighted sprints. Everything is for advancing by any means necessary. Students who can't even handle the pressure of the ivory tower are nothing more than defective products. It's cruel, but it's the truth. And now Principal Guan actually wants to prove that his weak and ineffective approach is better than the Hengi model. Are you kidding me? This cruel world isn't so easy to please. What kind of holistic education? What kind of psychological problems? Wang Qingfang is not lacking in knowledge of this theory. On the contrary, she went to the United States 10 years ago on a government-sponsored scholarship to receive the most advanced humanistic education ideas. But what was the result over there? So what are the results of policies implemented in countries that prioritize adolescent mental health and educational experiences? 21% of adults are functionally illiterate, meaning they can only write their own names. 54% of adults cannot read a short article of more than 300 words, and their reading ability is not as good as that of a 6th grade elementary school student. If you walk down the street and ask any random person, 60% of them won't even recognize the silhouette of a map of the United States. Entering high school, students are found to be involved in drug use, fighting, pregnancy, gun trafficking, and gang formation. The teacher could only patiently persuade them, one word at a time. This is not education, this is ignorance. The national character of 3 entire generations has been completely ruined. Looking across the sea at the increasingly irreversible decline, Wang Qingfang slowly made a decision. This kind of education model, which is entirely harmful and has no benefits, must never be promoted in our country. Even the slightest sign must be nipped in the bud. The only way forward for the country is to steadfastly implement the Hengi model. And Guandosi, that guy still thinks he's right? What is this if not misleading and corrupting young people? This is even a dangerous idea that could disrupt the nation's destiny. I must, on this program, thoroughly criticize and discredit it. I'm so ashamed of myself. Even if it's a battle between the left and right hemispheres of the brain, even if it's illogical and gets attacked, even if it's criticized for being disrespectful to elders, we must do it no matter the cost. Chapter 46 Cognitive Correction Eyepiece. However, Professor Wang Qingfang was just about to open her mouth to refute it, but the host interrupted him. So, the replay of breakfast arrangements at each school has now been completed. It's now 10 a.m. Let's return to the live stream from the 3 schools. Soon after lunchtime, we will take the film crew into the kitchens of each school cafeteria to give a comprehensive look at the food ingredients, kitchen hygiene, and taste. Please keep following our camera. The studio footage will be back shortly after the commercial break. The scene changes. The live stream has temporarily come to an end. At the same time, Guandosi sat in the principal's office, preparing the training dataset needed for the next upgrade of Shaoling on his computer. A knock came at the door. He is the head of the film crew. Principal Guan, here's a questionnaire. Please give the students some time to fill it out. The results of this questionnaire will also be part of the content that will be released on the program. We hope that the students who fill out the questionnaire will remain completely anonymous under the supervision of the program team, and we hope that you, principal, will cooperate in this regard. Guandosi nodded and took the documents from the person in charge. Do all students need to fill out this form? The plan was to select 200 students from each grade for the survey, but one grade at Laong Middle School doesn't have 200 students, so. I understand. Let me take a look first. Guandosi, read it carefully. This questionnaire is quite long. It will probably take about 40 minutes to complete. It is divided into 2 parts, the first part being a comprehensive evaluation of the school's conditions. From 1 point to 10 points, 1 point is commonplace, and 10 points are completely avoidable. Please rate the following issues in your school. Do you or your classmates have any psychological problems that significantly impact your lives, including but not limited to depression or suicidal tendencies? Have you or your classmates ever experienced pressure from classmates, school bullying, or social isolation? Do you find the food in the school cafeteria unpalatable? Do you feel that your teachers at school often lack patience with you or your classmates? When you're resting in your dorm room, are you often affected by teachers or classmates? Overall, the first half of the survey covers a comprehensive range of aspects, including students' living standards at school and teachers' educational levels. Very comprehensive. The latter half consists of comprehensive, interdisciplinary questions that span ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, and combine the humanities and sciences. On the first day of school, Xiaoming left home at 7:30 a.m., when the sun was just rising. Xiaoming was 10 kilometers away from school and was cycling at a speed of 20 kilometers h. A drone traveling at a speed of 55 kilometers h set off at the same time as Xiaoming and traveled back and forth between the school and Xiaoming. 1. If the temperature was 15 degrees Celsius at the time, try to analyze which provincial-level administrative region in my country Xiaoming is located in. 2. The following figure shows the parameters of the drone. Please answer the number of moles of electrons released by the drone's lithium battery when Xiaoming arrives at school. 3. When studying motion problems, the choice of reference frame is very important. Which poem by the Song Dynasty poet Su Shi also involves reference frames? Please write it down from memory. Even Guandosi, who is proficient in all subjects, was confused by this question for quite a while. One question involves 5 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. Furthermore, the difficulty level of the questions is different for grades 10, 11, and 12. All tests are based on the current learning content. Guandosi frowned. I'm afraid that the students in my own school with insufficient foundation will find it difficult to compete with the top students selected from the best at Hengyi High School. Will the results of this test be announced in the live stream? Yes, and it will be retested every month. Guandosi's brows relaxed. Since the test can be conducted multiple times, it will be a good opportunity to showcase the progress these students have made at my Laong Middle School. Moreover, the first part is a questionnaire about the school's conditions. Guandosi is confident that he will not lose to any school. Moreover, since students are anonymous, it is highly unlikely that other schools will have standardized answers for cheating. CCTV's media oversight capabilities are still sufficient. Okay, I'll set aside one evening study session for them to do it. One evening like this won't interfere with much of your studies. The person in charge nodded and left. Guandosi took the answer sheet and prepared to go to the school's printing room to print it. Just then, system successfully identified the project. The meal service system modification is complete. Prison basic conditions assessment completed. Reward benchmark increased. An additional 4 million yuan has been allocated to prison reform funding. Item obtained: 3 upgrade acceleration tickets. Item obtained: cognitive correction eyepiece. Cognitive correction eyepiece. Equipped with corresponding laws and regulations, this device intelligently generates a correction plan in the form of a cognitive filter. Once applied to a prisoner, it will autonomously modify the information they see and hear according to the correction plan, and to a limited extent, alter the prisoner's behavior. This aims to correct the prisoner's criminal mindset. Once applied, the prisoner cannot remove this device without the warden's consent. To prevent abuse by the warden, this device can only be applied to registered prisoners. New purchasable item added to the system shop: cognitive correction eyepieces. This renovation was really worthwhile. To be fair, the rewards have indeed become much more generous after the benchmark was raised. I spent less than 500,000 to upgrade my kitchen and received a subsidy of 4 million. The school currently has over 5 million in funds on its books. Guandosi felt much more relaxed, and many renovation projects began to be implemented. But what is this cognitive correction filter? And this new item has indeed appeared in the system, priced at 500 yuan per set. With a thought, Guandosi had a pair of lightweight glasses in his hand. It is very soft and can be deformed with a little force. You won't feel anything even when you're sleeping after wearing it. It will not affect your normal life. At the same time, a trial video popped up on the system panel. After clicking, the perspective focuses on a thief with a kleptomaniac habit. He was wearing these glasses when he appeared near a bustling station. The prearranged victim was also quite obvious. A cell phone was sticking out of a corner of its pocket. When the thief attempted to steal, the victim noticed his movements in time, turned her head with displeasure, and stared at him. In reality, the victim didn't even notice the change in perspective. The victims that the thieves saw turning their heads were all hallucinations caused by cognitive filters. But the next moment, even though the thief had been discovered, he still tried to steal it by force. He tucked the phone between his hands, bowed slightly, and took it in his own hands. Then he turned and tried to run away. The moment the prisoner finished committing the crime, before he had even stood up straight, he surprisingly spoke up to remind the person in front of him, "You dropped your phone." Then, with an extremely reluctant and constipated expression, as if he had swallowed a fly, he respectfully returned the phone to the victim. These glasses, are they really that powerful? It can not only modify what the wearer sees and hears, but it can even forcibly correct his or her behavior. But my students aren't real prisoners. Although a few may have depressive tendencies. But it's unlikely that he has a penchant for murder, theft, or robbery, right? How am I supposed to use this? Moreover, using such forceful cognitive bias against one's own students. To be honest, even Guandosi, who is known as the king of hell principle, couldn't bring himself to do it. He rubbed one side of his glasses with both hands. A chip with a built-in USB interface slid out. Plug it into the computer. There was only one document inside, which was the criminal law article concerning theft, along with a description of the crime of theft. These are the regulations that can be customized. They can be edited at will. Guandosi had a sudden inspiration and an idea came to him. Chapter 47: The Cafeteria Kitchen at Lunchtime. Guandosi directly removed the regulations from the chip. Then, I tossed in an electronic copy of the Oxford Chinese English Dictionary. That is the most powerful English guidebook, covering a vast amount of English vocabulary, grammar, collocations, and more. Is English grammar law? Is it possible to achieve the state I desire? Given the consistent power of system items, there shouldn't be any problem. After the copying is complete, the chip is reinserted into the cognitive correction eyepiece. Then, Guandosi couldn't wait to put it on. Something amazing happened. There on his desk were the documents that were originally in Chinese. Everything has been turned into English. Moreover, the translation is just right. Haha, it really worked? Guandosi, who is fluent in 4 languages, will undoubtedly have no problem with English. The word choice is appropriate, the sentences are fluent, and some contexts unique to Chinese are also translated in a way that fits the original meaning. This is far more powerful than any translation AI. I took out my phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and casually scrolled through a few videos. Sure enough, everything that was heard was translated into English, and even the lip movements of the people in the video were completely changed to English pronunciation. The most amazing thing is, Guandosi recorded a video of himself speaking on his phone as a test. Then, he took off his glasses and re-examined the video content. When I speak Chinese, my image in the video turns into English. And when he was speaking English, his own voice in the video would somehow switch to Chinese with a distinct accent. Guandosi's own accent is more like an English accent, but in the video it has become a Beijing accent. This is so much fun. This cognitive correction eyepiece was somehow turned into a mother tongue depriver by myself? Without a doubt, this is a torture device. Moreover, it is a very suitable instrument of torture for punishing students. Furthermore, it is a complete cognitive filter. When the wearer wants to speak Chinese, their lips and teeth will unconsciously utter English. It means that the brain is constantly being exposed to language. Perhaps this thing can make students learn languages several times faster than others. Principal Yama's true nature could no longer be suppressed. In any case, the system also includes a considerable portion of the disciplinary system reform. I wonder, who will be the first student to try this? A dangerous smile appeared on Guandosi's lips. At the same time, a luxury car is speeding along the highway. Director Zhou will be there soon. We should be able to have lunch there in time. The driver said to the person behind him. Zhou Mingyan gave a soft and took out his phone. Although he is called the director, Zhou Mingyan is actually the deputy director. But there is no director general here, so the driver has to call him Director Zhou. There's a lot to learn within the system. Senior, I'll be there soon. Zhou Mingyan sent the message into his phone. Okay, then I'll leave it to Xiao Zhou. Make sure to pass on all the questions I asked you to have to him. The contact person's name was clearly written as Wang Qingfang. Zhou Mingyan nodded to himself. Although the Provincial Education Department does not have a high degree of oversight over a private school, after all, their faculty and staff don't rely on government-appointed positions for their livelihood. However, his senior classmate Wang Qingfang provided him with a lot of help in the early stages of his career. Besides, this was just a debate. At most it would just make Principal Guan look bad in front of a national audience. It's not like it's about bullying men or women. Zhou Mingyan had no psychological burden. At the same time, this leader, with so many years of experience in officialdom, wanted to make things difficult for a young principal who was not even 30 years old. For him, refuting a young man with words is not difficult at all. Although he didn't watch the live stream much and didn't know much about Principal Guan. But I guess if I just say a few words, the other person will be speechless? It was just a small favor. Young people, their ideas are so cutting edge and radical. Taking too big a step can easily lead to injury. A little tapping or knocking isn't a bad thing. The road sign for Wuxi County was getting closer and closer. Time flies. In schools across the country, the morning classes ended quickly. It was exactly 12 noon. The principal's office at Laong Middle School. Principal, Luo Yangxia, student number 1049, hasn't come to class all morning. Mei Jianxing reported to the principal. Xiaoling, is there no alarm? No, everything is normal on Xiaoling's side. She won't answer the door when I knock. I understand. I will handle this personally. He probably spent the whole day reading novels in his dorm room. This guy, at least he came to class yesterday. Unexpectedly, after being provoked by her father, she stopped acting altogether. But that's alright. A pillow is provided when you're sleepy. Perfect timing. I've acquired a torture device, but I have nowhere to use it. It's time to show everyone the disciplinary measures for violating school rules. Let's go eat first. Guandosi smiled. Inside the studio. After responding to the live stream, Professor Wang Qingfang was unusually quiet. Even when they do offer comments, they only say a few words. It's like waiting for something. Therefore, Professor Lu Jifa basically controlled the pace of the entire morning speeches. Zhu Ziki, whose opinion had been wavering, was left to fend for himself and even showed signs of being persuaded. However, This does greatly reduce the difficulty for the host to advance the program. Well, it's about time. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow our camera and pay close attention to the lunch arrangements at each school. The scene changes. Haeungi Middle School. It's that oppressive cafeteria that the audience has already experienced firsthand. It only took 2 minutes from the moment the bell rang until all the windows were overflowing with people. If Haeungi High School has any benefits other than improved grades and efficiency, that is, both the school and the students strictly adhere to the schedule. If it says get out of class ends at 12:15, then there's absolutely no chance of a teacher running overtime. Therefore, all students will enter this 100-meter sprint of the Hunger March in their best condition. However, such urgency comes at a price. Even while carrying their trays, the students moved with hurried steps. Unsurprisingly, the camera captured several students holding a tray in one hand and a book in the other. It was neatly scattered into a puddle on the cafeteria floor, which was covered with an oil film. Rice and vegetables splashed everywhere. The student didn't even utter a curse. He simply stood up quickly and dusted off his school uniform. His eyes revealed numbness. He quickly picked up a new plate and went back to queue. The camera focuses on the area near the food serving window. It must be said that, considering the requirements for a high school cafeteria, Haeungi High School's conditions are quite good. Not only are there a mix of meat and vegetables, but there's also a wide variety of dishes. At the same time, the price is relatively affordable. Each dish costs between 1.5 and 3.5 yuan, so a proper meal wouldn't cost more than 15 yuan. Unfortunately, most students didn't enjoy the food. The speed at which they swallowed made one wonder if these students were even chewing. The scene shifts to the cafeteria's kitchen. This is footage shot some time ago, and we're showing it here. All staff members wore pure white chef's uniforms. Clean vegetables are separated from unprocessed vegetables. Meat and vegetables are handled and arranged separately, and at least the floor and pipes are free of stains. The hygiene conditions don't look bad at all. However, the staff here simply wash and cut the ingredients, then put them into a large food processor and set the timer. Add the raw materials in the correct order. Then, once finished, scoop the completed dish onto a large plate. Therefore, it is clear that such dishes are unlikely to be very delicious. The people working here can at most be considered cooks, not chefs. Trained border collies are likely capable of performing this task. Then, the scene shifts again. This time, we are showing the audience the teacher's cafeteria. The difference in quality between dishes can be seen with the naked eye alone. Not only is the selection more abundant, but there's even a separate ordering window. At the same time, they didn't seem to have the same sense of urgency as those students. Teachers can even eat a couple of bites of food while scrolling through their phones. Compared to the students' schedule of having to rush to their dormitories after a 20-minute meal break, this is much better. Even if these teachers have classes, they still have nearly 2 hours of free time. Very pleasant. The difference between just the 2 floors of the cafeteria is already remarkable. Chapter 48, Turning Offense into Defense. Inside the studio, Professor Wang Chengfeng didn't say a word. Instead, he adopted a victorious posture, looking at Professor Liu Jifa on the opposite side. Liu Jifa felt a chill run down his spine. Is this woman crazy? However, as a guest, I still have to complete the task of providing commentary. Liu Jifa began. This is not the first time we have seen such a rushed meal schedule at Haeungi Middle School. I don't need to elaborate on its disadvantages. This completely disregards the health of students. Zhu Ziki, who is right next to us, is the best example. These words made Zhu Ziki blush with embarrassment. Even he himself had to admit that his nervous gastritis was caused by his time at Haeungi Middle School. For a moment, they were speechless. At this moment, Professor Wang Chengfeng said slowly, Zhu Ziki, do you think it's worth it? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziki seemed to realize what was happening. Yes, it's definitely worth it. I only have some minor illnesses and injuries. However, the experiences I gained from Haeungi High School truly changed my life. Without the teacher's strict discipline, how could I have become the top science student in the college entrance examination? How could one achieve such an absolute comeback, going from a score of 540 in the second year of high school to 732 in the college entrance examination at the end of the third year? Not to mention, now we have the opportunity to sit in front of a national audience. A minor, harmless illness was traded for a bright future. Even in the most pragmatic way. Even if I shorten my lifespan by 5 years, my total income in the future may increase by 50 million. A degree from Tsinghua or Peking University, coupled with the title of top scorer in the science section of the college entrance examination, definitely justifies the price. How many people from ordinary families can earn 50 million a year? This little stomach ache, it's hardly an illness. This is a medal for my hard work. He nodded vigorously. Worth it, absolutely worth it. Wang Chengfeng chuckled and crossed her legs lazily. I've said what I needed to say. I believe the audience has their own judgment. She changed her previous attitude and actually stopped talking. Seeing this, the comments section erupted with controversy. Think about it carefully. Life is only lived once, so what's wrong with enduring some hardship and putting in a little effort? This child is foolish. This is a disease that will accompany you for life, and it could very well develop into stomach cancer later on. It's not worth 100 million. If you want to achieve upward social mobility in this society, besides taking the college entrance exam, is there any other way? I understand what Professor Wang means. Does this mean that despite Hengyi High School's seemingly weak appearance, as long as there are good results, everything else can be ignored? The cafeteria at Hengyi High School is actually alright, isn't it? Both the hygiene and the food are pretty good, at least better than many takeout pre-made meals, right? It's not as bad as some people think. Is the college entrance exam really that important? The vast majority of people don't have the ability to get into Tsinghua or Peking University and truly achieve a leap in social status. Zhu Ziqi's opinion is really not a valuable reference. What does this have to do with your discriminatory treatment? If you can cook well for the teachers, why can't you cook something better for the students too? Is this about grades? Lu Jifa looked rather grim. Professor Wang Qingfang's updated playing style is truly invincible. It seems like they said nothing, but at the same time, they said everything. Even the best arguments cannot overcome the stubborn prejudices in the minds of the audience. Instead, she didn't reveal any flaws, making it difficult for him to develop his own strategy. It is even more difficult to change the audience's prejudice. He didn't speak for a moment. The host was able to easily move the program forward. The image on the large screen behind me changed again. Qixin Experimental Middle School. The serious atmosphere of breakfast had changed. The cafeteria was bustling with activity at lunchtime. The students lined up in small groups to get their meals and enjoyed them immensely. Only a few disciplined teachers were watching the students in the cafeteria. Although they didn't make many moves, it was obvious what they were there for. To prevent a student from suddenly dying for any reason while eating. At Qixin Experimental School, this would be a highly probable event without human interference. However, the audience soon noticed something was amiss. All the students received sealed plastic bags from the cafeteria window. The students skillfully pinched the sealed edge to avoid getting burned, tore open the bag, and poured the food inside onto their rice. Then we started eating. The school made no attempt to hide anything. This is what pre-made food is like. Even the cafeteria windows have two signs. Pre-cooked food area, stir-fried food area. It means to clearly and openly display what they are eating. Tell all the students what they are eating. The film crew continued forward, approaching the window of the cooking area. Most of the teachers line up here to get their meals. You can only see a few students here and there. Why would someone prefer pre-cooked meals to fresh stir-fried dishes here? As you can see from the numbers on the meal card machine, the price differences are not significant. Pre-cooked meals, regardless of the type of dish, cost 3 yuan per bag. Large portions to satisfy, high in oil and salt, and plenty of MSG. While it may not be bad in any other way, it's definitely not that bad. Although stir-fried dishes are a bit more expensive, a meal won't cost more than 15 yuan. Compared to pre-cooked meals, it's a comprehensive improvement in taste, freshness, and nutritional value. Moreover, this is definitely not a price difference that these urban children cannot accept. However, after asking a few students, the film crew got the answer. Because the meals here can only be purchased by students using vouchers earned through class points. But they don't give change here. Once you put in a 50 yuan voucher, that's it. We usually gather 3 or 4 classmates and calculate the price before we come to eat. Our school's lunch and dinner are like this. If you want to eat better, you have to work hard to improve your class's ranking. The truth will be left to the audience to judge. The film crew was only responsible for recording everything in the picture. Entering the kitchen of Qixin Experimental School. Most of them are the simplest steamers. Inside, there's a pre-made vegetable packet that's being heated. Only a very small area is used for stir-frying in small pots. It must be said that, in order to make the rewards more noticeable, the dishes cooked in small pots were indeed very tempting. Prawns, beef ribs, sliced pork. Although it wasn't particularly exquisite, and the chef's skill was not apparent. But compared to those pre-cooked meals, it's so much better. Inside the studio, Lu Jifa was furious. This is absolutely outrageous. I will definitely report this to the Ministry of Education. Openly serving students pre-made meals, and making no attempt to hide it at all. How can hygiene be guaranteed? How can nutrition be guaranteed? Students who want to eat something nice have to be careful what they say and do, and they have to watch their teacher's expression? Damn it, Lu Jifa almost swore. But he realized it in time and quickly stopped talking. Anyway, I strongly disagree with this practice of linking students' most basic living conditions to class points. Meanwhile, Wang Changfang, standing to the side, calmly switched the position of her crossed legs. After a long silence, it seemed as if they were waiting for Professor Liu to finish speaking. Then came a few light, airy words. You may not agree, but it works. The students are improving, the parents aren't objecting, and the teachers are fulfilling their responsibilities. Professor Liu, do you have any objections? It seems to imply that Professor Liu Jifa is a troublemaker who is being unreasonable and argumentative. It must be said that this move was quite effective. This has at least shifted the previously overwhelming public opinion in support of Professor Liu Jifa to one of mutual controversy. Looking at the comments section, Liu Jifa broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 49 Nutritionist Expert Module. The live comments were displayed on the large screen in the studio. Indeed, education is all about individualized instruction, and I think this is the only way to deal with these kids. That's unacceptable. They can't just feed students pre-made meals. I'm going to protest at the school gate with a sign. Where does Principal Qixing live? I run a funeral home, so I'll send some wreaths to his family for free. Didn't you see? The bags of these pre-made meals all have Qixing's own school emblem on them. It's obvious that the school is controlling the quality. Not everyone is suited to Professor Liu's methods. Just like feeding vicious dogs dragon fruit, isn't educating children the same? It's not like your child is being treated like this. You're just talking without any sense of the pain. Why does Professor Wang seem so sarcastic today? That woman is definitely up to no good. Family members, let's look at Laong Middle School in the distance instead. With this comment being mentioned, the host then smoothly moved on to the next segment. The scene unfolds. Finally, Laong Middle School. The school buses pass through the unique wire mesh gate of Laong Middle School in sequence, smoothly transporting the students into the canteen area. The students filed out, each with an expectant expression on their face. Liao Guanqing, number 1027, was also followed by the film crew, getting off the car and entering the canteen. For breakfast, it was a simple meal of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Even though he came from a rural background, he had eaten at the market. But these ordinary things, once he put them in his mouth, felt to be on a completely different level from what he had eaten before. He doesn't understand cooking, he doesn't know the broth in congee, he doesn't understand the texture of fried dough sticks given by kneading and fermenting techniques, and he doesn't know the aroma reaction that occurs when the temperature is subtly controlled during the cooking of soy milk. It's just one word. It's incredibly delicious. Principal Guan's new chef, Huang Yuntian, is truly amazing. These are just some simple breakfast items, yet they're all made to taste so good. The morning's classes have come to an end. He was already starving. They were even more looking forward to lunch. But looking at all these windows, where should I queue? Why don't we go check out the menu first? Just as I was hesitating at the entrance of the cafeteria, Liao Guangqing and Yu Guangzhong discovered something familiar. A row of screens hangs on the wall next to the cafeteria. This style, and the wave-like curved animation above. Xiaoling. He couldn't help but lean closer and ask. Voice Sprint recognized. Liao Guangqing, number 1027. You must have studied hard this morning. This is today's cafeteria menu. Instantly, rows of images appeared on the screen. Not only do they have completely real photos, but they also look incredibly tempting. It also includes the window where the dish is located, the current number of people in the queue, and the person in charge of that dish. There are even nutritional analyses of the dishes, including the amount of calories, protein, and dietary fiber, all clearly marked. The variety of products is even more extensive. Pork, beef, lamb, fish, shrimp, crab, seasonal vegetables, and fruits after meals. It has everything. Stir-fried pork kidneys, braised pork intestines, braised prawns, shredded pork with garlic sauce, twice-cooked pork, dry-fried green beans. There are 20 kinds of meat and 20 kinds of vegetables, not including various fruits, side soups, and various noodles and rice noodles. Liao Guangqing was dazzled by what he saw. He had only seen many of the dishes in documentaries on television. The photographer captured the abundance of recipes on camera. The barrage of comments erupted like a volcanic eruption. Is this a school cafeteria? It looks more like a hotel restaurant. Wow, even small restaurants on the street don't usually have this many menu options, right? What do you mean by slaughtering? The cafeteria at Laong Middle School is far superior to the other two schools. Ugh, the duck leg rice I was eating suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. Is this something that can be supplied on a large scale in the cafeteria? How exactly does the kitchen operate? There are some dishes I've never even tried before. Ugh, I'm so jealous. I want to go to Laong Middle School too. I cried. When will Laong Middle School have an open day? I want to go eat there too. Principal Guan, we respect you so much. When will you hold a fan meeting at the school cafeteria? We just want to meet Principal Guan. However, while Liao Guangqing was still hesitating, Xiaoling suddenly spoke again. Number 1027, based on your personal body data and the breakfast menu. The body is currently in a period of growth and development, with a predominantly endomorphic build, height 182 centimeters, weight. At breakfast, protein and dietary fiber intake was low, carbohydrate intake was normal, and trace elements. The lunch menu customized by Xiaoling for smart device number 1027 is as follows. Suddenly, another window popped up on the right side of the menu. Inside is a customized menu for Liao Guangxing alone. They even planned the optimal queuing route. Liao Guangxing was already having a hard time making a choice, so he immediately wrote it down and turned around to join the queue. He took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back and said to the screen, "Thank you, Xiaoling. You're welcome. Serving the students is my duty." Then he nodded and went to get his food with a look of anticipation. Some sharp-eyed viewers also noticed that in the upper left corner of the screen, Mr. Guan, who looked quite ordinary, was wolfing down his food at the dining table. A bowl of red broth beef noodles evoked the image of a rabbit leaping at an eagle and a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The principal is hungry, but the noodles were too hot. So he took a big slurp, grinned, bared his teeth, and blew on the dough. You can't blow it more than twice. I couldn't wait to slurp up the noodles again. Only when his cheeks were bulging did he bite off a noodle and give it a perfunctory chew. He hurriedly swallowed it with a gulp and returned to the first step. How come the principal, who's usually so handsome, acts like this while eating noodles? This is hilarious. Does this noodle dish hit people? Slow down, Bao Bao. Nobody's going to take it from you. Mommy's scared. Unfortunately, Guandosi couldn't see the incredible barrage of comments. His reason for being here is to monitor whether there are any abnormalities in Xiaoling's new functions. This is the Nutritionist Expert module that he recently completed. It can ensure that students' diets are both filling and meet their nutritional needs. Even some overweight students can follow this recommended diet. It achieves the goal of being full, delicious, and losing weight at the same time. We often see news about celebrities who have lost a lot of weight in a short period of time. But why is it so difficult for ordinary people to achieve this? How can ordinary people have the assistance of professional chefs and nutritionists? Foods that can help with weight loss, such as whole grains and vegetables, are difficult to make delicious at home. The food was unpalatable, yet I had to force myself to eat it. On top of that, I was never full. The pain is doubled. Maybe one day I won't be able to resist and will indulge in a late-night barbecue. Moreover, unlike those celebrities, they don't just stay at home when they're not filming. Ordinary people either go to work or school every day, and the pressure of coping with life itself accumulates. After get off work or school, I can't even comfort myself with delicious food. But with a professional chef, things are different. Even corn, sweet potatoes, leafy green vegetables, chicken breast, eggs. It can also be made to taste good and be low in calories. How many high school students have experienced stress-induced weight gain? The workload is heavy, the pressure is great, and the energy expenditure is high. I just wanted to eat something nice, and before I knew it, I was overweight. Once you gain weight, it's even harder to lose it. They might only be able to maintain this body shape for their entire lives. Principal Guan cannot allow this to happen at his school. 5 minutes later, Principal Guan drank the noodle soup in one gulp. Just then, my phone rang. Connect. Principal Guan, Director Zhou from our education department, has arrived at the gate of your Laong Middle School. Okay, let me open the door for you. Then, they disappeared from the film crew's view. Inside the studio, a confident smile appeared on Wang Qingfang's face. Chapter 50, The Chef Makes an Appearance. The image on the large screen changed again. Enter the kitchen of Laong Middle School. What comes into view is a heavy iron door, like a vault. The kitchen environment is completely isolated from the outside environment. If someone sneaks in and slips something into our food, wouldn't that put us in a very difficult position? We can't cause trouble for Principal Guan. Chef Huang Yuntian, who accompanied the filming crew, explained it this way. Outside the iron gate is a disinfection and cleaning area. Even film crews were required to undergo complete disinfection before entering the kitchen area. She wore a hairnet, a sterilized kitchen uniform, and sterile rubber shoes. Isn't this a bit too strict? That's what the crew asked. This food is meant to be eaten by the students. How can we be careless? In this regard, you can never be too careful. All our ingredients must be washed thoroughly before entering this door. No contamination is allowed. Huang Yuntian looked very serious. He was absolutely obsessed with this. And it must be said that this is also one of the reasons why his own shop went bankrupt so quickly. Striving for perfection naturally makes it difficult to control costs, which in turn lowers the gross profit margin. It collapsed at the slightest problem with its cash flow. However, Huang Yuntian felt it was worth it. Food is the most important thing for people, and we chefs are holding the very essence of that importance in our hands. How can you be careless and just do a shoddy job? The door opened, and we entered the kitchen. A dazzling array of ingredients circulated rapidly across the various countertops. All kinds of high-end kitchen utensils are operating smoothly. Meat aging machines, large ovens, food processors for kneading dough, and more than a dozen large, fiery stoves that spewed flames like planetary engines. Everyone was working diligently, quickly, and meticulously on the food. In addition to the chefs who were cooking, there were also many assistants who specialized in cutting, slicing, and arranging the ingredients, with a well-organized division of labor. Our kitchen can serve 500 people without any problem, but we are still worried that if there aren't enough dishes, the students will get tired of the food very quickly. So in order to ensure the diversity of dishes, we still need to improve efficiency. Please don't mind if it's a bit hectic. The principal entrusted us with the responsibility of feeding these children, so we can't mess it up. As the head chef here, I have to live up to the high accolades I've been given. Huang Yuntian also quickly washed his hands again and joined the kitchen staff. There, a large pot, over a meter in diameter, was filled with ingredients and was being rapidly turned over by his iron ladle. Flames burst forth, and the aroma filled the air. In less than 10 minutes, a dish that looked exquisite and delicious was ready. This is the kitchen of the canteen at Laong Middle School. Inside the studio, Wang Qingfang maintained a smile on her face, as if she were expecting something. No comments were made. But Zhu Ziki, who was sitting between the two, couldn't help but swallow hard, even though he had already eaten. It does look delicious. It's much better than the boxed lunches we had in the studio before. Zhu Ziki suffers from nervous gastritis, which causes acid reflux. He cannot eat too much, nor can he go hungry. He has been eating only 70% full for the past 2 years. Looking at Wang Qingfang's relaxed and carefree demeanor, Lu Jifan knew that Wang Qingfang was definitely plotting something. But what I need to do will not change. The goal is to fully showcase Principal Guan's painstaking efforts in this regard to the audience. As you can see, the cafeteria at Laong Middle School is far superior to the other two schools. Not only are the dishes of extremely high quality, but the level of attention paid to hygiene in the kitchen is also unmatched by other schools. Tell me, hiring a chef like that in the cafeteria, not to mention schools, how many large cafeterias across the country can do that? This ensures that all dishes have the quality and standards of a high-end restaurant. And the artificial intelligence system installed in the cafeteria is a breakthrough in the education industry. It's like giving every high school student their own personal nutritionist. It is evident that Principal Guan has considered every aspect of the students' lives extremely well. Everything is done with the students in mind. Lu Jifa spoke with a broad smile on his face. Even he, who shares similar educational philosophies with Principal Guan. We must also admit it. Principal Guan's every move was unexpected. But all of their actions were so perfectly timed. Well, people still have to admit they're getting old. These methods were beyond my comprehension. The future truly belongs to the young. After hearing this, the comments section was flooded with praise. Holy crap, this chef was on a cooking show on our local Southwest TV station. He's Huang Yuntian, a national first-class chef. They actually hired a top chef for the cafeteria? I thought it was just a title of respect for the cafeteria manager. Turns out it's a chef who's ranked among the best in the country. This dish. It smells absolutely divine. Who could resist such an irresistible aroma? This feature of Shaoling is amazing. When will this update be released? It's hard to imagine how much effort Principal Guan has put into addressing the students' basic needs, especially since it's a free school. It's always the students complaining about the cafeteria food. I've never seen a school that's worried about the students eating poorly. It's really rare. That's how one-sided the barrage comments were. Wang Qingfang saw it all clearly, but she couldn't get a single word in rebuttal from her. Instead, she stole the host's thunder this time. Professor Lu's summary is very accurate. Then let's continue watching. As she spoke, she pointed to the large screen. The host was taken aback, but they quickly recovered and took over the rhythm. The scene continues. Lunch break at Laong Middle School is not yet over. However, a new situation arose. At the request of the Southwest Education Department, CCTV decided to include the department's visit in its live broadcast. Therefore, the camera followed Guandosi, who was going to meet them, and focused on the school gate. Guandosi had his own little donkey, and the film crew also had a camera vehicle, which quickly traversed the vast school area. I saw a black luxury car parked at the school gate. The gate opened. The vehicle drove in. Zhou Mingyan looked at the campus, which was vastly different from the old campus he remembered. Principal Guan led the way on a small donkey. On both sides, there are tall barbed wire fences. Deep within the campus, a cold, gray watchtower, much taller than any of the teaching buildings, seems to be scrutinizing itself. His jaw relaxed slightly, and he slowly opened his mouth. He sat in the air-conditioned car and felt the hairs on his body stand on end. This is the environment that someone in his position would least want to see. He then shook his head violently. I was a very honest and incorruptible official. The biggest misconduct was taking a few extra pieces of free fruit from the company cafeteria after each meal. That's because it's really sweet, and his son likes to eat it. What am I afraid of? This is probably the only time in his life he has ever seen such an environment. Then he looked ahead at Principal Guan, who was leading the way. This guy? No wonder Senior Wang Chengfang had such a bad opinion of him. Of course, Zhou Mingyan had his own thoughts. They won't be completely swayed by what others say. Originally, he knew that Laong Middle School had waived tuition fees for its students, and he felt a little admiration for Guandosi. But look at the awful state of this school. This doesn't look like a high school anymore. It's like a prison. Indeed, running a school like this doesn't seem like a serious attempt at education. Is this guy spending his own money to open a school and doing pure performance art? What are you satirizing with this environment? Do you have a problem with the work of the education department? He became interested. Regardless of what Senior Wang Chengfang said, he himself also wanted to test this guy's confidence and find out what he really wanted to do. Chapter 51. The first person deprived of their mother tongue. The vehicle stopped in front of the school's teaching building. This area is also where school buses park, so it's very spacious. Principal Guan excitedly grasped Director Zhou's hand, expressing his gratitude for the education department's efforts. The above sentence will appear in the internal newspaper and official WeChat account, along with an attached image. Guandosi shook hands perfunctorily. We came here this time to see what difficulties Laong Middle School is facing after its reopening and what we can help solve. Secondly, it's also to inspect your work as the new principal. After all, you're relatively young and don't have much experience in many areas. I think you'd really appreciate some guidance. Looking at the man in front of me, whose temples were already graying, a formulaic smile was on his face. Although the words didn't sound like they were meant for a human to hear. But adhering to the politeness of not hitting a smiling face, Guandosi still smiled and said, You guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't you come to our cafeteria and have a taste? Then I'll trouble Principal Guan to lead the way. I'm not going, I'm full. Guandosi smiled. Hearing this, Zhou Mingyan almost stumbled. Seriously? The leaders are on an inspection tour, and you're not going to accompany them? Do you want to fly to the heavens? Principal Guan still has a lot of things to take care of and can't accompany us. I'm sorry. I'll take charge of the leader's inspection of the school. Mei Jianxing, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward with a forced smile. Oh, Director Mei, it's been a long time. Back when I was the principal, you were the dean of studies here, weren't you? This wasn't Zhou Mingyan's first visit to the school. The first time he came, it was called Wuqi County No. 1 Middle School. Yes, Director Zhou, please get on the school bus this way. The school is so big. We're really grateful for your help, Mei Jianxing said with a smile. The words were very polite and respectful to the leader. The film crew nearby quickly followed. Guandosi didn't have time for these meaningless things. He could no longer contain himself and wanted to see the effects of the mother tongue depriver. He mounted his little donkey directly. Less than 5 minutes later, he waited for the school bus downstairs in the dormitory building, in the back seat. The school has a total of 4 school buses. At least one school bus will be waiting or on its way to the teaching building, dormitory building, and canteen. There is another one as a backup. However, during get-out-of-class breaks, the entire facility is used to transport students to classrooms or the cafeteria. However, it is now free time after lunch. The person he's waiting for should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, board this school bus. As expected, 5 minutes later, a sneaky-looking guy climbed onto the empty school bus. Number 1049, Luo Yangxia. Master, are you going to the cafeteria? Okay, let's go check if there are any students near the teaching building first. Then we'll go to the cafeteria. Okay, there's no one else here. Driver, hurry up and drive. Luo Yangxia's words revealed a hint of nervousness. He skipped half a day of class today. He deliberately didn't get on the school bus to go to class in the morning, making an excuse to go to the toilet. After that, he stayed in his dorm room reading novels. Skipping class to read novels is so much fun. There was no teacher on stage spouting jargon he neither understood nor wanted to understand. There was no longer the big, dark-skinned guy, number 1027, sitting behind him, who kept nudging him and urging him to listen to the lecture. Cool. Although the previous physics teacher, Li Xueqing, knocked on the doors several times, which was a bit annoying. But he didn't say a word. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li Xueqing did not open the door directly. He only offered verbal advice, which was ineffective, so he wisely left. Being as clever as he is, he must know that the school has a universal card that can open all the dormitory doors. They're not going to do anything about this. This school is wonderful. I will be facing a relaxed high school life where I won't learn much, but I'll have a lot of fun. This is what he wanted. Most importantly, they also provide food and accommodation, allowing you to support yourself. All that stupid old man wanted was for me to go to college, right? Then I won't go. I refuse to read books. Let whoever wants to read them read them. However, he was hungry now. Spiritual nourishment, after all, cannot truly satisfy one's hunger. Soon, the school bus stopped in front of the cafeteria. Luo Yangxia felt a sense of relief as she looked at the teachers and students who had mostly left the cafeteria. He wasn't afraid of anything. I just don't know why, but I feel a little awkward when I run into the principal. At that moment, he felt an arm draped over his shoulder. 10:49, if you come to eat at this time, there won't be many good dishes left. Turn around. Oh my god. Luo Yangxia suddenly took flight. Principal? You, what are you doing? You've been reading novels all day, aren't your eyes tired? I got you some protective goggles. Guandosi wore a benevolent smile, like that of the king of hell, and swung a pair of glasses in his hand. Luo Yangxia tensed up, glancing at him suspiciously. Like a stressed cat, it's always ready to take off again from the same spot. What is this? Try wearing it first, it will do you good. Guandosi didn't approach. He simply reached out from a distance and handed over the glasses. Seeing that the principal didn't seem to intend to punish her, Luo Yangxia carefully accepted the gift. They might just fidget with it on their hands, observing it from different angles, but they wouldn't actually wear it. Since it's free, how much should I give it a try? Guandosi said casually. Luo Yangxia thought about it, and realized it was true. Besides, these glasses look pretty cool. Only then did he put it on his head. I don't feel anything. However, it fits the skin very well. It's quite comfortable, and there's no feeling of anything foreign in it. Okay, that's settled then. We'll be going now. Enjoy your meal. Guandosi left after uttering a single sentence in English. Luo Yangxia watched the principal's departing figure. I suddenly felt a little uneasy. He asked again, Principal, aren't you going to interfere with my reading novels? Of course we'll take care of it. Didn't we give you these glasses already? Luo Yangxia was taken aback. The so-called management. Are you only concerned about whether my eyesight will be damaged? Even though, I'm already like this. They even sent me equipment to protect my eyes. If I were at home, my father would probably have slapped me across the face. The principal is such a kind person. Thank you, principal. Meanwhile, Guandosi, with his back to him, was laughing wildly. This child even thanked us. It's all right. Let's go eat. Guandosi said in English. Afterwards, he boarded the school bus, intending to return to his dormitory to ride his little electric scooter back home. Then go find Zhou Ming'an. The leaders of the education department should have just finished dinner. I wonder where Old May took them. We still need to keep an eye on it to some extent. Guandosi had a feeling that this guy was up to no good. On the other side, Luo Yangxiao felt a warm feeling in her heart. Push open the plastic curtain of the cafeteria. That's good. There are still a few students eating. The cafeteria hasn't closed yet. But, when walking among classmates, Luo Yangxia gradually sensed something was amiss. Yo, what's next after lunch? This is so good. I'm definitely getting it again tomorrow. Bro, you catch some Z's or grind homework later? As more and more words reached his ears, he gradually slowed his pace. Why are all the students around me speaking gibberish? It took him 3 seconds to vaguely discern in his mind that this was probably very authentic English. Did I time travel? Then I looked up again. Every sign in the cafeteria, every menu, even the emergency exit signs. Everything has been changed to English. The road signs, which were originally in English, have been changed to Chinese. Is this still in China? I can't understand a word. Wrong. If I were to transmigrate, there's no reason why I wouldn't know the language of this world. Luo Yangxia stood there in the cafeteria, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Something's not right. Something's not right. Chapter 52 in a fit of anger. However, being as clever as he was, he soon realized. When did this change begin? It started after the principal put glasses on himself. Then why can you understand what the principal is saying? Wrong. Thinking about it carefully, I realized that the principal's accent suddenly changed after I put on these glasses. The reason is unclear, but the principal was probably speaking English at that time, right? What the hell is this thing? How could this happen? He gripped the temple of his glasses tightly and yanked it hard. But the glasses didn't budge. No matter how hard he tried or what angle he used. The glasses looked as if they were sewn onto his face, showing no sign of falling off. I can't get it off. Why are you glitching here? You eat yet, or what? Just then, a voice came from behind him. It is Liao Guangqing, number 1027. A film crew followed behind them. This big, dark-skinned man had already finished eating. But after the meal, he became obsessed and wandered around the cafeteria several times. It looked like they were searching for something, although he himself couldn't say exactly what he was looking for. I always feel empty inside. In the live stream room. Although the large screen in the studio had switched to Zhou Mingin's side, where a leader was giving an inspection speech. However, the small live stream room belonging to Laong Middle School was still showing the real-time situation inside the school. Undoubtedly, many viewers have noticed Liao Guangqing's somewhat absent-minded state. The entire audience in the live stream was chuckling. This little guy's probably been charmed by his senior and gotten all pouty-lipped. That girl is really pretty. I'd be just as beautiful. Hilarious. The cameraman just kept following us without saying a word. Isn't this the boy who got a severe scolding from his dad last night? Why does he look like he's about to die? I didn't see him in the live broadcast of class today. I remember he sat in front of 1027, right? Did he skip school? With this comment being mentioned, more and more people also noticed Luo Yanxia, who was standing in the cafeteria with a cold sweat on his face. Liao Guangqing and Luo Yanxia sat at desks one in front of the other. To be honest, he had a pretty good impression of this classmate. On the first day of school, during self-introductions, he noticed that Luo Yanxia was a year younger than all the other students in the class, and 3 years younger than him. So young, separated from their parents. I couldn't help but feel a sense of resonance with my own experience. There's always this inexplicable sense of responsibility, a feeling that I should take good care of him in every way. These glasses the principal gave me are the culprit. They make your voice sound like English to me. After he finished speaking, Liao Guangqing was taken aback. Reversed, to become self? Speak to me in English? In Luo Yanxia's ears, Liao Guangqing's words, though in Chinese, were spoken haltingly. However, he could barely understand it. He instantly realized an even more terrifying truth. No, wouldn't the Chinese I speak sound like English to others? He instantly realized the tragic situation he found himself in. Do I have to speak English for others to understand me? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. That guy ambushed us. That's despicable. That's cunning. They actually lied to me, saying it was to protect my eyes. He even thanked him. What should we do? In that case, let alone attending class. I can't even read novels. And if I can't understand a single word, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get food. Headmaster, you plotted against me. I'll F you. Now, there's nothing we can do. He suddenly felt a sense of unease, a fear of being unable to move an inch and being forced to leave his hometown. I'm afraid I'm going to die in this school. At this point, the cameraman standing nearby roughly understood what was going on. Fortunately, he had 3 years of study abroad experience, so he could more or less understand what this classmate was talking about. This is perfect for acting as a translator for the two students. Liao, it seems he said that the glasses the principal gave him automatically translated what you said into English. Liao Guangqing tilted his head and looked up at him in disbelief. Then, will the Chinese you speak also be translated? Even with a translator, communication was still somewhat difficult. But Luo Yanxiao felt as if she had seen a savior. In a sea of birdsong, I clung tightly to these 1 or 2 Chinese phrases. He spoke with unusual excitement, going on and on. Yeah, the principal even lied to me, saying he was worried I'd ruin my eyes by reading novels, and told me these were protective goggles. I was still feeling so touched. Even though I skipped class for half a day, the principal still cares about me so much. I didn't expect this. I never expected that after wearing it, I wouldn't be able to understand anything. Everything, whether written or spoken, has turned into English. What I said automatically turned into bird language. I trusted him so much. How could he betray me like this? Luo Yanxiao was so anxious that she jumped up and down, grinding her teeth to powder. The cameraman listened attentively. To his surprise, even for someone with native English proficiency like him, there were some slang terms in what the child said that he couldn't quite understand. Moreover, regardless of accent, connected speech, or speaking speed, how can it be so authentic? This Principal Guan actually used such high-tech equipment to punish students? Sure enough, learning in a prison cell is quite educational and much more interesting than the other 2 film crews. However, he still managed to grasp the general idea and translated it. Liao Guangqing and the audience then understood what was going on. It turns out these glasses were the culprit. Although Liao Guangqing didn't know the working principle of these glasses. However, he also knew that Principal Guan's Laong Middle School always managed to come up with some high-tech gadgets. Putting everything else aside, the mere presence of Little Spirit has already shocked him several times. These glasses, forced translation. It's probably something similar? To be able to do something so amazing, no wonder he's Principal Guan. Moreover, it seems that these glasses are a form of punishment. If you don't attend class, of course the principal will punish you. Although the teachers and principal are very kind to us, this is still a school, isn't it? Especially since you skipped half a day of school on the second day of the semester. Even if I were the principal, I couldn't stand it. Seeing the child's miserable state, the comments section was filled with schadenfreude. Holy crap. I knew Principal Guan wouldn't let this go unpunished. This disciplinary method is hilarious. Look, this is Principal Guan's method of discipline. Much worse than the other two schools. Hilarious. The Chinese characters he sees will turn into English. Let's see how he reads novels then. As expected of Principal Guan, he must be some kind of advanced translation AI, right? So he still can't take it off? Haha. If it weren't for the cameraman translating here, this kid would probably be in big trouble. How come this child is experiencing language difficulties while attending high school in China? I think I get it. These glasses. I guess this is what it felt like for a pig sold to America in the last century. I'm saying, why don't you go and apologize to the principal? Maybe he'll get it off your way. Liao Guangxing didn't quite understand Luo Yangsha's mindset. With such great conditions, why not study? And now I've made myself look so pathetic. Fucking no. His response was a perfectly authentic English swear word. This time, even without the help of a translator, Liao Guangxing understood. His furious expression drew another round of laughter from the viewers in the live chat. In a fit of anger, he snapped. He stood there panting heavily for a while. How dare you treat me like this? He's definitely going to confront the principal soon. But now, there are more important things to solve. He looked very awkward again. He spoke to the cameraman. Could you help me translate this? I haven't eaten yet. Even the cafeteria ladies don't understand English. If you help me, then I won't refuse your filming tomorrow, okay? The cameraman gave a wry smile. Fine. On the other side, Guandosi had been monitoring the operation of this cognitive correction eyepiece through the system. I roughly know what happened. A secret sense of satisfaction welled up inside him, just like the relationship between a child and their mother. Leaving one's native language environment can also be a painful process, much like weaning. However, after this period has passed, the language center in the brain establishes thought patterns for other languages. You will make rapid progress. Guandosi was looking forward to that day. The main entrance of the teaching building. Guandosi discovered his goal. Zhou Mingyan is speaking eloquently into the camera. Since he arrived, he has taken over the large screen in the studio's live broadcast room. As can be seen, with the approval of the Department of Education, the reopening of Laong Middle School has indeed solved the problem of some students having difficulty attending school. Principal Guan's act of funding these children's education out of his own pocket is something I greatly admire. However, there are still many problems. I still need to question Principal Guan himself about this. Chapter 53, Zhou Mingyan's Interrogation. However, there are 3 separate live streaming rooms with small screens. The vast majority of viewers were focused on the screen in the studio. Where did this guy suddenly appear from? Who the hell is this idiot? Did I come here to see you? Hurry up, I want to see Principal Guan. What business is it of yours what you're doing decoding education? What are you doing here decoding your mother? When this strange thing appeared, the comments section erupted with insults and profanities. Many accounts were banned for 30 days. Unfortunately, Zhou Mingyan couldn't see the bullet comments at all. However, given his stature, he probably has the thick skin to ignore these comments. Guandosi strode over. So this is where you were waiting for me. Should we ask questions properly? You dare question me with your outdated educational philosophies? Sure, I was just looking for someone to criticize me to my face. Mei Jianxing, who was standing to the side, was frantically giving Guandosi meaningful glances. The gist of it is that he should hide until the leader leaves. Guandosi isn't his wife. I didn't understand at all. He appeared before Zhou Mingyan with great confidence. Principal Guan, you really are a very busy person. I've been waiting for you for so long. Zhou Mingyan's words had a hidden meaning. I heard from you that you have many questions you'd like to ask me, sir. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyan was taken aback. Consult? I, a senior official with 20 years of experience in education, would like to ask you, a newly appointed principal in his mid-20s, for advice. Is this guy really that arrogant? Principal Guan has a lot of insights into education. I, as the deputy director of the education department, really can't compare. He emphasized his words slightly. If an ordinary school principal heard this, he would probably break out in a cold sweat. Angering your boss will definitely have bad consequences. The worst-case scenario is that their school's operating license will be revoked. However, Guandosi was not afraid. Yes, I know. After all, you don't have frontline teaching experience, which I can understand. Guandosi nodded with his eyes closed. Then, he politely smiled and said, It's all right. I will definitely not hold back and will openly share all my educational insights with you educators who have relatively backward thinking. How about we move to our conference room? I'll break it down for you and explain it to you in detail. Behind, Zhou Mingyan almost thought he had misheard. The Department of Education organizes study sessions every month to research this issue. You're saying I'm outdated? All right, Then I'll listen carefully to what you have to say in a bit. If I refute it immediately, then don't blame me for embarrassing you in front of the whole nation. Then, Principal Guan, please lead the way. Zhou Mingyan frowned, but smiled. Ha. This guy's trying to give Principal Guan a hard time? To say he's outdated is no exaggeration. Who in the entire country has a more advanced educational philosophy than Principal Guan? Principal Guan is really outspoken. We must strip these stubborn leaders of their airs and rip off their fig leaves. Seeing this, all that nonsense I listened to earlier wasn't for nothing. Inside the studio, let's also see what the most authoritative education department thinks of the educational policy of Laong Middle School. Wang Chengfang emphasized the word authority. Upon hearing this, Lu Jifa frowned deeply. In response to such an unexpected situation, Wang Chengfang was not surprised at all. Professor Lu Jifa looked at her smiling face, but his eyes revealed a ruthless intent. Who is this Zhou Mingyan? Why would a deputy director of a provincial education department go to a county-level high school to inspect a school? I searched my memory briefly. Yes, Zhou Mingyan, a 1999 graduate of Aurora University. Wang Chengfang is 1 year ahead of him. Oh, so that's why you've been so quiet all day, waiting here. If they can't change public opinion, are they resorting to such despicable tactics? Principal Guan, I don't know if he can handle it. The coercive power of the education system in various aspects would naturally make him hesitant in his arguments, right? Moreover, what if you offend a powerful figure? Laong Middle School will definitely be affected in the future. Lu Jifa was seething with anger. Okay, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I'm quite old, and although not many people accept my theories, I still have quite a few students and former subordinates. So you're allowed to use your connections? Lu Jifa was not a person who liked to delve into interpersonal relationships. If you can avoid troubling others, then do so. This time, he couldn't hold back any longer. In the picture, the group quickly arrived at the conference hall. Guandosi was very confident. First, he does not accept education funding subsidies from the Department of Education. Even if the small reduction in water and electricity fees is gone, it won't hurt much. Only 2 days after the start of the semester, the system sent him 8 million. Even without a system, you still have ideas in your mind about making money. Secondly, Guandosi now has the support of millions of viewers in his live stream. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is for education. Not to mention all of them, at least 20% of the audience are already loyal fans of Principal Guan. As a result, because he offended the leaders, Laong Middle School's operating license was revoked. Kid, you probably don't know what a surging public opinion is. Therefore, Guandosi was not afraid at all. In the conference room, he pulled over the chair at the head of the table and sat down casually. Zhou Mingyan, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly again. Please sit down. Oh, boss, this is a chair, you can sit here. Guandosi said with a calm expression. Zhou Mingyan almost bit his tongue. Damn it, does this guy think I'm an idiot? I don't recognize this as a chair. Mei Jianxing, standing to the side, could only force a smile and pull out the first chair for his leader. Hey, please sit down, boss. Zhou Mingyan refrained from making a scene out of consideration for Mei Jianxing and the cameraman. After taking their seats, before Zhou Mingyan could ask a question, Guandosi preemptively asked, how are the meals for the leaders at our Laong Middle School cafeteria? Zhou Mingyan took a deep breath. Calm down. This guy is a good person. He's using his own money to fund the school for the students. As a leader, I have no reason to get angry at a good person. It was just a clash of educational philosophies. Cull. It was a very generous meal. The taste was just as good as the dishes in high-end restaurants. It's clear, Principal Guan, that you care a lot about your students, and that deserves recognition. Guandosi remained expressionless despite the praise. But, hearing Zhou Mingyan change the subject, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Let me hear what you have to say first. Principal Guan, isn't it a bit too extravagant to provide such lavish and luxurious meals to students every day for free? It is not conducive to cultivating students' fine character of hard work and perseverance. And I heard you also offer breakfast delivery? I understand you. You want most students to sleep a few more minutes. But isn't doing everything for students detrimental to developing their individual abilities? If students don't even do things they can manage themselves, like getting their own meals, it's a blow to their ability to live independently. Zhou Mingyan's wording and tone were very cautious and polite. It's clear that he has at least some of his own thoughts. That's why Zhou Mingyan didn't follow the script that Wang Chengfang had prepared for his questioning exactly. In some aspects, he himself wanted to get an explanation from Principal Guan, although I don't really want to admit it. But in reality, Zhou Mingyan felt that Principal Guan's earlier statement about seeking advice was not entirely inappropriate. In addition, recently, there has indeed been a trend of reducing the burden on students and not focusing solely on grades coming from higher authorities. As he reviewed the document, he could indeed recognize Guandosi's deep concern for the students. Perhaps Principal Guan's philosophy isn't as terrible as Senior Wang Chengfang described. However, there are indeed some aspects that can be referenced. Chapter 54, Becoming a Person Who Can Contribute to Society? At this point, it became clear that Principal Guan was about to analyze his own thoughts. Many teachers who didn't have classes also crowded into the meeting room, wanting to sit in on the proceedings. The viewers in the live stream were completely engrossed. This is where the real substance in a live stream comes in. Inside the studio, the three guests were also holding their breath and concentrating intently. Wang Chengfang certainly wanted to see this young principal, who was fearless and naive, quickly refuted. And Lu Jifa, and even Zhu Ziki standing to the side. They all wanted to hear Guandosi's insightful opinions. In the picture, Guandosi nodded. Hearing that tone of voice, Guandosi knew that this person was not like the crazy woman in the studio who was making a scene. My mindset has also calmed down a lot. So, Director Zhou, to sum it up, you think I provided the students with too good living conditions? I simply believe that education should not indulge students' desires in this way. It is a form of spoiling. Guandosi pondered for a while. Why should students learn? Director Zhou, could you share your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyan pondered for a moment and carefully replied. In high school, it can be said that students study in order to get better grades. Upon hearing this, Guandosi revealed an expression that said, I knew it. Shake your finger. Reverse the cause to the effect. If you watched the live stream before, you'll know one of my points. Grades are merely a byproduct of the learning process. What is the real reason for learning? Why should we educate our children? Of course, it is to pass on knowledge and technology from generation to generation, for the progress of the country, and even for the progress of human civilization. Isn't that the more accurate reason? Then, what is the purpose of the progress of human civilization? But after asking the question, he didn't wait for Zhou Mingyan's reply. Guandosi felt that the more he spoke, the more passionate he became. He continued talking without stopping. If it weren't for providing a better life for more people and meeting the needs of the majority, the progress of human civilization would be meaningless. Do you agree with this statement? Even Zhou Mingyan couldn't refute such a conclusion. He was unsure what Principal Guan was trying to say, but he nodded slowly but firmly. Director Zhou, do you realize how absurd your proposal is? You are using the learning process as a reason to deny its ultimate purpose. Is that valid? Does students have to suffer in order to learn well? Do they have to become better people? I don't think so. If a student has never eaten or used anything good, how will he know the usefulness of his studies? Students are just like us. They are human beings, ordinary people. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the students' needs must be met first, ensuring they are well fed and clothed, before they have the time to think about higher needs, right? Director Zhou, do you think the students we should be training are people who only busy themselves with basic needs and live a mediocre life? Zhou Mingyan has always been a very attentive student in class. In an instant, Zhou Mingyan felt his brain throw out an anomaly. He suddenly realized the fundamental beliefs that had always existed within him. There is indeed a part that is extremely illogical. But Principal Guan posed a question. This topic was too broad, and Zhou Mingyan dared not answer it directly. After a long period of contemplation, he tried to speak. The basic student code of conduct requires students to become young people with ideals and a sense of mission. And what does this mean? Zhou Mingyan was stumped by the question. Yes, what does that mean? What do the grand principles written in black and white really mean when put into practice? To be honest, Zhou Mingyan himself hadn't thought about this issue. Therefore, he could only choose the answer that would least lead to a mistake. Of course, it's about becoming someone who makes a difference in society. Guandosi sighed. The director of the Commerce Department can say this. The director of the Finance Department can say this. And the director of the Labor Department can also say this. You are the only one who cannot be spoken to, Director Zhou, the director of the Education Department. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyan inexplicably felt a sense of betrayal. It was as if he hadn't satisfied Principal Guan. He no longer had the same questioning mindset as before. Instead, he asked somewhat anxiously, why can't someone from my Education Department say that? Principal Guan, please tell me. A resolute look appeared in Guandosi's eyes. Whether or not a breakthrough can be achieved depends on this one move. You teach your students to be useful members of society. When students grow up, they will wonder why those people who are useless to society still exist. If I am more useful than others, does that mean I am more qualified to exist in society? Even to say, am I somehow more noble than others? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyan's eyes widened. Previously, At an internal meeting, the highest guiding principle was an attempt to eliminate the unhealthy educational habit of focusing solely on grades. When conditions and resources permit, conduct small-scale trials. He seemed to have suddenly realized something. Seeing this, Guandosi pressed his advantage. What is something that can be described as having no use? Without a doubt, it's a tool. Is our education system merely meant to cultivate individuals who are devoid of personality and opinions, mere tools? And what will these emerging ideas turn students into when they mature? They are cruel, merciless, social Darwinists. Forget about looking at society, just look at one of the guests in the studio. Isn't the complete lack of concern for human beings and the sole focus on students' grades the best illustration of socialism? Inside the studio, faced with such a statement that was practically an insult pointed at their nose, Wang Qingfang looked very unwell. What's going on? What is Xiao Zhou doing? Why am I being scolded like a student in front of him? Did I send you there to attend a lecture? It serves as a starting point. And, at this moment, Zhou Mingyan is experiencing flow. He went through the logic again from the beginning. From the very beginning, my own questioning was problematic. Principal Guan is right. Yes, there's probably no connection between students doing well in their studies and students suffering, right? Extreme speculation. If the harder one studies, the better one becomes, then shouldn't great scientists have emerged from the environment of primitive people who were starving and freezing? How ridiculous. Why have I never thought about this question before? If Principal Guan hadn't pointed it out, I might have continued to hold on to the illogical idea. After thoroughly reviewing Principal Guan's thoughts from beginning to end, he was surprised to find that, according to Principal Guan's logic, all of this was almost inevitable. Once you accept this way of thinking, suddenly, he recalled many fragments of memories. Hey, Xiao Zhou, how come you only get so little each month? My income is higher than yours, therefore, I am superior to you. I think your current job is really worthless. Why don't you listen to me? My job is better than yours, therefore, I am naturally of a higher status than you. Have you heard? His son quit his job a year ago and hasn't looked for work. He just stays home writing novels all day. I don't know what the point of living like that is. Those who don't work hard, don't strive, and just lie around at home deserve to die? Yes, some of these come from other people. Some of these even came from his own statements. Everything supports Principal Guan's statement. That's right. People should not be judged by whether they are useful or not. Society should not exist like this. Education should not exist in this way. Chapter 55 Living a Free and Peaceful Life. As Zhou Mingyan pondered, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. It's working now, everything is working. Now, there's practically only one problem left. Then, Principal Guan, what goals does your envisioned education aim to achieve? Upon seeing this, Guandosi revealed a teacher's characteristic smile of satisfaction. This child is teachable. So he gazed into Zhou Mingyan's eyes and answered firmly. I want my students to learn how to live a free and peaceful life. After speaking, the meeting room was completely silent. You could hear everyone breathing. After a brief pause, Principal Guan continued. Why should I adopt a prison-like educational approach? Why should all students be addressed by their numbers? And why should students address me by my numbers as well? Why should everyone be equal? Why is so much importance placed on students' needs? This is a way of showing students, through our actions. These 3 years have not been a painful ordeal that people are afraid to talk about. Instead, it will become one of the most beautiful memories in a student's life. To become the nourishment that sustains them throughout their lives. I just want to tell my students that this kind of life is worth it. The road ahead is long and arduous. As teachers, we can't protect our students forever. But if there is always a pure land belonging to Laong Middle School in the students' hearts, it will support them to keep going. If all the needs of students can be well taken care of and met in a timely manner, when these students grow up and encounter difficulties, they will think that these are only temporary and will eventually pass. And if good things happen, one can learn to enjoy them happily without internal conflict. On the contrary, they constantly pressure students. They ignore students' needs and instead torment and belittle them. When students encounter adversity, they will only feel anxious and fearful. How can someone who has only ever seen storms in their life believe in sunshine? Even at the peak of their careers, students can be tormented by a strong sense of unworthiness and become anxious about losing their potential. I've never been a good student since I was a child. Can I really take this great job and opportunity? My teachers are always dissatisfied with me, my parents are dissatisfied with me, so I guess I'm also dissatisfied with myself. I dare not polish myself, for fear that I am just a rough gem. Yet I am unwilling to give up, always thinking that I was born with special talents. Whenever I have a moment of leisure, monsters called nothingness and anxiety climb up my spine and gnaw at my heart. In the end, I forced myself to either give up everything or become numb and overworked. Internal strife, self-torture. Director Zhou, haven't you seen enough people like this? Zhou Mingyan pondered for a long time. He nodded slowly. But then he suddenly opened his mouth, as if to ask something. Guandosi interrupted him directly. I know what you want to ask. High school students will eventually have to take the college entrance exam. So what should we do? If students can improve their grades after doing the above step, that would be great. If not, that's okay too, as long as you have a clear conscience. As teachers, we certainly need to do our best to help students improve their grades. But that's a technique, not a principle. Everyone's talents are indeed different, and as a teacher, I can only do my best in this regard. But what we should do even more is teach all students to have a peaceful mindset in life. I don't expect all of them to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. If you pass the exam, your teacher will be very proud of you. If we roast sweet potatoes in the future, I'd be happy to save one for the teacher. You may have a life filled with starlight and jewels, and always at the top, but you may also be living a life of unbearable pain and never have a day of peace. The road may be filled with wildflowers and weeds, as tranquil as water, but one can live a life without regrets and be happy. Does the students need to choose which path to take? Zhou Mingyan listened. He stood up immediately. I understand, teacher. Without realizing it, I blurted out the word teacher. After saying that, even he was surprised. I don't know if it's just my imagination. He always felt that although he was almost twice the age of Principal Guan, but in his presence, I always felt like a young student. It's like the other way around, where the other person is twice your age. Is it because of the aura? The young Principal Guan before me seemed more like a great educator than the gray-haired deputy director of the education department. Then he shook his head. Let's talk about teachers. In this regard, it's not an exaggeration for Principal Guan to say that he is my teacher. Upon hearing this, Guandosi also stood up and shook hands warmly with Zhou Mingyan. Fine, for saying that. If you don't understand anything in the future, just come and ask me. Zhou Mingyan nodded, moved. The goal that Principal Guan mentioned is really too attractive. As an educator, he really wanted to achieve it. Most importantly, Principal Guan is clearly not one of those people who only talk the talk. Everything he says is something he has been putting into practice. In other words, such a wonderful vision could actually come true. Looking back on what I've seen and heard along the way, especially in the cafeteria, those children, though wearing school uniforms that resembled prison uniforms, were in an oppressive environment within barbed wire. However, not one of them was not beaming with a genuine smile. Putting everything else aside, at least Principal Guan's first promise is genuinely being gradually realized. At this moment, he had long forgotten about the task that his senior, Wang Qingfang, had asked him to do. He felt that his work for at least the next 10 years would have a focus and a target. As long as I am within the education department, I will give Principal Guan my full support. They are not afraid of not having any political achievements. More importantly, this is not just for political achievements. It is also something he himself wants to do. Then, he smiled and said, Principal Guan, I will talk to the higher authorities about the urgent need for educational funds on your side. Laong Middle School is such a good example. It deserves strong support. Then I'll leave it to you. For Guandosi, although the system exists. However, more funding for education is always better. Mei Jianxing had been taking notes the whole time. This is what he decided to do last night. Principal Guan's ideas are so valuable that it would be a great pity if no one recorded and summarized them. Although he had a production crew from CCTV, he felt that his own poor writing was more reliable. After listening to Guandosi's words and seeing director Zhou Mingyan's reaction, even he couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. This is our Principal Guan. The leaders were convinced by the theories he presented. Originally, he was waiting to see how Principal Guan would react when he heard that a leader was coming. That was absolutely terrifying. Offending the leadership would only create more difficulties for running the school. Now it seems, Principal Guan had indeed been confident all along. In fact, a few words from him were enough to make this guy become his apprentice. They even provided educational funding support that they could never obtain through their own efforts and hard work. Haha. It would be problematic for someone like Principal Guan to doubt him. He couldn't help but shake his head, a smile appearing on his face. There were nearly a dozen teachers around. After Guandosi finished speaking, everyone was immersed in their own thoughts. Most of them had just graduated from teacher training programs. I am not unfamiliar with the knowledge points taught at school. As soon as Principal Guan finished speaking, his mind unconsciously connected his philosophy with the knowledge he had learned in school. Listening to his words was more helpful than reading a book on educational psychology. The integration of practice and theory. This is a valuable teaching experience that they desperately need. Several of them also consistently use their phones to record videos. I plan to watch it again when I get home. At the same time, it further strengthened my determination to follow in Principal Guan's footsteps at Laong Middle School. It's not just for the students. Also for the life I want. The future is promising. Chapter 56: The Incurable Idealist. Without a doubt, a speech given in the conference room of Laong Middle School. It was also faithfully recorded by the camera. Upon hearing such a fluent and innovative speech, the live stream chat went wild. Principal Guan is awesome. Although I didn't understand a single word, Principal Guan is awesome. Please, just this single slice, okay? I'm counting on this to make a living. I cried. Principal Guan's negative example is exactly like me. Is this the level of thinking a high school principal in a county town could reach? Isn't this more impressive than the guests in the studio? I've lost all hope. This is how my life is. I only hope that the next generation can become better under the guidance of educators like Principal Guan. Hey, don't say that. Principal Guan said you're great. You deserve it. Haha. This department head wanted to give Principal Guan a hard time, but he ended up being accepted as a disciple in one fell swoop. Hilarious. So, in comparison, what are the other two schools doing? They're on completely different levels. How can you even compare them? This passage is recommended for inclusion in teacher training university textbooks. Inside the studio, Zhuziki felt something within his heart. A very strong and deeply piercing thorn is loosening. He didn't know if this was a good thing or not. But the wound, which had become numb and accustomed to it, was suddenly subjected to such an impact. On the contrary, it caused him some pain. For a moment, he was breathing heavily. He found that he completely agreed with Professor Guan's statement. However, such approval is not permitted. What is not allowed? He didn't know. He's already like this. Those 3 years are already in the past for him. What could he do? He chose. Don't think about it. Having experienced those 3 years, this matter was actually quite simple for his extremely agile mind. And on the side, Wang Qingfang could hardly believe her eyes. She stared blankly at the scrolling comments in front of her. My mind was filled with Zhou Mingyan's stupidity from before. Zhou Mingyan, how could you be so stupid? So, you were swayed and turned by just a few words? He even became an apprentice? Wang Qingfang was so angry that the ends of her hair were trembling slightly. I was so glad. I thought this junior was a thoughtful and ambitious person. With just a few inflammatory words from Principal Guan, he managed to fool you completely. According to him, everyone is free and at peace. Does that mean everyone will stop working hard and stop striving? What should the nation do? What should society do? Even if you have no experience, an educator should not say such things. It is still the most important high school in the students' lives, and he serves as its principal. To be honest, Guandosi's remarks. Wang Qingfang couldn't listen anymore after hearing only half of it. All his attention was focused on Zhou Mingyan, the helper he had found. It was as if he was being subdued wave after wave, until he was completely powerless to fight back. Wang Qingfang felt a little dizzy. Thoughts raced through my mind. But after all this time, he couldn't utter a single word. Professor Lu Jifa, watching from the side, was secretly pleased. Ha! I never expected. Wang Qingfang, you have this side to you? Was his cleverness backfire? They wanted the deputy director of the education department to use his authority to give Principal Guan of Laong Middle School a good dressing down. Unexpectedly, this gave them a stage to perform. Another passionate speech garnered a significant boost in audience support. They also received a promise of education funding from Director Zhou. The shells fired instead became food for the enemy. This isn't even a sugar-coated bullet, it's practically. That is, it's just sugar. Lu Jifa couldn't think of a good analogy for a moment. All I can say is that Wang Qingfang was incredibly stupid. I was thinking of using my connections to protect Principal Guan. It seems we don't need it now? No. You, Wang Qingfang, have been so helpful to Principal Guan. Then I, Lu Jifa, am even less likely to give in. However, this speech, the ideas it contains. Hearing this, even this old man who's half buried in the ground felt his blood boil. I couldn't help but comment. What does it mean to stay true to one's original aspiration? Principal Guan is undoubtedly the best example of this description. Don't we all dedicate ourselves to the education industry so that students can benefit from us? How many teachers wouldn't want to be mentors and friends whom their students are grateful to for life? Principal Guan, what you can teach your students is absolutely something that will benefit them for a lifetime. In this respect, even I, a 59-year-old veteran, have to admire him. Principal Guan's ideas are beyond my reach, even for me. These words were clearly spoken by the sarcastic Wang Qingfang. You can't even win an argument with me in the studio. I'm not even as good as Principal Guan. Send someone over there, and they'll be able to outwit Principal Guan. Wang Qingfang could certainly understand what that meant. Principal Guan's eloquence is something neither you nor I can match. But I must say, the methods used to destroy students' futures are also admirable. Principal Guan, your idea is certainly very appealing. But isn't this a rather superficial understanding of reality? What education has always needed are down-to-earth pragmatists, not idealists who talk a lot of empty words like this. Does giving students a strong inner strength guarantee a lifetime of happiness? We are all ordinary people, without material possessions and social status, who can be happy. And to guarantee these things, for students, it means guaranteeing their grades. Principal Guan is still too young. When he gets older and has a deeper understanding of the world, he will know whether what I said is right or wrong. These words were spoken. Unsurprisingly, Wang Qingfang was almost bombarded with criticism from the live chat again. Lu Jifa also spoke up to refute. At this time, inside Laong Middle School, Principal Guan has already seen Zhou Mingyan off. I had originally planned to keep him around a bit longer, maybe even have dinner with him. I will definitely apply for the education funding subsidy for you. Although I can't make all the decisions by myself, I'll definitely be able to get things done by doing more visits. After saying that, he looked excited and eager, as if he couldn't wait any longer. It's as if they're about to embark on a journey to various places. They just couldn't stay. Guandosi then let things take their natural course. At that moment, he also took out his phone, ready to see the reaction his words had provoked. No matter what job you do, you need to do it well. We must never become detached from the masses. Therefore, paying attention to feedback is very important. Just then, I saw Wang Qingfang's rebuttal. He couldn't help but chuckle. I'll return those words to you verbatim. Wang Qingfang, when you're a few years older, you'll know whether what I said is right or not. Guandosi's thoughts have been refined over 2 lifetimes. Today, it has become more refined and selective. To say I'm an unrealistic idealist? Are you afraid of reality teaching me a lesson? But I have seen all of this world and lived through the years. This innocence that comes from birth is something you can never change. And truly powerful idealists are never afraid of the crushing blows of reality. To change public opinion, it is by no means an easy task. But he has absolute confidence. Just when Guandosi felt he was in excellent condition, the principal's office door was kicked open. Hey, what the FXX did you do to me, old man? Hey, what the hell did you do to me, old dang? It was the enraged Luo Yangxia, number 1049. Behind them was Liao Guanqing, his face filled with terror, one hand still gripping Luo Yangxia's other arm. And the film crew's photographer who almost couldn't hold back. Chapter 57. A strong solution must be taken. I'm so sorry. Principal, I couldn't stop him. He didn't mean it. Liao Guanqing said in a panic. It's nothing. Thank you for your hard work. Guandosi waved his hand calmly. He then switched to English and spoke slowly and deliberately to Luo Yangxia. Tell me what's wrong. Take your time. Don't be in such a hurry. You lied to me. Luo Yangxia's face turned bright red. I trusted you so much. When did I lie to you? Principal, how dare you ask me that? These glasses aren't protective goggles at all. Guandosi revealed a sly smile of triumph. How is this a lie? You can't even read a novel after wearing this thing. Doesn't that protect your eyes? Luo Yangxia was taken aback by what he said. What the principal said seems to make a lot of sense. Wrong. I don't care about anything else. Just pick it for me. Guandosi's smile deepened. Young man, don't be so naive. These mother tongue deprivation glasses are your punishment for skipping class. I never said that our Laong Middle School is a school without rules that allows students to do whatever they want. As for the duration, I'll take it off for you whenever you go to class. Principal Guan was clearly smiling. However, Luo Yangxia and Liao Guanqing in front of him looked as if they had seen evil spirits. A chill ran through my body. However, Luo Yangxia is no ordinary person. Faced with such a threat, he actually twisted his neck and retorted. You people, I knew it. You're all the same. I'm not going. You're not going to pick it up then. He uttered those harsh words. Luo Yangxia slammed the door and left. Liao Guanqing and the photographer were left staring at Principal Guan in bewilderment. Principal, it's nothing. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go now. Guandosi waved his hand, shooing the 2 men away. Liao Guanqing nodded and immediately chased after him. Guandosi watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. He couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, if this guy is acting based on his own understanding and his own thoughts, they truly understand the essence of high school education and believe they don't need it, so they choose not to attend classes. Instead, there are more meaningful things to do. Even if the meaningful thing is just staying in the dorm reading novels. Principal Guan doesn't really care about him at all. They might even offer support. There's no need to worry about him being useless in the conventional sense. Children who can truly reach this level know their direction and path step by step, and they will definitely not be wasted. Even when reading novels, you can still make sense of them. Moreover, every choice he makes is based on his own heart, and he will only find joy in the rest of his life. Before being alienated, free humans are naturally inclined to produce things and engage in labor. But he is not. He was still using rebellion as an excuse to punish his father by hurting himself. This kind of flawed thinking needs to be corrected. We still need to use this strong medicine. Moreover, this is interesting. Principal Guan was absolutely laughing his head off. In the studio, Professor Lu Jifa also smiled knowingly. As a professor, he cannot be out of touch with the international community. Therefore, there is definitely no problem with their English proficiency. Someone previously said that Laong Middle School doesn't have a disciplinary system. As he said this, he glanced at Wang Qingfang sideways once. The latter had a cold, expressionless face. But Lu Jifa has already conveyed the message he wanted to. Laong Middle School's disciplinary system is more sophisticated than the other two schools. Whether it's the suspension of classes at Hengyi Middle School or the various forms of corporal punishment at Xixin Experimental Middle School, Laong Middle School is far superior. This is the kind of punishment that is truly suitable for high school students. First of all, no real harm was caused to the students, neither mentally nor physically. Secondly, the punishment should be immediately revoked as soon as the student corrects the mistake. At the same time, this disciplinary method is also creating a perfect English language environment for children. Many parents spend a lot of money to send their children to foreign teachers, just for this kind of native language environment. And now, the principal of this free high school in this small county town has used technology to create such an excellent English environment for the children. Actually, this mother tongue deprivation device will be very useful in the future, even if it's not used as a disciplinary measure. It can be said that this disciplinary method inherits the high-tech enhancement that Principal Guan's educational philosophy has always emphasized. It truly embodies the principle of running a school with science and technology. The high level of support for Laong Middle School is truly well-deserved. The barrage of comments remained high from the moment Luo Yangxiao rushed into the principal's office. Although it is raw meat. However, there were English-speaking viewers providing simultaneous interpretation, so the audience was able to understand the conversation between the principal and Luo Yangxia. Ha ha ha. How dare this kid mess with a principal who's thinking of opening a prison-style middle school. Principal Guan's methods of punishing students are so ingenious. Mother tongue deprivation device, what a brilliant name. Didn't you notice? This child was so rude to the principal, and the principal wasn't even angry. If this happened at another school, he'd probably be expelled, right? This shows that Principal Guan is the one who truly cares about students. I've never seen this kind of care in other schools. That's what you call treating the root cause. You read novels every day, don't you? Well, I'll just make sure you don't. I hope this stubborn kid actually understood it. A novel written entirely in English? If he could actually read it, he'd be unbelievable. Very likely. Chuckles, chuckles, chuckles. Zhu Ziki turned his head and looked at Wang Qingfang beside him. Her eyes were cold, and she didn't look at him. I don't know what I'm thinking. He tried speaking. At least in this respect, it is clear that Principal Guan has put a lot of thought into it. This method can indeed greatly benefit students' English learning, especially in a small county where the conditions for learning English are already very poor. He was very nervous when he spoke. However, Wang Qingfang did not take any action. After both of them had finished speaking, she slowly said, I think many viewers, including you, Zhu Ziki, are gradually being misled by Principal Guan. At first glance, this thing does look quite intimidating. But to say whether it can actually help with the exam, I don't think so. The fact that Principal Guan is using such fancy things in education really shows that he puts his heart into it. Unfortunately, if the direction is wrong, the greater the effort, the more you will go in the opposite direction. Although Wang Qingfang failed, she was not discouraged. The more you explain your point of view, the more focused you become. She knew what she was carrying. Her belief was that it had to be done. Upon hearing this, Lu Jifa sighed. Professor Wang, you're criticizing the audience like that. Haven't you noticed? You've always been on the opposite side of the masses. Shouldn't the education industry adapt to public opinion and make changes? Times are constantly changing, Professor Wang. He was surprised to hear that Professor Lu Jifa hadn't attacked him. Instead, they offered gentle and kind advice. Wang Qingfang was stunned, but in the next instant, he regained his composure and put on a disdainful expression. He was about to continue speaking, but he was interrupted by the host again. It's time for the afternoon break in the studio. This is the planned duration for a live stream. The guests may not want to rest, but the rest of the production team needs to rest too. Then, the live broadcast will continue to this evening to keep you updated on the dining situation at various schools. In the afternoon, although live streams from various schools were still available. But just like yesterday, the live broadcast from the studio will come to an end. Chapter 58 The Flattery Went Wrong. After the broadcast ended, Juziki quickly stood up. Thank you for your hard work with the live stream, Teacher Wang. Well, I'll be going now. I have class this afternoon. After saying a few words, he fled as fast as he could. Wang Chengfang saw it all. She knew what the boy was thinking. Having fully benefited from the Hengyi model, why did he say those things in the studio before? In Wang Chengfang's eyes, this was a form of defection. But so be it. She didn't expect an undergraduate student whose worldview was still developing to be of any help. Just like back in high school, you will eventually understand your teacher's good intentions. The heavy responsibility of correcting the audience's ignorant views ultimately falls on our own shoulders. However, now, she wants to settle accounts with someone. There's still some time before the afternoon broadcast. She plans to go home. I sat in the back of the taxi. She took out her phone and dialed Zhou Mingan's number. The call was answered after 30 seconds of ringing. Hey, Xiao Zhou. Oh, senior. You can just message me if you need anything. There's no need to call. I want you to go to Laong Middle School. But before she could finish speaking, that principal of Laong Middle School is quite a character. Senior, it was definitely the right decision to send me there for an inspection. I understand. You made me ask those questions so that I would realize my mistakes all along, right? Thank you so much for this, senior. You're truly a senior student. Your academic background far surpasses mine. You were the first to grasp such cutting-edge educational concepts. I remember back in school, my senior was always my role model. I never imagined that I would still be being guided by her now. Hearing the strange praise coming from the other end, Wang Chengfang was furious. Didn't this guy watch the live stream? Don't you understand my perspective? One or two, what are they? Xiao Zhou, are you out of your mind? Senior, did I say something wrong? Wang Chengfang sighed. She was merely an advisor to the Ministry of Education and had no real right to correct the views of a provincial education director. Moreover, this little Zhou, he showered her with compliments, though he didn't quite manage to flatter her properly. But praising her still calmed her down considerably. Even Wang Chengfang wouldn't stoop to hitting someone who's all smiles. Forget it, it's all right. Senior, that's all. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Wang Chengfang sighed. I feel like I have fewer and fewer teammates. What is the magic behind Principal Guan's philosophy? Hearing about his powerless and weak school system always made Wang Chengfang feel physically uncomfortable. Why can't people see such obvious mistakes? Life at school moves at a very fast pace. Before I knew it, another afternoon had passed. The film crew faithfully documented the events that occurred in the 3 schools. The footage from all 3 schools will actually undergo a pre-editing process before being released. After all, each school has as many as 5 computer stations. To ensure the live stream content is engaging, we will naturally switch between the most thought-provoking and thought-provoking scenes that best reflect the school's educational style. The footage seen by the audience is delayed by approximately 5 minutes. I must say, the CCTV team is amazing. It truly illustrates what the professional ethics of journalists are. In Hengyi High School and Qixin Experimental High School, some random visits and filming revealed that some students had violated school rules. The system also processes the images to hide the students' appearances and voices, to prevent teachers watching the live stream later from finding out. After all, without a film crew, the teachers wouldn't be able to discover the student's situation. This is also the principle of non-interference in the interview transcript. Moreover, they do not take sides between students and teachers, remaining absolutely neutral. On the first day of the live broadcast, the production crew occasionally encountered students who wanted to slack off in class or hide in the toilet to play on their phones, which violated the rules and regulations. The students were still very frightened. But after a day, the students gradually realized that the film crew did not interfere with the interaction between the students and teachers at all. Even if they are caught violating school rules, nothing will happen. After this rumor spread among the students also began to trust the existence of the film crew. Sometimes, this trust can even surpass the trust in the school's teachers. There were often situations where problems were first presented to the film crew. There are fewer and fewer cases of people avoiding or refusing to be visited and filmed by film crews. Although it added a lot of work for the film crew, it did allow them to capture some great footage. In particular, some of the best footage would have been impossible to capture under the supervision of the school. Such collections of material are increasing in the hands of the production team. Either expose it directly, or wait for further concentrated revelations. Dinner time. The film crew then took another look at the school cafeterias. Not only did it capture more complete details that weren't covered at noon, this also allowed many viewers who missed the live stream during their lunch break to catch up and gain a better understanding of the 3 schools. After all, This is when the audience is at their largest. After comparing the three sides, many new viewers praised Principal Guan's measures extensively. The food in this cafeteria is so delicious, students would practically swallow their tongues. Haha, 1027 is eating so deliciously. Watching him eat is really appetizing. I suggest he debut as a mukbang streamer. Hey, couldn't find him at noon, but managed to strike up a conversation tonight. Not bad, kid. What we're saying is, how can the other two schools compare? They're lagging behind in every aspect, from food and clothing to housing and transportation. Principal Guan, are you considering opening a restaurant? It's so frustrating to only be able to look at food and not eat. Inside the studio, the verbal sparring continued. It is clear that Wang Chengfeng is speaking less and less. Guandosi certainly didn't have time to watch the live stream at this time. After quickly finishing his meal, he rushed to the school's printing room to oversee the photocopying process of the test questionnaire from the program team. After finishing, while the students were still eating, they did so. The task of completing the questionnaire during evening self-study was assigned. At the same time, Laong Middle School. It seems to be an experience learned from the live broadcast of Laong Middle School. Now the other two film crews have also begun to try to focus their live streams on the students. On the one hand, it can present the school's history from a complete perspective. On the other hand, having a protagonist adds a certain narrative element to the live stream content. Lu is a repeat student at Hengyi High School. This is perfectly normal at Hengyi High School. Her failure in the college entrance examination greatly disappointed her family. Ignoring her objections, she was sent here this year to repeat her studies for another year. Because the start of the senior year of high school is almost a month earlier than other grades. Therefore, although they are also newly enrolled students, they are already more accustomed to the pace of Hengyi High School compared to the freshmen. However, pain doesn't disappear once you get used to it. However, she was very lucky today. During the break between the previous class, she managed to grab some bread from the convenience store. Therefore, she no longer needs to queue at the cafeteria during the busy dinner break. The girl felt somewhat happy about this. When there weren't many people in the classroom, she ate her bread while sketching and writing in a sketchbook with a worn cover. That was a sketchbook that contained my doodles from all 3 years of high school. Isn't it cute? She said this to the cameraman on the film crew with a hint of pride. That's Hatsune Miku holding a microphone. Chapter 59 Students Test Questionnaire. From a professional perspective, this Hatsune Miku figure has a structural error in the connection between the shoulder and neck, uneven lines, reversed perspective on the legs, and inconsistent lighting for shadows. But her smile was very cute. Lulu felt that was enough. She had long ago given up her dream of pursuing an artistic career after being patiently persuaded by her family. But as a small hobby to relieve stress, is that alright? There are still more than 10 minutes until we all watch the evening news together. During the time students watched the news, the teachers didn't really care what they were doing. So, I can still draw for about half an hour. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. A girl who is focused on her studies is the most endearing. And to see such a hopeful ephemera bloom amidst such high pressure is truly remarkable. Many viewers in the live chat also genuinely felt fortunate. But less than 10 minutes later, everyone, tidy up your desks, let's begin the exam. Today's news viewing is cancelled. The head of the teaching department suddenly appeared. He was holding a stack of test papers in his hand. They were test questionnaires from the program team. The teacher in charge of self-study hadn't finished eating yet, so he was responsible for distributing test papers to each class. Hengyi High School certainly wouldn't allow things unrelated to studying to take up too much of the time allotted for studying. Naturally, time is squeezed out from other places. If the questions on this exam hadn't been somewhat novel, the principal wouldn't have even agreed to the program's request. Lulu's lips drooped. Reluctantly, he closed his sketchbook. Hey, what's that on your table? But at that moment, the head of the teaching department noticed something amiss. He swiftly walked over and snatched the sketchbook from the girl's desk. This is a repeat class. You're repeating a year, and you still have the mind to draw. I saw you keeping your head down during class this morning. Were you drawing little figures here? With your attitude towards learning, what are you doing at Hengyi High School? Don't you even have a concept of what you're doing? Lulu was terrified. She felt extremely ashamed to be singled out and criticized by the head of student affairs in front of so many people. He couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He simply lowered his head, one hand clutching the corner of the notebook. Will you give it to me or not? Let go. The head of the teaching department used a stack of test papers in his other hand to forcefully tap the girl's slender fingers. She was in pain and had to let go. She then witnessed a scene she would never forget in her life. The sketchbook, which recorded my joys and sorrows and countless efforts over 3 years of high school, was turned into a pile of shredded paper in the hands of the dean of students. Don't ever appear in front of me again, you good for nothing. Did you all hear that? The students in the class nodded numbly. The girl's eyes widened, but she couldn't focus. Ah. I wanted to speak, but my throat felt sweet, and I couldn't utter a single word. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. No, at least not here. I don't want to see this environment. I don't want this guy to see it. The girl lowered her head and ran out. You dare skip class? If you leave now, don't bother coming back. Go straight home. The head of the teaching department was furious. The audience saw the camera feed trembling. Are you sick? The sound came from behind the screen, and then the screen switched. 10 more minutes passed. The audience saw Lulu's appearance again. She sat on the stairs leading to the rooftop, but the rooftop door was locked. So she could only squat in the cluttered stairwell and weep silently. Let's try to piece it together. We should be able to glue it back together. The photographer handed over a stack of shredded paper. Fortunately, it wasn't torn into tiny pieces. The girl took it and nodded. Thanks. Another tear, the size of a bean, fell. It shattered and splintered on the ground. The cameraman was also quite young and didn't know how to comfort him. After a while, he handed over another questionnaire. At least express your thoughts. The girl took it with her trembling little hands. What comes into view is, have you or your classmates experienced psychological abuse from the school? Lulu stopped crying for a moment. At the same time, Shishin Experimental Middle School. Brother Feng, what shall we eat? What to eat? Do we even have a choice? Eat shit. Luo Feng and Wu Zichang, the two henchmen, were repeatedly found to have violated regulations and appeared on the honor roll. On the contrary, it gained a certain audience appeal. Many viewers felt that Luo Feng's name was very appealing. As a result, he was selected by the film crew as a primary subject of their documentary. Eat farts? Then, can you even get full? Wu Zichang asked thoughtfully. Are you an idiot? This is a metaphor, you understand? A metaphor. Luo Feng had a speechless expression. Clearly, this kind of conversation has happened many times. Come with me. Luo Feng pulled Wu Zichang along and walked towards the back of the teaching building. According to my investigation, security at the school is at its most relaxed during dinner time. And I also found a dog hole left by a senior student. There shouldn't be anyone watching it. A dog hole? Dogs can go to high school? That's incredible. Wu Zichang interrupted Luo Feng and asked. Luo Feng rolled his eyes at him, losing all interest in explaining. Don't worry about that. Come with me. Crawl out of here, and I'll treat you to barbecue. Okay. Brother Feng, I'll follow you. Luo Feng wasn't tall, but he was very muscular. You can tell at a glance that he's someone who frequently climbs over walls to fight. Wu Zichang was tall, but he still had some baby fat on his body. Considering his age, it will probably never fade. Hey photographer, can you keep up with that thing? If not, forget it. The photographer nodded. Okay, you'll come with me. After many twists and turns, the three of them found a path next to the overgrown school wall. Brother Feng, is this the place? Yes. They walked several dozen more steps. Luo Feng, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Something's wrong. Get out of here. What's wrong, Brother Feng? I can see that hole. Wu Zichang asked. Are you stupid? There's such an obvious path here. The grass is all trampled down. How could they not find it? Oh no, I didn't notice that at noon. This hole is for fishing. Run. Luo Feng took a step forward and was about to rush back to the teaching building. There's no water around here. How can we fish? Wu Zichang was still out of the loop. Just then, a man as tall as an iron tower appeared out of the shadows without warning. Wu Zichang's hands were instantly twisted behind his back. It was pushed down onto the lawn. Brother Feng, I've got you. Run. Luo Feng heard this. Without even thinking about it, they turned around and rushed back. After a running start, facing the disciplined teacher, I leap into the air. Eat my Leo flying kick. 20 minutes later. The following individuals are hereby notified of their violations of rules and regulations. Class 1, Grade 11, for students in total. Luo Feng and Wu Zichang attempted to skip class during dinner and violently resisted the teacher's discipline. Their actions were extremely egregious. Under the frowning gazes of the surrounding classmates, Luo Feng rubbed his left arm. The red mark on it is from the discipline teacher's cane. Damn it, I was empty-handed. He didn't seem convinced. Brother Feng, I've dragged you into this. Wu Zichang, who was standing to the side, still had bits of grass stuck in his hair. Don't bring this up with me. I promise to protect you, and I mean it. After the points deductions were read out, he was met with hostility from his classmates. Luo Feng returned to the classroom with a normal expression. At this moment, Luo Feng found a test questionnaire on his otherwise empty desk. The question that comes to mind is, have you or your classmates ever experienced physical or violent punishment from the school? Luo Feng smiled. The results of the Chapter 60 questionnaire have been released. Laong Middle School. Evening self-study. Woo Huijun was moving back and forth in the dormitory, answering students' questions one-on-one. Thanks to the presence of cargo elevators, these retired teachers were spared the burden of climbing stairs. However, if one does not teach here, she was going for a walk anyway at this time. These few steps are nothing to her. On the contrary, I feel rather lonely at home. It's really nice to be able to absorb some of the children's energy every evening. The survey has just been completed. Many students came to answer the questions on the questionnaire. Clearly, before this, it was not possible to get a good idea of what to do. Woo Huijun frowned slightly. This type of question is not difficult. Even for interdisciplinary topics, she, a Chinese language teacher, was able to answer them all. A sense of indignation welled up inside me. This production team. The questionnaire about school conditions is one thing. There are tests for academic ability like this. This is completely unfair to Laong Middle School. Where are your two schools located? And where is our Laong Middle School? How can we, the children from the remote mountain village of Laong Middle School, compare to you? However, Principal Guan didn't seem nervous at all. On the contrary, some people are looking forward to the results of the questionnaire. Woo Huijun is an impatient person. To be honest, I couldn't bear to watch it. However, she trusted Principal Guan, so she chose to keep quiet. In addition, this guy's speech during the live stream this afternoon. This really brings honor and pride to our Laong Middle School. He even created a grand disciple for himself. Thinking of this, Woo Huijun couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Although his personality can be a bit carefree and irresponsible at times. But Principal Guan is certainly confident. At least in the future, this will help these students solidify their weak foundations. And I myself must become an assistant to the principal. Almost at the same time, the questionnaires from all three schools have been completed. The papers will then be handed over to the program team for grading and scoring. If all goes well, the entire summary should be completed before the live stream ends. And it will be shown to all viewers in the live stream. The intense yet well-organized evening self-study session passed quickly. Meanwhile, a large pop-up window appeared in the live stream room. The result was closely watched by viewers across the country in the live broadcast room. Officially announced. Laong Middle School. Student Mental State Index, 34.7 points, unbearable. Almost all students complained about the pressure from the school. Fortunately, the pressure from classmates was not high, and while bullying did occur, it was only occasional. However, nearly half of the students had various psychological problems. A large number of students said they had experienced mental torture and pressure from the school. Student Health Index, 48.2 points, requires patience. The high pressure and unhealthy schedule has led to half of the students suffering from various chronic diseases. Aside from morning exercises, students have almost no time for physical activity. Meanwhile, stress-related illnesses such as alopecia areata, cardiac blindness, and amenorrhea also occur occasionally. Bedtime conditions, 42.4 points, requires patience. Students find it difficult to relax in their dormitories. The objective conditions for sleeping and resting are generally poor. Students are frequently disturbed by school officials during their sleep. The average daily sleep duration is approximately 7.5 hours, barely acceptable. Dining conditions, 40.9 points, requires patience. The cafeteria food is of above-average quality. However, students rarely have time to eat. Many students report various digestive problems. Other living conditions, 22.9 points, like hell. The commute requires running to save time, which is extremely physically demanding. Students also have no time to use the restroom. Time for washing up is practically non-existent. Almost all students have to go for long periods without showering to keep up with the school's pace. Subject literacy, 97.2 points, near perfect. In all subjects across all grades, students maintained a high level of performance in the tests. The majority of students achieved full marks, demonstrating top-tier student ability and teacher instruction. Weighted overall score, 80.12. Qixin Experimental Middle School. Student Mindset Index, 47.3 points, requires patience. Half of the students found the school's strict rules unacceptable. Under the influence of the class point system, many students reported experiencing or witnessing bullying, but rarely any physical violence. Conversely, the school frequently treated students violently, with most students reporting receiving corporal punishment from disciplinary teachers. Student Health Index, 80.2 points, excellent. Most students are in good health with no apparent physical defects. Apart from some eye conditions, there are almost no other chronic diseases. Sleeping conditions, 21.4 points, like hell. Most students reported difficulty getting a good night's sleep in their dorm rooms. Overcrowding in some rooms led to frequent disturbances from other students and school staff. The average daily sleep duration was 6.7 hours, which is slightly insufficient. Dining conditions, 61.2 points barely passing. Students are able to eat their fill every day. Although some students find the pre-cooked meals unacceptable, the portions are generous and the taste is decent. There are also stir-fried dishes available as rewards. Other living conditions, 77.1 points good. Students are not subject to many restrictions regarding their physiological needs, such as showering and using the toilet. However, every aspect of students' lives is monitored, and their concept of privacy is virtually non-existent. Subject literacy, 57.2, unsatisfactory. The polarization is extremely severe. The top students can almost guarantee full marks, while the worst students submit almost blank papers. In terms of teaching staff, although the school has many outstanding teachers, their resources are concentrated in one area, leaving ordinary students unable to receive a quality education. Weighted overall score, 74.32. Laong Middle School. Student Mindset Index, 90.7 points close to perfect. Students experience virtually no additional pressure from the school or their classmates. From the most junior staff and teachers to the principal, all faculty and staff treat students with respect and are extremely attentive to their needs. Equality is virtually achieved for everyone. Student Health Index, 69.2 points barely passing. Most students are in good health with no apparent health issues. However, some students occasionally experience problems such as malnutrition syndrome, Helicobacter pylori infection, or intestinal parasites. Bedtime conditions, 92.4 points close to perfect. The single-person dormitory design eliminates any possibility of disturbance to students. Teachers almost never enter the dormitories during bedtime. Meanwhile, the AI management system and intelligent behavior detection ensure students' safety within the dormitories. Aside from evening study sessions and bedtime, students have over 2 hours of free time each day within the dormitory area, ensuring positive interpersonal relationships among students. Students can get more than 8 hours of sleep each day, guaranteeing high-quality rest. Dining conditions, 99.9 points close to perfect. With the exception of one student, all students were satisfied with the dining conditions. Whether it's the international hotel-level food or the intelligent personal nutritionist technology, the school's dining facilities are undoubtedly the best. Other living conditions, 100 points perfect. Each single dormitory room has its own bathroom, ensuring that students have absolutely no negative feedback regarding personal hygiene. The school bus system also ensures that students can rest as much as possible when they are not in class. Subject literacy, 39.8 points unbearable. The student's foundation is extremely weak. Their grasp of knowledge points and familiarity with skill-based test questions both fall short of the curriculum requirements. This is particularly severe among senior high school students, who have fallen far behind other schools. Most students cannot even complete basic English reading comprehension questions. The quality of the student body is lamentable. Regarding the teaching staff, although there is temporary assistance from many highly qualified teachers during evening self-study sessions, the main teaching group still lacks experience. Weighted overall score, 92.27. In addition, there are detailed score evaluations for the 9 subjects in the college entrance examination for each school. The moment the questionnaire was released, the chat in the live stream was already going crazy. Chapter 61, the results of our joint efforts. Holy crap, our Laong Middle School is awesome. It beats the other 2 schools. Scores are still the most direct indicator. I previously thought Laong Middle School treated its students well, but I didn't expect the student satisfaction rates to vary so much. Although Laong Middle School's academic performance isn't as good, the students love it, and they still surpass you. Ha ha ha. No matter how good your grades are at Hengi High School, if you're completely terrible at the earlier subjects, your score will still be so low. Why is it that so many students at Hengi High School who scored in the 30s or 40s can still achieve scores in the 80s? What weight does the weighted average actually give to these scores? It seems the production team did indeed obtain some footage we hadn't seen. These schools clearly have many hidden secrets yet to be revealed. Once Principal Guan has filled in the gaps in students' basic knowledge, how will these schools compete? The situation with that girl from Hengi Middle School who was drawing made me so angry. Those people should all be hung from streetlights. The production team really put in a lot of effort. These students' voices might never have been heard without this questionnaire. Inside the studio, Lu Jifa also wore a proud expression. Although he was also following the program's footage, watching as the various measures taken by Laong Middle School were gradually revealed. But I didn't expect that after quantitative analysis, the score would be so much higher than other schools, especially when they are at a significant disadvantage in terms of student academic performance. Its overall score still ranks first by a large margin. He also participated in the creation of this questionnaire. In particular, the aspect of fraction calculation. Under Wang Chengfang's influence, the score weight for this subject literacy was 3 times that of other aspects. If Lu Jifa hadn't argued his case so forcefully, this weighting would have been increased 5-fold. It's obvious that the scoring criteria are giving special consideration to Hengyi Middle School. Professor Wang, even with such a strong emphasis on student grades, it doesn't change the fact that for students, Laong Middle School is the best high school. Besides, Laong Middle School has just opened. All students are newly enrolled. Their previous foundational knowledge has nothing to do with Principal Guan. Principal Guan's educational policies didn't even work on the students. Despite such a purely inherent disadvantage, they still managed to surpass Hengyi Middle School by 12 points. Professor Wang, what are your thoughts? Look at Wang Chengfang's expression. She remained completely calm. My opinion? Do I need to explain? Hengyi High School's academic level is simply higher than that of other schools. Unlike you, Professor Liu, I don't spend my energy on trivial details that can be sacrificed for the sake of grades. In my eyes, there is only that most important score. That is, the one that has the greatest impact on students' future. I believe many viewers across the country share this view, right? As she said. Indeed, quite a few comments started to echo this sentiment. This Principal Guan talks nonsense all day long, spouting educational philosophies I can't understand. What good is it? I'm from the countryside. All I know is grades. This rating precisely illustrates that Principal Guan's efforts in addressing seemingly ineffective areas were ultimately less effective than Hengyi High School's advantage gained solely from its focus on academic proficiency. Professor Wang, you're absolutely right. What's the point of all those fancy scoring mechanics? The earlier parts should all be removed. That hit the nail on the head. Seeing these kids doing it so easily makes me angry. I don't understand what Principal Guan is doing running this school. No academic achievements, and not a penny is made. Although, such people are gradually decreasing. However, even with over 5 million simultaneous viewers in the live stream, there are still a large number of such cases. But, TikTok is quite adept at this. Aside from the large screen in the studio, the bullet comments are randomly extracted without any value judgment. The comments viewers see are mostly from people who share the same opinions as them. With so many people, the number of comments sent every moment is in the tens of thousands. It's impossible to display them all. Upon hearing Wang Chengfang's statement, then I looked at the big screen in front of me and saw comments that differed from my own from time to time. Lu Jifa suddenly felt that Wang Chengfang and these audience members were somewhat pitiful. She did see it. She doesn't care. Students' mental health, physical fitness, living conditions. In her eyes, grades are truly meaningless compared to academic performance. The principals of Hengyi Middle School and Qixin Experimental School, they were fully aware of the problems their school had in this regard. They still dared to present the questionnaire truthfully. They probably feel the same way. That's just how we are, so what? They don't care. This is not normal at all. This is not a mindset that a natural human being should have. Absolute is a concept formed through acquired influences. How can there be humans who lack the most basic empathy? Lu Jifa had met Wang Chengfang a few times before the program aired. She is not an inhumane person. Even her students and colleagues thought she was a nice person. Of course, her good looks may have been an advantage in this regard. However, is this mentality a stubborn adherence to outdated ideas, or a deliberate lack of humanity? If it's the former, then that's good. There's still hope. If it's the latter, in order to transform herself into this way, she manually killed the module of empathy from her original soul. Lu Jifa shook his head, not daring to think further about this terrifying psychological analysis. I'm afraid it's just as Principal Guan said. Isn't she herself a victim of this kind of education? Because it's been hurting a lot. Therefore, the pain was rationalized. They even flaunt this pain by showing it off to others. Because from the very beginning, they were forced onto the wrong path. So, having come this far, there's really no way to recognize this mistake. Otherwise, her personality would collapse, which would negate her own life. This kind of flawed thinking is like a virus. It can spread not only among people. It can even be inherited, continuing to harm the next generation of educators. However, Lu Jifa is not an indecisive person. He believed that Principal Guan was the same. To put it bluntly, you, Wang Chengfang, have no idea how many students' lives you've taken on your shoulders. What should be destroyed should be quickly thrown into the dustbin of history. Take a small sip of water and move your lips around. They've started their real, hard-hitting rebuttal again. A little while earlier, Laong Middle School, Principal Guan after evening self-study session. We are seeing the teachers off onto the school bus in the square in front of the dormitory. In addition to the senior teachers in charge of evening self-study, there are also some teachers who do not live on campus. However, more than 10 minutes have already passed since evening self-study began. No one seems inclined to get on the bus yet. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at their phones. Many people were holding their phones and waiting for the results to be announced. They're out. They're out. Quick, refresh. Where are my reading glasses? Let me see clearly. 30 seconds later. A cheer erupted in the square. Principal, we're number one. Ha ha. Principal Guan's efforts are finally showing some results. Working with the principal at the school is truly an honor for us. It's only the second day of school, and the difference in student satisfaction is already so obvious. Principal, thank you for your hard work. Guandosi looked at the excited pairs of eyes in front of him. He simply smiled and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. This is not something I could have done alone. It is the result of our joint efforts." These words were spoken. Another burst of laughter and noise erupted from the crowd. Chapter 62, Not Even Worth 10 Billion. After seeing the teachers off, Guandosi returned to his dormitory. I sat down at my desk, took out my phone, and read it again. It was absolutely beautiful. My heart is as beautiful as a Maxim's radish. His mouth was practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. He wasn't happy because his score surpassed that of the other two schools. Rather, it was in actual questionnaire surveys. The students were surprisingly impressed with his efforts. My painstaking efforts have not been in vain. For an educator, nothing makes people happier than the affirmation from their students. He wouldn't trade this thrill for $100 billion. As for the least developed area, academic literacy. In my hands, there are no students I cannot teach. Improving in this area is a piece of cake for him. Don't worry, the principal will definitely teach you all very well. I read the students' evaluations of Laong Middle School from the survey results 15 times. He was trembling all over, writhing in the chair like a maggot. I couldn't help but stand up and walk to the balcony. He laughed loudly 3 times while looking at the moon. I'm so awesome. A cry of resistance against the wolf. The sound of metal clashing came from the left. Look to the left. On the balcony next door, Liao Guangqing was hanging clothes to dry. His mouth was open. He was still holding clothes in one hand. With his other hand, he lost his grip on the clothesline and it fell to the ground. The atmosphere froze for 3 seconds. 10:27, good evening. Aren't you going to call Grandma? As long as Principal Guan isn't embarrassed, it's others who will be. I'll go after I finish hanging up the clothes. Liao Guangqing hurriedly picked up the clothesline from the ground. They finished hanging the clothes up very quickly. Then, he fled into his dormitory room as if his life depended on it. It's over. The principal must have been driven crazy by Luo Yangxia. Honestly, why don't you just admit your mistake? He even went to the principal's office to vent his anger. What a wonderful principal. What if getting really angry causes health problems? No, I have to think of a way to persuade him. Luo Yangxia also lives on the first floor of Building 3. I'll go see him tomorrow morning. However, that's for tomorrow. Now is the time to say goodnight to Grandma. At 10 o'clock sharp, Liao Guangqing dialed his grandmother's number. Hey Grandma, can you see? Grandma had a worried expression on her face. Moreover, it's different from yesterday. In today's scene, there is only Grandma. Guanghua, Grandma's watching the live stream. What's going on between you and that girl? Why do you always have to go over to the kids' place for dinner tonight? Guanghua, you're in high school now. That's very important. Principal Guan is paying for your schooling out of his own pocket, so don't let him down. You can't date. Liao Guangqing blushed with embarrassment. The smile froze on her face. At the same time, another dormitory room not far away. Luo Yangxia got annoyed by the knocking on the door. The door can only be opened. Those glasses were still firmly attached to his face. Standing at the door was Li Xueqing, carrying a thick stack of books. These are for you. Li Xueqing spoke in broken and non-standard English. What are all these? A novel. A good novel. I like reading it. Here you go. Li Xueqing laughed heartily. Luo Yangxia rolled her eyes at him. Don't you know my situation? You don't have classes, so you have nothing to do. I've finished reading these, so I'll give them to you. Looking at Li Xueqing's idiotic smile that showed absolutely no aggression, Luo Yangxia moved aside, giving him a step. After Li Xueqing entered the room, he slammed a stack of books he was carrying onto the desk. Don't stay up too late, good night. He left with a single sentence. They left immediately. This time, Li Xueqing remembered to close the door. After closing the door, Li Xueqing wasn't sure if his English was good enough for Luo Yangxia to understand him. He is a physics teacher. My English level is only around CET 4. His spoken English was even worse. However, the principal's new gadgets always managed to surprise him. Even a junior high school student can speak such fluent English. Talking to him was actually a bit stressful. Although, I am still somewhat worried about this student's mental state. But the task assigned by the principal has already been completed. From now on, we can only trust the principal. Inside the door, Li Xueqing's whirlwind actions left Luo Yangxia completely bewildered. This guy carried so many novels all the way just to give me books? He remembered that Li Shueqing did not live in this dormitory building. Luo Yangxia tidied up the books on her desk one by one. Damn, I can't even understand the title. Xiaoling, what does this word mean? Luo Yangxia held the book up, pointed it at the camera, and asked. Without a doubt, Xiaoling, as an AI, will definitely be able to speak English. 1049 is a person's name, but it has no specific meaning in this context. Luo Yangxia was speechless. Brass. I don't recognize any of their names. Feeling discouraged, he collapsed onto the bed. The person fainted. Xiaoling, am I particularly stupid? 1049. A fool doesn't realize he's a fool. Luo Yangxia buried her head in the pillow. It's unbearable, really unbearable. Yesterday, Luo Yangxia felt that this little spirit was the incarnation of the principal and had some resistance to it. Today, he started chatting with Xiaoling. They've almost become buddies. Unfortunately, there weren't many people in the school who could understand him. He's also a chatterbox. This time is supposed to be free time. It would be nice to go to the next dorm room and chat with classmates. But now, all he can say when he opens his mouth is gibberish. Is it really the only option to admit your mistake and then go to class? Principal, you probably won't make things difficult for me anymore, right? Just then, you have a call request from your father. Do you want to answer? I won't answer. The call has been disconnected for you. He doesn't want to see that person right now. I get angry just thinking about it. I'm not going to class. Anyone who wants to go can go. I refuse to believe it. I only wear a pair of old glasses, and I can't even read a novel. I don't understand the new chapter. Do you think I still can't understand the parts I've already read? At worst, I'll just treat it as a memory and fill in my mind. Luo Yangxia, although not very diligent, is quite confident in her memory. And so, just like yesterday, he didn't care about anything else. I picked up the novel from beside my bed. I snuggled into bed and started reading. Right now, in the studio, both guests seemed to have burned out completely. He leaned back on the sofa, head down. The host forced himself to stay alert. Our live broadcast of Decoding Education today is coming to an end. I believe that after watching the live broadcasts over the past 2 days, and with the help of the guests' insights, everyone has gained a basic understanding of the educational policies and basic situations of the 3 schools. So starting tomorrow, we will be making a small change to how our program is broadcast. Normal filming and live streaming at the 3 schools will continue. However, the guest commentary segment in the studio will be moved to the weekends each week, where selected materials from the schools within the week will be reviewed and shared. Considering that the guests also have their own work and studies to attend to, the next live broadcast from the studio will be scheduled for the following weekend. Please look forward to it. Well then, thank you for watching. Next up is today's highlights replay, so please don't miss it. The host bowed politely afterward. Today's live broadcast has officially ended. Wang Chengfang and Lu Jifa were guests. However, as renowned education professors both at home and abroad, the two also serve as consultants for this educational program. Sometimes, when 2 opposing viewpoints clash, it is through this internal struggle that the most appropriate decision can be made. As with the previous questionnaire, the final solution was determined after taking into account the opinions of both parties. After this broadcast ended, the 2 were also invited to the upstairs conference room for a brief meeting with the program director. While waiting, the director was not in position for a while because he had other things to do. Lu Jifa felt a little awkward about remaining silent. I couldn't help but chime in. Professor Wang, I heard that your daughter is also a student at Hengyi High School. Chapter 63, Soaring Popularity, Mutually Beneficial. The 2 engaged in a heated verbal battle on the show. But both of them knew that it was a clash of ideologies and did not involve any personal issues. Certainly, the relationship between these 2 is definitely not good. That's right, I'm a sophomore now, Wang Chengfang said, closing her eyes to rest. Why not let her study in the capital? What I mean is, she will still have to return to Beijing in the future to take the Beijing College entrance examination. The implication is, of course, the question is why would I send my daughter there to suffer? I understand what you mean, Professor Liu. Of course I know that Hengyi Middle School is very tough, and I certainly can't bear to send her there. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would give my child a guilty-feeling education and constantly control her? She opened her eyes and stared into Lu Jifa's eyes. No, I love my daughter very much. However, with my platform, my daughter will naturally enter the upper echelons of the education sector in the future. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not ashamed to use my resources to support my children. Since you are going to hold a high position in the future, you must have the corresponding abilities. I don't want her to grow up in an environment detached from the masses. If she had gone to high school in Beijing, I don't think she would have had a good understanding of the general high school life in that environment. That's not good. I discussed this with her before she started high school, and she agreed with me. Moreover, as I've always believed, the more difficult the environment, the more resilient a person becomes. In addition, I was also involved in part of the Hengi model. To inherit my mantle, she naturally needs to understand it firsthand. These are the 3 reasons. Are you satisfied with my answer, Professor Liu? Lu Jifa was speechless for a moment. I could only nod. At that very moment, Zhong Daoyan, the program's chief director, also arrived at the conference room. Professors, thank you for your hard work today. We've asked you to stay here today to discuss the future direction of the program. Our subsequent programs, like today's, should revolve around a major theme. After all, we are a live reality show, so we also need to consider a certain level of entertainment. These are a few topics we've prepared. Which one would you two like to start with? Lu Jifa looked at the notebook that Zhong Daoyan handed him. This special feature on psychological issues is quite good. Unsurprisingly, he was met with a cold shoulder from Wang Chengfang. During yesterday's topic discussion, I heard you focus on the cafeteria issue. Is it my turn this time? Lu Jifa disliked competing, so he could only nod when he heard her say that. Okay, we'll take turns. We'll put psychological issues in the next topic. Wang Chengfang glanced at the notebook and pushed it back. None of your chosen topics are good. Why are there not a single educational program featuring topics related to specific subjects? She questioned. In this respect, those boring exams and the like aren't very entertaining. As for the acceptance from audiences and advertisers, Zhong Daoyan had a helpless expression on his face. Don't worry about that. Just leave the design to me. Isn't it just about learning through entertainment? This is not a problem for any education expert. Then she thought of the scores for the sub-subjects of academic literacy in the 3 schools. Laong Middle School is the lowest. And the English proficiency of students at Laong Middle School is particularly low. At this point, she no longer cares whether her methods are clever or not. She just wanted to embarrass Laong Middle School as much as possible on the show. Let's organize a fun English competition. Each of the 3 schools can select 1 student to participate, and I'll design the questions and how to play. Alright, then I'll leave it to Professor Wang. The director nodded. Lu Jifa, who was standing to the side, looked rather grim. Is this targeting us like this? Isn't that a bit shameful? How are these children from the county supposed to compete with schools in the other 2 cities? We have to help them, at least in terms of bridging the gap, which wouldn't be considered cheating. Laong Middle School. Inside Guandosi's dormitory. Just like yesterday, he was scrolling through his phone in the dark. The results of the survey questionnaire were released. This pushed the popularity of the live stream to a new peak. The number of viewers simultaneously exceeded 8 million. In other words, among the active users on Douyin, almost 1 in 10 is watching educational decoding live streams. It must be said that after Guandosi's speech today, more and more people are looking forward to seeing the results of Laong Middle School's education, results that can be witnessed firsthand. The students' answers did not disappoint the audience. Even in the live streams that are now in the replay stage, the live chat was filled with cheers. Meanwhile, less than half a day had passed since noon. As a result, a large number of derivative works were published. You can find videos like this by just scrolling through them a little, especially clips and even montages of Principal Guan's speeches. Accompanied by an exciting background music, a laser filter, and a reverb effect, Principal Guan's speech was given a reverb. The video with the most likes looks like this. Haha, it's just a prison high school. Why is everyone crying? Open mouth and grinning foolishly.jpg. After watching, silent tears.jpg. The one thing schools need to emphasize least is academic performance. If you don't treat a child as a person, she will never grow up to be a person. At school, teachers and students are all equal. Is our education system merely designed to produce individuals devoid of personality and independent thought, mere tools? To live a free and peaceful life. Next, there was a long, rapid montage of Principal Guan's speeches. The final result was fantastic. Even Guandosi thought, holy crap, am I that handsome? Without a doubt. On the second day of the live broadcast, a large number of viewers had already firmly sided with Principal Guan. Really, if you don't occupy the battleground of public opinion, someone else will. Putting one's ideas into action is certainly important. After all, one cannot just talk the talk, but walk the walk. It is equally important to convey one's ideas to more people. In this regard, it can be said that Principal Guan and the Decoding Education live broadcast program have mutually benefited each other. After all, Principal Guan deserves much credit for the high level of interest in second-generation innovation. At least the other 2 principals were practically invisible during the live broadcast. They didn't seem to play any significant role. On the other hand, Principal Guan wanted to achieve the goal of changing public opinion. It is precisely through this ever-growing platform that it continues to influence more and more people. My own account is also overflowing with private messages. It wasn't just words of support from fans of all ages. Many high school and junior high school students also regard Principal Guan as a close older brother. He talked about some of his usual troubles. Guandosi really wants to read them all and reply to each one. However, this is too inefficient. I don't know when I'll be able to read through all those tens of thousands of private messages. Guandosi's main focus should still be on his students. Or, I could just do a live stream sometime and answer these students' questions. As Guandosi was thinking this, he received a message on his phone. Principal Guan, I've already returned to Wuxi County. Would you like to meet? This is news from artificial intelligence expert Zhang Zhangping. Why don't you go back and spend some time with your parents first? On the other side of the screen, Zhang Zhangping showed a helpless expression. In fact, he resigned overnight last night. After signing the agreement in the morning, I went straight to the train. I arrived home at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was naturally very touched when we met. Before dinner was even over, the two elderly people in the family couldn't stop talking. So you've resigned and are planning to develop your career in our county? Have you really thought it through? Are you serious about working for Principal Guan? He's someone who can appear on CCTV. Do you think he'd even notice you? Hey, you've been in Shanghai for so many years, you're already over 30, and you still haven't brought a girl back with you. You're going to drive me crazy. Zhang Zhangping's head was throbbing from listening. I just want to start working as soon as possible. They moved directly into the dormitory at Laong Middle School. After explaining to Principal Guan, laughing and crying, laughing and crying, laughing and crying. Then come over now, I'm at school. Chapter 64 Geniuses all have some quirks. Not long after, Zhang Zhangping got out of the taxi, looking at the familiar school gate. The golden characters of Wuxi County No. 1 Middle School have been replaced with the large characters of Laong Middle School. Inside the school, there are now barbed wire fences everywhere and tall watchtowers. However, it was still a familiar environment. Zhang Zhangping closed his eyes. After each weekend, I returned to campus. You can always see the old principal standing here, waving and smiling at the students. Open your eyes. Only the chirping of insects in early autumn. Take a deep breath. My nose feels a little sore. Yes, from afar. I saw someone who looked almost exactly like the old principal approaching. What are you standing there for? Come on, get on. The school is too big. I'll drive you in. Principal Guan patted the back seat of the electric scooter. Okay. Zhang Zhangping laughed. Huh. Okay. I never thought I would have the opportunity to repay my alma mater. We must not let down the old principal who nurtured us. He has passed away. 100 years from now, we too will turn to dust. But before that, we can leave quite a few traces. This is also why Zhang Zhangping is here. 20 minutes later, an empty office next to the principal's office. This place was originally empty. Professor Guan has now converted it into an AI training lab. Zhang Zhangping looked at the densely packed training data on the computer. How about I say it again? Principal Guan, aren't you going to write any footnotes? After all, I was the only one here before, so could I understand it? It's all right, it's all right. To be honest, I noticed the details. He became increasingly convinced that he had made the right choice. Many of the technical details were things I had never seen before. Principal Guan even skipped the command set that came with the device. A more efficient tool was rewritten by directly calling the underlying mechanical language. Moreover, judging from the looks of it, Principal Guan, did you create this dataset yourself? Yes, I write here whenever I have free time. I have a huge question bank in my head. Is Principal Guan trying to train his own question-answering AI? No, that's not all. The beauty of this thing is not that it can explain the solution process of the problem. It can also demonstrate the thought process. Not only do we tell students how to do it, but we also tell them why we do it that way. Why are auxiliary lines needed here? Why is this explanation possible? Why is it possible to make this attempt while others cannot? It provides guidance on the part that many students find most difficult to understand the formation of thought processes. If this thing is completed, it not only greatly enhances efficiency in education, at the same time, it may forever change the current direction of artificial intelligence development. It's amazing that artificial intelligence can possess logical reasoning abilities. That's incredibly powerful. A lewd grin spread across Zhang Zhangping's face. Great, great. This is awesome. Principal Guan, you go ahead with your work, I'll take another look. Guandosi nodded and handed him a room key. Don't stay up too late. The room number is up there. You should go and rest now. It's all right, I'll just watch for a little while. Zhang Zhangping just met his idol, but now his eyes are glued to the screen. Guandosi didn't think much of it. As I closed the door and left, I heard this sound coming from inside. Baby, your dad's gone, let uncle give you a good test. Don't let me break you so easily tonight. Not a buddy. To say something like that while looking at Python code. I've got it for this lifetime. It should be no problem, right? Guandosi shook his head. Geniuses often have some quirks. Ignoring everything else, I went back to my dorm room. I'm going to take a shower first, so as not to disturb the students next door from the sound of water. Just then. But then the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Connect. Hey, can you hear me? The voice coming from the other end was a man with a very strong southwestern accent. Hello, may I ask who you are? I am Luo Yangsha's father, Luo Wengang. I'm sorry to bother the principal so late. I couldn't get through to his dorm room. Guandao thought back to the time when he realized that all these parents had the principal's contact number. As for this parent, Guandaosi could only shake his head. In fact, I definitely dragged him down. But the school has no right to regulate the behavior of parents. Hey principal, I just wanted to ask, is he alright? The rough voice asked cautiously. It's alright. I'm keeping an eye on him. I heard from others that they saw him skipping class on the live stream. Is that right? Principal, please don't hold back. In this situation, you have to give him a good beating. Don't worry about his father having a problem with it. Just make sure he's alive and doesn't die. That's outrageous. I've been working so hard out here. Guandaosi had a slight headache. This parent, Guandaosi interrupted him. My school, my teaching methods, do not need your guidance. I heard that there was a moment of hesitation on the other end. Then, she started smiling apologetically again. Yes. Principal, you're a professional. I don't understand those things. I'm not very educated. Please don't take offense, principal. His humility prevented the principal from getting angry. Why bother? Well, a sigh escaped, and both sides remained silent for a long time. I just don't want him to grow up like me, not getting an education and having to do manual labor carrying cement. This child lost his mother when he was young, and he's just as stubborn as his father. He's hard to raise. I just want to give him a better life. Well then, principal, I'm counting on you. And then that thing. Let him call his father when he has time. I miss that bastard a lot if I don't see him for a day. His cautious tone came through the microphone. Okay. After another round of polite exchanges, the other end of the phone hung up. Guandaosi looked at his phone. In his previous life, he was an educator who had to deal with many different people, so he had a habit of recording phone calls. Let's keep this recording for now. Perhaps it will be effective. A busy second day of school. It ended quickly. Students and teachers alike fell into a deep sleep after a busy day. The next day, Guandaosi woke up feeling refreshed. As always, I led the student meal delivery team to the cafeteria to pick up their meals. Afterwards, I had breakfast in my dormitory room. While munching on a fried dough stick, I browsed online reviews and feedback about Laong Middle School. Self-searching maniac. But suddenly a new contact popped up. Hello, Principal Guan. I am Lu Jifa. I've been listening to him talk to himself in the studio for so long. The two have already tacitly become comrades in arms under the same banner. But this was the first time we had a private conversation. Does this old professor wake up this early? How is he able to keep up with the high school schedule? Approved immediately. Good morning, Professor. Instead, they just sent me a PDF file. Good morning, Principal Guan. This is the activity plan for the English Activity Week of the Education Decoding Program team. Wang Chengfeng is up to no good. He wants to embarrass your Laong Middle School. I'll send you a list of potential projects in advance, so you should get your students ready. Principal Guan smiled. No, I won't accept this file. It should be this way, and that's how it should be. Although the students at Laong Middle School are not very good at academics, there is no need to take such good care of them. I also want to know more about the students' true abilities. Thank you. Chapter 65. Take it seriously. To my surprise, they sent a voice message instead. The old professor's typing speed is indeed not fast. This document does not contain specific questions, but only some gameplay designs and test directions for the projects. This doesn't count as cheating, Principal Guan. You need to get ready quickly. Principal Guan was not nervous at all. There's really no need for that. Professor, you've been reckless. If we prepare in advance, it will be too obvious and give others something to talk about. After all, everyone knows what level Laong Middle School is at. After speaking, the other person resumed typing. I'm just afraid that Laong Middle School will embarrass itself, be ashamed, in front of a national audience. The current Laong Middle School can't compare to the other two schools. Principal Guan knew that Professor Lu Jifa was confused because he was too concerned. But, even if I lose, so what? The audience is well aware that the students at Laong Middle School have a weak foundation. If the outcome is not good, isn't that normal? On the contrary, if we win, the other two schools would be utterly humiliated. For students like me from the mountainous Southwest, if we wanted to listen to an English tape, we had to go to the village radio station and have the whole village listen together. If you lose, This precisely proves that their supposedly superior learning efficiency is no match for the prison like teaching at my Laong Middle School. It's alright. Losing in this aspect for now isn't shameful. Besides, Professor, you're here in the studio to help me save face. Moreover, the outcome is still uncertain. Guandosi was very confident. The effect of a mother tongue deprivation device. The mental shaping used to correct cognition. It is applied to the formation of language thinking. The results will far exceed everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Lu Jifa is on the other side of the screen. At this moment, my heart is also surging with emotion. Good. That's bold. The education industry needs people with this kind of passion. When you're with someone who shares your views, everything you say and do is agreeable. This sense of security stems from a complete understanding and acceptance of the other person's thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll do my best to help you. I switched off immediately and then made a phone call. Hey, Xiaoyang. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Haha. You know, I don't usually bother you guys. Oh, how did you know? That's right. It's Laong Middle School in Wuxi County, which is right below you. Yes. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xiaoyang. Your teacher's wife misses you. When you come to the capital, she'll cook you some prawns again. Not long after, in the dormitory of Laong Middle School, Luo Yangxiao woke up groggily. It was already past 7 in the morning. The morning reading session had almost started in the classroom. Last night, he read a novel entirely in English until 2 a.m. The more I look at it, the angrier I get. The more I feel like I'm an idiot. The more they resent it, the less convinced they become. A sentence has 10 words, and I don't recognize 9 of them. The only one I recognized was the subject, I. However, he stumbled along, asking Shaolin questions as he read. He was still able to match many sentences with the plot in his mind. And what he found most unbearable. Damn it, the dream I just had was in English. Even in my dreams, I can't understand what other people are saying. Luo Yangxia collapsed and slammed her fist against the pillow. Fuck. But going to school is impossible. Study? Study my ass. I'm going to keep reading novels. I refuse to believe I can't understand them. After washing up, there's a gap in the glasses so you can stick your finger in to clean your eyes. A knock came at the door. Luo Yangxia looked through the peephole and saw that it was today's film crew outside. He didn't open the door yesterday. But today, this photographer is one of the few people who can understand English. He, who usually speaks more than 1,000 words a day, really wanted to talk to someone right now. Besides, I agreed to it yesterday. The door was opened immediately. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, it feels so good to talk to a living person. That was awesome. Are you still not going to class today? The cameraman asked. No way. I was reading a novel until 2 a.m. last night. What am I going to do? Having learned from yesterday's experience, today we will strive to present Luo Yangxia's scenes smoothly. CCTV's live stream will include subtitles during the pre-editing process. Anyway, there are plenty of college students from top universities who can speak English. As soon as Luo Yangxia's dormitory door opened, the scene inside the room was then shown to all the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap, there are novels everywhere. This kid must think they're all in English, right? It must have been the principal who sent it. They were certain he'd stubbornly stick to it here. Principal Guan is ruthless. Haha, he can stay up until 2 a.m. reading a novel written entirely in English? This kid is so stubborn, like a mule. I told him, why not just go and admit his mistake? Why put himself through this? I'm genuinely curious, if he keeps reading like this, without memorizing vocabulary or studying grammar, do you think he can master English? If this kid can learn English like this, with that kind of perseverance, what can't he do? And so the barrage of comments surged forth. Luo Yangxia also began his torture today. Brother, let's have a chat. I'm going crazy from holding it in. The cameraman said the last thing Luo Yangxia wanted to hear. I'm sorry, but the principal has instructed us not to speak English with you. So, I'll have to speak to you in Chinese from now on. So, what you want to talk about? Luo Yangxia had just woken up. But then I felt a wave of dizziness. Around noon, Zhou Mingyan took advantage of the time while eating in the cafeteria. He took the plate and sat down next to the director of the education department. The director is nearing retirement. His hair is already gray. Director, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What's the problem? The high school education subsidy for Wuxi County was not applied for in the past 2 years. They have started applying again this year. Could you please make up for it? The director looked up and scrutinized Zhou Mingyan's expression. We are a provincial level unit, so it's not appropriate for us to interfere in county level matters. Hey, what are you saying? If you, director, nod your head and neither of us has any objections, then nobody below will object. Zhou Mingyan said with a smile. The director did not speak. Look, the directives issued from above recently also called for attempts to reduce the burden on students in education. I think Laong Middle School in Wuxi County would be a good example. The director tossed his chopsticks aside and immediately became serious. Huh, you still have the nerve to mention Laong Middle School. Yesterday, you went on some inspection tour behind my back. How much face did you make for our provincial education department in front of the whole country? People online are laughing at our education department for being a bunch of incompetent fools who overestimate themselves. You're coming here now asking me for education funding? Look at yourself. Don't you resemble the education fund? His voice was also quite loud as he spoke. It attracted the attention of many people in the cafeteria. The department head is about to retire anyway, and it's impossible for him to get promoted any further. He is not afraid of any impact in this regard. Zhou Mingyin's face turned ugly after being publicly humiliated like that. But the other side kept talking. The higher authorities had already cut a large amount of the budget for county-level high schools. The province doesn't even have the money to subsidize the municipal high schools. I'm telling you, it's impossible. I wouldn't agree even if the governor came. He slammed the chopsticks into the plate. We're about to leave. But his movements suddenly stopped. Governor Yang Tianda smiled and patted the director on the shoulder. Here I am, aren't I? You're bad. We haven't finished eating yet. Sit down and talk it over properly, old comrade. Don't be so anxious and agitated. The director doesn't care about any of his subordinates. However, one should still respect one's immediate supervisor. Don't let yourself end up being treated unfairly after you've retired. That would be so boring. So, she could only sit down timidly, like a shy young wife. I think this Laong Middle School is very good. It perfectly aligns with the current guiding principles from above. Comrades in the education department should also take the spirit of the higher authorities seriously. Although the principle is to reduce subsidies for county-level high schools, special cases can be handled specially. Not only should we provide financial subsidies, but we should also make it a model and an example. Besides, I've seen that many of their students meet the criteria for being from impoverished families, don't they? In this case, I suggest we don't set quota limits. We should process applications for all eligible students. Xiaozhou, I'm leaving this to you. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. He didn't even glance at the director while he was speaking. Zhou Mingyin's face lit up instantly, and he nodded immediately. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, Governor. Chapter 66 Charge. Guan Family Army. The daily routine at Laong Middle School continues. However, as the issue of the cafeteria environment at Laong Middle School gained more and more attention in the public sphere, the controversy surrounding it intensified. Principal Guan's educational philosophy, as well as the conditions he provides for his students, are spreading more and more widely. Many ordinary people in society. They also began to be affected. It is a prefecture-level city located 400 kilometers away from Wuxi County. Chongqing No. 8 Middle School. Abbreviation, Chongqing No. 8 Middle School. Sun Tianrui is a second-year high school student here. Recently, his status among his classmates has risen because he had hidden a small projector in his dorm room. Every night, after the lights are turned off and the power is cut off, the dormitory supervisors will stop checking the rooms for half an hour. Therefore, at this time, many students would gather in his dormitory. He would use that projector with such low resolution to show everyone the highlights of decoding education every night. Power bank, mobile phone, projector. They came from 3 different classmates. They became the most talked about figures in the class these past 2 days. It's a pity that this doesn't apply to the girls' dormitories. I can only wait until I start school to tell the girls who are interested about it during breaks. Sun Tianrui was very happy to be the center of attention among the girls. And, without a doubt, this is also because, during high school, even just looking at things, Principal Guan's schools provide them with great comfort. Looking at those students from Laong Middle School, I imagine how wonderful it would be if it were me. This kind of imagination itself has the effect of relieving stress. This was dinner that day. Grass. Sun Tianrui threw his chopsticks into his plate in disgust. What's wrong, brother Sun? A classmate asked. Damn it, where's the cafeteria manager? Come out here and see what this thing is. Sun Tianrui stood up and shouted towards the cafeteria kitchen. On his plate, there is a soft, mushy rat head with a sweet and sour taste. The characteristics of rodents make this type of skull particularly easy to identify. Damn it, come out here. Seeing that no one was around, he stood up and rushed toward the locked door of the cafeteria kitchen. The classmates behind him also joined in, shouting and cursing. Most importantly, he couldn't confirm whether other parts of the head, belonging to the same victim, had passed through his esophagus. Nausea rises from the deepest part of my body. Seeing that no one had come out yet, he flew into a rage and kicked him. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you making a scene in the cafeteria for? Only then did the person in charge of the cafeteria open the door and come out. Come and see for yourself. What is this? He pointed to his original spot not far away and said. But then, I turned around. My own plate had long been dumped into the trash can by the sanitation workers cleaning up the cafeteria. Oh no. No one was left watching. What are you doing? We haven't finished eating yet. Put it down. There's clearly a rat's head in here. However, the person in charge of the cafeteria walked over unhurriedly. He said threateningly, What? Don't accuse me falsely. Let me tell you, don't you dare cause trouble in the cafeteria, or I'll get the principal to discipline you. Sun Tianrui was overcome with anger. But looking at the garbage can filled with swill, as a high school student, he couldn't resist the urge to search for evidence. Moreover, they are all in cahoots. There's no way to confirm whether the rat's head is still in the trash can. Fine. You just wait. He stormed off in a huff. We left the cafeteria. Brother Sun, what do we do? What to do? What else can we do? How could a high school student possibly fight against the faculty and staff at school? This wasn't the first time they'd found foreign objects in their cafeteria food. Hair, wire, insects, these are all things that are rarely seen or heard of. He remembered that just 2 days ago, he had eaten a curly, short hair. He swears that it's definitely not hair on his head. But he didn't want to think about what it was. I don't know, Sun Tianrui sighed. Even if I go home and tell my mom this weekend, I doubt she'll believe me. Unbearable. A helpless silence followed. Suddenly, a classmate said, Principal Guan's cafeteria definitely doesn't have this kind of thing. Yes, I wish we were students at Laong Middle School. Anything can be found in dreams. Never mind, let's go to the entrance. Although the cafeteria was contracted out to the principal's brother-in-law, however, there are still quite a few snacks available to buy near the school gate. Especially, an old lady who sells tea eggs. It was incredibly good value for money. The tea is fragrant and flavorful. And 1 yuan each, 2 yuan for 3. To be honest, Sun Tianrui had no idea how she made her money. 5 minutes later, at the school gate. Grandma, you're here so early today? Any more? Give me 3. The old woman, her back hunched, smiled kindly. Okay, 3 for 2 yuan. Wrinkled hands lifted the large pot off the cart. The aroma is wonderful. Several classmates had drool dripping from their mouths. However, I haven't received the tea egg yet. A voice came from not far away. How many times have I told you, you can't set up a stall here? Hurry up and get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call the city management officers. Sun Tianrui frowned and looked over. It turned out to be the person in charge of the cafeteria. The surrounding vendors scattered as he drove them away. Quickly, take it, the old lady said hastily. Hey, didn't you hear me telling you to hurry up? The cafeteria manager suddenly rushed over and slapped the tea egg from the student's hand to the ground. Don't you know how unhygienic these street vendors are? If you get sick from eating there, you blame our cafeteria? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to buy anything to eat from the area in front of the gate. Sun Tianrui glared angrily. Oh dear, what a waste of food. Ba, what a sin. The old woman bent her hunched back with heartache. I'm going to pick up 2 tea eggs. Stop dawdling. Get out of here. Don't let me see you here. Push with both hands. The already flimsy, roughly made hand-pulled cart was violently pulled along. It fell apart, and then collapsed. A pot of perfectly cooked, piping hot tea eggs. They poured it all over the old lady who was bent over and groping on the ground. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sun Tianrui felt somewhat incredulous. I have tinnitus in both ears. Quick, take grandma to the hospital. Call 120 immediately. Fuck your mother. Are you out of your mind? How can you treat an elderly person like that? The classmates around me were still talking. Sun Tianrui paid no heed. This kind of thing. How could this have happened? Is this real? Are you human? He looked at the somewhat flustered cafeteria manager. For a moment, nearly 100 students at the school gate all stared at the person in charge of the cafeteria. This wasn't my doing. It fell apart on its own. Why? Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm telling you, don't do anything reckless. He ran away quickly, hopped on a small electric scooter, and fled towards the school cafeteria. Sun Tianrui walked with firm steps. I walked step by step toward the cafeteria. Slowly, the 2 students caught up. 5 students caught up. 50 students followed. Someone told the students on the way that what had happened at the gate. They followed. If Principal Guan were the principal here. If the people here had even the slightest thought of wanting to run the school properly. If only the school leaders had even the slightest respect for the students' feelings. Wrong. This is really wrong. Schools shouldn't be like this. A school should be like what Principal Guan said. This world should be as Principal Guan described. The group of several hundred people walked faster and faster. I don't know what was urging me to keep going. They just wouldn't stay still on the ground. Finally, thousands of people started running wildly. Who are we? We are the inheritors of Principal Guan's thought. We are Principal Guan's people. We are Guan Family Army. Charge. Guan Family Army. For Principal Guan. For the old lady. Kill him. Smash this lousy cafeteria. The angry students surged into the cafeteria. Chapter 67 Steady Growth. The incident at Chongqing No. 8 Middle School quickly caused a stir online. The day after the incident, a large number of student videos of the scene began to appear on various video platforms. This not only explained the background, but also had a greater effect on disseminating Principal Guan's philosophy. It also demonstrates the consequences of the event. The entire cafeteria was smashed. Not a single pane of glass remained intact. A large number of tables, chairs, and benches were broken, and a significant amount of equipment in the kitchen was damaged. Students occupied the cafeteria for more than 3 hours. And the cafeteria manager. Anyway, he didn't leave the cafeteria directly. All we can say is that he is still alive. The school, of course, used its financial resources for public relations. Many videos that had just reached the top of the trending topics disappeared. But, in the video, after the concept of Guan Family Army was brought up, hearing the students shouting, "Charge! Guan Family Army!" I saw the students occupying the cafeteria and using a cheap projector to play Principal Guan's speech. Online, aspiring young people who share Principal Guan's ideals and beliefs have launched a relay of efforts to catch up on the missing files, using videos and comments as bullets and guns, and accounts as the basic combat units. Fight against this corrupt and unethical school administration. The proposed solution has been released. The canteen manager was not only beaten half to death for violating food safety laws and causing injury through negligence, but was also sentenced to 3 years in prison plus various compensation and fines. The elderly woman suffered superficial second-degree burns covering more than 25% of her body and received full medical expenses plus 320,000 yuan in compensation. The principal was dismissed and given a disciplinary warning. And the students? Uncle Hat gave them a stern verbal reprimand. It can be said that the students ultimately won this struggle. And now, the principals of the 3 schools that are most popular. Undoubtedly, the audience will force them to make a statement. As a result, many people posted their comments on the official account. Principal Chung of Hengi High School, we strongly condemn the school's disregard for food safety. At the same time, we urge students to resolve similar situations through legal channels. Principal Zhao of Qixin Experimental School, the school's behavior is absolutely intolerable, but we also need to understand that we cannot use such violent methods to protect our rights. Principal Guan of Laong Middle School, I just want to say, students, well done. Students with such passion, courage, and a sense of justice are the successors of the new era. Opinions were clearly divided, with a clear distinction between right and wrong. Originally, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the statements from the first 2 schools. However, compared to Principal Guan's comments, many viewers felt that the statements from the other 2 schools were not quite right. Guandosi once again garnered a significant boost in support. However, the concept of Guan Family Army was proposed. Principal Guan did not make any public comments. A shrewd person like Guandosi would naturally know a little bit. There are some things that can be done, but cannot be said. Only one forum, called Guan Zhejun Student Alliance, was quietly established. One user, whose ID is Zheng Zheting, is particularly active, offering advice to students who have various complaints. How to preserve evidence, how to organize a joint letter of opinion from students, how to resolve the issue in a way that minimizes the risk of personal injury. It will likely have an effect on students in various schools with bad habits in the future. September 10th. Teacher's Day. When Principal Guan woke up in the morning, he saw a bunch of flowers placed at the entrance of his dormitory. He thought he was dead again. It took me a while to realize what day it was. Those brats. Don't buy chrysanthemums. With that in mind, Principal Guan still found a vase and put all the flowers in it. And the past weekend. The system seems to interpret it as a combination of extrajudicial work and extrajudicial release. No police were called regarding the students leaving the campus. Okay, as long as your logic is consistent, that's fine. After all, it was the system itself that insisted on perceiving this place as a prison. Anyway, I've been working on the renovation properly. As for the current progress of the renovation, on the one hand, Zhang Zhangping seemed to be constantly immersed in the computer room, only coming out to eat, shower, and use the toilet. The AI module for intelligent question answering is being improved little by little. Guandosi was afraid he might die inside, so he would go to check on him from time to time. Surprisingly, this guy was incredibly energetic, with a rosy complexion. It's just that his expression was truly unbearable to look at. Sometimes Guandosi wondered if this guy also had some kind of code anthropomorphization system, or some kind of cheat code. On the other hand, considering that the modification acceleration voucher cannot be purchased from the system shop. Whether the system will be able to offer such rewards in the future remains to be seen. In addition, the authorities allocated a full 2.86 million yuan in educational subsidies to Laong Middle School. This is quite a lot for a private high school, and there should be similar cases every year. In addition, all 372 eligible impoverished students in the school received a poverty subsidy ranging from 1,500 to 2,500 yuan per person per year. Principal Guan, of course, distributed the latter to the students so they could use them as they pleased. This prompted the students to express their gratitude once again. That's probably why they had spare money to buy flowers for the principal. All things considered, we now have over 8 million yuan in funds in the account. Excluding renovation costs, it's enough to cover the school's normal expenses for a semester. Guandosi wasn't in a hurry to swindle money from the system. Therefore, Guandosi plans to use acceleration coupons sparingly, and if a modification can be resolved in the short term, he will try to complete it normally. Therefore, behavior detection cameras are being installed slowly and systematically inside the school buildings. The behavior monitoring and surveillance coverage upgrade is currently underway. Ensure that students are fully included in psychological care in every corner of the campus. As for Luo Yangxia, his current level of daily conversation is equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child. He would seize any opportunity to talk non-stop to the cameraman, Liao Guangqing, 1027, and even the principal. It's just that not many people can understand it. Some of the words were probably invented by him, and only he could understand them. For example, hand shoes, head teacher, shield toad, electric glass. However, getting food from the cafeteria on a daily basis is no longer a problem. With Xiaoling's help, he had already devoured over 1 million words of the novel. These are over 1 million Chinese characters. If converted to English, the number would be even greater. After just 1 week of self-torture, he had reached a certain level. Hearing or seeing an unfamiliar word, he had absolutely no idea what the Chinese word was. But for some inexplicable reason, he was able to understand the meaning. The brain is amazing, isn't it? Guandosi also enjoyed teasing him using the unique and complex expressions in English. Can you pack cans like a cannery worker? Can you can a can as a canner can a can? The buffalo of Buffalo City bullies the buffalo of Buffalo City, and also bullies the buffalo of Buffalo City. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. When John used had, James used had. The teacher thought had was better. James while John had a better effect on the teacher. 1 sentence a day. Let him think about it. Each time, it can leave him frozen in place for a long time. This child is incredibly stubborn. I just wanted to project an image in front of the principal that said, "It doesn't affect me at all if you put these glasses on me." I just had to figure it out. That's all. Time passed quickly, with Luo Yangxia's English proficiency steadily improving. Luo Yangxia's relationship with the principal gradually became less tense. And the weekend's English Activity Week live stream. It has officially arrived. Chapter 68 English Activity Week live broadcast begins. Saturday. CCTV Studio. Welcome back to the studio of Decoding Education. After a week and a half of rest, the host showed no signs of the psychological torment he had endured from the 2 professors for 2 consecutive days. I'm sure all of you have seen the relevant announcements and are looking forward to today's content. Today we will focus on the first head-to-head confrontation between the 3 schools. English Activity Week. Each of the 3 schools will select 1 student to participate in the competition remotely from within the school. The winning student will not only receive a scholarship of 1,000 yuan, but will also be eligible to receive 5 extra points on the independent admission exam of Beijing Foreign Studies University. This time, we have also invited Beijing Foreign Studies University to cooperate with our event. In order to allow participants to fully demonstrate their abilities, the English content in this event will no longer be limited to the high school curriculum, but will also include university and even professional level content. At the same time, every weekend during our studio live broadcast, we will invite a principal to the studio to give us a presentation on their educational philosophy. Today, we have invited the principal of Hengyi High School, Chengming Wang, who is the most talked about person in the studio. On the single sofa next to Professor Wang Chengfang, a very middle-aged man stood up and waved. A few strands of hair stubbornly clung to his nearly withered bald head, and his round waist was brimming with physical energy. Hello everyone, I am Chengming Wang, the principal of Hengyi Middle School. Today, I will also be working with Professor Wang to explain the educational philosophy of our Hengyi model. The host quickly steered the conversation forward. Now, let's follow our camera and see some of the student representatives selected by the school. The host, as is his signature move, reaches his hand behind him, and the camera zooms in. The image on the large screen in the studio changed. Hengi Middle School. A small boy with a face full of acne scars and marks appeared in the center of the picture. I am Peng Yuanxiao, a senior student representing Hengi High School. Without a doubt, he was also wearing thick glasses. Although his expression still showed some timidity, one could see absolute confidence in his eyes. Then, the scene shifts to a replay of relevant footage from the past week and a half. Next weekend, in front of a national audience. Do you have the confidence to bring glory to our school? The teacher stood on the platform and shouted to the students below. You. Inside the classroom, the selected reserve team of contestants were screaming at the top of their lungs. Although it was just one word, it was almost impossible to understand what they were saying. That's right, at Hengi High School, it was all about competing for this qualification. 40 absolutely qualified English learners were selected from each class, and then put to the test and exam, competing against each other. With the montage of the scene. Inside this specially prepared classroom, the number of people is decreasing. A series of tests. Results are released one after another. Each time, the last few students in line will leave the classroom. I won't leave. I won't leave. I was first last time. Please, teacher, I was just 1 point short. He clung to the podium, refusing to leave. The test paper was marked wrong, right? Teacher, don't lie to me. It was marked wrong, wasn't it? She couldn't believe it and covered her face, crying. It's over. My life. It's over. 5 whole points. Gone. Wah. He collapsed to the ground as if the sky had fallen. Mom. Mom, sob. I didn't get selected. I'm so sad. She sobbed, her voice trembling, in the phone booth. Some were heartbroken, some sobbed softly, and some left in despair. Every farewell causes some students to have an emotional breakdown. And Peng Yuanxiao was cultivated in this way, a venomous creature among venomous creatures. Now, he stands proudly on the field of competition. He knew what he was carrying on his shoulders. His entire body exuded an aura of corpses and despair. He is undoubtedly the king of English in this school. Inside the studio, Professor Wang Chengfeng wore an excited smile. Principal Cheng, would you like to go first? Okay. Cheng Mingguang took the right to speak. Just as the motto of Hengi Middle School says, pursue transcendence. Our Hengi High School places great emphasis on cultivating students' competitive spirit at all times. Beijing Foreign Studies University has an advantage in independent enrollment. With such qualifications, no matter who is selected, everyone will feel it's unfair. In that case, let's open it up and compete fairly. Students trained in this way will not only be unafraid of competition in the future. Later, when I go to university, or even into society, I will be even more eager to compete and good at competing. After speaking, Professor Wang Chengfeng took over the conversation. At the same time, I would also like to mention one more thing. Although I wrote the project and the test questions for this event, the students of Hengi Middle School all said that they did not need my guidance. I believe everyone can see the spirit and energy of the students at Hengi Middle School. Zhuziki, who was standing nearby, also shared his thoughts. Seeing how passionate my juniors are, I'm also very excited. It is on days like these that so many college entrance examination miracles can be created. Meanwhile, Professor Lu Jifa was on the opposite side. While adjusting his glasses, he rubbed his eyes. People noticed that his eyes were even a little red. He spoke calmly, his voice even trembling slightly. It's only 5 points. And it's only 5 points from one school's independent admissions exam. Do you really need to push your students to this point? Even if academic pressure objectively exists, is it necessary to make these students break down? Why create unnecessary pressure? Why cruelly force classmates to torture each other in ways that are completely unnecessary? I now have very serious doubts about whether your school's psychological counseling work is actually doing a good job. It really breaks my heart to see this. The comments section also began to echo this sentiment. I simply cannot imagine the extent to which these children's academic performance is elevated by the living environment they are exposed to. This school, no matter how high your scores are, isn't it still full of mentally ill people? Who wants to associate with classmates like that in college? Is this really a school? Calling Hengi High School a concentration camp wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Damn, these eliminated students. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were going to be dragged to the execution ground and beheaded. You guys can still laugh so proudly? Holy crap. I really can't imagine if you guys were even born of a mother and a father. It's just a language. At most it'll be a tool for future learning. With AI translation so advanced these days, it's embarrassing to see someone learn English like this. I don't want to watch anymore. Why can't I fast forward through the live stream? I want to see Principal Guan. I want to see 1049. Principal Cheng Mingguang is not a calm and even-tempered person. Faced with such overwhelming opposition, he naturally wanted to refute it. However, in the studio, one must follow the studio's rhythm. The host quickly moved on to the next step. The next contestant is from Chishin Experimental Middle School. The scene changes. Chishin Experimental Middle School. A tall, aloof, and expressionless girl appears in the picture. I am Guo Jingyi, representing Chishin Experimental Middle School in this competition. I am a senior in high school. She nodded slightly. There was no sign of tension in her. At the same time, there is no confidence to be seen. Like a delicate doll. After he finished speaking, he handed the microphone to the teacher next to him. He kept his eyes fixed on the latter, waiting for instructions. Chapter 69, An Evenly Matched Opponent. The screen resumes as before, entering playback mode. Guo Jingyi is a student receiving subsidies at Chishin Experimental Middle School. In other words, they were top students who had already shown their talent during the high school entrance exam. Even Chishin Experimental Middle School needs such a hidden powerhouse. Upon arriving here, she not only didn't need to pay tuition, but the school also gave her a scholarship of 2,000 yuan every year. At the same time, all of the school's educational resources were directed towards her. Get ready, you'll represent the school in the competition next weekend. The English teacher said to Guo Jingyi. Yes, teacher. Guo Jingyi nodded slightly. Finish this worksheet in the coming days. Ask me if you have any questions. The English teacher handed over another thick stack of papers, conservatively estimated to be 30 or 40 pages. She accepted it, and again expressed her gratitude in an inorganic manner. Then, just 2 days later, in the afternoon. Teacher, I'm done. Guo Jingyi spoke to her English teacher in the teacher's office. Not bad. The teacher took the test paper without even glancing at it. Use the rest of your time to memorize the Oxford Dictionary. Prepare everything you can. So, in the following days, Guo Jingyi then used every spare moment to memorize the Oxford Dictionary from scratch. Even in clips of her daily life, we never see her make any facial expressions. He always goes alone, no matter where he goes. The only people I interacted with were the teachers from each subject and the cafeteria ladies. And so it went, day after day. Including those words she already knew, she had memorized up to S from the Oxford Dictionary. Meanwhile, the cameraman also captured some very surprising footage. One day, the workload increased somewhat. Guo Jingyi did not reach her goal of memorizing a certain number of words by the end of evening self-study. So the next day, during breakfast time, while others rushed to get their food, she simply sat at the table, memorizing vocabulary words. The film crew didn't capture any footage of her going to eat all day. If you don't achieve your goal, make your body remember the punishment. Amidst the subtle glances from her classmates, Guo Jingyi calmly explained to the photographer. Now, she stands quietly on the field of the duel. She was as clear and precise as ever. Cold and ruthless, precise like a machine, it is an elegant killer that executes countless words. Inside the studio, Professor Wang Chengfeng spoke. As you can see, even at Chishin Experimental Middle School, there are still such ambitious girls. It's truly a rare find. Even through the screen, you can see her determination to prepare for this competition. Meanwhile, Principal Cheng Mingguang stood to the side. He simply shook his head. I have a different opinion. Throughout the entire process, I didn't see the teacher provide guidance very often. If you could do well on a test just by memorizing the Oxford Dictionary, then what would be the point of having teachers? Everyone could just memorize the Oxford Dictionary. I've heard that Chishin Experimental Middle School is very good at correcting adolescent behavior. But when it comes to improving student grades, let me boast a little. It's really not as good as our Hengi Middle School. Professor Liu Jifa listened patiently to both of their views. As an expert on adolescent mental health issues, he concluded by saying, both of you are highly educated intellectuals in the field of education. But no one said that she had a serious mental illness. This girl is clearly in a state of emotional dissociation. How could a normal person's daily life always be so peaceful? She's practically controlling her body like a character in a game. Moreover, her continued dissociation precisely demonstrates that she has been in constant pain. Such a strong attachment to a goal that even goes so far as to punish oneself by not eating. Is this normal? It was because she suffered extreme psychological trauma that she gradually had to learn this way of observing herself in order to protect her mental health. It's hard to imagine how much pressure and torment she must have experienced on her path to education. Moreover, Chishin Experimental Middle School has failed to pay attention to this matter, which is truly to blame. This is what I said. The comments section also provides feedback. Professor Liu really enlightened me. I thought this girl was just a little quiet. Now that I think about it, that's definitely true. In schools like Chishin Experimental School, which emphasize obedience, there will only be more and more of these robots. What's the difference between having a teacher and not having one? The learning environment at this school is worse than at Laong Middle School, or even Hengi Middle School, right? Professor Liu truly lives up to his reputation as a psychology expert. He was able to diagnose the condition with just a glance. I refuse to believe this child was born looking like this. Both of these schools are insane. They're not fit for humans. Our Laong Middle School is much better. In response to Professor Liu's accusations, Cheng Mingguang directly and angrily refuted. I was just about to say this. What gives you the right to criticize Hengi Middle School for lacking adequate psychological counseling facilities for its students? I can say with certainty that Hengi High School attaches great importance to this. We not only have a mental health counselor on duty 24/7. Moreover, once we discover that a student has any psychological problems, we will immediately give him leave and let him receive psychological treatment. Liu Jifa had no intention of refuting it at all. Does having mental health issues warrant a holiday? Isn't it just about preventing students from dying at your school? Moreover, if it weren't for your Hengi Middle School, how could the students have so many psychological problems? But he knew that arguing with such a person would be pointless. Professor Wang Chengfang, though her feelings were faint, was still able to be touched. This one, however, is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine. Liu Jifa did not reply. The host was pleased and continued with the program. The last contestant comes from Laong Middle School, which is gaining increasing support from the audience. The scene changes. Laong Middle School. Facing the undisputed king of English prowess at Hengi High School and the elegant killer of countless words at Qixin School, these two exceptional individuals. Laong Middle School sent the first person to be incarcerated in a mother tongue deprivation device. A boy who is 14 years old. A model student in 2nd grade. The kid in the village who can spin atop the longest. Principal Guan values his students most highly among the top 500. Numerous titles. 3 months ago, he was a left-behind child who was a junior high school student. Prisoner number 1049, Luo Yangxia. I am 1049, representing Laong Middle School. First, grade 10. Facing the camera, Luo Yangxia almost choked on his own words with just one sentence. He himself was surprised when he said this. Until an hour ago, he was just released from the mother tongue deprivation device. For a moment, my brain almost forgot what it felt like to speak Chinese. After all, he dreams in English. What is meant by an absolute linguistic environment? However, upon seeing Luo Yangxia's appearance, the live stream chat exploded with comments. I'm a farmer, and this is sugar beet. Ha ha ha, this kid can't even speak Chinese anymore. Does anyone remember that this guy initially skipped half a day of class just to read a novel? I've been glued to his screen for the past 2 weeks. It's incredible. He's actually devoured dozens of purely English novels. Hilarious. This kid's become so sluggish he can't even speak properly. Principal Guan really doesn't hold back. No, why do I want to laugh when I see him, even though I know he's had a tough time? Principal Guan is ruthless. Luo Yangxia is stubborn. It's quite a coincidence that these two met. Putting everything else aside, Principal Guan is amazing for transforming this kid like this in just half a month. Chapter 70 Native Language Learning. Screen switch. The replay segment was the same as that of the other two contestants. On the first day, Luo Yangxia read novels in bed and chatted with people. In the evening, she went to the principal and made a scene, which resulted in the principal taking a slit in her veil. The next day, Luo Yangxia read novels in bed and chatted with people. That evening, she went to the principal and made a scene, which resulted in the principal taking a slit in her veil. The third day, on the last day, Luo Yangxia remained the same. If it weren't for the timestamps on the screen, viewers would have thought it was all happening on the same day. However, it is visible to the naked eye. Luo Yangxia's English is becoming more and more fluent. At least she has no problem expressing herself. Even if it's a word you can't think of right away. He can also find ways to combine and express ideas. The spoken English also completely lacks the stuttering and awkwardness common in the mute English phenomenon in China. If I had to say something, the translated Chinese sounds like a southwestern accent. However, there was absolutely no preparation for the competition. Until the very last day, Friday night. Mei Jianxing went to talk to Principal Guan about this matter. We haven't finalized the participants for our English activity week yet. Principal Guan, is it alright to not prepare anything? Wouldn't it be better to select students in their final year of high school? Upon hearing this, Guandosi stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. Coincidentally, Luo Yangxia was in the daily routine of going to the principal to sulk. I happened to be passing by and heard the whole story. 1049, you go and participate in the competition. Guandosi pointed casually. Yes, they will represent our Laong Middle School in the competition. What are the benefits? You won the prize, here's 1,000 yuan. I'll give you another 1,000. That'll be 2,000 in total. Okay. Okay, then we're leaving all of Laofeng Middle School in your care. Luo Yangxiao felt inexplicably happy upon hearing these words. It's okay if we lose. But if we win, Luo Yangxia, you'll be a hero of our Laofeng Middle School. That would be so prestigious. The whole school would definitely look up to you as a role model. His status might even be higher than mine. 0. Are you happy? Guandosi, however, kept talking, striking while the iron was hot. Moreover, the entire process was conducted in Chinese. As Luo Yangxiao listened, it became increasingly difficult for her to suppress the urge to smile. It's nothing. His face was slightly flushed, but he waved his hand with his eyes closed. Mainly it's about the money. The scene changes again. Saturday that day. Inside the auditorium. Although it is not mandatory to take weekends off. However, most of the students still showed up here. 1, 0, 4, 9. Come on. 1, 0, 4, 9. Come on. Liao Guanxing, number 1027, was in the audience, leading the chanting of slogans. A large LED screen displayed Luo Yangxiao on stage to all the students in the school. Luo Yangxia could no longer maintain her smile. The whole school is here, cheering me on, and there are quite a few girls. Ha ha ha. The principal wasn't lying. Then, I want to win. I want to win first place for our school in front of the whole school. Luo Yangxia is a ruthless character who would willingly allow the film crew to film him reading novels. Stage fright? That's not true. The more audience there are, the better he will perform. Get ready. I'm about to untie you. With a casual wave of Guandosi's hand, Luo Yangxiao felt that the mother tongue deprivation device that had been firmly attached to her face had loosened slightly. He reached out his hand, somewhat taken aback. He actually managed to take off his glasses. For a moment, he had the urge to smash it to pieces. However, after thinking about it, he carefully folded the glasses and handed them to Principal Guan. Keep it safe. Just then, astonishment flooded his little head once again. These people are in the audience. What are you saying? Is this still in China? Guandosi looked at his expression. I couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth into a smile again. To be fair, this guy is far from being proficient in English. Facing the other two contestants, he only had the strength to fight them. To be honest, Guandosi wasn't counting on him to win. However, a complete English way of thinking had already been established in his mind. At least he's no longer afraid to speak, which puts him far ahead of those students who can't speak English. At the same time, my vocabulary also increased significantly during this period. On the one hand, the remarkable effects of the mother tongue deprivation device are indispensable. On the other hand, he is young. There are plenty of new neural synapses available in the brain. They are more quick to adapt to environments with completely different languages. The most important point, he felt no pressure at all. All of his actions were taken voluntarily by him. Whether it's reading a novel or chatting with someone, his brain was always in the most suitable relaxed state. This is how a baby learns a language. With an IQ that was less than that of a cat at the time, they managed to learn one or even several languages. Moreover, Luo Yangxia had already taken the high school entrance exam and had some basic English skills. As for myself, I'll just watch his performance. Inside the studio, I saw the footage of Laofeng Middle School. Lu Jifa finally cheered up. Their posture was all straightened. This is the right way to learn a language. No pressure, just pure freedom. This is how humans first acquired language. Growing up in a language-rich environment is what allows one to speak so fluently and without the slightest hesitation. I think the learning methods at the two schools I attended were completely wrong. Language, which is originally a tool, has been distorted in this way. There's no way students can learn it. Professor Wang Chengfang looked displeased upon hearing this. However, it must be said, the scene she just witnessed had left her utterly shocked. She was not unaware that such technological gadgets existed in Laofeng Middle School. I also fully understand the purpose of this prop. However, she had never anticipated that it would be so helpful for students' English learning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so confident in deciding on the theme for English Activity Week. As seen on the screen, Luo Yangxia's speech became increasingly fluent. A chilling idea began to form in her mind. Is it possible that Laofeng Middle School is more efficient in terms of learning efficiency than Hengyi model? So, what are the merits of the Hengyi model? This is the educational model I've dedicated half my life to. The best educational model, distilled and summarized from personal experience. Considering the growing opposition from the public and the undisputed superiority of Laofeng Middle School in student feedback. Could it be? Wrong. This is completely different. This student is definitely just an isolated case. This is only English. Moreover, this way of learning English is completely incompatible with the requirements of the exam. She pursed her lips, her gaze drifting downwards for a moment. Professor Liu, you need to know. But before she could finish speaking, Principal Chung Mingguang, standing to the side, couldn't wait any longer. Professor Liu, are you now questioning our Hengyi High School? What educational achievements have you, Professor Liu, made? Are you just spouting nonsense here? Let me tell you, high school English exists solely for the purpose of the college entrance examination. On the contrary, at schools like Laong Middle School, students not only skip classes, but they also don't learn anything in other subjects. Even if it's specialized English training, he doesn't do any practice questions or learn any grammar. Oh, so having a language environment solves everything? What's the point of just reading and reciting? What about test-taking techniques? What about tricky questions? What about identifying and filling knowledge gaps? To be honest, even I, the principal of Hengyi High School, would be ashamed to compete with this kind of education model. After listening to his speech, Wang Chengfang nodded with satisfaction. It feels so good to have teammates. Sure enough, quite a few people agree with my ideas. How could there be an error? Chapter 71, English Werewolf Game. Bonus chapter. Wang Chengfang continued. That's right, and I'd also like to add something. This approach is very likely to cause students to develop ingrained erroneous thinking. Without professional guidance, blindly figuring things out can easily backfire in any subject. I won't go into the details of how a school like Hengyi High School can achieve its success by combining a strong faculty with a sound educational philosophy. We'll leave that to the audience's evaluation. The comments section was also filled with controversy. Haha, that's right, that's the Wang Chengfang I know. Damn, I'd have to give you a 2-night handicap to play chess with you fairly. Where did this Chung Mingguang come from? If he's so capable, why doesn't he go and get a professorship in education? How dare he criticize our Professor Liu? I think what he said here makes sense. Principal Guan's method really can't help much in the exam, right? I just want to point out that the exam questions are different from what's actually needed. Is that because the exam was wrong, or because the objective reality is flawed? Honestly, this kind of education is hardly a waste of time. It's basically relying on technology, isn't it? Where is the human involvement? Wait, why was Principal Chung Mingguang the first one invited? Why not Principal Guan? This isn't fair. The audience engaged in heated debate. Lu Jifa, however, put on a stern face. Principal Chung, since you put it that way. Moreover, Professor Wang was also the one who set the questions for this project. Then let's hope that your contestants from Hengyi Middle School won't be defeated by this Luo student from Laong Middle School. His words revealed his complete trust in Luo Yangxia, who was led by Principal Guan. Chung Mingguang scoffed at this. In his mind, there is absolutely no possibility that Hengyi Middle School will lose. The scene was temporarily halted. The host quickly grasped the rhythm of the speech. All right, let's begin the first activity of English Week, a written quiz. At this time, in the 3 scenes, the 3 students sat down in front of the laptops provided by the production team. Start answering questions online. The time limit is 1 hour. During this hour, the studio will not be completely empty while waiting. On the one hand, it will play out details that were not shown in the previous playback footage. On the other hand, the status of students answering questions will be monitored at any time. Inside Hengyi Middle School, a bead of sweat dripped from Peng Yuanchao's forehead. Directly in front of him was his English teacher. He was sitting in the classroom where 39 students had been eliminated. He still vividly remembers how his classmates were eliminated. But he really wanted to go to Beijing Foreign Studies University. I want to win. He was carrying the remains of 39 classmates on his back. These questions are all multiple choice questions. There wasn't even an essay. Although the vocabulary is indeed difficult. But I can win. At Qixin Experimental Middle School, Guo Jingyi appeared calm and composed. Before answering, she looked at the English teacher next to her. The latter said, "Let's start answering the questions." So she immediately took action. Just do what the teacher says. Just get your body moving on its own. And victory. It was a natural outcome. Laong Middle School. Luo Yangxiao looked at the screen in front of her. This is just right. This is so satisfying. This is real Chinese, no? This is real English. Although I didn't recognize many of the words, I just felt like I knew the answer. I no longer feel any hesitation when doing English exercises. The large screen behind him. Not only did he display his expressions and posture to all the students in the school at any time, they are still displaying their answers to the questions. Many students answered the question together. Many people looked troubled. The entire audience fell silent. Such an environment. This made Luo Yangxia truly feel that she was not fighting alone. He turned around and looked at Principal Guan beside him. The latter gave him a thumbs up. Hey, even that idiot Zero is counting on me. I'm a representative from Laong Middle School. Zero is so strong, yet he still relies on me. Then I'm not invincible. I will win. And just like that, An hour passed quickly. Inside the studio, all 3 students have finished answering. The written test accounts for 50% of the total score, and the subsequent 2 sections will each account for 25%. The scores will be announced at the end. Then, let's begin the second project. English Werewolf. The rules related to this game appeared on the screen. There are 5 participants in total. 2 of them were international students from Beijing Foreign Studies University, and they did not know each other's identities. Most importantly, to accommodate the high school level, neither of these 2 international students are native English speakers. The 5 people need to take turns speaking and questioning each other to find the Chinese person hiding among them. The order is randomized, and each person can ask questions to any contestant per round, with a 10-minute questioning period. The contestants who are asked questions are required to answer them. In this process, one can identify Chinese people by their accent, vocabulary size, language habits, and so on. The game ends when only 2 players remain. He was voted out in the first round and scored 0 points. Second round, 5 points. Third round, 10 points. If you leave it until the end, you get 25 points. The comments section was buzzing with discussion. Isn't 1049 invincible in this project? He managed to complete it in just half a month, speaking only English. It's hard to say, their foundation is far too weak. This isn't entirely about assessing English proficiency. There's also a certain strategic element involved. How could that idiot Wang Chengfeng pull off something like this? Looks like she's actually quite capable in education. She's not entirely useless. The other 2 contestants don't seem to have bad English speaking skills either. After all, the college entrance exam includes an oral exam. Numbers have been randomly distributed. Luo Yangxiao got the first speaking slot. This is, undeniably, a very poor order of speaking. Because, under these questioning and answering rules, the sooner you reveal your information, the easier it is to become the target of public criticism. However, Luo Yangxiao felt exceptionally lucky. Because the moment he saw the rules of the game, he had a solution in mind. Peng Yuanxiao from Hengyi Middle School is number 4, while Guo Jingyi from Qixin Experimental Middle School is number 2. In addition, among international students, Russian, Vladimir number 3, Ba, Latini number 5. The game has officially begun. Luo Yangxia, first in line, begins to speak. My number is 1049. I am number 1, there is no number 9, so let's ask number 4. So he clicked button number 4 on his notebook. How are you? When Peng Yuanxiao, number 4, was suddenly questioned, his heart skipped a beat. However, he was very confident in his spoken English. That's the result of many days of intensive training. And is it really such a simple greeting? Fortunately, I was still thinking about the sentence structure and grammar I would use. This question is way too easy. A sense of relief immediately washed over me. He replied directly. I'm fine. Thank you. And you? I've asked all my questions. You're a fellow countryman. Everyone, vote for him. In English. Luo Yangxiao immediately muted his microphone. A confident smile radiated from his face. There's no escaping it. This is practically a conditioned reflex unique to Chinese people learning English. He had never heard this kind of conversation while wearing the mother tongue deprivation device. Such a dialogue is impossible in everyday life. This applies even to non-native speakers. The audience. The students cheered. 1049, that's incredible. That's amazing. One girl's voice stood out in particular. This made Luo Yangxiao feel even more elated. That's right, I'm the strongest, I'm the best. Peng Yuanxiao was still in a daze. I'm right. That's the correct reply. There won't be any problems with your accent or grammar. Why is this guy so sure I'm Chinese? He looked at the English teacher standing to the side. The latter's face showed a comforting expression. This English teacher, though strict, is very considerate of her students outside of class. Peng Yuanxiao realized that he had probably made a mistake. Chapter 72. Are there really that many right answers in life? Tears welled up in Peng Yuanxiao's eyes. Oh my God. Teacher, why are you making that face at me? Or did I say something wrong? Such a simple question. Neither the problem-solving approach nor the answer should be wrong. And at this moment, the viewers in the live chat who witnessed everything had already gone completely crazy. Ha ha ha. Judging from this guy's expression, he still doesn't know why. Are these really the senior students at Hengyi High School? So stupid. Is this the kind of standard response you should give? Hilarious. Xiao Luo is so smart. He immediately revealed himself as a werewolf in his very first speech. This child might really be a genius. Principal Guan made the right choice. Leaving your son as a witness, no foreigner would respond to that like that. Looks like Ronaldinho has really mastered English. Inside the studio, Professor Lu Jifa sensed the shift in the wind. He suppressed the urge to smile and said to Cheng Mingguang, "It is under such high pressure at Hengyi High School that all of the children's divergent thinking is carefully modulated into problem-solving thinking. This situation arises because everyone is always trying to give the most correct answer. In the real world, in a student's life, are there really so many right answers? They didn't think for themselves at all. Professor Wang, I must say, the game you made is truly ingenious. Zhu Ziki seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. He barely spoke all morning. The reason is simple. Principal Cheng Mingguang had left a deep shadow on him. In my second year of high school, my beloved harmonica was destroyed at his feet. This matter. No matter how grateful Zhu Ziki is for the Hengi model, he will never forget it. The other two had bruises on their faces, alternating between blue and purple. I'm telling you, what you're saying is just an isolated case. Cheng Mingguang tried to refute. The most outstanding contestant, selected through your rigorous process, is such an exceptional case. Doesn't that explain the problem? Lu Jifa swiftly countered, leaving Cheng Mingguang speechless for a moment. The game continues. Just as Peng Yuanxiao was racking his brains trying to figure it out. When it was time to ask a question, it was Guo Jingyi's turn, number 2. Guo Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. This fixed combination was exposed. We must try our best to avoid it. So what do we do now? I've never done this kind of question before. Who should I ask? I. She looked at the English teacher standing to the side. The teacher's instructions came to mind. In this game, make sure your accent is good and don't show any weakness. Victory is yours. But, who should I ask? The teacher didn't tell me. She was torn. For a moment, even his usually expressionless face couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It took a long time before I finally made a difficult decision. Number 1 and number 4 both spoke. Then, number 3 it is. She spoke in a standard American accent. Where are you from? A male voice came from over there. I'm from RRR, Russia. I'm a senior at Beijing Foreign Studies University. I've been in China for 5 years. Do you have any other questions? This is a trilled R sound. His accent is so strong. They couldn't detect any flaws in his statements. Then, what should I ask? My mind raced, and anxiety welled up inside me. Meanwhile, the fear of being unable to make a decision also erupted. And so, in a state of hesitation, 10 minutes have passed. Speaking time is over. At this moment, the fear and anxiety that were intertwined reached their peak in her heart. She was panting heavily, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't help but recall her mother's words on the first day of school. Once you enter this school, all you have to do is listen to the teachers. It's like at home, when you listen to your mother. Then came the repeated admonitions I heard at school. Obeying discipline and following rules are the first things you, as students, must learn. The first step in educating people is to teach you to be obedient. A myriad of thoughts raced through my mind. Sudden. She can't feel any emotions anymore. The slight fluctuation in his expression vanished instantly, replaced by calm. She felt like she was just part of the background, staring at the dim, black and white environment around her. And myself. So peaceful. Very nice. Inside the studio, even Wang Chengfang, who has always supported Qixin Experimental School, kept quiet this time. Although she is not an expert on adolescent mental health issues like Lu Jifa. However, as a professor of education, it is impossible for him to be ignorant of psychology. Look at the changes in this child's expression. Wang Chengfang also realized that what Professor Lu said was true. This is a very clear symptom of mental dissociation. This child is probably only one step away from going mad. Professor Lu Jifa, who was standing to the side, had long been unable to hold back any longer. The attack was launched with harsh language. How come no one at Qixin Experimental Middle School noticed such obvious symptoms of mental illness? This is no longer just a problem with the counselor. Any teacher who has obtained a teaching certificate should be able to see just how much pain she is in. It feels like 1,000 arrows are piercing my heart. How can a child like this be participating in a competition here? Without a teacher's guidance, I can't make any decisions. Isn't that a serious problem? Or is it that Qixin Experimental Middle School simply doesn't give students the space to make their own decisions, which is why they haven't been able to discover this problem? Nobody is helping her. She doesn't even know she has a problem. The only contestant selected from so many people in the whole school has such serious psychological problems. It really makes one wonder, what is the actual probability of mental illness occurring among all students in the school? Following Professor Lu Jifa's explanation, Cheng Mingguang, who was standing to the side, also agreed with the statement. In this respect, Hengi High School does a better job. For a child like this, we shouldn't worry about her studies for now. We need to give her a sick leave so she can receive professional psychological intervention. In fact, I think it's not a bad idea to take a break from school for a while. Although his focus was still on criticizing one school while praising another and elevating Hengi Middle School. However, it must be said that he did speak human language at least once. The comments section was filled with sympathy for the girl. It's rare, truly rare, that the guests in the studio could reach a consensus, which shows just how serious this situation is. Is this so-called principal of Hengi High School here to advertise? He mentions Hengi High School in everything. Professor Liu has such a strong sense of empathy. I saw his eyes redden several times since the beginning of the program. Wait, why do I feel like Luo Yangxia is the only one among these contestants who looks human? The contrast is so stark. This is the tragedy caused by a distorted educational philosophy. It's truly lamentable. This is exactly like me. I developed this condition when I was a child because of my parents' divorce. I just hope she can get the help she deserves. The audience in the studio was filled with excitement. The game continues. Number 3, International Student Vladimir. Although I was completely bewildered, I don't know what happened with the second person who just asked the question. It's quite possible that she is another Chinese person. But before that, the first and fourth speakers. These two people, they might all be Chinese. Chapter 73. Do you know about cultivation novels? Number 1 can use such words to test someone. At the same time, they can draw conclusions with such certainty. It's obvious that he also has the mindset of a Chinese person. But we can't be sure. I'm not Chinese, but I still know this meme exists. This meme is very popular. Almost every foreigner studying in the country has encountered this situation. However, in any case, voting for number 4 in the first round is absolutely no problem. Next, I'm going to test the quality of this number 1. Good. He clicked on number 1 and asked a question. What do you usually like to do? I love reading novels. Luo Yangxia answered without hesitation. What kinds of novels are included? Do you know about cultivation novels? Next, Luo Yangxia spoke eloquently with his eyes closed. It was entirely in English, and he spoke for a full 10 minutes about the plot of a cultivation novel. Talking about this keeps him wide awake. I learned English using these novels. I know the vocabulary in them very well. What about killing and plundering to advance through tribulation? What about fighting until even the great Tao is obliterated? He spoke fluently and eloquently, without pausing for a moment. Meanwhile, the viewers with real-time subtitles immediately tensed up. This is bad. This kid, even though his English is fluent, saying this is practically self-destruction. Oh no, I'm still too young. I've exposed my own wolf form. Principal Guan, make an effort. Give him a look. Hilarious. He really does love reading novels, and he's absolutely telling the truth. So honest. Vladimir has been in the country for 5 years. He speaks fluent Chinese. It's impossible to say that you don't understand this kind of thing. I even went and read a few English versions of cultivation novels. It's really addictive. But, contrary to what the audience predicted, he instantly dispelled his doubts about number 1. Although cultivation novels are very Chinese, they are unique to China. But which Chinese person would bother to learn the English for cultivation? Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Magic Weapons, Talismans, Cultivation Techniques. These words would be very familiar to everyone if they were in Chinese. But how many Chinese people would know its English name? Not to mention a few Chinese high school students in this game. That's even more impossible. Only those who, like myself, have read English versions of cultivation novels will understand the meaning of these terms. After all, Chinese readers already have the original Chinese version, so why bother looking for an English version? I was just reading popular literature for entertainment, so there's no need to create another language barrier for myself, right? I had no choice. There was no Russian version, and at the time, my Chinese was only so I barely knew any characters. I can only make do with the English version. Vladimir couldn't believe there was such a person who would deliberately seek out trouble. Isn't that just plain crazy? This must be a foreign student who studied in China and became interested in cultivation novels. However, in order to ensure the entertainment value of the game show, the film crew also installed cameras at Beijing Foreign Studies University. We interviewed Vladimir about his initial thoughts. He spoke fluent, albeit slightly accented, Chinese to the camera, expressing his opinion. So, in conclusion, I think he is definitely not a foreign student. Moment. The chat exploded again. Holy crap. How come I never thought of this? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Did he actually foresee this? Is young Luo really this far-sighted? Sure enough, this is a mindset only international students have. I wouldn't have thought of it without putting myself in that situation. Hilarious. What a lucky break. This kid was just honest. He probably didn't think that far ahead. Inside the studio, Professor Liu Jifa couldn't help but smile knowingly. It must be said that Principal Guan's ability to teach according to students' aptitude played a key role in this regard. A grasp of adolescent psychology, an affirmation of children's learning abilities, and innovative educational methods. Let me ask you, dear viewers, have you ever seen a better educator than him? What truly constitutes edutainment? This is what learning should truly interest students from the heart. As an old professor who has taught countless students, Lu Jifa still feels genuinely happy about his students' progress. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mingguang, who was standing to the side, spoke up to refute it again. What do you mean by edutainment? Tell me, aren't these weird glasses mandatory? I don't think this Principal Guan seems to care about students' needs as much as he said before. If you want to always cater to the students' whims, then why use these methods? Is this what you call an excellent educational philosophy? Isn't this just contradicting yourself? Therefore, I think even Principal Guan himself finds his actions extremely awkward. If you're going to do it, you should do it like our Hengyi High School, making comprehensive arrangements for the students. Lu Jifa didn't even want to refute his words. He also acknowledged Wang Qingfang's academic research to some extent. As for Cheng Mingguang, this empiricist with extremely limited academic knowledge, he was completely dismissive. Wang Qingfang can still come up with some arguments that can withstand scrutiny. You ask this guy, why is the Hengyi model good? He could probably only come up with an unbeatable answer like, because after all this time, it's definitely effective. Lu Jifa shook his head. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. Even if I told you about the painstaking efforts Principal Guan has made for the students, you wouldn't understand. Seeing that cold and arrogant expression on that scholar's face, Cheng Mingguang was so angry that his eyebrows were about to shoot out. He wanted to open his mouth to refute. However, the host seized the opportunity to create a last-minute difference. The differences in perspectives between frontline workers who engage in practical work and theoretical researchers who provide guidance are also a key point that the program aims to showcase. In short, he praised both sides. They successfully regained their rhythm. Then, let's continue to follow the game. At the same time, the other two high school students participating in the game, they discovered that they couldn't even understand what the first speaker was saying. These words must be unique and mysterious. Moreover, they are very professional. This level of vocabulary is definitely not something a typical Chinese high school student could master. Number 1 can definitely be ruled out as a suspect. So the game continued. Number 4, Peng Yuanxiao begins his speech. Peng Yuanxiao had not yet recovered from the panic. The high-level conversation we just had was far beyond what this high school student could comprehend. Especially, under this intense pressure of feeling that he has already made a mistake. They were completely confused. No, I can't be the first one voted out like this. Now, all 4 people on the field have expressed their opinions. Number 1 and number 3 both look like foreigners. Number 2 has remained silent, and it's unclear what his tactic is. Perhaps it's to avoid revealing his weaknesses and intelligence. That means she must be Chinese. Force her to come out. I have to find a scapegoat. Chapter 74 The Shattered Mother Tongue. Peng Yuanxiao made up his mind. On the notebook in front of him, he clicked on the second speaker, Guo Jingyi. Where are you from? A fluent reply came from the other end. I'm from the United States, a junior in college this year, and I've been in China for 4 years. How come you've become so fluent? Is there absolutely no sign of the previous hesitation? Meanwhile, on the other side, Guo Jingyi's expression remained calm. This is the original text of an English reading passage that she had read. Since the brain can't make a decision, let the body react on its own. Guo Jingyi returned to calm and shut down her thoughts. After a round of speeches, Peng Yuanxiao did not obtain any useful information or clues. Sweating profusely, he ended his questioning. The game continues. Speaker number 5. Latini immediately chose number 1 to ask a question. Have you read the book, The More Children, The More Blessings System? I'll just donate sperm. Luo Yangxiao immediately became interested. I've seen it. It's so good, let me tell you. So the next 10 minutes. While the other 3 remained bewildered, the 2 continued discussing the plot for another 10 minutes. I'll ask the production team to add you as a friend after the show ends. Latini said excitedly. They managed to turn this competition into a book club discussion. Unfortunately, there are very few international students who read online novels. Latini didn't even have a chance to talk to anyone. As for this game, she already had her answer in mind for the first 2 rounds of selections. Without a doubt, it's number 2 and number 4. Reason? Is there even a question? These 2 have the most authentic accents. I'm sure I taste the ba flavor myself. Number 3, on the other hand, clearly has an East European Slavic accent. Although this number 1 was well hidden, you could still hear some southwestern accents in his speech. Perhaps his native language was Castilian. The other 2 contestants. Well, it just feels too serious. Although it is indeed very standard, it doesn't sound like someone who speaks English frequently. In an interview with the program crew, she also shared all her thoughts. As for number 1 and number 3, I don't have any ideas for them yet. The comments section was filled with laughter. Haha, they even recognized my accent. I thought it was just my English not being standard. That's true. When you're actually having an English conversation with a foreigner, Who cares if your accent is perfect? As long as you can express yourself, that's all that matters. His southwestern accent is hilarious. He perfectly replicated the accent's location. Principal Guan's skills are truly unparalleled. What do you mean by cultural soft power export? Even overseas students read online novels. Isn't popular literature 100 times more effective than Confucius Institutes? And yet, there are people online who look down on online novels. Have you heard of overfitting? It's when something is too close to the performance benchmark, making it ineffective in real-world scenarios. Inside the studio, Chungming Wang looked displeased. He was already a little unhappy because Peng Yuanxiao from Hengi Middle School hadn't performed well. Hearing this explanation from the international student only reinforced this belief. However, this time, he turned his guns on Wang Chengfang. Professor Wang, isn't this situation a bit oversight on your part? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use accents as a distinguishing criterion? It has nothing to do with the exam syllabus. Wang Chengfang nodded. I did not consider this aspect properly. However, this situation will certainly not occur in the next project. Professor Liu Jifa, who offered the solution, adjusted his glasses. First of all, we must acknowledge the merits of these two students. Although the process was somewhat bumpy, they still dared to speak English to communicate, which is indeed much better than most high school students. However, their very first words revealed a strong scholarly air, making it clear that these two were not learning English as a tool. In order to answer questions and get points, they forced themselves to conform to a certain standard. Isn't this a manifestation of the distortion of the subject matter by the examination syllabus, as seen in their behavior? His words sparked a lot of thought among the viewers in the live chat. The other two guests in the studio, Wang Chengfang and Chungming Wang, also refuted this. In between words, the game is still ongoing. Almost without a doubt, Peng Yuanxiao, number 4, was pitched out in the first round. The English prodigy from Hengi High School suffered a tragic loss of 0 points in the English werewolf game. The second round turned into a chat room between the two international students and Luo Yangxia, the number 1 student. Luo Yangxia has always enjoyed chatting and is good at it. In terms of the chat experience, the two international students had a very good impression. Therefore, even if there were some strange expressions in the words, they were ignored. In everyday conversation, who would consider grammar? It's not like she's carrying the Queen of England, so why should she have any aristocratic airs? Besides, that old lady has already gone to find her mother. Guo Jingyi, who had been consistently excluded from the conversations among the group, failed to make it through the second round. The vocabulary killer from Qixin Experimental Middle School barely passed with a score of 5. Finally, the third round. Luo Yangxia, number 1, naturally sought out Xiao Ba, number 5, to discuss the novel without hesitation. They were completely immersed in communicating in English and lost all awareness of being in a competition. Then it was Vladimir's turn to speak, number 3. He also chose number 1 to ask a question. But surprisingly, he opened his mouth and spoke in Chinese. It seems that our 3-person English conversation has no way to reveal any more flaws. How about you answer my questions in Chinese from now on? His idea was simple. If you are an international student, you can understand Chinese to some extent. Moreover, given the difficulty of Chinese, even after 5 years in China, he wouldn't dare say he had completely mastered Chinese. In the conversation, there will be some parts that are not fluent or not authentic. However, the goal is to find a Chinese high school student among them. As a foreign language, English proficiency can certainly be improved through training. However, it is one's own mother tongue. You have to pretend you're not fluent or deliberately stumble. That's very easy to judge. You wouldn't believe it, but this kind of game can be used for reverse judgment in this way. While making his speech, Vladimir glanced at the film crew beside him. The person in charge nodded. This indicates that it does not violate the rules. After all, in general terms, speaking English werewolf in Chinese is pure suicide. Therefore, no such restriction was imposed on the rules at all. On the other side, Luo Yangxiao froze on the spot. That sounds familiar. But what is he saying? Could you say that again? I said, can you reply in Chinese? 3 more seconds of silence passed. What do you say? Brother, are you hard of hearing? Can't you speak Chinese? Only then did Luo Yangxiao understand. Woo, of course I can speak Chinese. Huh. Luo Yangxiao looked on with surprise. At that moment, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. Haha, what a lucky break. I wonder if Xiao Luo's Chinese module is online yet. This has absolutely nothing to do with English games anymore. That's like being tortured with a mother tongue deprivation device. How can your mother tongue possibly be good then? This strategy would work perfectly well with a normal person. Unfortunately, the opponent is Luo Yangxia, this oddball. I never expected this. You, Luo Yangxia, a Chinese man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, can't speak Chinese? Look what Principal Guan has done to this kid. This guy is a real devil. Because of the name of a certain middle school, the chapter has been locked in the dark room twice. Now, readers can vote. What should be done to change the name of a certain middle school? Shihai Middle School. The school is like an ocean of hope. Hope. Ocean. B. Shuanhua Middle School. The name is the complete opposite of the original name in this article, and it also implies that youth is like a spark that blooms in an instant. C. Hengi Middle School. China should also have its own Hengi. The option with the highest number of likes in the comments before midnight tonight will be selected as the final plan for modification. Chapter 75, a well-deserved and complete victory. All right, young man, you should take a rest. Vladimir, the Russian, shook his head. He immediately muted his microphone. This contestant is undoubtedly a foreign student. Moreover, he's probably someone who hasn't even passed the preparatory language test. Considering that he has put effort into understanding Chinese culture and has read so many novels, I'll let it go. I shouldn't bully him anymore. Don't let people say I bullied my junior when I get back. And the remaining number 5. Little Ba Latini. They were completely lost. This guy, he suddenly started speaking Chinese. Obviously, this is not a thought that Chinese people would have. Moreover, even she could tell that this Russian senior's Chinese was better than hers. However, it did not reach the level of a native speaker. They must be international students. The other one is that he can't speak Chinese at all. This is even less likely to be a Chinese person. So, who exactly is it? Am I the one who is Chinese? Is this reasonable? No, what are you thinking? Faced with this choice, she chose to question the more suspicious Russian, number 3. The two chatted about Chinese food in Chinese. They somehow managed to turn this game into a Chinese conversation practice session. Unfortunately, they still gained nothing, as neither side showed any obvious weaknesses. At last, number 3, the Russian player, and number 5, the mini-bot, faced off in a shooting contest. Luo Yangxiao randomly chose number 3 Russian. After all, number 5 is a fellow enthusiast. Game over. Luo Yangxiao, number 1, is actually more than 2 outstanding individuals. In the second round of the game, he emerged victorious and stood until the end. For a moment, even the 2 international students in the competition felt incredulous. You can't even speak a single Chinese word. The result told me I was Chinese? That's such a convincing imitation. This requires absolute control over language and thought processes. This child will surely achieve great things in the future. Inside the studio, Lu Jifa revealed a smile that was even somewhat arrogant. On the one hand, as a teacher, I am genuinely happy that such a somewhat self-destructive student has finally made progress. On the other hand, it's a feeling of exhilaration, like a huge sigh of relief after being suppressed. Ha! Gentlemen, what do you think? This is the Laong Middle School that you all have such low opinion of. A high school freshman who has only been enrolled for 2 weeks. So that you can achieve such results in the subject tests designed by Professor Wang himself. And the other 2 contestants are both senior high school students. Even the contestants selected through the rigorous process of the Hengi model, which you 2 are so optimistic about, couldn't beat him. Although, there was definitely an element of luck involved. But it must be said that this child's mental agility and mastery of English as a tool language far surpass those of the other 2 school participants. Do you 2 have any objections to what I've said? Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfang's expression changed slightly. This development has indeed far exceeded her expectations. But faced with this fact, she has already figured out the logic to rationalize her obsession and prejudice. But before she could speak, Zhu Ziki, who had remained silent until now, spoke up timidly. I think. In the Hengi model, with so many sacrifices, perhaps in terms of language learning, it is indeed slightly inferior to the teaching methods of Laong Middle School. Wang Qingfang looked at him in disbelief. Cheng Mingguang immediately glared at him with eyes as sharp as knives. He felt the hairs on his back stand up, and a chill ran through his body. Zhu Ziki immediately shut up. However, he has already expressed his opinion. He had been encouraging himself for a long time. I wanted to speak up several times, but then I changed my mind. However, she eventually said it anyway. Okay, I've done pretty well. He felt that he had done a very good job to reach this point today. Principal Guan, the kind of future you described. Even could I achieve that? But as expected, those looks are truly frightening. Cheng Mingguang's voice rose slightly. Zhu Ziki, aren't you forgetting your roots? You start cursing as soon as you put down your bowl? It's one thing for those viewers who are momentarily confused to curse, but you're also criticizing the Hengi model. How much has the Hengi model given you? You are the least qualified person in the world to criticize Hengi High School. As before, Zhu Ziki looked at the floor and nodded without answering. Then, Cheng Mingguang turned to Lu Jifa. It's just a small victory. What's there to be proud of? It doesn't prove anything. Students trained under the Hengi model are least afraid of competition. If you're not afraid of competition, you won't be a sore loser. If you lose, you can win it back. That's only 25% of the score. Even with that gap, the students of Hengi High School can still win. At this point, the comments section also began to react. Wow, Luo. I've watched him grow up step by step. This is disgusting. This guy is even worse. Chungming Wang is even more disgusting than that Professor Wang. What was the point of hiring him? I've never seen such a shameless person. Look at the miserable state of the students who were eliminated in the replays. Is this what you call not being a sore loser? 1049 charge. Take down all these bastards from Hengi Middle School. A full 25-point lead. Isn't that impressive? Doesn't that speak volumes? However, Luo Yangxia's current joy will not be disturbed by the opinions of these people. The audience at Laong Middle School erupted in cheers. 1049. That's amazing. 1049. We made the right choice. Our Laong Middle School is going to win. Choosing 1049 to participate was definitely the right decision. Even Zero, standing to the side, wore a relieved smile. 1049, you won. This was a sense of recognition that Luo Yangxia had rarely experienced since childhood. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth stretched to the back of his head in a wide grin. At this point, his Chinese language skills also gradually improved. I began to understand what the cheers from the students below the stage meant. Select? They said they chose me. Didn't the principal ask me to participate? However, Luo Yangxia didn't have time to think about this matter carefully for the time being. Inside the studio, the host finally got a chance to speak. First of all, congratulations to student 1049 from Laong Middle School for getting 25 points. Guo Jingyi from Qixin Experimental Middle School received 5 points. Peng Yuanxiao from Hengi Middle School, no points awarded. Now, let's move on to the last item of our English activity week. Choose your words for your speech. Immediately afterwards, the rules for the third project appeared in the live stream. Choosing a speech, as the name suggests. It involves choosing a topic from a given vocabulary, and after a period of brainstorming, delivering an impromptu speech in English. The brainstorming time is 15 minutes. You may choose multiple words, but all of them must be used as the theme. For each word that appears in the topic, the base score increases by 5 points. However, if the selected words are not well integrated into the content, or are only slightly related, they will be considered invalid and will not be included in the score. In addition, there are scores for the fluency of the speech, the depth of the topic, and the resonance with the audience. The scores for the 3 items are each worth 8 points. But the highest score is only 25. In other words, if the speech is good enough, a single word is enough to get full marks. Choosing too many words can make the topic too rambling, lower the quality of the speech, and prevent you from getting a higher score. The judges will be 100 students and teachers from Beijing Foreign Studies University. The vocabulary to choose from will be randomly generated from the vocabulary list for the college entrance examination, Gaokao, in English. At this moment, words are being generated on the large screen in a random scrolling manner. Chapter 76 Speech, the Price. As the screen scrolls, the available words are revealed one by one. Cost, penguin, lucky, desert, dilemma, sunscreen, blind. It has to be said. It's like a martial arts pendant, completely unrelated to anything else. It's not easy to combine words in a paraphrase, and to improvise a pure English speech that will get a high score. Then, a random selection process is conducted. Unfortunately, Luo Yangxia was ranked third. Although the third person will have more time to brainstorm than the first two. 2 3-minute speeches, that's 6 minutes. However, Luo Yangxia will not be able to choose the words that others have already selected. This means they are now more restricted. Guandosi looked at Luo Yangxia. He still acted like he was fearless. In online novels, it would probably be the kind of expression a wicked protagonist would have. However, he did not remain immersed in the pleasure of showing off in front of others. He entered into his own thoughts. At Hengi Middle School, Peng Yuanxiao, who had secured the first pick, was still in a daze. I lost. The second project. 0 points. In this way, I, who was selected through layers of competition, actually lost to a high school freshman? How? How is this possible? He bit his finger. As you can see, each of his fingernails is bald and has even become deformed. This is the result of long-term stress leading to the psychological defense mechanism of regression. At that very moment, smack, the English teacher standing nearby stretched out her hands in front of Peng Yuanxiao and clapped them together forcefully. Calm down. You can still win. Focus, she said softly. You are the best English student at Hengi High School. Your teacher believes in your abilities. A temporary setback doesn't mean anything. Think about the classmates you eliminated, that's proof of your ability." The short boy was stunned for a moment. His eyes, however, regained their composure. "Yes, teacher, you're right. My abilities have already been proven." At that moment, he suddenly felt incredibly tall and mighty. He is at least 1.79 meters tall. I looked at the 7 words on the notebook. The first word immediately caught his eye. Cost. That's brilliant. Isn't everything I've been through the price I've paid? My mind raced with thoughts. The powerful English ability honed through countless training sessions and memorization allows him to effortlessly organize sentences in his mind. In an instant, the topic I wanted to talk about came to mind. Soon, the 15-minute brainstorming session ended in a flash. Inside the empty classroom, facing the camera crew, Peng Yuanxiao felt as if there were many people sitting in front of him. His speech was ultimately titled The Price. It is simple and unadorned, without any embellishment or extra decoration. Today I stand here, in this classroom where 39 students have been eliminated. While feeling nervous, I couldn't help but want to say a few words from my heart. He took a deep breath and forced his trembling fingers to press against the seam of his trousers. To be honest, I don't like studying at all. As soon as these words were spoken, he felt something heavy inside him, and then it was released. His voice trembled slightly. Oh my God, it feels so good to say that. Whenever I sit at my desk, all I can think of is pain and tears. Those question types that we have to deal with, those test papers that we have to take, those wrong answers that we have to organize. Every minute and every second is causing me immense pain. His hands were no longer tense, but moved naturally as he spoke. But I still ended up here. I spent hundreds of school days at Laong Middle School. Every day was no different from today. I was here every single day. It's not because I'm a masochist, nor because I'm being forced by anything. The principal always says that we should follow the school motto and pursue excellence. Our teachers always emphasize that we should save every minute and second for studying. As for the entire Laong model, it makes us always keep our academic performance on our lips and in our hearts. We must always emphasize the importance of the college entrance examination. But I think all of this is bullshit. Yes, you hear me. Pure bullshit. He clenched his fists, completely ignoring the look in the eyes of the English teacher beside him. I am here simply because it is a responsibility I should take for myself. I don't know what I will become in the future. I also don't want to say anything like the cliche that young people like us have infinite possibilities. If I don't even believe it myself, it would be too unfair to myself to say it out loud. But I really look forward to seeing myself shine. I really want to know what kind of person I can become and where my potential lies. And such a goal must be achieved through painful and tedious day-to-day work, just like at Laong Middle School. That is, no matter what, I just can't like studying. This is the price we must pay to achieve something greater as human beings. His argument then shifted to stating his own schedule. Almost all of them are straightforward and descriptive. However, there is no better argument for the theme of cost than one that is devoid of rhetoric or analytical reasoning. In particular, he was a student at Laong Middle School. Pain paves the way for the pursuit of the highest ideals. This is what I've always believed. As of now, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. My speech is over. Thank you, everyone. Speaks fluently and uses words smoothly. There were no obvious grammatical errors. Moreover, the content comes from the heart and is full of sincerity. This resonated deeply with many students from Beijing Foreign Studies University who were giving scores in the studio. Inside the studio, this student directly criticized the Laong model. Instead of being angry, Cheng Mingguang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well said. These are the students who came from my Laong High School. The host couldn't help but ask a question. Principal Cheng, aren't you angry that he's attacking the Laong model like this? To everyone's surprise, Cheng Mingguang remained completely at ease. Wang Chengfang explained with a smile. Did he attack? Even though he says he doesn't approve, his own actions are the best endorsement of our Laong model. The true embodiment of the school motto, pursue transcendence, is just like him. Lu Jifa, who was standing to the side, adjusted his glasses. Even he had to admire this student's remarks. There is no doubt that they demonstrated strong English skills. To be able to make such insightful remarks, this child shows almost none of the naivete typical of high school students. Is this a good thing? As he said, this profound understanding stems from prolonged suffering. However, the two people beside him showed no sign of remorse whatsoever. Unable to resist, I began to comment. This child was practically crying for help right in front of me. You two demons, how can you still laugh? Chapter 77 Speech, The Blind's Fortune. These words were spoken. Cheng Mingguang immediately wanted to refute. But Lu Jifa did not give him a chance to speak. Is learning really something that should be painful? Although I have not experienced what others have gone through, I have no right to refute his understanding. But I still want to say something. This kind of pain is not the pain of learning itself, but the pain that your Hengi model inflicts on him. Students at Laong Middle School would never have such an understanding, because students studying there don't feel that kind of pain at all. And as the student said, the process of gradually approaching one's blossoming self should be one in which one feels inner satisfaction every minute and every second. How could one possibly feel pain? At the same time as the words were spoken, the audience also expressed their agreement. These two bastards don't care about the students' lives at all. They've tortured the students to this state, and they're even proud of it. At first, I thought the student's speech made sense, but Professor Lu's comment made me realize it was true. An expert is indeed an expert. I'm just waiting for Principal Guan to come to the studio and give you a piece of his mind. Wang Qingfang's mother will fly away. This child, if he were at Laong Middle School, his future achievements would definitely be much greater than if he were at Hengi Middle School. Let's watch the game. This kid's comments are very insightful. Luo might have a tough time winning. Anyway, if I, the cat, were in this school, I'd be dead sooner or later, hee. Faced with such an explanation, Wang Qingfang actually revealed something to that classmate. A look of pity? Although it was only for a moment, Professor Lu Jifa still managed to capture it. As an education expert with a psychology background, he would not make any mistakes in this interpretation. This made him suddenly realize something. This guy? She wasn't turning a blind eye to this suffering, nor was she incapable of empathizing with the students. She genuinely believed that this pain was worthwhile. Because it can make students stronger, all the pain is worth it. Lu Jifa was deeply shocked. In that case, the difficulty of refuting her will increase significantly. Meanwhile, Peng Yuanchao's score was also successfully obtained. Base score 5. Speech fluency, 6.8. Topic depth, 5.8. Audience resonance, 8.8. Final score, 24 points. It's almost perfect. The host then seized the opportunity to announce the scores and successfully got the right to speak. The program then transitioned to the second speaker's presentation. A little earlier, Qixin Experimental School. After being eliminated in the first round, Guo Jingyi sat upright in front of her laptop, her expression unchanged. Are you all right? The English teacher asked with concern. Should we stop the game? To be honest, although she was a teacher, she was inexplicably a little afraid of this student. From this student, she sometimes experienced something she could only feel in a temple or church. A sense of grandeur? It's just a feeling of coldness. To be honest, not only her English teacher, but other teachers also advised her many times to take a break and rest. But each time, the reply I received was, I'm fine. I feel great. Guo Jingyi said. Her gaze remained fixed on the newly announced vocabulary. Peng Yuanchao, who was in the first choice, has already made his selection. Therefore, only 6 words remained for her. I looked at the rules again. Would it be better to choose more words? In her black and white vision, 2 words lit up. The body made the choice automatically. After making a selection in the notebook, the word selection process ended. The vocabulary of almost the entire Oxford Dictionary began to float through her mind, and then flashed into view. Gradually, he independently put together a speech. Guo Jingyi closed her eyes and pondered. Victory, too, will appear before me automatically, just like this. The second contestant began their speech. The title of the speech was The Luck of the Blind. It's just a simple combination of 2 words. Facing the film crew, she spoke calmly and methodically in a cool voice. Sometimes I wonder what blind people see. I think it wasn't black. It was pure nothingness. So what exactly is that experience like? Obviously, as a normal, visual person, I have no way of knowing. Just like a blind person cannot imagine what the experience of color is like. Unfortunately, I was more or less aware of my own abnormality. Sometimes I suddenly forget what colors make me feel. The simple and plain world gives me a very peaceful feeling. All the worries and emotions have disappeared. Those complicated and trivial matters no longer exist. But they will always come back. Those bright, almost blinding colors will fill my field of vision again in just a few days. At this moment, she frowned almost imperceptibly. Then, she began to say 3 things in a very jarring way. When she was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, her mother made her stand for a whole night as punishment. In the pitch-black study, she stared at her reflection in the glass door and realized it was herself. This body is my own body. Then, she began to recount how she had a falling out with her best friend in junior high school. It was such a trivial and insignificant matter, just because she lost a regular ballpoint pen that she had borrowed from her. Perhaps a sincere apology would be enough to resolve the matter. But she suddenly felt a little fortunate, thinking that maybe this wasn't so bad. Therefore, I haven't spoken a single word to that good friend since. He also mentioned what happened after he came to Qixin Experimental School. The constant presence of instructions here made her feel so relaxed. There's absolutely no need to expend any effort thinking about it. Like a fish in water. From this perspective, I think blind people should also be considered lucky. At least, they won't be visually disturbed and can enjoy a peaceful view all the time. Although their eyes are inanimate objects. Unfortunately, I have never felt that death is such an unacceptable thing. Perhaps, that is eternal peace. I sincerely hope there is no afterlife, otherwise, even those who sleep peacefully underground will still encounter all sorts of disturbances. That would be far too cruel. That concludes my speech. Thank you all for listening patiently. The entire speech sounded completely unprepared. It flows smoothly and the transitions are seamless. Aside from the fact that it has almost no motion aids, the level of completion is exceptionally high. Moreover, the use of advanced vocabulary in the conversation is like a dazzling display of skill, flowing out in rapid succession. You see, memorizing a word is one thing, but being able to incorporate it into your own vocabulary and use it smoothly is another. Guo Jingyi's proficiency in English is evident. Without a doubt, in terms of difficulty alone, her speech far surpassed that of Peng Yuanchao, the first speaker. Moreover, the topics discussed are more profound than those of the former. Chapter 78 Speech, the Slave of Points. Only, because it is too profound or too neurotic. The judge's resonance score will indeed be much lower. Inside the studio, all 4 guests fell silent. Lu Jifa instantly understood why the teachers at Qixin Experimental Middle School hadn't forced her to stop attending classes. She was too tired. Every word describes this pure spiritual exhaustion. Just existing has already consumed all my energy. Like a maggot clinging to the bone, it cannot be removed by any amount of sleep, rest, or relaxation. Without a doubt, it's a psychological problem. It was caused by long-term torment within the family. Although his words and the lines revealed suicidal tendencies. But if this child continues like this, being swept along by the pace of life, he will most likely be able to keep his life hanging by a thread. However, if treatment is received, it is very likely that the patient will die. She is currently in a state of, although dying wouldn't be so bad, I don't want to die because I don't want to make a decision. If we let her gradually learn to make her own decisions, or at least, begin to recognize your own agency. That's hard to say, especially during the senior year of high school. Do you want her to take a break from school? How could a family that can raise such a child possibly allow the school to make this choice? This is undoubtedly a dilemma in education. Moreover, Lu Ji discovered that he even felt. The principal of Qixin Experimental Middle School handled it quite well. Only, it broke his heart. Why do these 2 schools select contestants who are all problem children? Where has the vitality and innocence that should be present at this age gone? The comments section also showed a variety of opinions regarding this statement. I didn't get anything out of what she was saying. It just felt a little scary. Look what they've done to this child. Compared to them, our Laong Middle School is still the best. This seems to be the first time that none of the judges have anything to say, right? What happened? How can she talk about death and other unimaginable things in an English speech? It's hard to imagine what she's thinking about all the time. I think this is normal, right? Back in high school, I also often thought about things like death and the meaning of life. This girl's English is really good, even better than that boy's. Our little Luo is in danger. Not long after, Guo Jingyi, who spoke second, also had her score successfully awarded. Base score, 10. Speech fluency, 7.8. Topic depth, 8.8. Audience resonance, 2.8. Final score, 25 points. Although the audience's resonance was indeed slightly weaker, but it's a solid perfect score. Inside Laong Middle School, Guandosi held his phone, but couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Without a doubt, the English proficiency of the 2 speakers before them was top-notch. And this 1049 Luo Yangxia, although I witnessed his growth firsthand. But in reality, he was just a high school student who had spent half a month in an English-speaking environment. Whether it's the amount of vocabulary they've memorized or their proficiency in usage, they certainly can't compare to these 2 contestants who have undergone more than 2 years of training. Guandosi really didn't care about the result of the competition. Whether he wins or loses, it won't have much impact on him or the entire Laong Middle School. But what teacher doesn't want their students to win? The remaining 4 words are penguin, desert, predicament, and sunscreen. I can say something about the theme of predicament. The others are all concrete nouns with little to no further development. It's difficult. Principal Guan couldn't help but clench his fist slightly. However, Luo Yangxiao on the stage was already full of confidence. After confirming that you can start speaking, he was facing nearly 400 students in the audience, as well as the photographer he had been pestering for half a month. He loudly proclaimed the theme of his speech. My speech is titled, The Dilemma of a Penguin Selling Sunscreen in the Desert. The Dilemma of a Penguin Selling Sunscreen in the Desert. They actually selected all 4 remaining words. The base score is already 20 points. Guandosi's mouth dropped open in astonishment. The 2 previous contestants, one here angrily criticizes the school and analyzes his dreams and goals, and the other mustered up the courage to recount his history of mental illness. Are you a slave to points here? Excellent. Excellent. This is the kind of student my Laong Middle School should have. This is the student I, Guandosi, personally mentored. Well done. Guandosi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. And, the moment this question was posed, the students in the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What is all this about? Has Zero really driven 1049 crazy? Oh no. Did we put too much pressure on him by forcing him to participate? We shouldn't have taken it upon ourselves to campaign for him in the first place. Hilarious. I really want to hear what he has to say. As expected of 1049, they can easily come up with something we can't. Haha. Choosing him was definitely the right choice, at least he's funny enough. The barrage of comments also flooded the entire screen like a tidal wave. Haha. This is definitely more interesting than the previous 2. That's ridiculous, it made me laugh. This topic. If I don't explain it well, I won't get any points. It's not easy to include all the vocabulary in the content. As expected of students from Laong Middle School, only kids with such freedom here could come up with something like this. I must say, the approach was correct. We can't compete with the first 2 in terms of the quality of our speeches, so it's better to focus on improving our base score. This child reads so many novels, it seems it wasn't for nothing. His thinking is so quick. I'd like to see how you talk this nonsense. This is going to be hilarious. This level of shamelessness is quite reminiscent of a school principal. And Luo Yangxia. He was almost bursting with pleasure. What does it mean to display divine power in public? What does it mean to awe the world? Today, I am the protagonist of my own novel. But he just smiled and waved to the audience. Pretend nothing's wrong. He began his speech in English. When this topic comes up, everyone is probably very curious. Why would this penguin go to the desert to sell sunscreen? I'm curious too, but that's not the point we're going to talk about. What we are focusing on is its potential predicament. The first thing that comes to mind is its survival dilemma. Penguins live in the extreme cold of Antarctica, where temperatures can drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, daytime temperatures in the desert can reach 50 degrees Celsius. This penguin probably died of heat stroke before it could even be marketed. Secondly, the mismatch between market demand and actual demand is also a dilemma. We all know that wild animals have fur, so why would they need sunscreen? The people who need sunscreen the most are hairless humans. But in the desert, where people rarely go, this is a big dilemma. It has to be said that his vocabulary was built up by reading novels and chatting with all sorts of people. The breadth and scope of its coverage are unparalleled. Every now and then, he would blurt out complex words that even Principal Guan had to process for a moment. But the whole thing is complete utter nonsense. I listened as he talked about everything from animal exploitation to ecological colonization and then to cultural hegemony. From the plight of penguins to the pollution of the natural environment by chemical products. They didn't care about connecting with the audience or not. They used every advanced vocabulary they could think of. Even Principal Guan had to admit that this was not a speech at all. This is just a little kid spouting nonsense in extremely fluent English, with his eyes closed. Chapter 79, page 1049. Well done. But it was such a nonsensical speech. Yet every single sentence revolves closely around this theme. The 4 chosen words are undoubtedly included and play a role in the discussion. Therefore, the base score was a solid 20 points. Inside the studio, Zhu Ziki and Cheng Mingguang both stared blankly at the screen with their mouths agape. Even Wang Chengfang couldn't help but laugh. Such a speech, appearing in this kind of English competition. That's just too absurd. Is this really something that can be done on the spot? Professor Lu Jifa, on the other hand, burst into laughter without any attempt to hide it. Ha! This is exactly how kids this age should behave. This divergent thinking, this naive and romantic attitude, and this confidence to spout nonsense in front of a national audience. May I ask, did the participants from the previous 2 schools possess even the slightest resemblance to this precious quality? It has to be said that this is the kind of quality that Principal Guan can cultivate in the environment he creates for his students. As the biggest fan of Guan Yu, he wouldn't hold back his words in this regard. Various comments and echoes appeared on the screen. Indeed, this contestant from Laong Middle School is completely different from the contestants from the previous 2 schools. She really does look like she's never suffered any injustice. Well said. The high-pressure environment of those other 2 schools would ruin even the best kids. In short, it all boils down to one sentence. Principal Guan is awesome. When are you going to open a branch school in our city? Although every child has a different personality by high school, the influence of the school environment on them is undeniable. After observing for so long, I feel that only Principal Guan is truly responsible for the children's education. The other schools are simply unacceptable. I watched as these comments floated past my eyes. And then I heard Professor Lu Jifa's veiled sarcasm again. Principal Chung Mingguang felt that this pedantic old scholar was nitpicking him in every word. He couldn't help but open his mouth to refute. What's so great about spouting a bunch of illogical things? Firstly, it lacks intellectual depth, and secondly, it fails to demonstrate the school's role in nurturing students. Besides, even I can tell from his English that there are many grammatical errors. Some of the words are simply not used correctly. The fact that he made so many mistakes shows that there was no teacher involved in his English learning at all. Wang Chengfang wanted to add more, but Chung Mingguang simply waved to the host. Hey, have the written test results been released yet? Let's just look at the final results. The implication is, of course, I just don't believe that the contestants from Hengyi Middle School would lose to Laofeng Middle School. The host was happy to accept this. He immediately took over the conversation. First, let's look at Luo Yangxia's speech score, number 3. Base score, 20. Speech fluency, 5.8. Topic depth, 1.8. Audience resonance, 0.8. As expected, the ratings were absolutely dismal. Because the fluency of a speech also requires consideration of grammatical correctness and proper collocations, what should have been the strongest point was dragged down. Depth and resonance, on the other hand, are almost non-existent. But it's still a solid perfect score, 25 points. Upon seeing this result, both the online comments and the students at Laofeng Middle School cheered and celebrated. Although, for the past half-month, all Luo Yangxia has done is read novels. However, it must be said that the boy's level of effort was incredibly inspiring. In particular, I watched his English skills improve step by step. This has further increased everyone's positive feelings towards him. Finally, the moment to tally all the scores has arrived. The competition during English Activity Week will also see its final winner. So, all 3 projects for English Activity Week have been completed. The results are as follows. The final result appeared on the big screen. Peng Yuanchao, Hengyi High School. Written test, 50 points. English Werewolf, 0 points. Speech with selected words, 24 minutes. Total score, 74 points. Qixin Experimental School, Guojingyi. Written test score, 47 points. English Werewolf, 5.5. Speech with selected words, 25 points. Total score, 77 points. Luo Yangxia, Laofeng Middle School. Written test score, 26 points. English Werewolf Game, 25 points. Speech with selected words, 25 points. Total score, 76 points. Luo Yangxia was only 1 point behind the first place winner. In the end, they only managed to get second place. Inside Laofeng Middle School. Upon seeing this result, Guandosi smiled with satisfaction. This has far exceeded his expectations. You should know that Luo Yangxia has never received any training in grammar or test-taking skills. This question uses vocabulary at the highest level of the TM8 test for English Majors Level 8. Even if Guandosi himself did it, he probably wouldn't get a perfect score. Could this child have reached this level in just half a month through his own hard work and study? Not only did I get full marks in the other 2 application-related projects, but I also achieved an accuracy rate of more than 50% in the difficult written test. However, Luo Yangxia, standing to the side, stared blankly at the big screen. I lost. I clearly tried so hard. Those English words, I asked Xiaoling, but she forgot them again. I had to ask again after I forgot, and repeat this several times before I remembered. It's really hard to chew. At first, I couldn't understand what others were saying, but I still tried my best to listen. I only started to understand it slowly. Zero trusted me so much. 1027 was the same. She took me with her every day to chat with all sorts of classmates. And the students below were all cheering me on so enthusiastically. I thought I would win. I really want to win. I really want to bring honor to our Laofeng Middle School. I want my dad to see me get first place. They've worked so hard. But, only second place? I'm so unwilling to accept this. The 14-year-old boy's slightly immature face couldn't help but twitch. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Tears welled up in her eyes. At that very moment, the audience behind the boy, a wave of cheers and applause erupted. 1049. Second place. You've won a silver medal for our Laofeng Middle School. That's incredible. I couldn't even understand the questions on this test. How could someone get such a high score of 1049? That girl is so strong. She's only 1 point behind him? That's practically the same as first place. He's only a freshman in high school, and he's already competing with seniors. This kid is simply a genius. Luo Yangxia, don't forget what you said before. You'd teach me English. Ha. 1049, look over here. Luo Yangxia raised her head. He slowly turned around. Before me are the genuine smiles of more than 400 students. Also present were Dean of Students Mei Jinxing, homeroom teacher Li Xueqing, cafeteria chef Huang Yuntian, and teachers from various subjects. Even the cameraman was clapping and congratulating him. This was something he had never experienced before. From a young age, his father never approved of anything he did. But now, these classmates and teachers are all cheering for me. 1049. Well done. I was patted hard on the shoulder. I turned my head to look. It was Zero's undisguised smile of satisfaction. How does it feel to have your efforts recognized? Chapter 80, please. Inside the studio. Congratulations to Guo Jingyi from Qixin Experimental School for winning this event. This student will receive a scholarship of 1,000 yuan from the program team, as well as 5 extra points on the independent enrollment exam of Beijing Foreign Studies University. The host beamed with joy as he offered his congratulations to the camera. Great, I can get off work soon. I'm getting old hosting this show. Professor Lu Jifa's face already showed his smugness. Principal Guan was right after all. Even in the direct battle of academic literacy, they can utterly defeat Hengi Middle School. Not to mention other aspects. The difference is like heaven and earth. Principal Chung, what do you think? These are students you are so proud of, cultivated by the Hengi model, and selected through multiple rounds of screening. But in this kind of competition, he came in last. I wonder what your thoughts are. Meanwhile, Chung Mingguang, the principal of Hengi Middle School, looked extremely dark-skinned. Although he wasn't exactly a freeloader to begin with, he completely ignored Lu Jifa's words. My mind is filled with a myriad of thoughts. How could Hengi High School lose? They are senior high school students from their own school, and they are the best of the best. It's fine if we don't win first place. How could he be defeated head-on by a freshman in high school? Professor Wang Chengfang, who was standing to the side, then tried to salvage the situation. This English activity, in order to be more engaging, does indeed differ somewhat from the exam syllabus. Therefore, it is not very representative of the final college entrance examination results. There is an element of luck involved in scoring, so it's not really a matter of pure skill. Besides, the difference isn't that big. Then, there was no more talk. Seeing this, the host decided to continue the program segment. Now, let's follow our camera and continue interviewing the contestants about their thoughts on this competition. Hengi Middle School. After finishing his speech, Peng Yuanchao no longer seemed lifeless. He seemed to have let down all his guard and leaned back in front of his laptop in complete relaxation. It's okay, this isn't the college entrance exam. Don't let your emotions affect your studies later. The English teacher standing nearby was still trying to comfort them. It's all right, teacher. If you don't win, you don't win. I haven't worked hard enough, but I'll work twice as hard next time. I can manage. There's nothing wrong with admitting that you're not as skilled as others. He stood up, exhaled a long breath, and waved his hand. He looked relaxed, showing no trace of the tension he had felt before the match. If it is a test that must be endured, then we must not let our mindset become inferior. Why put pressure on yourself? Just face the challenges with peace of mind. Inside the studio. Upon hearing this, Chung Mingguang's eyes lit up. I was actually comforted by the student's words. Hengi model has never been one to be a sore loser. It's all right. This doesn't prove anything. It's just one competition. It can't erase the outstanding students that Hengi has nurtured over the past decade. Furthermore, the superiority of the Hengi model cannot be denied. Immediately following was a burst of laughter and clapping. That's right. This is the mindset that students nurtured by Hengi High School should have. I'm not afraid of losing. If you lose a game, you only lose once. But if you lose your mindset, you lose for life. It is precisely the competitive environment of Hengi High School that provides students with such excellent qualities. Lu Jifa did not refute this. But based on what this student said, Lu Jifa himself was also very impressed. To be able to face such pressure so calmly. It must be said that this quality could only be obtained under the inhumane system of Hengi High School. But, how can this be considered a good thing? The host then moved on to the next contestant. Qixin Experimental School. When interviewed, Guo Jingyi nodded slightly. Just as I thought. As long as I get my body moving, victory will appear before me on its own. So, if nothing else. She pulled a well-worn Oxford dictionary from her backpack. The bookmark is embedded in the S position. He looked at the English teacher standing to the side. The latter nodded somewhat awkwardly. And so, without another word, he calmly walked away with his dictionary in hand. There was absolutely no trace of the joy he had felt after his victory. Inside the studio, Lu Jifa couldn't help but push up his glasses. It is even difficult to attribute the cause of this situation to Qixin Experimental School. Perhaps even in such high-pressure families, the responsibility should only be borne by half. The other half. Perhaps the only explanation is the existence of the college entrance examination itself. My thoughts drifted, and I couldn't help but think of Principal Guan's previous remarks. If people are judged by whether something is useful or not, then they will naturally use this standard to compete with each other. However, birth is the first watershed between those who invade and those who are invaded. The college entrance examination is probably the second hurdle. It is precisely because the college entrance examination determines so much that victims like these, ravaged by pressure, emerge. I need to think of a way to save her. The host's reaction to the winner was surprisingly indifferent. He gave a somewhat awkward laugh. Now, let me take a look at the interviews with the contestants from Laong Middle School. At Principal Guan's request, we have some previously hidden footage that we will now play. Please look at the big screen. The host reached his hand behind him. At the same time, at Laong Middle School, Luo Yangxiao was still in a daze after hearing Principal Guan's question. Then I saw a video playing on the large screen behind me. In the picture, let's go back a week and a half. Principal, have you decided on the participants yet? The person in charge asked Guandosi. Why should the school decide on this kind of thing? As I've already said, everyone is equal at our school. Moreover, the decision of whether or not to gain extra points should be made by the students themselves. I've already told them about the voting. I believe the final selection will be made in the next few days, right? The scene changes. Notices about the event were posted in every classroom. All students can participate in this decision-making process. On Teacher's Day, a vote will be held downstairs in the teaching building, allowing students to decide who will represent Laong Middle School in the competition. Next, the scene shifts to the perspective of Liao Guanqing, number 1027, following him. Hey, 1027, haven't you been avoiding me these past few days? Inside the cafeteria, Li Jiayao, number 3072, asked with a light laugh. Between his arched eyebrows, however, lay a hint of playfulness. Liao Guanqing, sitting opposite her, had his face flushed red. That's because my grandma, she's afraid. All right, I know you love your grandma the most. You must have something to ask me, right? I want to help a friend get votes, you know? In the senior year of high school, I don't know many people. Liao Guanqing, who could normally have a peaceful conversation with Li Jiayao, has been deliberately avoiding her for the past few days. I actually find it a bit difficult to get used to. Huh, Junior, is this how you ask your senior for help? The girl tilted her head and smiled. The girls around her also covered their mouths and chuckled. Ah, then I. Beg me. Oh, tell me, please, senior. Please, senior, help me get votes for 1049. He's really working hard. Liao Guanqing suddenly lowered his head and shouted loudly and sincerely. For a moment, it attracted the attention of the students in the cafeteria. The girl's expression was one of utter astonishment. But there was not a trace of rejection in those eyes. Chapter 81 Half-Brothers. Then, the screen switched again. Please vote for contestant number 1049. He's working hard to learn English and prepare for the competition. Excuse me, would you like to know more about 1049? Liao Guanqing and Li Jiayao were handing out flyers at the entrance of the cafeteria. The above briefly describes the current stage of Luo Yangxia, 1049. This includes his habit of devouring English novels every day. Of course, the reason why she was put on the mother tongue deprivation device by the principal and became like this is, of course, for the sake of public image. The flyer itself was obtained by 1027 through a neighbor's connection at the school's printing room. The montage continues within the frame. Sometimes, Luo Yangxiao would be forcibly dragged into the cafeteria by Liao Guanqing to interact with all sorts of people. In Liao Guanqing's view, this is certainly part of the campaign to garner votes. In Luo Yangxiao's view, this was just ordinary chatting. And so, in this process, Luo Yangxiao met with almost all of her classmates. The entire school is gradually witnessing how his English is slowly improving. Then, on Teacher's Day, 3 days before the competition, the principal publicly announced the votes via broadcast during morning reading time. Luo Yangxiao passed unanimously. Of course, not everyone voted for Luo Yangxiao. However, those who voted all cast 1049 votes. These are two separate things. The scene changes again. Before the 1049 goes to the principal's face segment on Friday night. Inside the dormitory, Guandosi pulled Mei Jinxing along. From a distance, they could see Luo Yangxiao approaching. Old Mei, that's enough, say your lines. Okay. We haven't finalized the participants for our English activity week yet. Then, it seamlessly connected with the initial replay. In the studio, Lu Jifa was filled with mixed emotions. This is youth. The mutual help and friendship among classmates, without expecting anything in return. How many high school students miss out on this kind of youth because of various pressures? Principal Guan's educational philosophy is truly reflected in every aspect of his educational practice. How many schools can't even achieve this simple principle of equality for all? It is in this process that not only has the friendship between students been strengthened, but the atmosphere of the school has also become more harmonious. Even at Hengi High School, the candidates selected before the elimination process are determined by the teachers, right? Did we fail to consider the students' wishes? The words had just left his mouth. Lu Jifa regretted it. Is it meaningful for me to talk about this with something like this? As expected, Principal Chung Mingguang's eyes revealed indifference. Such a scene did not affect him at all, nor did he think that such behavior was of any benefit. They didn't even have the thought of refuting it, simply dismissing it with disdain. However, Professor Wang Chengfang kept her eyes glued to the screen. She wasn't distracted, but no one knew what she was thinking. So, did Principal Guan's keeping his word attitude have some impact on her? However, the comments section erupted in criticism. Chung Mingguang, have you had a stroke? Can't you speak? Can't you babble? A wild boar can't stomach fine food. A good principal like this is as good as nothing to him. He probably couldn't learn from him. I'm so touched. 1027 not only chats with him every night, but also campaigns for him like this during the day. If my brother treated me like that, I'd kneel down and immediately acknowledge him as my godfather. What great brothers. They're all such good kids. I almost cried watching this. When the principal gave his opening speech, I thought he was just making empty promises as a publicity stunt. But over the past 2 weeks, I didn't expect that Principal Guan would truly embody the concept of equality for all in every aspect of his work. It's the hard work of young people that's so inspiring. Although, judging from their motivation, it's just that 1049 is purely stubborn. Meanwhile, at this moment, Laong Middle School. A resolute expression appeared on Luo Yangsha's face. Her eyes were glistening. So you did all this behind my back? He even bowed down to the bullying senior. He suffered such humiliation because of me. Good bro. He turned around and extended his right hand to the 1027 people below the stage. Then he pounded his left chest. He nodded firmly. The friendship between men needs no further explanation. Brother, from now on, you are my brother. I have no mother, and you have no father or mother. Together we are 1.5 orphans. Those are half-brothers. Guandosi then moved closer to Luo Yangsha, initiating the devil's temptation. Everyone was inspired by your hard work. That's why they chose you. Even if you don't get second place today, or even if you lose badly, they have already recognized your worth. It has nothing to do with whether you achieve results or not. How does it feel to gain recognition as long as you work hard? Pretty good, isn't it? Luo Yangsha nodded. It really was awesome. Moreover, it's not just when you finally show your divine power in front of others that it feels great. It's like, the more I read a novel, the more I understand it. Suddenly, in the cafeteria, I heard a classmate say something that made me understand. It feels like I finally understand what zero's bullshit means. It was all pretty enjoyable. Seeing Luo Yangsha's expression, Principal Guan pressed his advantage. At your stage, as long as you work hard, you will reap the rewards. This is really rare in life. Like me, I want to improve my education level, but there's no textbook like guide to tell me how to do it. Now that you have a teacher and a direction, it's the perfect time for you to continue your efforts. Luo Yangsha listened attentively, seemingly lost in thought. So Principal Guan carefully uttered the sentence he had prepared beforehand. How about it? How about trying out class next Monday? I've heard that. He did not refuse outright as he had done before. However, there was hesitation in his expression. After a long while, he said in a very low voice, I don't want to make my dad happy. Guandosi knew that the time had come. His subjective intentions have been fully paved. It's just one step away from resolving the inner conflict. However, it cannot be done in front of this stage. Even this guy wouldn't want his classmates to see him like this. Let's not think about that for now. Let's go celebrate. If you still have questions, come find me. You know where I live anyway. Principal Guan left after saying that. Inside the studio, the essential debate segment at the end of each episode has already begun. Chung Mingguang has completely lost all shame. They started praising themselves by focusing on the superiority of the Hengi model. As for Professor Lu Jifa's rebuttal, he wouldn't even let Lu Jifa utter a complete sentence. Not to mention Professor Lu. Even if Professor Wang Chengfang wanted to offer some theoretical supplements, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. It basically turned into a one-man showdown between him and the national audience's barrage of insults. And within the 3 middle schools, the English Activity Week competitions also concluded successfully. Peng Yuanxiao returned to his dormitory and continued working on his homework. He spent half a day on the competition, and he's almost finished with his homework for this week. However, he felt very relaxed. He just had to endure it. There was nothing he couldn't get through. Gu Jingyi, as always, walked alone on campus. Occasionally, students passing by would whisper among themselves behind her back. But this had no effect on her. Luo Yangxia stepped down from the stage, surrounded by all the students. We had a good celebration. However, I have always felt somewhat uneasy. In the end, just as Principal Guan had predicted, he knocked on Principal Guan's door while being followed by the film crew. Chapter 82 made the students cry again. Come in. Guandosi opened the door. He didn't even need to look through the peephole to know who was coming. Behind Luo Yangxia, there was a film crew. He also said, I'm about to talk you to the point of collapse. Do you still want to continue being live-streamed? Luo Yangxia was taken aback. Then he shook his head violently. I don't believe it. Cameraman, just keep filming. A wicked smile crept across Guandosi's lips. He slumped back in his chair, relaxed. Then he pulled over another chair from the side. This is the only difference between Guandosi's dormitory room and the student dormitory room. Because there are frequent visitors, an extra chair was added. Sit down. What brings you here? Luo Yangxia himself didn't know why he came here. He sat blankly in the chair, lost in thought and remaining silent. But Guandosi knew why he came. He's looking for a way to back down. Just as Guandosi has always believed. Don't students realize the importance of learning? He skips classes every day, and he knows it's not normal. In particular, 1027 would tell him every night what interesting things were discussed in class during the day, which had long piqued his interest. Seeing that Luo Yangxia had not spoken, Guandosi then spoke. Let's chat then, just like before, but in Chinese. Okay, sure. You just told me you don't want to make your old man happy? Why is that? After so many days of communicating on an equal footing, Luo Yangxia gradually began to lower her guard. They no longer felt hostile towards Principal Guan as they had at the beginning of the semester. They had almost become buddies. We're still the kind of best buddies who can call each other idiots. So, upon hearing this question, he immediately began to speak. Because of him, he always hits me. And no matter what I do, he's unhappy and always yells at me. He wants me to go to class again, but I'm not going to listen to him. I just don't want to go. Why should I do it just because he says so? Even if I did it, he wouldn't be happy. So why should I do it? I'm just like this, okay? When the topic came up, the child poured out his thoughts as if a dam had burst. He was puffed up with anger, as if venting his frustrations, cursing, complaining, and blaming. Undoubtedly, he harbored too much resentment. Upon hearing this, Guandosi immediately began to echo. Indeed, your old man is a real scoundrel. If you ask me, he's a failure himself. So he's deliberately trying to make you fail too. He's using the control over you to demonstrate the last vestige of his sense of superiority. You're growing up, so he feels out of control. He's trying to establish his authority by belittling you. Your dad is just incompetent. He's using this as an excuse for his weakness. Unexpectedly, Guandosi's accusations and reprimands became increasingly severe. Luo Yangxia's brows gradually furrowed slightly. It didn't seem like anger, but more like a sense of grievance. Ziryu, how could you say that about my dad? He's still my dad. Guandosi wore an indignant expression on his face, but secretly, he was laughing to himself. That's right, that's correct. Oh, I didn't realize you liked your dad so much. Are you defending him so much? Upon hearing this, Luo Yangxia was stunned once again. I want to speak, but I don't know how to say it. This child, I've completely manipulated him. With such a clever little brain, don't you usually think about these kinds of questions? Very well, then I, the principal, will give you a push. He took out his phone. You know what? You don't call your dad anymore, so he calls my cell phone directly. Retrieve the prepared recording. I click play directly. A little earlier. Backstage at the studio. Zhong Daoyan, the program's chief director, looked at the monitor screen displaying the current images. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. This is interesting, really interesting. Quickly, stop them arguing in the studio. Bring it back and make adjustments. Switch to the footage of Laong Middle School. His keen intuition, honed by years of experience as a journalist, allows him to instinctively identify the most controversial and provocative content. Principal Guan, you really are a live streaming saint. I originally thought this was just a lull in the flow after the main content was finished. Unexpectedly, this has attracted even more attention. You really do manage to surprise me every time. The staff member standing nearby quickly conveyed Zhong Daoyan's instructions to the host through an earpiece. On stage, the host looked at the noisy guests in the studio. Zhong Daoyan, are you fucking crazy? How can I bring this back? The host felt like his heart was about to stop at any moment. However, they still found an opportunity to provide guidance. What the guests said all makes some sense. However, as a school, shouldn't it also be concerned about mediating the relationship between parents and children? especially the issues related to adolescent mental illness that you mentioned before. Family involvement is also very important. Why don't we take another look at what Principal Guan of Laong Middle School is saying now? Although the guests all had expressions that said, "What is this idiot suddenly saying?" But the host stuck to the same script, forcefully seizing control of the live broadcast's focus. Then, the scene unfolds. "I am Luo Yangxiao's father, Luo Wengang." I heard this sound. Luo Yangxiao frowned instantly. This guy, why did he bother Zero? Sure enough, this guy wanted to kill me. My school, my teaching methods, do not need your guidance. The principal's stern voice came from inside. Huh. As expected, nothing magical can work in front of the principal. What level are you at that you want to guide the education level of our Zero? You think everyone is as easy to bully as me? Yes. Principal, you're a professional. I don't understand those things. I'm not very educated. Please don't take offense, Principal. But then, she heard her father's rough voice, which was so cautious. Luo Yangxia couldn't help but be surprised. This was a tone he had never heard from his father before. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Does he have to treat everyone like this when he works away from home? Yet, a pang of sadness involuntarily rose in my heart. And then that thing. Let him call his father when he has time. I miss that bastard a lot if I don't see him for a day. Luo Yangxia's eyes widened. Will he miss me? And after only one day apart, he went to bother Principal Guan? Why do you act so humble in front of the principal? Is it just so you can hear my voice? So this guy was also thinking about me. I thought he always wished I were dead. This is the first time I've ever heard him say something like that. Luo Yangxia sat there blankly. The recorded call had already finished playing. Although his eyes were lifeless, they were already brimming with tears. This 14-year-old boy showed no helplessness or tears after being deprived of his mother tongue. She only heard a soft word from her father. She burst into tears. Principal Guan, you really are insidious and vicious, laughs. So, how did you feel after listening? Principal Guan put away his phone and asked casually. Luo Yangxia then realized what was happening. She hurriedly wiped away the tears in her eyes. Much later, he then slowly began to speak. I don't want to admit that I like this guy. Anyway, his actions towards me won't be as kind as he claims. Chapter 83 Living Peacefully with Imperfect Parents. Mei Jinxing was running wildly through the campus. At 46 years old, wearing casual leather shoes, it's indeed not easy to pick up speed. He needed to get to his dorm room. There's no time to wait for the school bus. He only realized that the principal was about to expound his ideas when he saw the live broadcast on his phone. As the principal said before, what he wants to teach students is how to live a peaceful life. Today's remarks are clearly a further supplement to this principle. How could I miss the principal's speech? He vowed to be a compiler and disseminator of the principal's ideas. As I was running, a small electric scooter sped up from behind and stopped beside me. No time to explain, get in the car. That was Luo Yangxia's homeroom teacher, physics teacher Li Shueching. As the person directly in charge of Luo Yangxia's situation, he couldn't possibly miss this analysis from the principal. Good. Mei Jinxing jumped up quickly. The weight of two adult men made the little electric scooter creak and groan as it finally made it to the dormitory. Thankfully, I shouldn't have missed anything. Mei Jinxing quickly pulled out his notebook and pen and began to prepare to take notes. Luo Yangxiao wiped away her tears. Looking at the ground, he still said defiantly, I don't want to admit that I like this guy. Anyway, his actions towards me won't be as kind as he claims. Upon hearing this, Guandosi nodded. Indeed, your father's parenting methods were very problematic. It's definitely okay if you don't like him. This is not your fault. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangxiao raised her head in surprise. This is not the kind of preaching he had imagined. Shouldn't I be taught to appreciate my father's good intentions and learn to be grateful? At least, that's what my junior high school teacher said. Luo Yangxiao had heard this kind of cliché countless times. Then how should I treat him? Guandosi looked up, as if recalling something. Then, he opened his mouth and said, You can love someone, but not like them. It's nothing. He is your father, so you will naturally love your parents. After all, he raised you. You can't resist or refuse this kind of love. But you don't have to like him. It's okay if you don't agree with how he treats you, or how he treats the world and society. Why are you being so conflicted? Why make yourself feel bad and even punish yourself because of the reasons your father treated you badly? If we don't see eye to eye, then it's fine to just say half a sentence. If you really don't want to meet, then meet less often, or escape from such an unhappy family of origin. That would be good too. Luo Yangxia's eyes widened upon hearing this. It has to be said. Zero's words suddenly made him feel much better. But, doesn't that mean cutting ties with your family? He couldn't help but feel sorry for his elderly father again. Is this really okay? My dad would be so sad. I don't want to be a bad person. Principal Guan had anticipated this question. He immediately said, "Of course, I don't think your father is a really bad person. He could say those things to me. At least he truly loves you, unlike some parents who are inhuman and have no parental love whatsoever. So you don't need to be so extreme in avoiding him. However, these choices are ultimately yours. What matters is always your own thoughts. Don't be stubborn. Your parents are just a starting point for you, and this starting point is not subject to your will. What's the point of making yourself feel bad? Don't use the moral obligation of parental love to bind yourself, thinking about why you can't like your parents and feeling that you are unfilial. You are not unfilial. Don't try to please your parents or change their views and actions towards you. You can't do that. Don't think that your parents have a problem with their mindset, or that you should try to save them or redeem them. You can't do that. Treating parents is the same as treating children. Sometimes you have to coax them. Just accept their current situation and take it easy. Before you can make them happy, you have to make yourself feel comfortable first. Have I made this clear to you? In fact, Guandosi had a deeper concept that he didn't reveal. Learning to make your parents sad is the first step to becoming an adult. However, this concept is still too profound for children of this age. Guandosi didn't want to raise an ungrateful child. As Luo Yangxiao listened, a smile slowly crept onto his lips. Thinking like this, my stupid dad is just like a child. If I study hard, will he be happy? He'll definitely be happy. However, he just doesn't know how to show it, and doesn't want me to know that he's happy. Thinking about it this way, isn't he just a quirky kid? They're probably not even 5 years old yet. They want to hide everything from the adults. Maybe I'm the one who's actually like this kid's father. I understand. Thank you, Zero. He completely abandoned his previous awkwardness and thanked them very frankly. Mei Jinxing, standing to the side, was writing rapidly with his pen. He recorded every word the principal said without any embellishment. At this moment, my heart is also surging with emotion. This is the highest realm of education, imparting knowledge. There is no doubt that how to get along with parents is a profound subject. Children from harmonious families, who draw energy from their parents, naturally don't need to worry about this. However, in some, or even most, cases, especially in high school, societal pressures often pass through parents and are placed on children. Children already face immense academic pressure, and now they have to endure additional stress. It's hard not to have psychological problems after all this. This situation is particularly common in impoverished mountainous areas where economic conditions are not so good. Throughout Mei Jinxing's teaching career, he has faced this situation countless times. Each time, all I can do is helplessly watch as this child is devastated by a toxic family, and then lets himself go down a path of depravity. With Principal Guan's philosophy, at least teachers have the means to help children get through this kind of situation. As expected, Principal Guan's thoughts are unfathomable. The principles I mentioned before about helping children navigate life with peace of mind have a concrete application today. This is about teaching children how to get along with their less than perfect parents. He decided that when he got back today, he would write a commentary on Principal Guan's speech. The concept that Principal Guan has highly condensed and summarized will be presented in a demonstration. Li Xueqing, who was also listening attentively, nodded frequently. His understanding of education has not yet reached the level of Director Mei. However, he saw that this child, who had always disliked school, was brought down by Principal Guan's methods. Not only has my English level reached a level I could never achieve in my next life. Now, the knot in their hearts has been untied. That's just one word. The principal is awesome. He pulled his prison uniform tighter around himself with genuine pride. Taking a position at Laong Middle School was truly the best decision I ever made in my life. Chapter 84: The Child's Addiction Returns. In the live stream room, the audience watched as Luo Yangxia gradually fell into depravity, only to be gradually brought back to his senses by Principal Guan. The emotions welled up inside me. I'm so touched. A good teacher can truly be remembered by a student for a lifetime. Principal Guan really changed this child's life trajectory. Isn't this lesson far more important than any of the academic subjects taught in schools today? Yet, many schools lack this kind of education. Who understands how it feels to be brought to tears by Principal Guan's words again? I just wanted to watch the live stream and have some fun. Why am I always crying here? That's so true. It really hits home. My mom has been controlling me so much that even after I start working, she still calls my boss to ask if I'm working hard. Think about the previous 2 contestants, how they were. Under Principal Guan, they would have received such care, and that certainly wouldn't have happened. Another day saved by Principal Guan. That feels so good. Watching this live stream really does prolong life. Little Luo is so cute, This kid will definitely grow up to be 100 times better than his father. Meanwhile, in the studio, Although the four guests were unaware of the cause and effect, suddenly, the host steered the conversation to this topic. However, they still have some understanding of Luo Yangsha's situation. Professor Wang Chengfang, in particular, remembers watching this guy get scolded by his father and then go through 2 weeks of aversion to school. She used this situation to criticize Principal Guan for condoning the communication between children and their parents. Unexpectedly, Principal Guan's words cured him. To be honest, this aspect does not involve high school education policy. Professor Wang Chengfang even somewhat agreed with Principal Guan's ideas. How schools can make choices between the demands of both parents and students is actually a very complex matter. On the one hand, the primary responsibility of schools is, of course, the education of their students. However, a student's potential is greatly influenced by family education, and often negatively so. On the other hand, schools are also subject to parental oversight. From a position of authority, schools cannot advise parents on their parenting methods. The concept proposed by Principal Guan is undoubtedly a path to solve this dilemma. In fact, it's a pretty good method. Since the school can't do anything about the parents, and the children may be negatively influenced by their parents, then we should try to help children develop a mindset that protects them from the negative influences of their parents. I must say, wonderful. However, it was absolutely impossible for her to praise Principal Guan. Being unable to swallow one's pride is secondary. The main thing is to prevent the audience from having even the slightest bit of approval for this guy's stance. So she chose to keep quiet. Professor Lu Jifa, sitting opposite her, clapped his hands in praise. Indeed, a good educator is often a good life mentor. This is a concept that even I have never explored or thought about. As they talked, he couldn't help but think of Guo Jingyi, the girl from Qixin Experimental Middle School. Her situation, although the campus environment of Qixin Experimental Middle School is also partly to blame. But without a doubt, the vast majority of the responsibility still falls on the toxic families. If Principal Guan's ideas could be better disseminated, to ensure that children can retain their innocent and pure hearts even under the unreasonable expectations and exploitation of their parents. Presumably, such tragedies will be greatly reduced. Following Principal Guan will truly teach these children a treasure that will benefit them for a lifetime. Just as Lu Jifa continued to prepare to analyze Principal Guan's philosophy, the unpleasant sound came again. Principal Cheng Mingguang slammed his fist on the table and launched a scathing attack. This is outrageous. Is this the kind of education we receive? Is this how the filial piety tradition that has been passed down through thousands of years in our great Chinese nation is being deconstructed? What are their intentions? I dare say that any parent would absolutely disagree with such a statement. I'm not criticizing him from the perspective of an education colleague, but as a father to set the record straight. Isn't this just teaching a child to sever ties with their parents? How can they even say something like that? Nonsense, utter nonsense. I originally thought that Principal Guan had only made a mistake in his educational policy, but I never expected that he could be so morally corrupt as to harm children. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Such comments immediately sparked discussion among the viewers. I was wondering why what I was hearing sounded a bit strange. I never expected it to mean this. I initially had some approval of Principal Guan, but it turns out he's this kind of person. What nonsense is this idiot spouting here? Preventing children from being negatively influenced by their parents means severing ties? Are you out of your mind? Cheng Mingguang's professionalism is truly inferior to Professor Wang Chengfang's. Even when expressing opposition, his arguments lack logic. I suggest we don't invite him again. How can a child not be grateful? That would break their parents' hearts. Such a child will grow up to be an ungrateful wretch who wouldn't care if their parents died at home. Hey, you jumping so high, did something hurt you? Let me tell you, if you keep treating your kids like this, you'll be all alone and die at home when you're old. These days, it's really hard to express an opinion. Even if you say you can't eat shit, there will be trolls arguing with you. I suggest this Principal Chung go back to elementary school to study Chinese. He can't even understand what's being said, yet he's spouting nonsense here. It's extremely unpleasant to watch. To put it bluntly, Principal Guan's point is to take the essence and discard the dross. Parents' advice contains both good and bad points. You shouldn't listen to the bad parts. That's the gist of it. So what's there to criticize? However, Principal Guan obviously couldn't see the controversial comments. Even if he sees it, he won't take it to heart. Established ideas are not so easily attacked. Seeing that Luo Yangxiao looked happy, Guandosi knew that his radical changes to him were now complete. However, some finishing touches are still needed. So he said to him sincerely, "I'm sorry. I have to apologize to you. I was wrong to say your dad was incompetent. He's already supporting you in the best way he can. To scold one's father is disrespectful. 1049, will you forgive me?" Luo Yangxiao chuckled and waved his hand. Who cares about that anymore? He seemed completely unburdened. By the way, Zero, you haven't returned my glasses yet. Guandosi was stunned. Then I realized he was talking about a mother tongue depriver. This child, even after the punishment is over, do you still want to keep working hard while wearing this kind of torture device? Yours? When did this become yours? I wrote my name, he said with a smug look on his face. Guandosi took out the cognitive correction glasses from his pocket. There was indeed a small piece of tape wrapped around the left frame, with the number 1049 written on it. Guandosi was speechless. This is clearly school property. Hurry up, I'm addicted to reading, give it to me. He snatched it without any regard for propriety, and then walked out without looking back. Chapter 85. Next round of topic selection. The argument in the studio continued for another half hour. Faced with Cheng Mingguang's aggressive approach, even Wang Qingfang would sometimes offer a few mild rebuttals. However, out of consideration for their previous partnership in running the school, she did not actually participate in the battle. The vast majority of the opposition came from the comments section and from Professor Lu Jifa. But Principal Cheng Mingguang has a skin thicker than a city wall. Even if their logical fallacies are pointed out to their face, they can still reply without batting an eye. So what? Anyway, what you said is wrong. It is practically invincible. However, it was precisely his unreasonable and argumentative behavior that had a positive effect. Some viewers don't actually have much logical thinking and don't carefully consider the actual meaning behind the people's statements. Or they might simply be opportunists, believing that whatever they say is reasonable. Seeing Principal Cheng Mingguang's unpleasant appearance, these viewers chose to side with Professor Lu Jifa. Soon, the program came to an end amidst the ongoing debate between the two sides. So, please continue to follow Decoding Education for daily live broadcasts from schools. Also, don't miss the studio live broadcast next weekend. Next, as before, we will have a replay of the highlights from today's live stream, so please don't miss it. Then, the exhausted host bowed and thanked them. The studio signal has officially ended. Principal Cheng Mingguang stood up and laughed twice. Haha, we really had a good argument today. Your professorship is pretty useless. You can't argue with me. Professor Lu Jifa naturally wouldn't even bother with such a statement. He walked straight out as if he didn't exist. Cheng Mingguang's forehead veins bulged as he watched. What do you mean, you old codger? So what if you've read a few more books? Let me tell you, you're just like that Principal Guan, a cancerous tumor that misleads students. I will definitely report this to the Education Bureau and file a complaint against you. Damn it, I'm so angry. He pointed in the direction Lu Jifa had left and began to curse loudly. How come you still have this stubborn, outspoken temper after all these years? Does that mean I've just studied for a few more years? Wang Qingfang was an old acquaintance of his, so naturally she understood his temperament. Cheng Mingguang's temper flared up quickly but subsided just as fast. Upon hearing this, he laughed twice more. Haha, Professor Wang, how can they be the same? Principal Cheng, what good will it do you to get sick from getting so angry? Can't you tone it down a bit? Okay, we'll tone it down, we definitely will. You guys still have a topic selection meeting to hold, right? Right. Then I'll wait for you outside. Yanhong said she absolutely has to treat you to a meal. Xiao Yanhong is Cheng Mingguang's wife and an old acquaintance of Professor Wang Qingfang. During their trip to Beijing to participate in the program, the couple also took the opportunity to tour the city. Wang Qingfang gave a brief reply and then rushed to the conference room to discuss the topic selection. Inside the meeting room, Professor Lu Jifa is resting with his eyes closed. But in his eyes, he could not shake off the expressionless figure of Guo Jingyi. It was heartbreaking for him. Unfortunately, I couldn't offer any real help. He had just contacted Zhao Qingrong, the principal of Qixin Experimental Middle School, to find out about the situation. They said they had suggested she take sick leave or even suspend her studies several times. The parents completely disagreed. They even threatened to file a complaint against the school. Unfortunately, this parent still had some influence in the local area. Principal Zhao Qingrong even said that the reason for choosing her to participate in the competition was to draw more attention to her. It was an open conspiracy. Let public opinion force this parent to take it seriously. Lu Jifa shook his head. It's no wonder it won't work. Such parents are more likely to feel they are right the more opposition and disapproval they receive. The more something is intolerable to ordinary people, the more it demonstrates that one's educational approach is unique and rare in the world. The saying goes, truth is only in the hands of a few. Ironically, most people would agree with this statement. But Principal Zhao Qingrong's idea does have some merit. Use public opinion to force other schools and society to make changes. It's like the Guan family army is growing rapidly online. As long as more and more people can see the achievements Principal Guan has made at Laong Middle School, it will definitely have a demonstrative effect and serve as a role model. Sorry to keep you waiting, professors. So, regarding the topics for next week, Zhong Daoyan arrived late and addressed the two. It was decided beforehand that this week we would focus on mental health issues in various schools. Lu Jifa said without hesitation. School bullying, academic pressure, and the coverage of psychological counseling in schools must all be addressed. This time, Wang Chengfang did not raise any objections. 1 hour later, inside a high-end restaurant not far from the CCTV headquarters building, Principal Chung, how is my daughter with you? During the meal, this issue inevitably came up in conversation. Chengming Wang, sitting opposite Wang Chengfang, was eating with gusto. He even put food on his wife's plate. Upon hearing this, he hesitated somewhat and said, to be honest, she doesn't have the same advantage as when she first entered high school last year. She might fall behind in her second year. After listening, Wang Chengfang nodded with a somewhat solemn expression. So, is she considered hardworking? Of course, Professor Wang. How could a child raised with your family education not work hard? She works much harder than other children. Wang Chengfang breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's all right. Didn't our top scorer before, Zhu Ziki, also start his comeback in his senior year of high school? Yes, that's true. In that case, we'll have to ask Principal Chung to keep a close eye on her. Wang Chengfang smiled. She has absolute confidence in her daughter. Moreover, as long as she tries her best, to be honest, Wang Chengfang wouldn't have any objections even if she didn't do well on the exam. She sent her daughter there primarily for self-cultivation, not for academic achievements. Even if she had mediocre grades there, she would absolutely excel in the college entrance examination in Beijing. Wang Chengfang felt no shame for using the rules to gain an advantage. That's just the truth. Upon hearing Wang Chengfang's instructions, Chengming Wang nodded. At the same time, inside Laong Middle School, watching Luo Yangxia's departing figure, Guandosi couldn't help but shake his head. Now these glasses are no longer forcibly bound by the warden. They can be taken off and put on whenever one wants. Anyway, it's Saturday today, so let the kids watch for a while if they want. 017. This child has missed 2 weeks of school. You need to pay more attention to him. Guandosi explained to Li Xueqing, who was standing to the side. Okay, came the cheerful reply. Also, Lao Mei, could you ask Teacher Ling to keep an eye on 1049? I'm worried his mentality is still a bit unstable. Teacher Ling, also known as Ling Yueyu, is a psychological counselor at Laong Middle School. However, because of the principal's presence, her psychological counseling work was often taken away. Guandaosi's attitude towards her was a mixture of love and hate, and Guandaosi didn't want to provoke her. Therefore, Director Mei is always the one who relays messages. No problem. Chapter 86 Special Recruitment. After explaining everything, Guandaosi entered a less busy period. He took out his phone. At this moment, we have reached the stage of replaying the highlights. However, the live stream remained incredibly popular. In particular, Guandaosi's final remarks continued to spark discussion in the live chat. At this moment, another pop-up window appeared on the screen. Education decoded. Did English Week change your opinion of some schools? Come and choose the school you support. Not again. I had almost forgotten about this. As always, Guandaosi naturally chose to support himself. Hengi High School, approval rate 52.11%. Qixin Experimental Middle School, support rate 45.49%. Laofeng Secondary School, 91.24% approval rating. This time, Laofeng Middle School undoubtedly topped the support list. Hengi High School did not expose too many flaws during this live broadcast. The selection competitions that seem intimidating can actually be understood as normal competition. However, Principal Chengming Wang's unreasonable manner was truly unsightly. Many viewers who were previously impressed by Professor Wang Chengfang's logic chose to oppose him this time. Qixin Experimental Middle School. Undoubtedly, most of the opposition stemmed from that classmate, Gui Jingyi. This child's condition is terrifying. Although Guandaosi felt that this was probably not the school's fault. However, this also dragged down the reputation of Qixin Experimental Middle School. Seeing this result, Guandaosi couldn't help but smile. Okay, my efforts are not only making the school better. This is also gradually changing public perception. More and more people are affirming the educational philosophy of Laofeng Middle School. Sunday. A balance between work and rest is essential for going further. Guandaosi certainly understood this principle. As a pastime, he would keep up with his habit from his previous life and go to the park to find someone to play chess with. Thus, one can see the park in the early morning. Among a group of sweating old men, a young man, not yet 30 years old, strolled leisurely. That's right, he can fight 10 old men at the same time. We still need to practice. We still need to practice. You haven't made any progress this week. Then I'll come back next Sunday. You'd better memorize this part of the game record by now. The pressure was so great that the old men frowned, scratched their heads, and couldn't figure it out. Why can't these retired old men stand the feeling of being in a high school? Fortunately, for these old men, there is only one day a week for intensive training. They were happy to test their abilities. After utterly defeating an old man from an advanced platoon, Guandosi strolled back into the school. He was responsible for dragging out a certain AI PhD who was practically living in the computer room before noon. Otherwise, he would probably have died inside. Knock 3 times on the door to let the person inside prepare. Then push the door open and enter. Zhang Zhanpeng, wrapped in a small blanket, stared at the screen with tears streaming down his face. Wow, I'm so touched. What happened to you? This child, she can talk now. Guandosi looked at the screen. The above is the first correct response of the model developed by Laong Middle School. I solved a physics problem at the first-year high school level. Although, she did say something. But the solution process was riddled with errors. If that's not the case, then you don't need to do this. This is our child. How can I not be moved? Zhang Zhanpeng was crying with tears streaming down his face, looking like a pear blossom in the rain. One sentence almost caused Guandosi to fall flat on his face. Wait. Let's put aside the question of whether we can have fertile offspring. It's just an automatic text completion algorithm, okay? Zhang Zhanpeng looked incredulous. How could you say that to her? She's just a baby who's less than a month old. Guandosi remained silent. You can't explain it to this guy? However, the AI's performance in answering questions is indeed steadily improving. As long as this is guaranteed, let this guy go a little crazy. After forcibly dragging him out to forage for food, Guandosi returned to his dormitory. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a link sent by Professor Lu Jifa. Great news, Principal Guan. I clicked in and took a look. It was an announcement posted by the official account of Beijing Foreign Studies University. Our school recently noticed Luo Yangxiao from Laong Middle School's outstanding performance in the Decoding Education English Activity Week. With his exceptional language talent, quick thinking, and amazing language learning speed, he perfectly demonstrated the charm and power of foreign languages. After comprehensive evaluation, our school's admissions committee unanimously decided. We hereby issue Luo Yangxiao a special admission offer after high school graduation. Talent blossoms, a bright future awaits. We look forward to Luo Yangxiao joining our family outside Beijing in 3 years. At Principal Guan of Laong Middle School, at Education Decoding Program Team. Principal Guan was overjoyed. Very good. Nothing makes him happier than seeing his students achieve greater recognition. He rushed to Luo Yangxiao's room to deliver the good news to him. The idea was halfway through, but I abandoned it. This child might float to the heavens if he knew this news. Let me keep this from you for a while. Just then, another message arrived. It's Zhou Mingyan. Principal Guan, we watched your remarks near the end of yesterday's live broadcast. Following the discussion, the education department is thinking of conducting an in-depth interview. What do you think? Guandosi raised his eyebrows. This was a good thing. Is it not good to be able to increase the reach of your educational philosophy for free? Sure, when I'm on my way, I'll be at Laong Middle School this afternoon. Goodness. So fast. Perfect timing. I can finish it on Sunday without interfering with my teaching duties. On Monday, Governor Yang Tianda has been in a very good mood lately. On the one hand, his old mentor, Lu Jifa, had finally asked him to do something after so many years. I even finished it beautifully. This can be considered as repaying the kindness shown to me back then. You know, during those years I had no relatives or friends in Beijing, and I relied entirely on the care of my mentor and his wife. When he finally gained power and wanted to do something to help his mentor refused to help him. Now, through what I can do, I've finally managed to repay this great favor. And it's a win-win situation. On the other hand, that is what I am currently preparing. The goal is to promote high school education reform throughout the province. Responding to the call to reduce the burden on high school students would be a great achievement for him, although it is still in the observation stage. However, if we support Laong Middle School as a model first and set a good example, we won't have to worry about how to proceed. Moreover, he has now obtained first-hand interview materials from Principal Guan. He plans to turn this into a learning resource spearheaded by the Provincial Department of Education and conduct discussions and studies throughout the province. While it won't be a complete copy of the Laong model, it will still be a very important reference material. Just then, a phone call came into his cell phone. Hey, old Yang, have your education department hand over the materials for Principal Guan of Laong Middle School. Yang Tianda had a bad feeling. I picked up my phone and looked. It was none other than the Minister of Education, Chu Ziyuan. Chapter 87 Ministry of Education, issued 3 consecutive notices. Yang Tianda frowned. No, what do you mean? What could I possibly mean? It's all the orders from above. That's not fair of you. They'll at least give you something in return. Yang Tianda almost got his head spinning from all the commotion. Can you please stop speaking in riddles? It means that the higher-ups are preparing to take the lead in promoting the study and dissemination of this material. So you should submit it as soon as possible. Yang Tianda sighed. He was about to lose his political achievements. Submit a document and study a provincial-level education reform policy. Which of these 2 contributions is greater? Can you even compare them? You can't bully our Southwest province. We finally have a great educator like Principal Guan, and you still want to. Hey, you're wrong about that. How could the higher-ups possibly mistreat you? Education Minister Chu Ziyuan interrupted Yang Tianda. Let me give you a little hint. The higher-ups are planning to use Jinyu City, which is under the jurisdiction of your Wuxi County, as a pilot city. It's possible that, like Hengi Middle School before it, Laofeng Middle School will be refined into a Laofeng model and promoted. At that time, the funds for this renovation will all be allocated to you by the higher authorities. How could we possibly treat the Southwest province unfairly? Yang Tianda finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. That's more like it. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Cheng Mingguang had just returned to Hengi City from Beijing. He hurriedly took out his phone, ready to call the Education Bureau. I haven't watched many live streams before, so I'm not quite sure. Unexpectedly, Principal Guan and Professor Liu are such people who poison the minds of teenagers. Moreover, with the live streaming, the negative influence has spread far and wide. This must be taken seriously by those above. At the very least, a warning must be issued. He also benefited greatly from the nationwide promotion of the Hengi model. At least the Municipal Education Bureau's contact information is still available. Unexpectedly, the call went through as soon as I explained my purpose. They looked impatient. Old Cheng, please don't say that again. Otherwise, your school's operating license might be in some danger. What's the meaning? Before Cheng Mingguang could react, the other end of the phone hung up. Damn it, you begged me to arrange a team for you to study at the school back then, and now you're hanging up on me? They even threatened to revoke my school's operating license? What utter bullshit is this? But then he saw something that enraged him even more. A notification popped up from the top of my phone. Ministry of Education. Responding to the Ministry of Education's call to reduce academic burden, wholeheartedly dedicated to providing quality education for students. Like a silkworm spinning silk until death, or a candle burning until it's ash, Guandosi is a prominent figure in education today. At Principal Guan of Laofeng Middle School, schools should act as pressure relief valves, lubricants, and adhesive layers between parents and children. Listen to what Principal Guan has to say. At Principal Guan of Laofeng Middle School. At Laofeng Middle School, what families do the children who have gained attention on the education decoding program come from? What are their stories? We conducted an exclusive interview. At Principal Guan of Laofeng Middle School, they actually used a national-level official account to post 3 tweets in a row to support Principal Guan. Moreover, it's not just a dry line of text. Each tweet is accompanied by at least 15 minutes of dedicated interview video. Moreover, it received tens of thousands of clicks the moment it was posted. How could that be? How so? Cheng Mingguang was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. After thinking about it, I realized it was a gift from my son. I held back. Once upon a time, this position was exclusively enjoyed by Cheng Mingguang. And even back then, we didn't get the treatment of the Ministry of Education posting 3 tweets in a row. What exactly did this guy say that made so many people agree? You're not even 30 years old, and you dare to talk about education policies in front of the whole nation? Just click on any video. It turned out to be the very theory he disliked the most. Just like I said on the show, if parents have a bad influence on their children, they should find ways to help their children escape from that influence. How could such words come from the mouth of a Chinese educator? Filial piety is one of the traditional virtues of our Chinese nation, which has lasted for 5,000 years. Cheng Mingguang had only listened for less than a minute when he began to feel physically uncomfortable. However, it was as if his question was heard by the host in the video. Principal Guan, after you made your remarks on the program, many viewers raised various questions. Could you please answer them? Sure. This netizen commented, filial piety has been engraved in the blood of our Chinese nation since ancient times. Principal Guan, isn't your statement a bit too radical? In the video, Guandosi is seen smiling. Cheng Mingguang also sat down seriously. Let's see what kind of twisted logic this guy can come up with. Principal Guan spoke confidently and eloquently. That's a very good question. What I really want to oppose is the dregs of blind filial piety that has existed from ancient times to the present. Since we're talking about tradition, There's also a story in the Confucius family sayings about Zheng Shun being beaten but not avoiding it, which angered Confucius. It is said that Confucius had a student named Zheng Shun, who later became known as Zhengzi. He made a mistake and was beaten unconscious by his father with a stick, but he didn't even flinch. Confucius was very unhappy and criticized him. If children are beaten to death, the parents will be burdened with the infamy of killing their children, which not only puts the parents in an unjust position, but also makes them suffer the pain of losing their children. But what if this violence is not physical violence, but psychological violence? Of course, the children should also avoid it. Even if they don't avoid it, they should at least find a way to avoid being affected, shouldn't they? That would have been the end of the question. However, Guandosi still felt it wasn't quite right, so he continued. I'd also like to take this opportunity to say something to many parents. For many parents today, the only way for their children to meet their demands is to become cold, lifeless corpses. When the child is alive, you always feel that he is not good enough in this way or that way. You use the idea of wanting him to become better to forcibly control the child. Then what about the child? He's an ordinary person. He can't possibly do everything his parents ask perfectly. There are only two outcomes. Either the parents figure it out, give up, and reconcile with the child's mediocrity and helplessness, or the child never gets recognition. Or, the child can't take it anymore and commits suicide to satisfy the parents. Now that the child is dead, the parents are finally satisfied. Only when they realize how good and outstanding their child was when he was alive will they begin to regret it. All those previous demands will be gone. If you ask me, if your child is able to live a peaceful and quiet life after giving birth, and even manages to spare some time to be a little filial to you amidst this high-pressure lifestyle, then you shouldn't ask for too much. Don't always expect your child to repay you. Their very existence is the best reward for you. Think about it. You can only love your child for a few decades at most, but your child will love you for a lifetime, from the moment they are born. Some things, don't wait until it's too late to regret them. Chapter 88 I Won't Die, I'm Tough. After listening, Chungming Guang nearly crushed the screen. This Principal Guan certainly has a knack for quoting classical texts. She's really good with words. Even he, for a moment, felt that what this guy said actually made a lot of sense. But it was precisely this agreement, the reason for which he couldn't understand, that fueled his anger even more. Good lad. Even I was almost fooled by your wicked words. This guy doesn't even have children. He's never been a parent. How can he give such opinions? The official ones too. How could such a video be published? Isn't this heartbreaking for parents everywhere? Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. This is a decision made by higher-ups. What can we do? Chungming Guang felt that he was about to lose a few more strands of his already dwindling hair. However, the opinions of the majority of netizens cannot be influenced by a few strands of Chungming Guang's hair. These 3 videos immediately caused an impact across the country upon their release. These 3 tweets even became the most clicked tweets under the Ministry of Education's official account within 10 minutes. It can be said that Principal Guan has truly brought them out of the public eye. Wow, our Principal Guan is really something. He even managed to ride the coattails of the Ministry of Education's popularity. Hilarious. Who's trying to ride whose coattails? I wouldn't even know this account existed if it weren't for Principal Guan. These children are so pitiful. I had no idea before. Principal Guan is providing them with free education. He has truly done a great deed. I knew from the start that Principal Guan of Laong Middle School was no ordinary man. He was a man of great wisdom. Now even the government is supporting Principal Guan. Isn't that a clear sign? They're obviously very dissatisfied with the so-called Hengi model. So it turns out he started the school to carry on his father's legacy. Principal Guan's family has been loyal and righteous for generations. Principal Guan really made me cry again. What she said is so true. I know how to get along with my family now. Thank you. Looking at these comments, Chungming Guang was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. What does it mean that the higher-ups are not satisfied with the Hengi model? What made Chungming Guang even more devastated was, it's not just about videos. The document was also published in written form, requiring educators to conduct discussions and study it. Chungming Guang, although the principal of a private middle school, was a tenured teacher, and he couldn't refuse this political task. We can only patiently suppress our temper and attend the meetings and discussions. In his heart, his resentment towards Principal Guan grew even stronger. It is located in eastern Guangdong, 1,000 kilometers away from Wuxi County. Luo Yanxia's father, Luo Wengang, had finished the autumn harvest in his hometown and returned here to find a way to make a living. This is the typical life trajectory for most people of their generation. The factory where I recently started working. The shift work involves 3 shifts, with long hours and working conditions that are unacceptable to most people. However, Luo Wengang is very happy lately. He doesn't have a cell phone, but several of his co-workers are loyal viewers of the education decoding program. Putting everything else aside, I didn't even finish high school, so I can still take a look and feast my eyes. Recently, his son has been making a splash in front of the national audience, which has given him a lot of face. At first, the workers didn't believe it. How could this child who spoke fluent English be Luo Wangang's kid? However, when his voice appeared on the show as a recording, there were no more dissenting comments. However, what pleased Luo Wengang even more was not his co-workers' admiring tone or their "you're amazing" expressions. My kid has really made something of himself. He's made his old man proud. You've made such rapid progress in just a few days. Principal Guan is truly skilled at teaching children. Entrusting the child to him was definitely the right decision. How come this kid wouldn't listen no matter how much I disciplined him, but became well-behaved as soon as Principal Guan took charge? Cultured people are just different, huh? My child will also become a cultured person in the future. Cultured people are superior to others. No more having to do hard labor like his father. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Luo Wangang's rough face. Unconsciously, my thoughts began to wander more. My child can speak English now. Are you going to find me a foreign wife in the future? We can't let them suffer with us anymore, living in those remote mountain valleys. He will definitely buy an apartment in the city in the future. I also need to put in some effort myself. Save up the property ownership certificate for him. Luo Wengang quickly shoveled down a few mouthfuls of rice, finishing his boxed lunch in no time. That jar is going to eat people again. Damn it. Old Wang has only been gone for less than 3 months. After finishing my meal, I was just about to get up when my co-workers started whispering among themselves. Damn it, this boss is really shady. He doesn't even stop the machine when doing this kind of cleaning. The equipment is too old. Let me tell you, the factory I worked at before didn't need to send people in to clean their equipment like this. Luo Wengang is new to this chemical plant and is not yet familiar with its situation. They couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen. Just then, the foreman suddenly appeared in front of everyone and shouted, "The tower is severely congested, production is low, and none of us will have enough to eat. But as everyone knows, if the tower is shut down even once, our factory will have worked for nothing for a month, and all the year-end bonuses will be gone. Same old rules, go in and clear it out once. The bonus is 1,000 yuan, settled on the spot." Upon hearing the price, Luo Wengang became interested. 1,000 yuan is almost a week's income for him. He was about to stand up, but a fellow worker grabbed the hem of her clothes. "Old Luo, don't be so crazy. You still have kids back in your hometown. Why are you throwing your life away? You don't know, this jar is very poisonous. If you go in, you might not be able to get out." Luo Wengang struggled a bit. Why wouldn't he want to see his son get into university? Seeing that his men were whispering and dawdling, and no one was coming up, the foreman yelled again. "If anything happens, we'll cover it. The boss paid 800,000 yuan to old Wang who had the accident last time. We won't let your family suffer any losses." Luo Wengang no longer had any scruples. A man like him is never afraid of death. "I'm afraid my death will be meaningless." To put it bluntly, the purpose of his birth was to find a worthwhile opportunity to sell his life. "I won't die, I'm tough." He shook off his co-workers' attempts to pull him away, grabbed the gas mask with its expired filter, and climbed up the reaction tower without hesitation. Luo Wengang is lucky. This time, he only felt a little dizzy and slipped slightly inside. They managed to scrape off the tar like sludge in time. After work in the evening, he didn't even have time to take a shower. He glanced at the wall clock and hurriedly took out the small screen that the school had given him. He could still read a few words and knew what was written in the instruction manual that came with the thing. He can use this to contact the children at school every night after 10 p.m. This thing is really high-tech. It hasn't needed to be charged even after all this time. At the appointed time, the screen lights up, displaying only a link button. For the past 2 weeks, he hasn't pressed that button. He knew the child wouldn't answer and was throwing a tantrum. But, for some reason, the moment he saw the child, his tone became ungentle. Sometimes, he regrets it himself. Why is it that all I can say when I open my mouth is harsh words? He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to click the button. Before he could even place his finger on the screen, a call request popped up. Luo Wengang clicked the call button without hesitation. "I absolutely have to catch chapter 89. Hey, old dang, why is your face so dirty? You miss me that much? You even save your time for washing your face to come see me." The moment the call connected, Luo Wengang saw his son with his usual smug expression appear before him. He was also wearing a pair of oddly shaped glasses. This brat is up to something unconventional now? I was furious again. "You bastard, what's that thing on your head? Instead of studying properly, You're messing around with this fancy stuff? To everyone's surprise, unlike last time, Luo Yangxia's expression remained unchanged this time. Yes, yes, yes. He nodded perfunctorily, and then abruptly changed the subject. Hey Deng, how's work? Are you trying to make money for me? These words were spoken. Luo Wengang was taken aback. I work so hard at school, you can't slack off outside. However, everything should be done in a balance between work and rest, so don't work too hard, and sometimes you need to rest. Hey old Deng, are you mute? I'm talking to you, did you hear me? This bastard is actually eyeing me for not working hard enough. Luo Wengang chuckled in exasperation. This bastard has definitely grown up. Meanwhile, on Luo Yangxia's side, every move they made was truthfully presented to the national audience by the film crew who followed them. Upon seeing this scene, the live chat exploded with comments. What the hell is this reversal of the heavenly principles? It's hilarious. Little Luo has really grown up. Very well, so this is how you apply Principal Guan's teachings, is that it? Typical of you. I've never heard of a child making their parents work so hard. 1049, you win, you're invincible. Sure enough, this time the boy wasn't swayed by his father's words at all. Principal Guan really did have an effect. However, Luo Yangxia's thoughts were completely different from those of the audience. Father smiled. This is something I haven't seen in a very, very long time. Luo Wengang, on the screen, maintained his smile. Since you asked, I'll tell you. I made $1,000 today. Wow, that's awesome. No wonder you're my dad who watched me grow up. You've become so sensible. Ling Yu has been having some troubles lately. She is a psychological counselor at Laong Middle School. The salary is high, the work is easy, and the boss is a thoughtful, goal-oriented, and ambitious guy. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any complaints about this kind of life. But she just couldn't be happy. The reason is simple. The principal always tries to take her work away from her. Her worries weren't even about metaphysical issues like self-worth. It is very practical. If you don't let me access case studies, what am I supposed to do with my thesis? She hasn't graduated with her master's degree yet. The reason she went to this remote mountain village and took a position at this high school, which was obviously in poor condition from the start. I just felt that most of the children here were left behind children, a special group. If research can yield some results targeting this group, it will likely have some academic and social value. Now that the real work has begun, I've realized. We can't compete with them, we simply can't compete. If any child in the school experiences negative emotions, before that child even has a chance to come to her counseling room, the principal noticed it first and talked to him about it. This has happened more than once already. Now it's even more outrageous. A week ago, the number of intelligent psychological state detection systems in schools was increasing, and the coverage rate was getting higher and higher. This should have been a good thing. Ling Yuyu receives notifications on her phone whenever a child shows signs of such psychological problems. But every time, when I arrived, all I saw was the principal already chatting with the children. They may be talking or laughing, sitting or standing. I'm the school's counselor. Why? Have I become an outsider? Guandosi, how come you're so skilled at this? Referring to psychological counseling. Unfortunately, despite having the character Yu in its name, Ling Yueyu's height is not as tall as it used to be. At just over 1.5 meters tall, with those short legs, he really couldn't outrun Principal Guan. Each time, he could only watch, panting and pale, as Principal Guan chatted animatedly with the students who were supposed to be his tutors. Therefore, Ling Yueyu never gave Principal Guan a friendly look whenever he saw him in the cafeteria or other office areas. However, it's important to talk about the level of attention paid to adolescent mental health issues. Ling Yueyu strongly agreed with, and even admired, Principal Guan. She had heard from her classmates about what it was like to be a school counselor at another school. Although, in terms of the outcome, her situation was similar. There's no work for anyone. But being a mere formality and having all the goods snatched up are two different things. In this respect, it is not an exaggeration to say that Principal Guan's philosophy is in line with my own. So, after thinking it over, Ling Yueyu really couldn't find any way to criticize the other party, and could only sigh like a kitten. Tuesday, Ling Yueyu was once again on duty in the quiet and cold psychological counseling room. Although it's called being on duty, I'm really just scrolling through my phone. Even though Laong Middle School strongly encourages students to participate in psychological counseling. If you want to attend psychological counseling, you can even take a few classes off without any problem. But there was nothing he could do. His counseling room was completely deserted. Just then, a new message from my mom came to my phone. The article begins by directly forwarding a tweet from the Ministry of Education. This is a video of Principal Guan giving an interview and expressing his views. Hey Xiaoyu, is this your school's principal? This guy is a promising young man. I heard he's not married yet, right? You'd better seize this opportunity. Look, he's handsome and so valued by the country. His future is limitless. Such a good man is rare. You've spent so many years in school, and you'll be pursuing a doctorate in the future. If you don't make the most of this time, nobody will want you. Lingyu was covered in black lines. Mom, what are you talking about? Principal Guan is a like-minded confidant of mine, a comrade in arms on the path of education. Such noble sentiments. How can you cover it up with such a shallow emotion as the desire to reproduce? But it's definitely not something you can say so directly. I could only send a smiley face emoji. What's the meaning? How would I know? Let her think about it. At this moment, the Xiaoling terminal app on the phone suddenly spoke. Beep beep. Attention, number 041. In teaching building number 3, student number 3077 may have depressive tendencies. His mood index has remained low for more than 4 hours. Ling Yuyu didn't even wait for the message to finish playing before grabbing his notebook and rushing out. Its two short legs almost left a blur as it took its steps, like a fleeing rabbit. This time, I absolutely have to make it. At the same time, principal's office. Guandosi also received the same notification. However, this time he chose to act like a human being. They did not set off. Professor Ling also has a master's thesis to write. Let her accumulate some case studies. It's not easy for anyone. The topics for next week have been announced, and the program will focus on mental health issues in various schools. The message from the program's director was also delivered to him at the same time. In this regard, we also need to record some footage for the program team, so that Teacher Ling can play a role. During the previous English activity week, Principal Guan was somewhat apprehensive about winning. Principal Guan has absolute confidence in this topic, which is second to none among schools. Ensuring students' mental health while at school is his top priority, even more important than teaching and nurturing students. Shouldn't the psychological testing cameras covering the entire campus be completed by today? While thinking this way, the system panel suddenly popped up. System recognition successful, monitoring and surveillance coverage upgrade for pending tasks completed. Chapter 90 Labor Reform Clothing. System recognition successful, monitoring and surveillance coverage upgrade for pending tasks completed. An additional 4 million yuan has been allocated to prison reform funding. Item obtained. 3 upgrade acceleration tickets. Item obtained. Labor camp suit. Labor load suit. This item is a production tool. Accumulated production value will be converted into equivalent monetary rewards. Prisoners wearing this item will have their exercise load adjusted during any activity, up to 3 times the normal amount. Simultaneously, any extra energy consumed will be converted into production value for this item. This item has self-cleaning properties and requires no additional cleaning. This item comes with a cognitive filter, preventing others from suspecting the system. To prevent abuse by the warden, this item can only be used on prison members. Note, the stress reduction labor uniform has extremely high side effects. Adjusting the exercise load will also affect the rate at which prisoners improve their physical fitness, potentially increasing the risk of prison escape. New purchasable item added to the system shop, labor camp suit. As expected, the system items are as powerful as ever. Like previous cognitive modification filters, it's even unimaginable how it works. This thing is powerful enough just from the description. Sure enough, a new category of labor reform uniforms has been added to the online store, priced at 500 yuan each. It turns out to be a production tool. Judging from the description, it seems like it can be used to make money. With a thought, Guandosi conjured a vest in his hand. It's very lightweight and thin, you can barely feel its weight. The style is loose and breathable, so you probably don't need to worry about the size. There is also a slider for adjusting the exercise load ratio on the chest area. Adjustments can be made manually or through Guandosi's system. However, the latter has a higher priority. Exercise load. What exactly is that concept? It can't just be a simple increase in the load, right? Guandosi chose to conduct an experiment. Increase the exercise load to 3 times the normal level, then put it on. Let's do a set of jumping jacks. I can usually do 100 without any problem. 1 minute later, Guandosi collapsed to the ground as if he had been bleached. I'm going to die. This is much more than just a simple increase in load. From the resistance strength of each muscle group, to the oxygen uptake difficulty of the entire respiratory system, to the energy consumption. It's improved 3 times in every aspect. Good heavens. This isn't a production tool. At full capacity, it's practically a torture device. Production item settlement. The reward for this exchange is 1.06 yuan. The system prompted another error message. Damn it. I've been working at full capacity, and I only get 1.06 cents a minute after all this hard work? That's less than 100 yuan an hour. This damn system really treats prisoners like slaves, doesn't it? No wonder there are such side effects. It's important to know that this kind of all-around exercise load increases threefold. The efficiency in improving physical fitness is more than 3 times greater. Although Guandosi did not have a systematic knowledge of kinematics, he had a general understanding of it. This correspondence is non-linear and could even be more than 10 times. Since we have such a tool, there's no reason not to use it. Moreover, the method used is beyond doubt. As a production tool, even if a student wears it for an hour every day and exercises at full intensity, the cost would be less than 20,000 yuan a year. It's not even 1% of the price of that earring. The key is to make use of its side effects. This will enable students to achieve a comprehensive improvement in their physical fitness. In this regard, we may need Huang Yuntian's cooperation to increase the students' nutrition. Xiaoling's motion monitoring module also needs to be upgraded to calculate the most suitable load ratio for each student. In this way, the gradual overload allows students to slowly adapt to the maximum workload of 3 times the normal load. This allows students to improve their physical fitness without affecting their studies the next day. At the same time, the school's terrible cinder playground needs to be rebuilt, right? After this round of renovations, the school's public funds have exceeded 12 million yuan, which is more than enough to renovate a playground. It's decided. The next phase of the reform plan will focus on implementing the Breakthrough System Reform Project. However, before that, let me lie down on the ground and rest for a while. The daily routine at Laong Middle School continues, one day at a time. The production crew is also steadily filming the footage needed for the weekend studio commentary segment. Luo Yangxia's rise to prominence has also brought about a change at the school. Many students actually went to the principal's office and expressed their desire to voluntarily wear the mother tongue deprivation device. This won't do. The reform of the disciplinary system is not yet complete. The report still indicates that prison rules are not clear enough and disciplinary measures are insufficient. In such a situation, how can we allow students to wear shackles without making mistakes? No foul was committed, yet you want to wear shackles. That's a foul. The warden imposed a punishment of depriving him of his mother tongue during his free time. Of course, the number was also strictly controlled to ensure that at most 1/3 of the students wore mother tongue deprivation devices within a certain period of time. Otherwise, if everyone speaks English, then there's no point in depriving someone of their mother tongue, right? Furthermore, wearing them during class is not allowed. It can only be used in the dormitory or cafeteria. Otherwise, if what was originally intended as cultivating English thinking ends up affecting the normal learning progress, then it would be a case of losing more than you gain. Of course, the students didn't object to any of this. After all, these students were experts when it came to how to study. The teachers knew absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, outside of Laong Middle School, similar devices to mother tongue deprivation devices are being developed in society. I've heard that a prototype has already appeared. Guandosi had heard about it and knew that it was led by the Ministry of Education, probably to a certain extent, to pilot the promotion of the Laong Middle School education model. The system's cognitive modification eyepiece function is indeed powerful. It's likely that humanity will be hundreds of years away from fully realizing it. However, once it's been transformed into a mother tongue deprivation device, with the current technological reserves of the country, it's not difficult to achieve something similar. As for the progress of the reform of the exercise system, Guandosi plans to change the last period of each afternoon into a free physical education class. In other words, it means forcing people to go outside for fresh air. In any case, by the last class of each day, students' brains are exhausted, and their learning efficiency is almost non-existent. Why not let the students move around freely and improve their physical fitness? The requirement that students must have at least 150 minutes of moderate to high-intensity aerobic exercise per week is already written into the curriculum. But how many schools can't do that? However, this means the school's playground is not big enough. Therefore, Guandosi plans to renovate the old playground while also converting 3 additional playgrounds into an unused wasteland within the school. This county-level high school has nothing else. There's plenty of land. The entire hill where Laong Middle School is located was originally acquired by the former principal. The renovation and construction of the 4 playgrounds are expected to cost around 9 million yuan. Therefore, the construction period has also increased significantly. Even after using a renovation acceleration coupon, it still wasn't completed. There are still some finishing touches to be done. However, I believe it won't take long. Meanwhile, there will be a live broadcast from the studio on the theme of Mental Health Issues Week over the weekend. It will soon be shown to audiences nationwide. Chapter 91, Weekly Live Broadcast on Mental Health Issues, begins. Saturday. Beijing, CCTV's Decoding Education Studio. Welcome back to the studio for Decoding Education. The host delivered an excellent opening speech. Judging from his beaming face, it makes one eagerly anticipate how he'll be tormented when the live stream ends today. First of all, congratulations to Luo Yangxiao from Laong Middle School for being admitted to Beijing Foreign Studies University through a special admission program. The guests also applauded sincerely. Secondly, our program team has also noticed the growing trend of educational reform in society. It must be said that facilitating such a process was also the original intention of the program team. This statement is tantamount to the host blatantly lying. At least Zhong Daoyan's original idea was to create a crushing victory scenario in the Hengyi style, showcasing how the strongest college entrance exam warriors of the prestigious Hengyi sect could easily defeat the weaklings of minor, peripheral sects. However, now that the Ministry of Education has spoken out, Laong Middle School has truly begun to stand out. The production team could quickly change the direction and do a favor by going along with it. That wouldn't be bad. The progress of a nation cannot be achieved by just one or two programs. The contributions of you and me, watching from behind the screen, are also essential in driving such changes. Thank you for your continued attention. Alright, let's get to this week's live stream topic. As previously announced, this week we will focus on the mental health issues of students in various high schools. School bullying, academic pressure, and daily conflicts between classmates can all create significant psychological challenges for students and adolescents that they need to overcome. During the nearly 1 month of filming, we also collected many clips of students from the 3 schools facing psychological difficulties. At the same time, we also recorded the counseling process conducted by psychological counselors in various schools. After he finished speaking, the camera zoomed out, switching from a close-up of the host to a medium shot. The studio guests were showcased. Just like the last live broadcast, this broadcast also invited the principal of one of the schools to our studio to give a presentation on his educational philosophy. Let's welcome Principal Zhao Qingrong of Qixin Experimental Middle School. On the sofa where the 2 professors were seated, a tall, thin man stood up and bowed slightly to the camera. His temples were already gray, and his hair was neatly combed back. There were obvious smile lines etched on the corners of his eyes and cheeks. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Qingrong, the principal of Qixin Experimental Middle School. It is a great honor to be here in the program studio to give a presentation on educational philosophy. If there is anything we have done poorly, we welcome everyone's criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, our 3 guests, please don't hold back in your comments and suggestions. His smile remained unchanged as he spoke, but his eyes always maintained a confident gleam. In addition, his face is almost skin and bones, which makes people think of a large snake at first glance. The host also continued to advance the program. So, let's follow our camera and take a look at the students in several schools who are facing various psychological difficulties. The host pointed to the big screen, and then the scene changed. Hengyi Middle School. The scene unfolds from inside the teacher's office. Lu, whom the audience had only met once before, stood in the office with her head down. More than 2 weeks ago, her sketchbook, which she had kept for 3 years, was cruelly torn up by the head of the teaching department. In front of her was her homeroom teacher. A middle-aged woman in her 40s had her hair neatly tied back. Let me see your hand. The temperature in early autumn is not yet high enough to warrant wearing long sleeves. However, Lu still covered her arms completely with long sleeves. Upon hearing what her homeroom teacher said, she instinctively hid her left hand behind her back. But the homeroom teacher grabbed his forearm. During the stalemate, Lu remained silent, but a few glistening tears fell from her bangs as she lowered her head. It's okay, I'll just take a look, alright? The homeroom teacher said softly. The latter had less strength to struggle. The homeroom teacher gently pulled her hand over, and then carefully pulled up her sleeve. On the girl's delicate, alabaster-like skin, startling dark red stripes were visible. 2 or 3 wounds, just scabbed over, still looked very fresh. As the sleeve continued upwards, there were 7 or 8 scabbed wounds. The homeroom teacher's expression grew increasingly tense. Turn the girl's arm over. The homeroom teacher breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was only on the back of the arm. She didn't offer any further comment. He released Lulu's hand. The latter immediately pulled her sleeve down again. After a long silence, the homeroom teacher spoke softly. My class is coming up, you should go to the counseling room. Don't keep things to yourself. Doesn't this hurt? You should know to ask for help. Unexpectedly, Lulu, who had been silent all along, spoke up quietly upon hearing this. Teacher, I don't want to stop attending classes and go home. No, I won't tell anyone about this. The homeroom teacher's expression tightened. Go now. The scene changes again. This time, the production team noted the dates. 2 weeks ago. It was probably during evening self-study time. Judging from the shaky footage, the film crew is running through the corridor. As they ran, the sounds of their argument grew louder. Clearly, the film crew came here to shoot footage after hearing the commotion. Soon, the two main characters in this clip appeared on screen. It was Lulu's homeroom teacher and the previously unreasonable head of discipline. What right do you have to interfere with my students? How I discipline them is none of your business. This meticulous middle-aged woman, however, showed none of her previous gentleness. His voice was sharp and loud. Teacher Zhao, is this really necessary? This kind of thing is inappropriate for school in the first place. What's wrong with me tearing it up? The head of the teaching department frowned, and his voice involuntarily rose. Is this how you act as a teacher? I'm telling you, if you keep interfering in my class's affairs like this, I'm quitting. Let whoever wants to teach this cram school take it. You think I have it easy? Are you going to cause me more trouble? If this child's mindset gets messed up and he can't concentrate on his studies, are you going to take responsibility? You'd better watch yourself. Then, he abandoned the dean of students and the film crew at the teaching office and slammed the door shut as he left. The dean of students looked very grim. Still taking pictures? What are you taking pictures of? The video feed cuts out. Inside the studio, Professor Wang Chengfang smiled as she witnessed this scene filled with negative emotions. Previously, there were always busybodies attacking Hengyi High School, saying that we were inhumane and didn't pay attention to students' mental health issues. What else is there to say after seeing this? They value the child's mental well-being so much, even at the cost of conflict with school leaders. Doesn't such a good teacher speak for itself? Chapter 92 Tears are not necessarily a form of resistance. In the studio, Professor Wang Chengfang continued to speak eloquently. This clearly demonstrates how much importance Hengyi High School attaches to the mental well-being of its students. Moreover, I can assure you, based on my own experience teaching there, that such teachers are definitely not a minority. Principal Zhao Qingrong, standing to the side, also smiled and offered his comments. The educational model of Hengyi High School was very valuable to me at the time. It must be said that many of the educational policies of our Qixin Experimental Middle School have been inspired by the Hengyi model. Looking back now, we do have many shortcomings. The scenes from Hengyi Middle School still have a lot of learning value. Zhu Ziki, who was standing to the side, remained silent. Since the start of last week's live broadcast, he has rarely expressed his approval of Hengyi Middle School in the footage. He also spoke less and less. Staring blankly at the paused large screen, the paused standby image remained on the girl's scarred hands. I don't know what he's thinking. Professor Lu Jifa, on the other hand, remained engrossed in his own thoughts. This child, we should have noticed this sooner. Last time, her sketchbook was torn up, so I should have done something to help. I never expected it to develop like this. The knife marks the girl made on his body felt like cuts to his heart. Professor Lu Jifa quickly conducted a psychoanalysis in his mind. Clearly, when pressure is too high and cannot be released, and one cannot attack others, one can only attack oneself. Typical attribution of self-harm behavior. At the same time, in such a high-pressure environment, the students are all busy with their studies and have no way to comfort each other. They might not even have a single friend with whom they can speak their true feelings. Furthermore, the environment at Hengyi Middle School makes it difficult to contact one's parents. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered what Principal Guan had said in his previous interview with the Ministry of Education. Haha, most families probably can't offer much positive help to kids who are so afraid of school closures, right? After a long while, he finally raised his head and said to Wang Chengfang, word by word, if this child hadn't been at Hengyi Middle School, how could he have ended up like this? Isn't that dean of students from your school? You deliberately created pressure to make her like this. You created these scars yourselves, and now you're pretending to be kind by giving them a little bandaging, and you think that's something to brag about. How could a school that truly cares about the mental health of teenagers allow something like this to happen? How could this child have been allowed to develop to the point of self-harm? Upon hearing this, Wang Chengfang immediately refuted it. Where isn't there academic pressure? This is high school. Professor Lu, you need to understand. But before she could finish speaking, Principal Zhao Qingrong, standing to the side, interrupted with a laugh. Professor Lu, what you said makes sense, I quite agree. However, every school has its own difficulties. Places like Hengyi High School, where the proportion of repeat students is relatively high. Students who are repeating a year of high school already face a lot of psychological pressure, which objectively makes them more prone to problems. The school's influence, at most, only ignites this powder keg. Moreover, the teacher has done a good job in providing this level of psychological support. In my opinion, in this case, there is really nothing to criticize about the homeroom teacher's attention to the students' psychological problems. After he finished speaking, he chuckled and looked at the guests. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Qingfang's eyes. Principal Zhao's explanation was indeed better than what I originally wanted to say. The angle was also chosen to be more appropriate. Lu Jifa frowned. He did not refute his own statement. Instead, they simply went around it and put forward an irrefutable and correct claim. This kind of smooth talk is a bit hard to deal with. Amidst this controversial atmosphere, the comments section was filled with opinions. Wait, I feel like he's making a bit of a point. Is it just his tone? Damn, how can this be the same? Wasn't this girl driven to this state by the head of student affairs? What's the use of other teachers paying attention? It's hard to say, really hard to say. I feel like if it were me, I'd probably quite like a homeroom teacher like that. She even argued with others for my sake. I feel that Principal Zhao is much better than Principal Chung from last time. At least he didn't yell and shout like a big gruff dog. The teacher is certainly a good teacher. But I dare say, this child wouldn't be like this at Laong Middle School, right? Frankly, it's a problem with the school. I feel the parents are also partly to blame for how their child turned out this way. Principal Guan's previous remarks were absolutely right. This kid is stupid. You'd rather cut yourself than stab the person who hurt you? Can't you have some guts? It makes me so angry. The host also seized the opportunity during the breaks between the guest speeches to guide the playback of the next segment. Let's take a look at the next school. Principal Zhao Qingrong's Qixin Experimental Middle School. The scene changes. The footage from Qixin Experimental Middle School shows that the image quality is not very good. This footage was clearly captured by a disguised camera hidden in a concealed location. Seeing such a scene that was almost like a candid shot, Zhao Qingrong's expression did not change. This must have been approved by the principal. The time was around dinner time. In the upper left corner, the words, "The voices and faces of students in the video who were not authorized have been processed" appeared. However, apart from one person, the faces of the other people in the picture are all blurred. At the center of the crowd is Guo Jingyi, the girl who left a deep impression on the audience last week. Didn't you say you don't eat? What are you doing in the cafeteria? How about we spend the vouchers you received this week on your behalf? Wow, she really doesn't have any expression at all. Haha, that's hilarious. So what if you get good grades? What are you pretending for? Several classmates, whose faces were indistinct, blocked her in place. As always, she did not make any expression or show any resistance. Hey, did you hear me? Hurry up and take it out. You should still have a 150 yuan voucher, right? Seeing that she didn't move, one of her classmates slapped Guo Jingyi across the face. A crisp snap sound. The echoes reverberated in the somewhat dimly lit stairwell. Guo Jingyi was stunned by the sudden attack. Okay, I understand. Then, she nodded without resistance. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a neatly folded stack of vouchers. There are 3 in total, each worth 50. However, even with this level of image quality, it is still visible. A tear slid down the corner of the girl's eye, her face completely expressionless. She continued her actions as if she were completely unaware that she was crying. The surrounding classmates laughed. Haha, she really did it. What's the use of being good at studying? You're still just a simpleton. The person in the lead reached out to take the things that Guo Jingyi handed over. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A boy's voice came from up the stairs. Brother Feng, they're bullying us. Fuck you. I'll kill you all. A combination of a slender, petite person and a tall, chubby person has emerged. Luo Feng took a running start and swooped down the stairs. Then he leaped up. Eat my Leo flying kick. Chapter 93 The Art of Language. This is completely different from the last confrontation with the discipline teacher. Luo Feng's flying kick accurately struck one of the bullies. The latter fell directly to the ground and then slid a considerable distance. Seeing this, the bullies around them also started chattering. What are you doing? How can you treat a girl like that? Where did you come from? What's it to you? Are you even a boy? Luo Feng and Wu Zichang stood guard beside Guo Jingyi, one in front and one behind. The short boy looked around at the bullies, who were all a head taller than him. However, they climbed to the high ground and began to launch a moral judgment against him. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Huh? A girl? I don't usually hit women. But that's from the perspective of people. You bullies, are you even human? Trying to bully girls in front of me? I'll beat them up just the same way. I, Luo Feng, will be the bully of bullies. Ha ha ha. Today I'm going to beat you all to death. Pull your intestines out. After saying that, Luo Feng rushed out. Seeing this guy's reckless and crazy behavior, the faceless bullies naturally scattered like birds and beasts. Ha 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 ha. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Brother Feng, you're awesome. Well done. After a moment of smugness, the two men. Then, he turned around and looked at Guo Jingyi. Why don't you fight back? You're so big, you could knock their teeth out with one punch. As he said, Guo Jingyi is indeed tall. Even after being rescued from bullying, he didn't show any gratitude. Instead, without saying a word, he walked between Luo Feng and Wu Zichang and headed towards the stairs. Luo Feng was also taken aback when he saw this. Hey, you're just leaving like that. Do you want my voucher too? Guo Jingyi turned around and asked calmly. Luo Feng was somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with this thought process? He was speechless for a moment. Brother Feng, should we take her voucher? Wu Zichang thought Luo Feng hadn't heard him clearly. What the hell do you want? Luo Feng roared. No, what's wrong with you? Didn't you even say thank you? Guo Jingyi, do not thank Luo Feng. For her, the action of handing over the voucher. It was only delayed by a few days. It was not suspended. I advise you to leave quickly. After leaving a single sentence, Guo Jingyi calmly departed. It was as if nothing had happened. Damn, this guy. At that very moment, the discipline teacher led the group of girls who had just left back to the spot. It's him. Teacher, he's the one who hit us. Luo Feng. Wu Zichang. It's you two again. The discipline teacher roared, and without another word, pulled out his pointer and walked over with an imposing air. Oh no. Split up and run. Arrest immediately. Failure. Shedding its skin like a cicada. Naked. Ruthless iron fist. Dismantle the ball. A desperate charge. Precise defense. The board explodes. It's dizzying. The scene changes. The two brave men were already standing at the entrance of the academic affairs office, receiving a stern reprimand from the discipline teacher. Oh shit. His tongue is long but his penis is short, his mouth is hard but his penis is soft. He's a eunuch, yet he wants to control everything. Luo Feng seemed unconvinced and muttered something under his breath. What? The discipline teacher's eyes widened in anger. I was just complimenting your big dick. The video cuts off here. Inside the studio, Zhu Ziki was struggling to suppress his laughter. Therefore, I couldn't help but turn my head away. Professors Wang Chengfang and Lu Jifa were so surprised by the crude and rustic language that they were speechless. This child, his mouth is indeed not very clean. In the studio, only the experienced principal, Zhao Qingrong, maintained a nonchalant smile. He said very sincerely, Distinguished guests, our school's footage has now finished playing. Could you offer some guidance? Professor Lu Jifa, after being asked this question, also came to his senses from the shock. He coughed lightly and said, First of all, I want to acknowledge Principal Zhao Qingrong's efforts in addressing adolescent mental health issues. Lu Jifa still remembers why Guo Jingyi was on stage during English Activity Week last week. It was because Zhao Qingrong wanted to use this method to force her parents to compromise. However, the result was exactly as Lu Jifa had expected. Despite the outrage among netizens, some even went to her mother's workplace to report the situation. It only resulted in Uncle Hat getting a few extra hours of work in return. This did not change Guo Jingyi's mother's parenting approach in any way. However, since Principal Zhao has said so, I will not care about saving face. Say what you need to say. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingrong smiled and nodded. Lu Jifa continued. It must be admitted that Qixin Experimental School is far from adequate in ensuring the psychological safety of teenagers. In this situation, I did not see any teacher with psychological expertise intervene. For all kinds of misconduct by students, they are simply subjected to violent corporal punishment without any distinction of right or wrong. Few of these discipline teachers responsible for disciplining students could be identified as having the relevant qualifications to address adolescent psychological issues. This can easily cause students to develop a rebellious mentality, and they will inevitably accumulate emotions that cannot be vented. In such an environment, it is easy for students to develop psychological problems. Wang Qingfang, who was standing nearby, heard this, although she did not completely agree with Qixin Experimental School's approach. However, considering that Principal Zhao Qingrong had spoken up for him during the previous round of video commentary on Hengyi Middle School, this was a good thing. This round of responses couldn't help but feel compelled to offer some support. Professor Lu's views remain as idealistic as ever. There are requirements for these disciplinary teachers to deter students who misbehave, and at the same time, they are required to pay attention to students' emotions. Isn't that asking too much of a question? To everyone's surprise, Principal Zhao Qingrong shook his head for the first time. Professor Wang, that's not the most crucial reason. First of all, we must acknowledge the guidance provided by the two professors. Indeed, their guidance is quite reasonable from their respective perspectives. However, in this specific case, the fact that Luo Feng violated the rules by using violence is undeniable. Therefore, the punishment he received was not unjustified. At the same time, I would also like to point out that these female students who bullied their classmates were subsequently given various reasonable punishments. School bullying is something that our school will never tolerate, no matter what. Of course, I will not use this as an isolated case to make an excuse. But our school's discipline teachers are always on high alert and making every effort to prevent and stop such situations at all times. After all, teaching students to follow the rules is the first and most important step in our school's education. After he finished speaking, Lu Jifa couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What is the art of language? This is the art of language. His words were perfectly credible. The occurrence of the problem is not important. What is more important is showing everyone that you are addressing it. At the same time, he perfectly integrated his own educational philosophy into it. In terms of oratory skills alone, Principal Zhao Qingrong is probably no less skilled than Principal Guan. Chapter 94 Bad Luck. After seeing Zhao Qingrong's statement, controversy also began to erupt in the live stream chat. I think that's true. The student body at Qixin Experimental Middle School is of a much higher caliber, so the probability of bullying is definitely much higher than at the other two schools. Although I find the corporal punishment system somewhat unacceptable, looking at the students at their school, sometimes I wonder why they're being so strict. No, you believe him just because he says so? Does saying he's in charge mean he's actually in charge? We didn't see it ourselves. If the film crew had filmed it, would they have kept it out? Every family has its own problems, and schools are no exception, right? Different objective conditions necessitate different management methods. I think Principal Zhao is right. I don't understand. Is this guy good or bad? Can you give me a straight answer? He's making me a little uncomfortable. Putting myself in his shoes, I think if I were Principal Zhao, I probably couldn't have done any better than him. Is nobody paying attention to Luo Feng? I'm enjoying this so much. These bullies should all be beaten to death. Meanwhile, in the studio, undoubtedly, Zhao Qingrong's previous remarks had already covered all the bases. Even Lu Jifa couldn't find any points to correct. The host was delighted. Now let's focus on the next segment, Laong Middle School. I'm sure the audience is very curious. How can students in a school like Laong Middle School still face psychological difficulties? Now, let's take a look together. The scene changes again. Laong Middle School. The scene begins on a weekend in the hills behind the school, about 500 meters from the dormitory. In the mountains and forests, the songs of orioles and magpies are melodious and lingering. The only thing visible in the picture is the back of a boy standing in the woods. Noticing the arrival of the film crew behind him, the boy turned around, holding a small suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, in his hand. Only then did the audience realize that the colorful and diverse sounds of birds had all come from this one suona. This boy named Shi Yigong always felt that his life was very unlucky. He was an only child, but had to be separated from his parents at birth. The children were sent to live with their parents who were working away from home. At the age of 10, he was sent to learn to play the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. His master said he was exceptionally talented and immediately chose him as his successor. 3 years later, the master got drunk at someone's funeral. In his drunken state, he mustered all his energy and blew with such gusto that he went overboard. A suona melody bid farewell to the host, and also to the master himself. Let's look on the bright side. The feast in the village was extended. His first song after being forced to leave his apprenticeship was a farewell to his master, who was spreading the word. But he only learned the beginning of the most essential and difficult piece, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, before his master passed away. The lineage that had been passed down for thousands of years, which his master had placed such high hopes on, was thus severed. It's because I can't handle it. It's because I'm unlucky. It's no one else's fault. Even so, it's not enough to consider oneself inherently unlucky. However, the name Shi Yigong has brought him great difficulties throughout his life. It would be great if puns were actually subject to fines. He had thought about it more than once. Things finally took a turn for the better after I transferred to this school. Laong Middle School, which is only referred to by its number. That would be wonderful. On the first day of school, he was assigned the number 3077. He was very happy, and every time he met a new classmate or teacher, he would proudly announce his number. I will never reveal my real name. However, one can occasionally notice the slight smirk that appears on the lips of teachers or classmates when they hear this number. He had no idea why. Is there any origin or story behind it? His family was poor and couldn't afford a cell phone, so he had no way of knowing. I asked a few classmates, but none of them would tell me. But that's all right. He was used to this kind of thing. It was better than having his own name on it. Moreover, after such a short time, the students and teachers had gotten used to this number. Everything is moving in a positive direction. He also seems to have some academic talent. With the help of Principal Guan and many teachers, he is making great progress. He felt he might be able to get into a top-tier university. On weekdays, on weekends, I would play the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, on this hill behind the mountain. That's enough to repay my master for those 3 years of training. Perhaps his spirit in heaven is watching over me? Although he was an out-and-out pessimist. However, She was not shy in front of the camera at this moment. In response to the arrival of the film crew, an interview was initiated. He spoke of his life from childhood to adulthood in a light-hearted manner, as if he were talking about someone else. Haha, I guess I'm a pretty unlucky person? This is footage that has not been shown in previous live streams. Presumably, the film crew's interview at the time was just a side project. The fact that it's being released now is clearly intentional on the part of the production team. Then, the scene changes. 3 days later, 3077 is in her dormitory, talking to her father on the phone. Your mother and I are getting a divorce, the father said calmly. A sickle was shallowly stuck in the father's forehead. In the background, there is the sound of a mother crying loudly. 3077's ears went blank. He didn't listen carefully to the cause and effect of the matter. Is it domestic violence? No. My father accidentally chopped himself on the head with the sickle during a scuffle while working. Was it infidelity? No. There was no third party involved. Is it the fault of one party? No. But the two of them had such a big conflict that they couldn't even stand each other for a single day. That's how it happened. His already cramped home was about to disappear. Haha. It's because I can't handle it. It's because I'm unlucky. Whether my master is gone or not, whether I have this name or not, whether my parents are divorced or not. It's all because of my bad luck. It's no one's fault. The scene shifts again. 3077 sat blankly in the classroom. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop from time to time, as if pressing the air holes of a swan horn. The teacher was saying something on the stage. He seemed to hear it, but also seemed not to. The books on the table were from the previous class. At that very moment, the scene changes again. The tiny teacher, Ling Yueyu, had her phone vibrate. In teaching building number 3, student number 3077 may be showing signs of depression, as their mood index has remained low for more than 4 hours. In an instant, she reacted like a cat in a state of shock, grabbing her notebook and rushing out. My thesis. We absolutely have to make it. Charge. Charge. Sprint. The short legs that left a trail of afterimages didn't even care about slipping on the smooth corridor tiles. Less than 5 minutes later, she appeared at the door of classroom 3077. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly greeted the teacher who was giving the lesson. 3077, could you come out for a moment? She spoke cautiously, with a humble yet earnest tone. The person mentioned, 3077, paused for a moment, stunned. He looked at the teacher. The teacher smiled and nodded at him. He sighed and walked out of the classroom through the back door. The video cuts off here. Chapter 95, Seamless and Watertight. Inside the studio, Zhu Ziki felt that he had been touched in the deepest corner of his heart. Looking at this 3077, Zhu Ziki felt like he was seeing himself. Once upon a time, he, like this classmate, played the harmonica in his spare time, enjoying your own music. Now, that harmonica has been reduced to pieces at Principal Chung Mingguang's feet. Perhaps, the microplastic dust from when that harmonica was destroyed still remains in Hengi Middle School. That was the only trace left. He felt a little sad, just like every time before. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get my eyes even a little wet. He could only open his mouth and let out 2 dry laughs. Professor Liu Jifa couldn't wait to begin his explanation. As we all know, teenagers are in puberty, and their psychology is more sensitive, making them very susceptible to problems caused by external disturbances. How to safeguard the mental health of high school students has always been a widely discussed issue in academia. Now, the psychological testing and monitoring mechanism that covers the entire school at Laong Middle School is the solution to this problem, and it is currently the best solution. Many schools claim to have full coverage of cameras, but they are often either ineffective or used as tools to control students. How many schools can truly implement surveillance effectively, like Laong Middle School, and make it work with the support of intelligent technology? Furthermore, we can see that the psychological counselors respond extremely quickly. In fact, I have never seen such a responsible and prompt psychological counselor in any other school's emergency plan for student mental health issues. This clearly demonstrates the importance that all faculty and staff in the school attach to students' mental health issues, under Principal Guan's influence. This statement immediately drew responses from the live chat. No, I know it's a good thing that teachers are responsible, but looking at this female teacher like this, why do I just want to laugh? Did she shout my thesis as she ran out? Can someone explain? Among at least 3 schools, Laong Middle School is indeed the one that places the most emphasis on this aspect. That's right. Mental health is also a part of overall health. If schools can't even guarantee students' health, what other aspects can they talk about? The way this counselor ran out was like a firefighter rushing to put out a fire. And indeed, it's true, both are matters of life and death. The footage from Laong Middle School is still so reassuring. Even without knowing what happens next, I feel this child will be saved. This kid is so unlucky. How can someone like that exist in the world? It's truly hellish. I am Ling Yueyu's mother. She is 25 years old and currently does not have a boyfriend. I am writing this here. The last comment disappeared before it even existed for half a second. Thanks to Douyin's intelligent review system. Professor Wang Chengfang, on the other hand, frowned deeply. They seemed to ignore Professor Lu's previous comments and instead offered sharp critiques. This is treating education like a joke. How can you interrupt a senior high school class? Is it really worth disrupting the entire class's schedule just for one classmate? No matter what, we can't let it affect the lessons. The child is just a little depressed, and there are no signs of any extreme behavior. Why can't we wait until after class to resolve this? Why does it have to be this urgent? Paying attention to students' mental health is indeed a perfectly valid idea. But isn't this placing too much emphasis on this aspect? Don't they understand the importance of prioritizing? Isn't Laong Middle School's educational policy underestimating the importance of teaching? After he finished speaking, Professor Lu Jifa immediately launched a rebuttal. Professor Wang, do you know how many students have had a moment of despair during class and jumped out of the classroom window? Can you guarantee something like that? Addressing students' emotions is like putting out a fire. The earlier the intervention, the better. Like this. But his somewhat aged voice was drowned out by Zhao Qingrong's laughter. Guests, let's have a discussion, but don't get worked up. Professor Wang, your point of view does have some merit, and such situations can indeed have some impact on teaching. But firstly, judging from the way this student is sitting in class, he doesn't seem like he's paying attention. Calling him out and resolving this lingering psychological issue sooner will allow him to get back into his study routine sooner. Isn't that a good thing? Secondly, both the students and teachers around us will be affected by this situation. Look at this absent-minded person sitting in the classroom. Everyone has empathy, so it's hard not to care. Therefore, resolving this issue in a timely manner is also beneficial to the learning state of the entire class. To achieve this effect, I think it's worthwhile to cause a slight disruption to the course. There are indeed things about Laong Middle School's educational philosophy that I can learn from. In a short time, Professor Wang Chengfang also experienced what Lu Jifa had gone through. That's so perfectly worded, it's practically watertight. He wasn't even refuting your point of view. He is adding to your point of view based on his agreement with yours. Although it feels somewhat sophistical. However, it must be said that it is difficult to refute. The viewers in the live chat were completely bewildered. Whose side is Principal Zhao Qingrong on? It seems like he has to praise the policies of every school. This guy knows how to handle people. He doesn't offend anyone. It's just that I really can't figure out what's going on in his head. It's hard to imagine that such a kind-hearted person would run a school as cruel as Qixin Experimental Middle School. Is it true that appearances can be deceiving? No, this guy keeps talking about referencing this and agreeing with that, but I haven't seen him make any changes at his own school. After reading all this, I just feel there's no high school without mental health issues. It was definitely the right decision to start working right away. When the host met Zhao Qingrong, his words left everyone speechless. She couldn't help but look at him with gratitude. That's awesome, man. With you around, I really have nothing to worry about. Then, continuing with the program's content, he said, encountering psychological problems is unavoidable for both students and viewers in front of the screen. And when faced with such a problem, the most important thing is to seek help. In that case, let's take a look at the assistance that various schools provide to students in this situation. Chapter 96 ABC Belief Reconstruction. The scene changes. Hengi Middle School. The footage is presented in a continuous sequence, with the film crew following Lu Lulu's perspective as she continues to experience her life. It's time for class now. In the classroom next door, you can hear the sounds of different teachers playing music on their microphones, which leak out of the classroom. In the video, a young girl timidly pushes open the door to the counseling room. Hello, please come in. Inside the counseling room, an unremarkable-looking male teacher immediately put down his book and came over. He's the kind of person who could disappear into a crowd in an instant. However, for some reason, the smile on his face made Lu Lulu feel unnatural closer to him. Is it probably because of the aura? This psychological counselor, named Chen Yuhui, has been working at Hengi Middle School for 3 years. I tutor at least 300 to 500 students. However, every time she sees a student who comes for consultation, she still manages to put on a warm and responsible attitude. Upon noticing the film crew behind Lu Lulu, Chen Yuhui frowned slightly amidst his smile. Hey, if they record our chat in real time, it might be a violation of your privacy. Is that alright? Upon hearing this, Lu Lulu also turned to look at the cameraman on the film crew. It's nothing, he helped me. And what if things get worse? She also remembered that the cameraman collected the pieces of her torn sketchbook. Chen Yuhui nodded and led her to the sofa next to him. Tell her to relax and lie down first. But Lu still couldn't relax. He cautiously said to Chen Yuhui, Teacher, I really don't want to stop teaching, so could you please not tell them about my situation? Especially the head of the teaching department. Hesitation was evident in Chen Yuhui's expression. However, he nodded immediately. No problem, teacher promises. We won't keep a record this time. Upon hearing this, Lu relaxed somewhat and half reclined on the sofa. Chen Yuhui immediately got into the zone, took a deep breath, and began the psychological counseling. Lu, right? I think I've already heard about your situation from your homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhao. But I still want to hear how you feel. Would you like to tell me? His tone and voice were very gentle, and he always had a kind smile on his face. Lu also began to try to recount her experiences. Let's start from the beginning, from the time I failed the college entrance exam. I feel like all my hard work during my 3 years of high school was for nothing. Then, without her parents' knowledge, she enrolled in Laong Middle School, which was notorious among her classmates. No matter how much she couldn't accept it, her parents always turned a deaf ear. Finally, she talked about the trigger for her mental breakdown, the incident of her sketchbook being torn up. Chen Yuhui, on the other hand, would occasionally offer empathetic agreement, guiding her while acknowledging her emotions. Before she knew it, Lu had opened up, and the thoughts and emotions that had been building up in her heart were gradually stirred up. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Within 10 minutes, tears were streaming down her face. Although Chen Yuhui could empathize, his expression changed slightly several times, which was captured by the camera. However, they are still able to adjust their state in time. Regain that warm smile, and don't let the other person's sadness affect your work performance. I can sense that this incident has caused you tremendous harm. The pain and despair of having 3 years of hard work destroyed so casually must be extremely profound. Moreover, under such a learning pace, you can't find anyone or any time to confide in or vent. So, you chose to hurt yourself like this because the pain and despair were unbearable, and you couldn't find a way out. Can I summarize it like this? Lu, tears streaming down her face, hesitated before nodding. Seeing this, Chen Yuhui smiled even more clearly. Great job, you're really great. Being able to express your emotions is the first step to becoming a better person. I won't make any judgments here. I think it's all quite normal. After all, anyone would have some psychological issues after being treated like that, right? The implication is to alleviate her psychological burden regarding the fact that she has developed psychological problems and has become abnormal. Upon hearing this, the girl cried even harder. He nodded vigorously again. Let's go through this together. So, the triggering event was that something you cherished was destroyed, right? Activating event. Event triggered. The girl nodded. So, because of this, you felt extremely desperate and in pain, which triggered your continued self-harm, right? Yes, I felt like I couldn't go on living. See, consequence. Emotional outcome. Let's explore this together. Before you felt like you couldn't go on living, what thoughts flashed through your mind? Or, what thoughts have been lingering in your mind these past few days? The girl took a few deep breaths. Then, he opened his mouth and said, I feel like my memories from the past 3 years have been destroyed. And then I feel like my entire life has been erased, and there's nothing left for me to care about. Belief. Core belief. Chen Yuhui's expression became even more confident. A, B, and C are all in place. Now, what needs to be done is to challenge and eliminate the irrational and exaggerated core beliefs. Then, establish new, effective beliefs. Who says emotions are the opposite of logic? No, emotions themselves are the most logical. Now, I will completely destroy the subconscious logic that leads to self-harm. Really? But wasn't this precious sketchbook drawn by your own hand? Aren't these treasures, which are of immense value to you, all produced by your own hands? Think about it. Is your life dependent on that particular sketchbook, or does it exist within your heart, your creativity, and your feelings? Lu stopped crying for a moment. As if realizing something, he sat up slightly. Seeing this, Chen Yuhui pressed his advantage. You've completely lost everything you cared about? That can't be right. The teacher thinks there's at least one more. It is you who are able to draw such a precious thing. Lu covered her mouth. The sleeve slipped down, revealing a shocking scar. Yes, that's right. Chen Yuhui's smile remained unchanged. Her eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. He continued, You're having fun when you're drawing, right? If I continue to hurt myself like this, I may never experience this kind of happiness again. Wouldn't that be such a waste? Emotional release is certainly very important. But How about we find an alternative later? As he spoke, he took a red pen from the drawer. How about we use this instead? When you're feeling unwell, use this instead of a knife, okay? Chapter 97, Falling Short of Success. It has to be said, Chen Yuhui's psychological counseling techniques are highly proficient. Lu Lulu's mood improved considerably in no time. However, Chen Yuhui felt that this outcome had little to do with his skills or even his role. Anyone who can listen should talk to her. This effect can be achieved in most cases. However, in the vast Hengyi High School, such a place simply cannot be found. In the ensuing conversation, Chen Yuhui used his skillful psychological techniques to dismantle all the extreme beliefs in her mind, one by one. The sense of loss amplified countless times under high pressure, the loneliness of being like an island among classmates, the self-doubt and denial after all the hard work has been destroyed. They were all defeated. The bell rang at the appropriate time to signal the end of get out of class. Are you feeling much better? Thank you, teacher. I really feel much better. Lu Lulu finally smiled. He nodded to Chen Yuhui and then walked out the door. But the moment the door was pushed open, in one corner of the scene, the head of the teaching department stares intently at the door of the counseling room. The process of Lu Lulu emerging from this situation was clearly visible. The video cut out. Inside the studio, Professor Wang Chengfang looked smug. They practically had the words, "haters speak," written all over their faces. That was an eagerness to praise. Now, are there still people saying that viewers are attacking Hengyi High School for not paying attention to students' mental health issues? This child, in just one class period in the psychological counseling room of Hengyi Middle School, has cleared up so many psychological shadows one by one. How professional is the psychological counseling service at Hengyi High School? Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed it, haven't you? I dare say that even if you paid money to buy this kind of professional psychological counseling, you might not be able to get such good results. I've met this teacher, Ms. Chun, a few times. She's very dedicated to her students and has a very high level of empathy. It is because of teachers like these who protect and support our students that we at Hengyi High School can achieve our highly efficient learning methods. Zhu Ziki, standing to the side, didn't speak, but shook his head slightly. Perhaps he himself didn't even realize his own actions. After Professor Wang Chengfang finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at Professor Lu Jifa. It seems as if they are waiting for others to refute their alma mater. Professor Lu Jifa certainly lived up to expectations. His face looked very pale. It would be impossible for someone like him and Professor Chen Yuhui in the picture to work in the psychology field without extremely high empathy. While the video was playing, his thoughts were basically in sync with those of teacher Chen Yuhui. As Lu Lulu narrated, I simultaneously pondered how to replace my beliefs. Even he had to admit it after seeing Chen Yuhui's performance. This teacher, Chen Yuhui, is not only highly skilled and experienced, but also genuinely empathizes with his students. Seeing the girl gradually emerge from her psychological trauma, Professor Lu Jifa, sitting in the studio, couldn't help but smile. And all of this came to a head at the very end of the scene, when the deathly face of the head of the teaching department at Hengyi Middle School appeared. Everything was destroyed. He could imagine what would happen next without even watching the follow-up. Undoubtedly, this girl will be treated under the pretext of having psychological problems that need to be addressed and ensuring student safety. He was forced to suspend his studies by the head of the teaching department. Subsequently, all the efforts that teacher Chen Yuhui had made to build up in the girl's heart would be in vain. He pushed up his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said, "Professor Wang Chengfang, some things have clearly happened, but you are turning a blind eye to them. Can't you see the oppressive pressure hanging over Hengyi Middle School like a demonic fog, pressing down on everyone's heads? This artificially created high pressure could have been avoided, but you allowed this atmosphere to continue to rage and even encouraged its development. It not only persecutes students, but also makes the teachers who truly care about their students suffer a fate worse than death. They force living people to become evil spirits. I don't know why you're keeping quiet. I don't want to offer any more explanations. I just have one question. Has this girl been suspended from school?" Professor Wang Chengfang looked indignant. After nearly a month of recording the program, the two professors had long accumulated a lot of emotions beyond their theoretical propositions. His forehead veins bulged involuntarily. "What does your question have to do with our topic? So what if I get suspended from school? What's wrong with academic pressure? Hengyi High School uses this kind of pressure to push people to improve. You told me before that not everyone can handle this kind of pressure, and I didn't disagree with you. Hengyi High School has created such an excellent learning environment. If you can withstand it, you will make progress. If you can't, Hengyi High School has not said that we will not allow them to rest. Now that Hengyi High School has given them a holiday and let them rest, you have a problem with that? Professor Liu, can you please unify your views? Are you here to cause trouble or for academic exchange? These words were spoken. Principal Zhao Qingrong once again used laughter to mask the tense atmosphere. Please calm down, both of you. The system itself is indeed not problematic. If there's a psychological issue, then it's necessary to pause and adjust one's mindset. This concept is certainly correct and worth learning. After all, if something happens to a student at the school cannot bear the responsibility. This is indeed an objective issue that requires risk prevention. From Professor Liu's perspective, I think it's also worth acknowledging, since it went against the student's wishes. As for this girl, just when she had just adjusted her mindset, she suffered an unwanted setback, which could easily cause her to fail at the last minute. Let's put it this way. You could say the school meant well, but ended up doing something wrong. After all, nobody's perfect, and what school can be completely flawless? I heard that the two professors were neither angry nor approving. It felt like punching cotton, a strange, stagnant feeling that was both disgusting and uncomfortable. However, the comments section sparked controversy. Now that he said that, I think both professors have a point. How come? What a case of good intentions gone wrong. That damn dean of students at Hengyi High School is such a jerk. If he had even a shred of good intentions, I'd eat my words. I can see it now. Principal Zhao Qingrong has absolutely no opinions of his own. He's just here to create a persona. What's he pretending for? Not perfect? I think Laong Middle School can achieve perfection. Alright, I've told you everything. Now I want to see how Qixin Experimental Middle School is doing. Haha, it's so hard to be a good person. He just didn't want any arguments in the studio, and that's wrong? These people are all bad news. They're all up to no good. Isn't one of them going to actually do anything to help this girl? Chapter 98, Unattended Psychological Counseling. The controversy surrounding the comments was as if it didn't exist in Zhao Qingrong's eyes. He still maintained that habitual smile, squeezing the laugh lines on his face together. But his slightly narrowed eyes still held a sharp glint. Clearly, he has no intention of making concessions on his own beliefs. With Principal Zhao's concluding remarks, the host smoothly moved the camera to the next school. The footage of Qixin Experimental School is quite unique. It seems the film crew didn't manage to capture the material they wanted. Well then, let's take a look at what's going on at this school. The screen changed again. Qixin Experimental Middle School. Connecting to the previous footage, as Zhao Qingrong said, these female students who engaged in school bullying have indeed been punished. They will be excluded from class points for 1 week. In other words, even if their class gets first place this week, the final reward will not be given to them. Meanwhile, to prevent them from slacking off, all their violations in the coming week will be punished by a change from deducting points from the class score to directly increasing the number of words in their written apologies. Our school has always had zero tolerance for school bullying. If such a situation occurs again, the school will consider expulsion. Students, take this as a warning. Zhao Qingrong stood on the podium in the playground and read out the punishments for these students. At this moment, the expression on his face was completely different from the smile he wore in the studio. With his emaciated face, when he puts on a stern expression, he looks just like a venomous snake. That was absolutely terrifying, exuding an aura of authority without even trying. Then, the scene shifts again. Inside the counseling room, Guijingyi was receiving psychological counseling. However, her condition clearly cannot be resolved with just a few sessions of counseling. The counselors simply performed a gradual full-body muscle relaxation on her, using a technique similar to light hypnosis to give her tense body some space to rest. It's okay, I feel fine. Any attempt to guide her to express her emotions and rationally externalize them will be interrupted by such statements. She truly couldn't feel her own emotions. In the end, they simply let her go back without any benefit. She will maintain this state and continue to work hard in her studies. Clearly, the film crew didn't get the shots they wanted because of this hasty ending. Facing a chronic illness like Guijingyi's, this is indeed an overly difficult test and cannot demonstrate the examinee's level. However, for the next 2 weeks, the film crew, who were stationed at the counseling room, failed to capture any footage of the next student who came. The relevant information was displayed as text on the screen. Therefore, the film crew decided to interview several students to find out the reasons for this. The scene changes. The counseling room. Well, it feels very unsafe. At first, some people went, but no matter what they said, the teachers and parents would eventually find out. Gradually, no one went there anymore. A high school senior girl wearing glasses said this. The scene changes. I've never been there, but I've heard from others that the counselor there is a beast. She's a big mouth. She can't keep a secret no matter what. Last time, a high school senior girl told her that she had broken up with her boyfriend, and it seems she got points deducted the next day. Several high school boys who inexplicably formed human pyramids during break time said this. Then, a series of scenes switched in quick succession. May I swear? No? Then I have nothing to say. Excuse me. I need to take a dump. I can't give interviews. I heard she's a relative of the principal. Just here to freeload. I don't like her hairstyle. It's so tasteless, okay? Ha ha. You think you can talk to these teachers about something? They're all in cahoots. My grades aren't bad, but I'm not mentally challenged. End of segment. The three guests in the studio all turned their heads toward Principal Zhao Qingrong, who was the person involved. The latter chuckled and said, Please give me your guidance. Please give me your guidance. Professor Lu Jifa frowned slightly. I couldn't help but start expressing my opinion. In that case, I won't hold back. To be honest, it's not an exaggeration to say that your school's psychological counseling mechanism is practically non-existent. After observing Qixin Experimental Middle School's educational policy for so long, I can only see two words: opposition. There is no harmony anywhere, no conflict between students and teachers, between students and parents. These wild children, lacking discipline, are indeed quite difficult to educate. But there's no need to destroy all the students' trust in their teachers. We can also see this trend online. Even in an environment like Hengyi High School, many graduates have complete trust and gratitude for their teachers. But such evaluations are completely absent among the graduates of Qixin Experimental Middle School. Principal Zhao, I think this situation is very telling, isn't it? Professor Wang Chengfang, standing to the side, remained silent the entire time. Even she didn't think this situation aligned with her educational philosophy. Hengyi High School is indeed very strict, but such high-level methods require a full set of supporting measures to ensure their effectiveness. Students who cannot survive the Hengyi model are, of course, defective. But no matter what, we can't let them break down and die. Otherwise, how can we say that we are creating people who are valuable to society? However, they face the increasingly formidable enemy, Laong Middle School. She wouldn't attack Qixin Experimental Middle School, which at least has some similarities to Hengyi Middle School. Therefore, they chose to remain silent. As public figures, experts naturally have to decide what they say based on their own interests. In this respect, we have indeed fallen short. To everyone's surprise, Principal Zhao Qingrong nodded and directly admitted his mistake. I must point out here that different schools adopt different academic approaches, which is also determined by objective conditions. In everything, we should strive to be realistic and pragmatic, right? I do not deny what Professor Lu said, that it destroyed all students' trust in teachers. However, the reason for doing this is to prevent these students from influencing others. Our students have one distinct characteristic. They rarely have the tendency to internalize their emotions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to our school for being disobedient. It is precisely because of uncontrolled and unrestrained outward emotions that it is easy to break through the various rules that must be followed in modern society. In terms of behavioral characteristics, these students, to put it more generally, their outlets for emotional release are often highly aggressive. And this is also why we take such measures to ensure that counselors inform parents and teachers of all aspects of a student's situation. Chapter 99, The Randomly Refreshed Wild Principal. Wang Chengfang deeply understood these words. Previous disagreements vanished instantly. Professor Lu Jifa, however, still frowned, clearly disagreeing. Zhao Qingrong then continued his discourse. Let me give you some examples. A high school sophomore girl once confided in the counseling room that she was planning to elope with a 26-year-old male online friend, but couldn't make up her mind. A high school freshman once said that he wanted to assassinate the principal and had even written a plan. Last year, our counselor also uncovered a group's plot to steal exam papers. These details were obtained by the school counselor using her exceptional psychological skills. This speaks volumes about the level of psychological counseling at our school. Given this situation, do you think we can ignore it? Can we not inform other teachers and parents? For those students who actually have psychological problems, such as Guojingyi before, we will also develop corresponding psychological counseling plans. In this regard, we also employ a two-pronged approach of disciplined teachers and psychological counseling. He spoke to the camera at the end, without looking at any of the guests. Clearly, the goal is to gain acceptance from a broad audience. As expected, many of the previously critical comments in the live chat now express their agreement. I often fail to grasp the extent of the awfulness of the students at Qixin Experimental Middle School due to my own naivete. I admit defeat here. Looking at it this way, it does seem true. After all, this is a school where over 100 knives were found on the first day of school. It really needs to be monitored more closely. It's not entirely as he said, is it? Didn't the disciplinary teachers not see the bullying of that girl before? I always felt there should have been a better way. How did it turn out like this? These kids are all capable of getting into high school. There couldn't possibly be any truly bad ones, right? The idea is good, but the methods are clumsy. The more this happens, the more important it is to maintain the trust between the counselor and the students. Otherwise, who will share information with you in the future? I told you, even the most outrageous measures you see have evidence behind them accumulated over a long period of time. Just shut up and take a good look. After listening to Principal Zhao's philosophy, my opinion on Qixin Experimental Middle School's educational policy has indeed changed somewhat. They really have no other choice. Professor Lu Jifa wanted to say something more. The host interrupted the flow of the speech. Now, let's take a look at the psychological counseling sessions at Laong Middle School, which places the utmost importance on students' needs. Upon hearing this, Lu Jifa shut his mouth. Principal Guan's policies are still worth keeping quiet about and paying attention to. The scene changes. Continuing from the previous events, 3077 walked out of the classroom with a sense of helplessness. Although the new semester has only been going on for less than a month. However, the students are already quite familiar with this short female teacher who often runs at a snail's pace around the campus. Principal Guan would sometimes remind the students, "You are not allowed to bully Teacher Ling." However, it seems that Principal Guan himself is often bullied by Teacher Ling. Sometimes you can see the two of them arguing in the cafeteria. Teacher Ling would glare at him fiercely, like a rabbit whose cubs had been snatched away. Principal Guan kept muttering something to himself. "My child's spiritual realm is not stable. I'm a little worried." "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a chance later." The principal is absolutely not lying to you. This is a special case handled specially. What utter nonsense. But, psychological counseling. Isn't that unnecessary? I'm just in a bad mood. Teacher Ling must be very busy, as she has to take on the psychological counseling work for nearly 500 students in the whole school. I shouldn't waste her time. Teacher Ling, I'm fine. I really don't need psychological counseling. 3077 muttered to himself. Little did anyone know, in the eyes of Teacher Ling on the other side, it reveals a sense of resentment. Why don't you think about it again? Please, I'm begging you, okay? Being stared at like that, 3077 felt it was hard to refuse. Well, let's talk then. Okay. Ling Yueyu immediately nodded excitedly. Should we go here, or to the counseling room? Teacher Ling recalls that principals usually just pick a random spot and have a chat with the person. 3077 looked back at the teacher who was giving a lecture behind him. He shook his head. Let's go to the counseling center. So the two headed toward the nearby counseling room. They remained silent the entire way. Unbeknownst to Ms. Ling, she had been observing this student all along. The counseling room is in another building. To get there, you have to go downstairs and then walk through the corridor on the first floor. As soon as Ling Yueyu went downstairs, he saw a lump of something wriggling on the stairs not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the school principal. Ling Yueyu was speechless. Principal Guan, what are you up to? The principal was covered in sweat and lay sprawled on the stairs like a longhorn beetle that couldn't get up, panting heavily. He was wearing a strange vest, which matched the style of his prison uniform. And nothing. It's just doing an experiment. Huh. As Guandosi spoke, he also dragged the slider on his chest to the bottom. This finally caught his breath. Viewers noticed that Principal Guan's seemingly heavy vest suddenly appeared thin and light. The live stream chat exploded with comments instantly. Ha 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 ha, Laong Middle School is something else. You can see the principal respawning in the wild just by walking around. What kind of extreme measure did the principal come up with this vest? A weighted suit? How did he get so exhausted? Surely it can't be that difficult. It's just going up a flight of stairs. Is Principal Guan being pretentious? I'm so touched, Principal Guan. Are you so exhausted from caring for your students that you have to lie down and rest, even when climbing stairs? Doge emoji. Great. It's Principal Guan. We're saved. Thanks to the built-in cognitive filter of the system props, such magical props did not arouse the suspicion of the audience. Meanwhile, due to Principal Guan's long-standing high-tech persona, viewers have come to believe that this is some new, bizarre gadget developed by the principal. It took Principal Guan a while to catch his breath. Is this a client for psychological counseling? Teacher Ling, you've opened your shop too? Huh. Congratulations. Ling Yueyu naturally didn't give him a friendly look. Whose fault do you think it is that I haven't opened for business yet? What's this guy up to on the stairs next to the counseling room? Could they be trying to steal it from me? Stay away from him. 3077, shall we go? Teacher Ling completely ignored Principal Guan. Turning around, she smiled and greeted the bewildered 3077, stepped over the principal's corpse, and walked straight upstairs. Seeing this, 3077 could only nod, give an awkward smile, step over the principal, and follow. Don't walk so fast. At this moment, Principal Guan finally found a pace of movement that matched the combined age of his 2 lifetimes. It began to wriggle on all fours. I can't keep up. I'm worried. Teacher Ling, you're not very skilled. I need to be there to give you some pointers. Upon hearing this, Ling Yueyu quickened his pace even further. Chapter 100 Props, Principal Guan. In the end, Ling Yueyu was still unable to shake off the principal's pursuit. You don't speak. I'll let you listen in. Okay, I won't say a word when I don't want to talk about it. Ling Yueyu nodded in satisfaction. The principal was taken into the psychological counseling room. Wait, something seems off. Is it just my imagination? Never mind all that. Ling Yueyu's mind was already focused on the psychological profile of 3077. Along the way, we observed the child's walking posture and the direction of his gaze. She has already made a basic judgment about 3077's personality. It sounds a bit mystical, but most observant people can do this to some extent. Practice makes perfect. After entering the counseling room, Guandosi first sought the opinion of 3077. 3077, is it all right for the principal to sit in on the class? It's all right. 3077 had no suspicion of the principal. Most students at Laong Middle School share this attitude towards the principal. Soon, the psychological counseling officially began. Ling Yueyu sat opposite him. Meanwhile, the principal sat behind 3077, remaining silent and concentrating on playing the role of a potted plant. Just like in previous interviews on the show, 3077 did not resist sharing his unlucky life. Under the patient guidance of teacher Ling Yueyu, he spoke casually, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. Although, no detail was overlooked. However, the entire piece is presented in a straightforward and almost plain manner. There wasn't a single part about their own feelings. Recalling these events barely stirred any emotion in him. As he himself said, to put it bluntly, it's just bad luck on my part. I can't handle it. I just can't handle it. I accept it all, that's fine. Between the words, there was only the calm that came from accepting reality. Such a process cannot be considered an emotional release, nor can it produce any psychological therapeutic effect. This is a bit tricky. This situation has clearly been going on for a long time. Ling Yueyu glanced at the principal standing to the side. Principal Guan raised an eyebrow. It means, watching your performance. Alright then, I'll show Principal Guan what I'm capable of. I am the school counselor at Laong Middle School. Teacher Ling immediately got herself into the zone. After listening to 3077's account, she pondered for a moment and immediately came up with an idea. So, student 3077, what exactly is it that you say you can't handle? Why don't we explore your deepest thoughts together? Upon hearing this, Guandosi, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but shake his head slightly in secret. Teacher Ling, you still lack experience. This is indeed a very common method of psychological counseling and guidance. Guide the other person to start by paying attention to their own inner self, beginning with their own language. However, this approach may not be effective when dealing with children who have already drawn conclusions about themselves. Just as I expected. Hearing Teacher Ling's words, 3077 smiled and shook her head. Teacher Ling, I know you want to help me, but it's no use. I'm already like this. To put it bluntly, am I a jinx? My master said I had talent, and I was quite happy at first, but he left before he finished teaching me. My parents used to be. They used to be very close, but now they've broken up just like that. It's all my fault. Ling Yueyu heard these words. My heart sank. Self-blame. This is his core defense mechanism. This is a way of rationalizing pain. As a result, negative emotions lingered in my mind for a long time. How can we guide him to release his internalized emotions? Upon seeing Ling Yueyu, he hesitated for a moment. Guandosi, however, gestured with his eyes to an empty chair that no one was sitting on. As a master's student in psychology, Ling Yueyu's keen observation skills would certainly not miss such an obvious hint. Empty chair? The empty chair technique of the Gestalt school? Yes, it's so fitting in this situation. As expected of the principal, he came up with a solution so quickly. Wrong. I am the psychological counselor. I can't keep relying on his guidance. I have to take charge on my own. We need to find a way to shut the principal up. Ling Yueyu cast a venomous glare at the principal. Then, she looked at 3077 again, and her expression immediately returned to gentleness. Then why not try saying what you want to say to them? As she spoke, she stood up, grabbed the back of the principal's vest by the collar, and lifted him up. Considering the height difference between the principal, 1.81 meters, and her, 1.52 meters. Although Principal Guan was at a loss, he still half squatted down to let her complete the action. Then, Teacher Ling left Principal Guan on an empty chair to the side. Turning to 3077, he said, 3077, just treat the principal like a prop that can't speak. She emphasized the words can't speak. First, imagine him as your master, and try to say what's on your mind. 3077 looked completely bewildered, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Looking at the principal sitting in the chair in front of me. He was in his mid-20s, wearing prison clothes, but his back was ramrod straight. Let me treat him as my master. It doesn't look like it at all, at least in terms of age. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Guandosi's back gradually slumped down. The light in his eyes had changed from bright and spirited to a more restrained and mellow quality. Principal Guan pondered the image of this mentor in his heart. Soon, a basic concept was formed. Teacher Ling really lacks experience. The most important aspect of this technique is getting the other person into character. The counselor must achieve this effect. These are techniques that won't be taught in textbooks. Let me fill in the missing part of the performance. It's just that it looks a little old-fashioned. I usually keep a low profile in order to blend in with these young people. Principal Guan's aura quickly transformed into that of a great educator from a previous life. Looking at the way 3077 was looking at him, he became more and more confused. That's enough. It's time to give him a little push. Guandosi asked sternly. Ahem. Have you been practicing the morning exercises I assigned you every day? 3077 was taken aback. Why does it feel like the principal's aura has suddenly changed? Okay, let's just treat it as a game. He answered casually and offhand. The principal's imitation is actually quite convincing. I'm studying. I don't have time to practice that stuff every day. Ling Yuiyu, who was standing to the side, fell down when she heard the principal suddenly speak. Principal, didn't we agree not to speak? But when I heard 3077's reply, she was startled again. This seems to be working quite well. Looking at the principal's demeanor again, it was completely different from usual. With her exceptional observational skills, she even had a misconception. Is the principal really asking the spirit of the old man in heaven to possess him? No, this is a very accurate profile. The principal is indeed unfathomable. It's astonishing that such a precise psychological profile could be achieved solely from a third party's description. To be able to portray it so well. This experience is something I truly cannot match. So he shut up and began to learn the principal's techniques. Upon hearing 3077's reply, Guandosi frowned deeply. If you don't practice this and you don't practice that, when will you ever learn the pieces I teach you? You're so talented, don't be a disappointment. 3077 was stunned for a moment. These were the last words he wanted to hear from his master. So disappointing. Am I the one who's so useless? His emotions began to show. Chapter 101 People-Oriented Approach, Bonus Chapter. He knew perfectly well that Principal Guan was sitting opposite him, but 3077 couldn't help but avoid eye contact. After a long while, he whispered, Sorry. Master, if you were still here, you would definitely be driven crazy by me again, right? But I can't take it. Upon hearing this, Principal Guan was secretly delighted. However, he couldn't break character. Teacher Ling, it's up to you now. Taking advantage of the fact that 3077 wasn't looking at him, he quickly winked at Ling Yuyu, who was standing to the side. The latter is also a professional psychologist with strong academic background. He immediately understood what Principal Guan meant. The surface emotions have already manifested. Now, it's time to step up our efforts and delve deeper into our subconscious. So, she whispered in 3077's ear. In your heart, is there only I'm sorry for your master who entrusted you with such a great responsibility but suddenly passed away? There's nothing else. For example, anger. Well done, Teacher Ling. Principal Guan immediately cooperated. What's the use of apologizing to your master? If sorry were enough, what would we need the police for? I didn't put in the effort or do my best in what I did. Can you really say I'm sorry to me? The master's angry scolding continued. It was like a heavy hammer, striking the heart wall of 3077. His shoulders trembled slightly. Stop talking. Master, stop talking. Although he was only muttering to himself, both of his fists were clenched tightly. Principal Guan knew that it was just one step away from success. Why can't I say it? You did it, and you won't let me say it. Aye. What do you mean? What do you mean? Spit it out. Upon hearing this, 3077 suddenly stared directly at the person in front of him. I'm angry. I'm really angry. 3077's emotions suddenly surged, like a volcanic eruption. His trembling voice was filled with sobs and utter anger. Once the boy started talking, it was like a dam breaking, and he poured out his heart. You, how dare you just leave like that? You said you were going to pass it on to me. Why shouldn't you? Master, you play the flute so well. And you play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix so very well? Why don't you finish teaching it in front of me? Do you know how it felt when I picked up the swana later? What rubbish I've been spouting. It's not 100 birds at all. It's just crows wailing at a funeral. As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Oh, master, you said you could graduate in 2 years. If only I could learn faster like you. Will I be able to learn it before you leave? I'm a useless piece of trash. I've wasted so much time. I can't bear this burden. I can't bear your wishes. I can't bear the burden of this centuries-old tradition. By the end, the boy was practically screaming. He unleashed all the emotions pent up inside him in a fit of rage. The effect of this emotional manipulation even startled Ling Yueyu, who was standing nearby. But Guandosi heard this before Ling Yueyu could react. He stood up abruptly, his back hunched. But he pointed forcefully at 3077 and roared. Fart! Who said this is my wish? My wish is for you to live a good life. Playing the swana is to make you happy. The swana, is it played for others to hear? It's played for yourself to hear. I'm not letting you learn the swana to carry a lifetime of debt. I'm teaching you because I'm happy to see you playing it with such enthusiasm. I drink, I brag to myself, what's it to you? What does it have to do with how fast or slow you learn? Life and death are predestined. If God wants me to go, what can you, a little brat, do to stop me? If you keep putting this bad luck on yourself, and keep muttering and looking like you're in a daze all day, then you're really letting me down. Let me tell you, the swana, one note brings people in, one note sends them away. But we who play the swana must play it happily. Can't handle it? Who gave you the right to carry me? Who gave you the right to carry that centuries-old legacy? You just need to take care of yourself. Hearing such a long string of curses, 3077 was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, but the tears poured out of his eyes like a burst dam. Seeing this, Teacher Ling immediately began to consolidate the therapeutic effect. Have you finished listening to what Master has to say? This is not your fault. It is a pity that you did not finish learning 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, but it is certainly not your fault. It's not caused by your bad luck either. Your master's greatest wish is to see you happily playing the swana and living your life well. Binding yourself with bad luck and unable to bear it is the real way to let him down. Get your emotions in order so you can continue to face your life. You know how crucial senior year of high school is. You don't want your studies to be hindered by these emotions, right? The students are all striving forward without any burden. Just think about it. Hearing this final guiding statement, Guandosi coughed loudly. Cough. He interrupted Ling Yueyu's